got it. This is definitely looking a lot better. No frame rate issues. Everything's nice and clean. Get into the game, get everything going, log on in. So we'll just wait for the viewer number to parse.
There it goes.
Okay, there we go. Okay.
Perfect.
We got it. I think we're okay now. Got to go ahead and log back into LOL. That's not my screen name. I completely terribly misspelled it.
Yeah, so anyway, I'm really excited to see this match. This is quarterfinals, right?
We are in semis.
Semis.
This is
okay,
round of
semifinals.
4.
Okay, cool.
So everyone who wins here today goes to finals.
Very cool.
Period.
Yeah, so Teamless has their work cut out for them. M5 has been, M5. So, yeah, it should be exciting to see what kind of strategies we see from them, what they kind of do. Teamless did look really strong the other day. I'm trying to remember, who did we see Teamless play against?
Let's go back and take a look at some of the records, because last time we saw Teamless, they were playing up against Black.
Okay, yeah, that's right.
And they had it was an interesting, very interesting series, because Black brought back the mid Soraka.
Yeah,
they won that one game and then banned it out, and that seems to be kind of like the key to success.
Yeah, ban
against
out
Black
Soraka.
is just ban Soraka. That works.
Yeah,
it
so
works
no Soraka ban for M5 that's going to shut them down. So we'll see what Teamless tries to do, what they have up their sleeves. But M5, the big issue with M5 is they play safe teams that are very strong in the laning phase, but are very tanky later on, and then they just run team fights perfectly. They just cycle out their members constantly. They aren't caught in AoEs. They're always kind of split, and then they're just constantly cycling their members. So everyone's getting extremely low, but no one's ever going down. So it's really cool watching M5 fight sometimes. We saw the other day they were playing against Mouse, and Mouse had a nasty AoE team with lots of initiation. They had Ashe, Morgana, no Morgana. Yes, they had Morgana. Ashe, Morgana, Malphite, Nautilus, and Sona. So just AoE, CC, out the yin-yang, and they just couldn't catch M5. So there was this one fight in particular. Malphite threw off his ultimate. Then all of a sudden, as Ashe threw the arrow to follow up, M5, they split in opposite directions. And Shen and Lee Sin, they were able to split real quick. And then they were just, all spread out perfectly. And they were able to win the fight against a really nasty AoE comp. But we'll see, what we have for us in store today.
And then Guardian Angels.
And then Guardian Angels, always a treat.
It's now the thing to do. The thing to do today if you're M5, it just seems to be it works out really well for them.
Yeah, no, it goes with their play style again. They play that tanky kind of style. When you get the Guardian Angels, you're losing out on some of that damage. So a lot of times, teams will tend to just want to have damage and then try and coordinate the fights in a successful manner. But Guardian Angels, it gives you a little bit more room for error, particularly with the way that M5 plays. They play that slow, protracted kind of fight where, one little mistake maybe throws them off. Well, in this case, one little mistake, they just revive, and it's not that big of a deal. But it allows them to kite these fights that are just lasting a very long time, and they're just never going down. So it is a really cool idea. It works perfectly with their play style, and we'll see how we see this played. It's always interesting watching M5 and some of the things they bring to the table. And sometimes Gosu Pepper, he'll even have more AP than Alex Ich, as the support, like if he's Sona or something. But I don't know, lots of cool stuff. Teamless the other day, though, we saw Kerp. He was in both jungle, support, mid, just hopping all over the place.
I mean, if you're that versatile of a player, if there's something that you can play better than the rest of your team, it's not uncommon to see a lot of pro teams actually go and do that. So it's if you can play something better, why not? Like you've seen it with like a CLG before. So TSM now starting to do that as well. I
feel like the TSM one's a little bit more of a joke, though.
A little bit.
They're like, I'm bored playing top lane. I want to play support.
But there may be a point in time.
Yeah.
Where that may actually find its way to do something in tournament play. It's like, well, you know what? We work better in this different kind of setup against X, Y, or Z team. You might as well do it if it's going to increase your odds. So, why not? If it works, go with it.
Yeah, definitely. Anyway, guys, we have everyone in Champ Select. We'll be able to get that underway. M5 versus Teamless, game number 1, coming up in just a second. I don't know. I'm not really sure, where they're going to go with the bans, but generally speaking, you'll ban out the standard stuff.
Yeah.
And we'll see, what they kind of do with picks. Supports, we might see a Nunu ban just because both of these teams will really want to play him. But I don't know. We'll just have to see because there's a lot of options right now. Alistar, those kind of aggressive junglers, Maokai and whatnot, banning them out and not allowing those kind of tanky lineup champions for the enemy team.
So here we are, game number 1. Bans already in progress. The Kog'Maw being banned out, the Maokai being banned out. So with that to start, if we also take a look back with a little bit of the history going on here, like Teamless, they've been doing a lot of targeted bans against their teams they're playing against. They've done their research clearly. When they played up against Black, Rumble was an incredibly common ban for them. They made pretty much the entire series. M5 though, a lot of stuff they've been really getting out those very aggressive gankers. Alistar and Maokai definitely being among them. That is 2 of the bans they actually did up against Mouse. So it seems like M5 they're very worried about jungle presence in those early ganks.
Yeah, I mean, they're just really strong all-around champions, so get them out of here. You don't have to worry about it as much, so I don't know, it's just their standard bans. Kog'Maw being banned out, Shen as well, and those are 2 champions that M5 plays a lot. Same thing with Gragas. Alex has just been playing a lot of Gragas recently to really great effect. sOAZ, he has played some Fizz in the past. I haven't seen him play it in a while. Oh, wait, no, not sOAZ. I guess Frogurt probably plays Fizz. I don't know. Tabzz maybe, and Tabzz is probably pretty strong Fizz. You know what? I'll get off the Fizz thing. My brain is addled. But, Kog'Maw, Gragas, and Shen, those are all champions that M5 does play a lot.
Yep.
Kog'Maw in the back line, when you have that kind of a tanky lineup, works out very well. But they will have champions open to them, like Urgot. I would probably expect to see a Sona pick here, because it does work very well with their team. Zera, definitely an aggressive pick, though, and it gives them that kiting potential as well, so always going to work out.
Yeah, Zera, we've seen a lot of her pretty much all week, and pretty much the rule generally goes she's picked or banned nearly every single match. Just has so much damage available to her, and the ult is just amazing. The Eve pick there from Teamless, not sure if that's legitimate or not. There's still there's still lots of changes going on in the placeholder meta, as you like to say. Like Karma was being used earlier, but we are on the early August patch.
Yeah.
There were a few tweaks made to Eve. She goes into stealth a little bit quicker. The cooldown on her ult is now shorter than it was during the remake. So I still think Eve now with these changes with the right team could be fantastic for great counter initiation and great presence all across the map. But we'll see later on if that's a placeholder or not. But Sona,
yeah, it has to be a placeholder. It's weird to first pick a placeholder. So I don't understand why MetalX, if he's going to be the first person on their team, why he wouldn't have the champion. So I'm assuming he's talked to M5 and they know what's going on, but we'll see what's going on. Sona definitely makes sense, and as I was saying, it's a very smart pick with their kind of kiting comp. Sona's movement speed is great. Nunu, on the other hand, a strong pick as well for Teamless. And M5, they like running a lot of close-range teams. Nunu does perfect against that, and you can protect the backline very easily. He provides great separation for your backline and whatnot. Though, Tarek gives you a little bit more killing potential, so we'll see where they go with this.
And Rumble, he does pretty well also with that ultimate. Just initiation or counter initiation is a fantastic tool. And even though he has been nerfed a little bit, the damage that he has up close and personal is still massive and still a huge threat. New Ezreal picture, man, that looks pretty slick. I like that.
Yeah, it does look pretty cool.
But I think it may actually end up being the Graves here for M5.
Yeah, I really like the Ezreal pick if they decide to go for that. Graves, he's just a strong overall champion. He can control the lane very well, but he is kind of close range. That could be a concern for them against a Tarek Rumble combination because they could AoE him. I definitely like the Corki pick a little bit more than Graves. You don't have to deal with quite having as much vulnerability as Graves does. Corki has longer range on the Valkyrie and just longer attack range and everything. So does work out very well, nicely. Malphite is still available, so M5, they have Udyr. That could be a jungle Udyr. It could be top. But Malphite doesn't generally do very well against Rumble. Rumble beats him. But there's still a concern that the Malphite pick might go to Teamless in the jungle. They might have already picked Malphite. Malphite might have been that Evelynn pick, as far as I know. And actually, I'm going to guess it was, because Ahri is a very strong pick. Ahri, does well in almost any team comp. But in particular, Ahri does extremely well against Malphite. So, oh, no, I guess it's not. So it must be their mid lane. They first picked their mid lane. That's interesting.
So you also got Nocturne and now Ezreal being considered here for Teamless. So Ezreal down bot lane with the Taric could be a huge menace to deal with, and there you go, we'll be locked in. So stun with the Taric, and you have the Shatter. That's going to be a lot of burst damage against a very weakened opponent if Taric can go ahead and get off that full combo with the assist from Ezreal. So now it's just the last pick coming in from M5.
Yeah, and let's play the guessing game here, because I'm going to assume that the Evelynn pick is a Karthus. So there's a couple of options, but Karthus is really the one that you would first pick. It's kind of unusual to first pick any other AP mid. So in that situation, Ahri versus Karthus, Ahri just has such a huge advantage, and that's also goes back to why Frogurt, or why they're picking up the Nocturne. So Nocturne can work out very nice against an Ahri in particular, but I don't know, he's just an all-around strong jungler. But if they expect Ahri to be diving Karthus, which is usually the case, Karthus is very vulnerable to Ahri's mobility, then Nocturne can come in with the counter initiation, try and shut down Ahri, maybe pick up a kill there. So that does work out. I'm a little bit surprised that they didn't go ahead with the Aurelia pick. I think Aurelia is just a phenomenal pick right now and works out very well against Rumble, but Riven has that same kind of potential. Riven has a little bit more damage up front, which, because of the gap closing speed, you want against Rumble, you want gap closers that can really abuse Rumble. And early levels, Rumble's incredibly weak. Riven can really put on a lot of pressure and just absolutely shut him down early. Maybe even snowball if you pick up a kill. Later on, Rumble has the damage to deal with her, but Riven's 1v1 damage is still incredibly high, and then the mobility is fantastic. So we'll see how that works out for them.
Yep. That's actually, who was the Eve here?
My money's on Karthus.
We're gonna find. It could also be the Zyra, because Zyra's been first picked.
Oh, that's true.
It could be.
Oh, okay.
It is Zyra. There
so
you go.
M5, they were like, "Oh, we're gonna grab Zyra," and then Teamless was like, "No, you're not, because we already grabbed her." Okay.
Yep. So yeah, it is the first pick Zyra there for Teamless, and she's definitely.
Yeah, I didn't think of Zyra because M5 was about to pick her,
Yeah.
so I just figured that she was on the board.
Yep. So yeah, so it will be the first pick Zyra there for Teamless, and very, very much so worth that first pick. She does just so much damage, and when you're willing to go ahead and take an AP first pick, it really speaks to the power of your mid champ, because it's not a very common thing to do. You can get countered out pretty easy, but for someone with that much power, yeah, it's absolutely worth it.
Yeah, Zyra's been fantastic recently, and we've seen Zyra first pick over champions like Alistar, which is astounding to me. But Zyra, she has the range against Ahri. It's actually a pretty interesting matchup, because if Ahri can dodge the snares, then Ahri, should win that match. But if Zyra can hit one snare, one just Tangle Vine, then she's going to be able to burst down Ahri really quickly. And Zyra has that potential. She has the range where Ahri won't be able to get up and harass her. So Ahri's going to have to just, if Ahri wants to get a kill, go from 100% to 0 of Zyra's health. And that can be kind of difficult for Ahri. So Ahri usually needs to set someone up for the kill. You need to poke someone down to like 60, 70%, and then you can go in for the kill later. But Zyra probably won't allow that to happen. So very safe pick. Ahri later on can get out of Zyra's ultimate and whatnot. Ahri will be very strong against Zyra in team fights, but Zyra's disables could really destroy champions like Riven in particular, or anyone that they're able to get. They do, it gives them kiting potential as well, so they can keep safe, keep Rumble in that backline safe.
Yeah, it's also going to be very difficult to gank her in a bit, especially if you're going to be using that Udyr, because he really needs to close that gap. And you just walk away with the root, and you're just going to be fine. And even then, even if you do manage to start chunking her out, you got a Nocturne on your side who, if he's even remotely close by, if he's 6, if he has that ultimate, he's there, he's going to be able to help, and it could just really turn around very quickly.
Man, I have to say, I'm glad it's not a Karthus. I was honestly kind of scared that they would be running a Karthus, particularly if M5 is going to run such a mobile team and the way they handle fights. But yeah, so we'll get to check it out. The lanes are pretty even. Ezreal and Taric is a very strong bottom lane. They have a little bit more kill potential. If they pick off Sona, then Sona's going to go down. Like, that's a serious threat for M5. However, Corki and Sona, they have great harass themselves, and they should generally be pretty safe. So as long as Sona, as long as Gosu Pepper keeps his positioning, they'll be solid. And then they should be fine. Corki, he's a little bit more ability based, so the attack speed slow from Ezreal won't do quite as much as it would against other champions.
Plus, you also have Taric and Ezreal. They have the exhaust and the ignite, so that's more of a symbol of them wanting to be aggressive. They want to go for those kills. And if the lane is pushed up, that is going to be, they're going to be quite vulnerable to the ganks from Udyr if the ward coverage is just not top notch. So, Kerp and MetalX, they need to be a little bit careful down in that bot lane. They could get caught out pretty easy. Top lane, Rumble and Riven. Talked about it before.
Yeah, no, again, it's kind of even, but both of them can snowball very quickly, and Riven has a serious advantage early on. So Riven's mobility and kill potential, if Rumble doesn't keep his positioning, even with the slow from Rumble, Riven could just chase him down, get right up in his face, do a lot of damage really quickly. Rumble does have the potential to turn it around. Q versus Q, Riven does a little bit more damage, but then she's a little bit more cooldown dependent than Rumble is. So Rumble, if he can chase down Riven after Riven gets her combo off, then he's going to actually come out on top in there. But Riven definitely has the potential to just dive at Rumble, stun him, and then walk away, get free harass, and just slowly wear him down. So that's a serious threat for them. Diamondprox playing Udyr, which is kind of interesting because we haven't seen Udyr in the jungle in a while, but he's an incredibly strong jungler. Still, if you guys don't remember him in the past, he has great jungling speed. He's very tanky. He has a stun. I don't know, it's kind of similar to Shyvana, except Shyvana has a little bit more natural tankiness and a little bit more initiation. Udyr is stronger in the late game than Shyvana is. Shyvana's mid game is stronger than Udyr's, but Udyr also has a little bit better ganking potential. He doesn't have to take exhaust like Shyvana would because of the stun, so he's going to have that follow-up. And then his damage early on, if he gets in range with you and he has the red buff with his Phoenix stance, he's just going to eat you alive.
Yeah, it's just a matter of Udyr actually getting in there and closing the gap. And he's going to have a little bit of difficulty doing that in the mid and in bot because you do have the root, you do have the stun.
Yeah.
Top lane, though, that could be a huge, huge abuse of that Yordle if Imbaaaasheep actually pushes out a little bit too far. Diamondprox can just go ahead and camp out top lane and really make things rough for Rumble.
Well, particularly if Darien can set it up for him. If Darien gets in range very easily, that's going to set up that gank there. So we'll see. For the most part, Udyr is going to be a control jungler and just kind of passively farm and try and take control of the jungle. He has the movement speed, like Shyvana does, to keep up with Nocturne. So if Nocturne's going for an aggressive gank somewhere, Udyr is going to be watching his back, going to be able to counter-initiate that. So we'll be able to check that out. But you're right, top lane is going to be an extremely aggressive lane for both sides.
Yep, so we'll see how that goes on here. And also, I mentioned it before too, this is not a new patch, this is on the early August patch. So Rumble did take a little bit of a hit to his damage, to his kit. His passive is not as strong as it used to be.
Yep.
The Flame Spitter is there's some adjustments to when it procs damage and on the damage itself. So usually most Rumbles they'd hit 4, they get that second point into Flame Spitter, they start going into a danger zone, and it just starts pumping out so much quick damage. And that was really one of Big Rumble's biggest things, that the first 4 levels are always such a huge drag. But once you start getting that damage, things are going to be a little bit easier. But now with those changes, I feel like things are just going to be a little bit rougher for him earlier on. Like in order for him to stack on that damage, maybe wait till level 3 or level 3 of that Flame Spitter actually really start dishing out a lot of pain.
Yeah, it actually, Flame Spitter, it starts off at the same damage at level 1. So the first couple of levels, it scales less as it goes along. His danger zone is where it drops off right at the beginning. And so, it's not going to be that significant of a hit to the early levels where he's still really strong. It'll hurt him a little bit later in the game when he's not going to be able to pump out as much damage. But his early game should generally be okay. The big thing that's going to affect how he deals with Riven is the passive change. And the big thing with Rumble is not only was his Flame Spitter really hitting you hard and just being, just a really nasty ability, but then his passive allowed him to 1v1 bruisers very easily because he's out-damaging bruisers usually with that passive. So now it scales back the damage a little bit. It allows Riven to beat him a little bit more. And the big thing with Riven versus Aurelia has a little bit more burst and, the heal is definitely huge, but Riven has more sustained damage, and we'll see. They're setting up in this top jungle. They want to get a quick invade, and Udyr and Riven might actually walk into them.
This could be really bad. Darien purge around the corner now, knows it's a very bad situation. Does manage to flash away while the stun animation was coming in from Taric. Will be safe, but that is a summoner blown early on for Riven. So that's going to be one less tool to have there in the top lane. And it could mean for a very early gank for Frogurt coming in top lane as well to try and just gain an advantage in that lane. But meanwhile, the invade is still actually going on. You got Kerp, Diamondprox running scared, realizing, oh man, gotta get away. Gotta get away
right now. Yeah. There's they have a really nice level 1 team with Zera. I'm surprised that Zera couldn't get the Thorn follow-up, but really nice reaction time from Darien. Just the second that the stun's going off, being able to hop over that wall. So nice job from him. Diamondprox setting up by his red, so they kind of are able to zone them out. They get the vision of them, so they will be safe to take this. We'll have to see how this will be, how it'll impact the top lane. It won't quite allow Riven to be as aggressive as he normally would like to be because he loses out on some of that mobility. If Nocturne does come in for a gank, he could go down very quickly. So he has to be wary of that. So that's going to be kind of an issue. But we'll see whether or not Nocturne throws off the fast gank up top.
Been seeing this a lot lately. You see a lot of junglers who aren't named Maokai actually starting off with the wraiths and then going around to
Maokai does the same thing too.
Well, yeah, he does, but it's. He'll usually like throw off all the saplings out of the wraiths. But now you got Udyr, you got people who can actually have who are capable of quick clears, wraiths to blue, and then continue on with the rest of the path.
Yeah, and the nice thing is, one, your path is about the same. The race will be up quickly. You're usually going to be going straight from blue buff to red buff, just because you're not going to get a level advantage by going to golems. All you're going to do is make yourself lower HP because you don't level up off of the golems. So you're going to be going from buff to buff anyway, so it's not slowing you down at all, but it also allows your bot lane to pick up the wolves, which is where the big advantage comes in. So bot lane's a little bit more safe, but actually Taric with the stun onto Genja. Genja taking a lot of damage from MetalX, and that's the serious issue of this Ezreal Taric lane.
You also saw Diamondprox actually go the long way around in his jungle to go ahead and grab that red. Paranoid, thinking that there may be wards over by the wraiths. Alas, there were not, so just still playing it safe. Don't want to give really any clues. But he's going to be retreating back to his own jungle, going to be taking the small golems, and then possibly going from there. Frogurt does have the double buff. He's looking for something. He may actually go in for aggressive steal onto the wraiths, but he's actually starting to camp out in the mid, maybe looking for a gank onto Ahri.
Yeah, and Udyr has been sitting up top lane because he's expecting that early aggression from Nocturne. He wants to make sure he can keep Darien alive while that flash is down, while he's pushed up very aggressively against the tower. And now Nocturne is coming up, and Udyr, unfortunately, just moving out just in time.
That sucks. It's a little unfortunate, but Frogurt now coming in. He's here top lane, and Darien's present. The Q actually not going to be hitting anything, but Darien's actually going deep on this, and he realized there's only real one retreat path, and it's actually going through the enemy jungle. Is ignited. The Q actually missing Darien. The ignite is now done, but the flame spitter going to be more than enough first blood. Going to be going to Imbaaaasheep.
Yeah, and Diamondprox has to be kicking himself, just barely leaving there, just in time for Nocturne to come up there. Darien almost making it out another second, and he would have hit the cooldown onto his dash, and it would have been very close. But unfortunately, he does go down, and Rumble can snowball pretty quickly. That's always going to be a concern. If he gets any sort of early advantage, then he can trade damage more easily with Riven, and Riven needs to be able to beat Rumble in the 1v1 situations. So otherwise, she's completely screwed in that lane. So. We'll see how the damage trade still continues.
And also remember that Darien's flash is still down, so it's actually going to be taking a while for that to come back up. And if it was up during that last exchange, may have actually been able to get out of there pretty easy, but unfortunately that is not the case. And you see Rumble, chain vest.
Yeah, really nice item purchase there. Just completely shuts Riven down in the lane, and Riven's damage is so high early in the game. It's just oppressive. But with that chain vest, he's going to be able to out-damage Riven, and then he'll be able to farm freely. So the big thing is it'll get him into the mid-game. He does have to watch out that he doesn't keep on buying defensive items and fall behind on his build because they really need his damage through the mid-game. But getting that chain vest now, he should be able to farm and take control of that lane pretty easily.
Yeah, because if you see now, the damage on Imbaaaasheep is is definitely worse than what it would be. So Darien's gonna have a little bit of a rough time. Did grab that Doran's Blade first, so at least it's gonna help sustain a little bit there in top lane for a time being. But it's also this does give an upgrade path for Imbaaaasheep. And Chain Vest is a part of the Zonia's Hourglass, and if Rumble's gonna be in the middle of all these fights, it's actually not gonna be too bad of a choice. Stun going down onto Genja. You got the Q coming in from Frogurt. Valkyrie away to Fear Tether is still there. Flash, nice in response. Fear going down onto Genja, but he will actually manage to make it to tower. That is quick reaction time from Frogurt for that pursuit, because most of the time, Flash will actually break the tethers. You'll actually gain enough ground, but nice instinct on Frogurt to continue the pursuit.
Yeah, I'm surprised they weren't able to pick that up, being able to proc the Fear, but really nice job from Genja, recognizing his range, able to get out of there. And so, we'll see how that kind of progresses. With the Sona, they do have some nice regen advantage over Kerp, but it's generally pretty even, and right now they're able to push him out of lane to get a nice little farm lead.
And see, Zyra went back here, actually picked up a Chalice and a Doran's Ring. So that's going to be a lot of regen there in the mid, and we're going to have a quick pause here, see what's going on. Hopefully nothing terrible happens here. But yeah, I've been seeing a lot of chat about Chalice on Zyra, because going into the Athenes actually works out pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, Zyra is very similar to Orianna. So their playstyle, you need to just constantly be spamming out abilities. So having that mana regen is huge if you're just constantly spamming out. She doesn't need the largest mana pool because her abilities are pretty cheap. You just need a lot of mana regen. So definitely a nice build for her. Doesn't necessarily have to go like a tier or something like Kassadin or Anivia would. But yeah, it's definitely nice. It gives her that spam ability, a little bit more survivability as well with the magic resist versus Ahri, since she still has to worry about Ahri's ganking presence and mobility. But we'll have to see. So far, Diamondprox has been pretty comfortable just kind of sitting back in the jungle. And that's what we were talking about with Udyr. He's a control jungler. He just wants to farm for the most part. Get into that mid game. He's going to be incredibly tanky, be able to set up fights for them, and be that front line. But we'll see if he decides to get in early oracles and tries to get some map control for them. But I think for the most part, he's just comfortable shutting down Nocturne.
Yep. And you also see Udyr picking up the Philo Stone, not going anything real quick like usually go Wit's End or something to try and go ahead and be a better presence in the jungle. But he's looking to stock up, wants to have that income for later on in the game, so he should be fine. He should be okay. So we'll take a quick look at the gold tolls as well while we're waiting. And MetalX is actually getting pretty decently farmed here. But you see here that Genja is actually not doing too bad himself. He's got about a 10 creep lead, but still no huge kills down bot lane. He did have the attempt earlier coming from Nocturne, but they're farming pretty well.
Yeah, and it's not just the CS lead, it's the fact that they're pushed up against their turret, so they're very safe right now. It is pushing away from them, so Genja actually leaving a little bit early. That's I guess maybe Genja's still DC'd. No, he's just going back. So
he's got Dorns.
He misses out on a little bit of farm, but he wanted to make sure he could get back in lane before Ezreal and Teraktus. That's fine, but Riven setting up the gank up top. Udyr is up here as well. Imbaaaasheep throws off the flash, but the stun does hit. They have plenty of follow-up damage. Actually have to back off for a second. Can't quite top it off, so Imbaaaasheep able to get out of there.
Even with the chain vest, that still does that much damage, and if he didn't buy that, then he may have actually very well been dead there. But still, though, with the help from Diamondprox, there is still a hope for Darien in the top lane to go ahead and take control despite that first blood, despite that early advantage given over to Rumble. But now he's 6, he's got that ult, he can throw it down for that counter initiation. It's going to be rough. It's going to be a very rough task to go ahead and actually get that gank and get that kill. But if you can manage to, if you force him out of lane, if you continue to harass, it's going to be slowly pushing N5 further in the lead there.
Yeah, but the big issue is that Nocturne really needs to help up top. The stun, plenty of damage going into Genja. Will have to back off, trying to return some himself, but he is extremely low. Ezreal could almost take him down once he's level 6. But the big thing is Riven is just going to struggle with this lane right now. Getting the Null Magic Mantle is huge. Another Doran's will be very nice. But you see, just gradually, over time, they can finish him off. But Genja, the stun, plenty of damage. Is there an Ezreal? No, but the Ignite will take him down. They're able to burst him down. So Rumble can just slowly wear down Riven. And Riven doesn't have really much regen. And then as long as he plays safe, he's going to win those damage fights.
But you will see Darien has actually started to buy a little bit defensive himself, getting that Null Magic Mantle, probably going to be going into the Merc Treads there, or even into a Hex Drinker later on, which against an AP top like Rumble is not terribly uncommon, but you got the damage going. Darien looking for another attempt. They're just going straight on in. Imbaaaasheep is overheating, will have to back off, and Darien actually winning that exchange. So ult is up for Riven. So if you get another opportunity before the health potion ends, there you go, stun coming on in. Ult is popped, waiting for those Q procs. Throw it down, and once again, Imbaaaasheep is very low at his own tower.
Yeah, really smart play with how Darien is controlling this lane, because Riven's upfront burst will win against Rumble. What Rumble needs to do against Riven is when Riven's cooldowns are down, because he has to wait a little bit, Rumble has shorter cooldowns. He then needs to chase her down and with another Flame Spitter. So Darien, he's only timing his aggression when Rumble's close to getting silenced. But in the meantime, Nocturne is set up top, so we'll see whether they can get an engage here.
Yep, Nocturne is top. He is 6. He does have the ulcers waiting for when Darien needs to go in for that kill and attempt it. But you'll also see that Diamondprox is a little bit worried himself, so he's coming on in. So his presence will be there top lane as well. And Darien's going in. There comes the ult. Coming in for Frogurt, but Udyr, there he goes. Waiting for his time. Frogurt's a little bit too far out from the Rumble. Riven does have to retreat, but Diamondprox, he may be regretting that decision, is ignited, does have to flash away, using that bear stance to get that extra movement speed to get away, and there will be no kills going top lane. Nice exchange, though, but you will see that Zyra is actually making her way down bot.
Yeah, and Ahri following her, they recognized that she was going down there. So Genja and Gosu Pepper, they're able to back off. Ahri can clear vision for a second for them, and they will be fine. But yeah, again, really nice job from Darien controlling that top lane, and we'll see how they can continue to do it. The ward does go over, so they're able to check that out. But yeah, it's definitely been a really interesting top.
Yep, Ahri actually did see the ward go down into Dragon Pit as she was walking away. So Alex Edge pings it out, gives the information to the rest of the team, and they're all fine. Stun going down on Gosu Pepper. A lot of damage there with the Shatter. And the ult being popped there from Kerp, just for that little bit of extra damage. Sona ult completely whiffing, unfortunately, but everyone will be fine down there. And Tabzz is getting a little out-harassed here.
Yeah, I mean, Ahri did use the ultimate, and that Spirit Rush. It's very easy to get in range of Tabzz, and Zira just doesn't have the CC. Zira has great CC, but doesn't have the hard CC where she can just say, "All right, I'm locked onto you. Even though you're rushing, I've got you." So being able to dodge those skill shots is huge, but I don't know. We'll see how that kind of progresses. And having the blue on Ahri can throw some minions into the turret, deny some experience from Tabzz. The mobility, Alex Edge should be able to roam around the map and try and pick up kills.
Meanwhile, bot lane, you do have Diamondprox with his presence here. The ult being thrown down from Ezreal, trying to chunk out as much damage from Gosu Pepper as possible, but Udyr will leave, go back to his normal business. But it looks like Kerp, he's a little bit weak. He's going to have to go back. Does actually pick up his first GP10. He's got that Velo Stone, going to have a few wards, going to be returning with that to the bot lane. And Darien now still, once again, ult being popped, looking for more damage on Imbaaaasheep. The Ignite going down, but the ult here may actually finish it off. The Ignite waiting one more hit. Come on, 31 damage. Imbaaaasheep looking to try and juke it, but no, the stun from Darien will be enough. There's the kill on the Rumble top lane finally.
Yeah, really nice job. And even with the Chain Vest, Riven's just out-damaging Rumble. So, yeah, really astounding to me that, Riven just so easily wins that damage matchup. Riven's damage early on is just phenomenal. We'll see, how that continues to progress, but he should be able to abuse Rumble now. Being able to pick up that kill. He's been farming fine. He's way ahead of Rumble in CS.
Oh, yeah.
So the item advantage, once he goes back, will be huge. He could go ahead and pick up a Phage to give a little bit more sustain. Or if he wants to, he could go with a Brutalizer and just have, that quick burst potential versus Rumble.
Yeah, with the Brutalizer, is going to negate a lot of the resistance coming from the Chain Vest. But also remember, keep in mind, Hexbreaker works. Hexbreaker is perfect. One of my favorite items. But you'll remember, though, because Rumble did actually decide to go for that Chain Vest early, one of the critical items that he needs in lane to farm to keep his sustain up is the Revolver. He needs that spell vamp to go ahead and try and just sustain there in the top lane. And because he got the Chain Vest first, that did delay it a little bit. Now finally has it. So we'll see if Rumble can actually stay alive a little bit longer, but beats Diamondprox right there in the middle of the bush, the unfortunate face check. And Darien trying to come in and connect with the rest of the damage, a little bit too far behind. But look, dude, Diamondprox does have that Oracles.
Yeah, and here's the big issue with Rumble right now. Revolver is a great item on Rumble, and it's going to really help him out in lane a lot. However, because Riven is already winning that melee advantage, Rumble needs to get too close range in order for Revolver to be successful, and he's also going to push the lane. The stun from Tarek, though, MetalX with some great damage. Gosu Pepper flashing out of there, almost going down, but Frogurt with the follow-up. Gosu Pepper throws off the ultimate to back off. So they're able to get out of there. They are still pushed out of lane, but able to deny that aggression for a second. So whenever Rumble wants to go up and regen, Riven's just going to tear him, right in the face, and it's just going to be really difficult for him to get that regen that he needs. Being low because of the Udyr aggression is also going to hurt, but Zera in the bottom lane is set up.
Tabzz looking to throw down those seeds. The ult does go down. Gosu Pepper does gingerly walk around the ult, but it's plenty of time for MetalX to go around and grab that kill. You do have Ari and Udyr in the mid, but Darien and Imbaaaasheep still doing it out here top lane, and Darien's actually looking a little bit low. Sheep managed to juke that stun and is now in pursuit, looking to throw down a little bit more aggression onto the Riven. But meanwhile, bot tier 1 does go down, and Teamless here maybe actually looking to grab themselves a dragon.
Yeah, with Zera, they can kill it very quickly. With her little seedlings, we'll be fine. But yeah, it is interesting. I mean, that's just what I kind of expected to see with Rumble earlier. Diamondprox keeping an eye on it. He might go in for it. Doesn't really have the engage. The snare, actually, they might follow it up, but it will back off. So the dragon going down to Teamless. The big thing is Rumble, even though he's behind in this lane, if he can kite out the quick burst from Darien and keep his distance there and kite out those disables and whatnot, then he has the follow-up damage and the shorter cooldowns than Riven does, where he can turn it around on Darien.
Meanwhile, mid lane, you do have Alex looking for a little bit of extra harass, using that ult just to get some burst down onto Zyra. But yeah, Imbaaaasheep, he's not going to take any more crap. He's looking to push. He wants to. He's like, this is my time. This is my time to be aggressive. And it's gotten to the point where Darien is even actually considering to go for those small golems. But Gosu Pepper, he's fine. He's just going to solo him on his own.
Yeah, and actually Alex Ich, doing well in the mid lane, but not necessarily, thriving against Zyra. And having to use the ultimate for just harass can be a struggle. Kerp comes up, though. He gets the stun on Darien. Nice. The ultimate, and actually Imbaaaasheep picks up the kill. Can they turn on Gosu Pepper? Imbaaaasheep is getting pretty low. Doesn't want a Q to just take him down. Yeah. So will back off. But another kill in that top lane. And, yeah, they have some really great advantages. They have a great mid-game team. But M5 does have a lot of mobility. Like, they like running. They could, control those fights very nicely and stay out of the AoE damage.
That roaming Tarek does work. He does a lot of work. And we've been seeing a lot of support players on that Tarek actually, as soon as first opportunity to get to actually start roaming around the map and getting those stuns, helping along with those kills. Now you got MetalX and Frogurt both making their presence known here in mid, trying to get some harass down onto Alex. And they're doing pretty well for themselves. And I think if Kerp's actually going to be continuing that game plan, looking for those stuns, looking to have a presence around the map, might even be worthwhile going for those move 5 boots.
For
Tarek.
Which one, Tarek? Yeah, that's a potential. It's just you usually don't see it on a support like Tarek. They are, starting to get out of that early game where the move 5 will be quite as beneficial. But Kerp trying to come in, can't quite get into Alex's range. So we'll have to see if that's the case. Darien and Imbaaaasheep, though, dueling it out again. And again, Imbaaaasheep getting some nice damage on Darien. He can then turn it around once the ultimate's down. The Sona ultimate, though, followed up by Alex Ich. Frogurt almost going down. Kerp almost going down himself, but Zera can turn it around them, throws off the ultimate, is easily able to dissuade them, but the Ezreal ult not going to really do much, so they will have to back off.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a rough moment there. The Nocturne, you do not want to be dying that early on if you did buy that Oracles. You want to make sure you get at least your money's worth before you die with that thing on. But Imbaaaasheep will get dove on his own tower. The regen from the revolver is not going to be enough, and Darien going to be going in and getting out pretty quick. Is very low. Where's that Nocturne ult nearby when you need it? Unfortunately, Darien will actually go back to base. He's gotten that kill for himself, but here's the thing, M5, they're still a little bit behind. They're still about at a 2K deficit here.
Yeah, no, they are a little bit behind, but we'll see if they can turn it around. I mean, they've done it a number of times in the past. The bot turret being down, so Corki should be able to farm pretty freely in that bottom lane. He'll be able to get a nice CS advantage over Ezreal. by being able to hold the minions back in that second turret. Riven has done a pretty nice job, so we'll see how that can continue to go. Having the burst, it's kind of interesting. Every time, Rumble, in order to win the matchup, he needs to kite out Riven's damage, which means you're naturally going to turn around when Riven's attacking you.
Yeah.
And so he's turning around as Riven's attacking, not getting on any of that flame spitter damage. So, kind of missing out on some of it. But we'll see. There isn't Oracles on Frogurt, so he wants that, aggression. He wants them to still be in control of this game. The Oracle's on Diamondprox as well, so that they can kind of convert that map control back to their side.
Yeah, you'll see a lot of the ward coverage from M5 is actually very defensive. They just want to make sure that they don't want to be invaded or have Teamless actually all up in their business. But the mid push continues, but you'll see Genja down bot lane. He's got an opportunity here to just free farm. Everyone else is distracted. M5 pretty much has vision on everybody, and no one's bot lane. That's given the perfect time for Genja actually to stick around and farm. But meanwhile, you do have Kerp coming up with Tabzz. Ward in the jungle actually did spot them out coming up. But Diamondprox, is he going to be ready for this?
Yeah, so they're able to back out of there, but they do have an issue where they could tower dive Darien potentially. Ahri and Sona making their way up, so they will be okay. Tabzz still in the jungle. Ahri maybe could have picked her off, but they'll be able to back off, clear that ward, and then still be safe.
So this could be a potential 4v4 here in the top lane. Everyone's dancing. Everyone's not quite sure if they want to commit, and it looks like Teamless is actually just going to go ahead, back off, focus their attention elsewhere, because you do have Genja here in the mid looking to push. He's a little bit pushed out, but I don't think he's going to be killed anytime soon. And you also have MetalX now realizing, hey, well, Corky, you were bot. Now it's my turn. I'm going to start pushing. Threw down the ultimate just to get the wave pushed, just to go ahead and use that a little bit to their advantage, because there's quite a few minions over there at the tower. Genja that's ripe for farming.
Yeah, so he's going to be able to pick those up. And they are playing pretty defensively right now. Gosu Pepper sitting up top wants to make sure that Darien's not going to be dived. We'll be able to keep an eye on him. He also, if they decide to go on aggressively on Rumble, the movement speed could really help out Riven to just get right up in his face. So we'll see if they pursue that. But right now, M5 is pretty comfortable with just sitting back and farming, just not allow these mid-game fights to happen, because mid-game fight, Zera and Rumble is just so strong. It's just so powerful. It could be really difficult for M5 to deal with, so we'll have to see.
Darien coming in with the stun on Imbaaaasheep, but now the damage back and forth. Granted, there's a 2-level lead here for Darien. The gold, I mean, it's not completely out of control here. So it's a little bit deceptive, but Imbaaaasheep being 2 levels behind, that's a little bit less resistant. You still can get level 5 on your harpoon. That can help deal immense amount of damage. But Teamless, seeing that everyone from M5, they are playing defensive, they can just go swoop in and take a quick dragon. And with all the damage coming in from Zyra, and you also have the Wriggles built onto Nocturne, that's going to be a very quick objective.
Yeah, so they're going to be able to grab that pretty easily. And they will have great Baron control later in the game as well with Zyra, Nocturne, and Ezreal. So the Nocturne Wriggles as well, they're going to have to worry about that. Kerp with the ward, but Diamondprox, he's going to be able to pick that up. But in the meantime, mid is getting pressured, so they're going to be able to take down the mid turret. They have the seedlings, so they'll be able to grab that in the next wave.
Yep, yeah, it's getting very, very low. They just need the minion pressure, and they should be able to swoop in, take that pretty quick. Genja, once again, was down bot, looking to free farm. Did get a little bit of extra gold for himself. How's he doing in gold in terms of Ezreal? Ezreal's still actually ahead by about 800 gold, so it's a little bit of a ways to catch up. But then again, you have all those, you have the dragons, you have all that extra gold coming in. Kerp actually a target of that charm, the stun from Sona actually to follow up with that. And right now, Kerp's going to be going down pretty quick. Alex did get a little bit ahead of himself and did get bursted out and killed. So far it's 1-for-1. You got Tabzz and you got MetalX looking to take out the turret real quick, and they do 1-for-1, but you grab the turret, and Teamless is going to have a little advantage there. Meanwhile, top lane, you have the Ignite going down onto Imbaaaasheep, and Darien does still have the ult up, but I don't think the damage is going to be there.
Yeah, and so the flash out from Imbaaaasheep, recognizing if Darien had hit that second cooldown rotation, he would have been able to pick up that kill. And it's interesting, you see Darien, after he gets the quick burst, he keeps his distance from Rumble because he knows Rumble will win that 1v1 matchup after the cooldowns are down, but then he can jump back in once again, once the cooldowns are up, and abuse Rumble a little bit more. So really nice play there. He's in control of that top lane. He's incredibly farmed. We'll see how that can factor into the later fights. The concern is going to be that he's walking right into the AoE of both Rumble and Zyra in those team fights. So Zyra going with the Abyssal Scepter, definitely a nice purchase there. But if M5 can make those fights a little bit less disorganized or less organized and kind of break them up and then use their mobility, they will be able to win the 1v1 matchups. Riven will be able to 1v1 almost anyone in the game. Ahri, will be able to hop around and hopefully not get tagged.
And speaking of mobility, you'll see that Sona's actually really looking for that quick Shurelias. You already have the Kindle gem, because he's a little bit more gold to go ahead and actually finish off the item. And
Dang, Tarek going with the M5 boots.
There you go. There you go. He wants that quick stun. He wants to move in, stun, get out. Because remember, top lane is still a huge opportunity to contest. And Darien is still, there you go. He realizes, oh, Tarek's here. He's pretty fast. I don't want to be part of that.
Yeah, so we'll see there. We'll be able to take this top lane. Nocturne's sitting up there waiting if Darien kind of moves out of position, but he should be okay. Frogurt just keeping point. Everyone is kind of moving up top, so it is set up for a 4v4. The ADs are not here once again, but they can push pretty decently without the ADs there. And
Diamondprox and Alex are a little bit far away from the action, so right now the 3v2 being started, but everyone's nearby. Diamondprox wants to get something, but the Tarek's just going to be a little bit too fast for him. And now Darien out in front, throwing down the ult, wants to get a little bit of damage, wants to clear the creep wave because you also have those seedlings. They do quite a bit of damage when they do become turrets. Meanwhile, mid lane, you do have MetalX looking to push the wave. It's just a farm battle between Genja and MetalX. It's like, well, I bet I can farm better than you. Well, let's just go off into a wave and, let's just ignore the rest of our team. They'll be fine. They'll be fine on their own. And they actually are, for the most part, right, because no kills went up top lane.
Well, they know it's a defensive game right now. Neither team really wants to force an engage, so they both need to farm into those late game builds. Corki not quite into the builds that he would like to be. Ezreal is ahead of him right now with those kills, so we'll see if they can pursue that. I'm a little bit surprised that Teamless isn't trying to push through the mid though, because Tabzz on Zyra, he can push pretty aggressively with those seedlings and get some free damage there.
Kerp being huge. He's going bear hunting. That's what he's doing. He wants to go ahead and get that damage in, but may actually be going in round and trying to get the jump on Darien. No, but you do see that Teamless has been caught out just a little bit in enemy territory. You do have the seedling going down just as a nice little defensive maneuver. It's like, no, if you're going to be going in here, if you want to get that kill, you're going to be taking a lot of damage. And Darien did actually decide to go back. That's a Bloodthirster on the Riven. That's going to be a lot of damage, but also notice DFG on to Ahri. The Rylai's was actually finished on Rumble for a while back as well. So that's going to be a lot of slow. It's going to be a lot of damage and a lot of time for the rest of the team to actually catch up.
Yeah, no, it is going to be very strong. And this is actually a point where M5 could start to consider a fight because they are starting to get in their builds. Corki just finished his Triforce. Ahri just finished the Deathfire's Grasp. Riven, the Bloodthirster. So it's a nice little time for them. But actually, in the meantime, Teamless is going for the Baron. There is a ward from M5 there, so M5 needs to regroup quickly. But Riven is bot. They can kill it very quickly with some seedlings from Zyra. So they might actually go in for this. They're going to take it down really quickly.
Diamondprox, he's the first one to know. He's running out in front, waiting for the rest of the team to go ahead and get that engaging Genja throwing off those missiles. Wants to make sure that this doesn't happen. But the Bear's actually getting very low, about 1,000 health. And there you go. Here comes the Zyra ult going on down. Kerp melts down pretty quick, but Teamless did get that Bear. And here comes the Rumble ult to try and finish up on all the damage. Frogurt does have to flash either, but Diamondprox is very low. Do not want to be losing that Oracles, and you got a nice little dance. 4v5 situation here over in front of the Baron, but Teamless did manage to pick it up and will actually get out safely.
Yeah, so really nice play from Teamless, recognizing Riven's down bot. And the damage that Zyra gives for the Baron control is just huge. And having the Nocturne and Ezreal as well, they're able to take that very easily, then turn it around on them. It's actually kind of fortunate that M5 didn't lose more members. Imbaaaasheep trying to chase down Genji here will not hit the slow, so he will be able to back off once his Valkyrie's back up. But they were all in the ultimate, and it was very scary for M5. They almost all could have gone down, and then all of a sudden Teamless would just be in a dominant position. But they still have a 3k gold advantage. They still have that Baron.
Yep. And you also notice, too, that Corki, after finishing that Trinity, did get the Chain Vest, which I am pretty sure, knowing what M5's been doing lately, may be for that Guardian Angel. So he's still got a lot of gold to go before he finishes that, but I'm pretty sure that's where we're going.
Yeah, it's kind of surprising because they need some damage, but if they can survive through the burst, then they could maybe turn it around. It will protect them some against Nocturne. Though generally speaking, Corki just needs to stay, keep his positioning where he's not quite that concerned about the AoE. Zyra's range is a serious issue for Corki because it does outrange Corki, so that could shut him down a little bit. So we'll see. It is probably going to be that Guardian Angel. Yes, so he does have the null magic. So both of them, both Ahri and Corki, building that way. They are going to be missing out on some damage as a result. Like they're not going to have the same damage output that Teamless is going to have. But if they can control the fights and get everyone low, just barely surviving these fights, and then just slowly continue to put on the pressure, then, have a couple of GAs proc, they could turn it around, and it has worked out well for them in the past.
Yep. Here is a little bit of an issue, though. Teamless, they're actually getting pretty tanky themselves. The Abyssal being finished by Zyra, plus a Giant Spell. Aegis has been finished. Even got a red elixir down onto MetalX. That's going to be a little bit extra health and a little bit of extra pack in the punch there. But now it's just a matter of can you actually get these kills off real quick. The Baron buff, how much longer you got on it? You got about a minute and a half left on that thing. So if there's going to be any more objectives pushed other than that dragon, it needs to happen soon.
Yeah, and the big issue, I'm really curious whether it's going to be a Guardian Angel or a Zhonya's for Ahri. Because the big issue is, whether or not they're going to have enough damage and to take down Teamless. But Ahri, with the GA or the Zhonya's, it will allow her to be a little bit more aggressive, and Ahri has the mobility where you don't usually need to build survivability, but building that survivability means that Ahri is planning on taking down someone in the back line, namely Zyra, so she can just, dash back there, quick burst with the Deathfires, and play an assassin kind of role, and then still survive. So we'll see how that works out for her.
Actually, I think Ezreal might end up being a huge threat as well, so we'll see if they can actually focus him down as well. You got the creep waves still continuing to push less than a minute on that Baron, and if Teamless needs to make a play, they need to make it happen right here. Do Zyra over the wall, throwing down those Qs, trying to get a little bit extra damage here, and Kerp wait for his opportunity as well. Nice orb coming from Ahri over the wall, recognizing that, yeah, Teamless is still here. They're still over that forest wall. And Genja, you see him right there on the edge of the forest, getting down those missiles when he can, but the turret will fall, and the Fear Tether's going down on to Genja. He will have to Valkyrie out of there.
Yeah, and the Spirit Rush was forced on Alex Ich. They're going to be very weak for a moment here. With the pushing potential that Teamless has, the Baron is almost down, but there's the stun onto Gosu Pepper. The follow-up from Zyra gets a lot of damage. They won't quite finish her off, but with the Seedlings, they can continue pushing even with the Baron down and still win these fights.
There goes the Baron buff. So 33:05, that Baron will be popping back up. So there's a good 3-minute window, and there's a lot of aggression coming in here from Teamless. They can poke so well here, and if they want to go in, Rumble ult is up, Zyra ult is up. They can go ahead and dive this if they have the proper minion support.
Yeah, but they're starting to get kind of low without the Baron regen. Ezreal and Nocturne, they've taken some damage, so they will back off. They do, still have plenty of damage for a fight if they fight out in the open. But we'll see. They might actually try and catch Corki or Riven out of position, trying to hit the snare. Not quite able to get it. They get Darien, but he's going to be okay.
Yeah, and also the minion waves here. Top and bot are actually pushing pretty well for M5, so that needs to, there's some attention needed there. Kerp is still out in front, Frogurt putting down that Q. Diamondprox is there, but Imbaaasheep's a little bit far away from the rest of the team. He wants it. He wants that stun. He's way out further than normal. Fear Tether going down, and here comes Alex once again. The Sona ult getting nearly everyone. Here comes Zyra ult going down, and Tabzz will be focused down pretty quick. Imbaaaasheep trying to get as much damage as he can, and Kerp caught out alone, and that will be a 3v1 situation, one for M5. Imbaaaasheep out there. He does get focused out next, and MetalX cannot connect with the rest of that damage, and now Frogurt left on his own. That is 4 for free for M5. I thought that was going to be bad. Diamondprox was way too far out there, but Teamless ended up splitting up, and that was a good fight. Great fight for M5.
Yeah, Confusion is the name of the game for M5 right now. They take the bottom turret as well, and just really aggressive initiation. Alex Ich jumping in the middle of the team, and then diving right back out again. So he baits out some of that damage. He baits Teamless into a situation where they're like, oh, kill Alex Ich, and then Sona with the follow-up ultimate.
Right.
So it's just, this team fight synergy that they have, even in a fight where they probably should be losing, if Teamless can organize, they're just throwing off all this pressure, and Teamless is like, what's going on? What's going on? There's too much confusion. I can't get no relief. They grab the bot inhibitor. They're able to transition to the mid.
They can actually get the mid tier 1 and tier, they can get the tier 2 also. You have the nice minion support there to go ahead and grab that. Kerp does pop off that Shroll. He just wants that stun just for a little annoyance down onto Darien. But there's still a little bit of time here. You got about 45 seconds until that Baron comes up. And that was a lot of energy expended from M5 to go ahead and get that kill, get that team fight, get that objective. This could actually mean a really good situation for Teamless, and they can get in a position to take this Baron as soon as it spawns.
Yeah, and so they do have the GAs finished. Teamless, they have the Baron damage where they could take it very quickly. You know, we'll see how that's going to kind of work. Now, the GA for RA, it's still, you're losing out on some of that damage, but as we saw in the past, xPeke, he wants them to, you know, be able to focus her down. He wants to be comfortable with dealing his damage, so he could just dive right at the enemy team and get off some quick burst and, you know, pressure them a lot. But Kerp getting the stun on the Diamondprox. Diamondprox walking right into it. The quick AoE damage. Gosu Pepper close to going down as well. Diamondprox barely able to kite out of there. How has he not died yet? But the turnaround from xPeke. Riven is here as well. Zyra has to get out. Ezreal looks fine right now, but Darien jumping on top of him with the red buff. MetalX is going to go down very quickly. There's the snare from Tabzz. They have to back off for a second, but xPeke with the range is able to grab it, and M5 is able to control this fight. Darien, one last lunge trying to get onto Tabzz. Genja, fortunately, not proccing the Baron there, but he has the range if they can follow it up.
There's a lot of damage that can be made, though, in pursuit. And granted, M5, it was an even fight all in all, 2 for 2. But you'll see, though, that positioning from M5, and you saw it, and they did this before in that last fight. You had Diamondprox playing the bait. Is like, yeah, you totally want to engage on me right here, but Sona laying in wait with the ult when everyone from team was funneled on in to a little close contained area. It was beautiful.
Yeah, and so they will back off. They still have to deal with that pressure from the bottom inhibitor. I'm a little bit surprised that Teamless, they almost could have pressured that Baron once M5 left. And once M5 was going back, Zira and Nocturne, just the two of them, could have almost taken it. So that was a serious risk for M5. But they're okay. Teamless backed off of it, so they will be fine. And yeah, we'll get to see, you know, how Teamless can start turning this around, because they had the huge gold advantage, but then they can't run the fights the same way that M5 can. And now they're starting to get into the issue with Rumble, which is his early game is fantastic, but he's still incredibly squishy. And he does have the Rileys and the cloth armor, so that helps him out a bit. But if Riven and Ahri are able to get up front and dissuade them from dealing their damage, then, you know, Rumble just becomes worthless all of a sudden. So you miss out on that AoE. Ezreal, you know, and Zira, they're facing a lot of damage themselves, so a lot of pressure. They can't quite get off the damage they want in fights.
Yeah, and if Teamless can somehow just get Gosu Pepper out of the fight, get rid of the Sona ult completely, or if Gosu Pepper whiffs, that could be huge for Teamless, because that's really just the big way to start off all of these fights, and that's, you know, one of the big keys of success for M5 here is just that ult just gets everybody low to start, and it puts Teamless at such a huge disadvantage going into these fights. Alex trying to throw down that charm. Turret's actually going down while everyone is here contesting this, and the Baron is still there, and M5 has decided to disengage to try and make something happen here.
Yeah, but the Nexus is taking a lot of pressure from that bot push, so they almost are going to have to deal with that. It will be able to hold itself off, but we'll see whether or not Genja decides to split push. Nocturne actually peeking out a little bit, so M5 could pick him off. The slow from Gosu Pepper, they're chasing him down. Diamondprox is going to try and get off that stun. Nice. There's the ward as well. Can they get in range of Frogurt? They are all split up, though. They probably need to regroup. Frogurt could turn this around on them. All of Teamless, they're in a nice group.
Kerp with the stun down on a Diamondprox as he's retreating away. Charm from Ahri actually going to be hitting Tabzz. That's going to be a lot of damage onto Zyra. Will the ult will not even happen there. And now you got Sona with all the connection you need. Imbaaaasheep trying to do some damage, but it's not going to be a whole lot. MetalX trying to focus down Diamondprox, does manage to get it, and Frogurt going to be very low as well. And it's just a support versus the world. 4 for 2, may very well be an ace. Kerp, you're on the long run away. I'm not sure how far he's going to get. Genja there with the Valkyrie over the wall. And Kerp, can you actually get
I'm not
away?
sure why they're still chasing him almost, but xPeke, he's able to pick it up. So they can go down, pressure mid. They could decide to take a Baron. They need to make their minds up. Okay, they're going to go for the Baron. And Genja, he is taking enough with that Guardian Angel. He should be able to take this pretty easily.
Yep.
So that Baron is going to be huge.
Gosu Pepper actually taking some of it also.
Just phenomenal team fighting from M5. And they're not even getting their GAs procs. So
nope.
they can, Corki and AlexItch, they can be very aggressive in these fights and not have to worry about any sort of retaliation from Teamless. And that's actually really interesting. So just having the GAs, you miss out on some damage, but it's not so much the fact that you're going to revive if they burst you down. It's the fact that you can play fearlessly in fights. And M5 has that. They can just dive right at Teamless, and Teamless has to just like run from them and scatter. And they're like, I mean, it's just... It's a really interesting concept, just the fact that there's a no-fear strategy from M5. They can just dive in for the kills.
By the way, if you're paying attention to that Baron, that is Baron tanking 101 right there, trading off those tanks very well coordinated from M5, and they're able to go ahead and take that Baron with 3 very low health champions. Wonderfully done. Fantastic. And now M5 they're now in the power position, and look at how they're itemizing. Granted, yeah, you got those GAs, but after that, the damage now continues. Last Whisper going down onto Corki. You got the blasting one there onto Ahri, along with the needlessly large rod, so that's going to be a death cap soon. So he's like, yeah, we'll delay the damage, we'll get the GA.
Yeah, but
and imagine if the GAs actually popped in that last fight.
I mean, even if the GAs had popped, it would have been a phenomenal effort from Teamless, and then the turnaround would have been in M5's favor. But 8-1 and 5, you can build anything you like, and you're going to be in a good situation. And despite the early advantages for Teamless, M5 has just crushed them in every single team fight with their mobility and just there's intricate strategies that they're running in team fights, not outside of them.
Yep. And granted, one of the biggest hopes right now on Teamless is actually within the Ezreal and within the Zyra, but they're getting focused down way too much. That last fight, Zyra get caught with the charm, and you die against the team like M5. And I'm surprised that Teamless is actually pushing against this team with Baron.
Yeah, and you see every single fight, Darien and Diamondprox are almost going down. They're running right into the middle of the team, getting a lot of damage off, and then just getting out of there. And they're getting away at like 200, 300 HP. And so it pulls Teamless out of position, but also it's just the mobility of their team. The fact that they have 3 members that can dive, Teamless can get into that backline. Zira, she doesn't have a lot of mobility. She has kiting potential with her snare, but other than that, if Ahri gets up right close to her, she doesn't really have a way to deal with it.
And here once again, Diamondprox out in front. He's like, come on, hit me. Come on, I dare you, I want you. But Zyra's actually over that forest wall trying to bait everyone out, and Diamondprox is actually going to be in pursuit there. The root not going to be landing there, but Diamondprox will go ahead and back off for the moment. So M5 is at your front door. 2 Guardian Angels and the Baron buff. What do you do if you're teamless? This is a very sticky situation to be in. Minute and a half still left on the Baron.
Yeah, the big thing is they need to pick individuals off, and M5's just not letting it happen. So if Teamless, they can stall out decently with Zyra, and then they need to just grab one person with the charm, pick up a kill, and then back off and play defensively. They can't allow these head-on fights with M5 to happen because M5 is just going to win them. So we'll see if that's the case. But M5, they're playing just so perfectly. They're fine. Kerp going down instantly. The Sona ultimate. Frogurt is right in the middle of the team. Diamondprox does go down, but AlexItch diving around, getting off the damage. Frogurt's going to go down as well. There's the first GA proc. Genja actually going to proc his as well, but we'll see if they can turn it around. MetalX going to town, but there's Darien with the follow-up. They are able to pick up the kill into Ahri. The GAs are down, but this is going to be another inhibitor. Then they're going to get bots. This is going to be 2 inhibitors for M5.
They may actually get game here. I think there could be enough pressure here, and Tabzz is low enough if he doesn't actually go back to Fountain. Yeah, so this is definitely going to be an inhib. Tabzz is healing up, and we'll see where actually M5 goes from here. Yeah, bot tier 3 is actually down, so that inhib will be taking a huge chunk if Zyra actually doesn't have something to do about it. Tabzz here with the Seedlings trying to chug out Genja, but the damage from Darien, oh my god!
Yeah, so really nice job there. Genja almost going down to the seedlings. We'll be able to poke down that inhibitor. They'll be able to back out of there. Tarek there. Darien actually diving onto him. He has the damage. Wow. He has the red buff, but he has to back off because Nocturne's going to be up shortly. He would be able to force a fight. So Darien will back. And now all of a sudden, they were down like 6K at one point. Teamless was down like 6K, and the M5 just won. It wasn't like Teamless was necessarily getting caught out of position. They weren't in a superb position, but it was just M5 pressuring them. Kerp walking into Genja, though. He will get off the stun. Genja taking a lot of damage, but turning it around. They have Riven as well. Will want to back off because Nocturne is close. They need to get out of there before that Nocturne ult hits. So there they go. Yeah. But M5 just winning every single fight in superb fashion.
Yeah, and even when those GAs go down, even when kills happen, remember, Riven is one of the best champs in the game at cleaning up team fights. You have the mobility, everything you need. You have that wonderful ultimate in a pinch. So that's your plan B. It's like, well, if everyone does go die, well, Riven, you're plenty farmed. You are plenty farmed. You have a lot of AD. That's a lot of damage. That's just a lot of damage.
Yeah, no, it's really impressive. What M5 has been able to do in this game. And we'll see, how Teamless can try and hold off still. Again, they can pick members off. The GAs are down, so M5 is kind of vulnerable in this next fight with the GAs down. They can't quite be as aggressive as they would like to be because both Genja and Alex itch. If they go down, then they're going to miss out on a lot of their damage. So we'll see if that impacts the way they fight. However, with 2 inhibitors down, it really shouldn't be that much of a concern because they can just sit up top, play passively, and then Teamless will just slowly, their base will slowly eat away at itself. So another tower going down, Teamless can't defend it, then they can just sit right outside of the top tower.
Not to mention that the Baron's actually going to be coming up in about 2 minutes, maybe a little bit less here. So you just go ahead, push all of the waves, and it's really rough. It's really tough to go ahead and try and defend it and hit if you have 2 inhibitors. Oh, there you go. Sona ult coming on in. The entire back line of Teamless is going to be caught in that, and Genja's going to be in the middle of that as well. You're thinking the GAs are not back up, but look at all this cleanup happening. Darien can just go ahead and focus down anyone he wants. Frogurt getting very low. Diamondprox diving in with no fear. The Turtle Shield will protect you, my friend. Sona out in front. Darien looking for another opportunity. MetalX, though, is in chase. He can pursue this, but the stun coming from Darien. Looking to kite. Can he get it? Stun coming in from Diamondprox. Will he be able to get away? Darien popping the shield there, and Udyr will actually go down. And MetalX over the wall with the shift, but the damage is going to be a little bit too much. But there you go. He does have a GA of his own. He's going to be still sticking around, but there's plenty of time for M5 to actually get out of there.
Yeah, and Teamless forcing the fight while the GAs were down for both Corki and Ari.
Yep.
They needed to get that fight. They needed to win it. They were able to do pretty well, but not quite turn it against them. And M5 was able to kite pretty effectively. Nexus turret going down. There's a lot of minions for them to deal with. But the GAs, if you check Corki, they should be up for the next fight. Yeah, so they'll be up in time for the next fight. And then, M5 will have that advantage again. And Corki going down pretty quickly in that fight. They couldn't quite be as aggressive as they would like to be. Zera did go down. But Ezreal, with no ranged damage to deal with him, without Ari or Corki, as a result, he could just kite the Darien and Diamondprox all day, and he was able to take them out.
So in about a minute, those GA procs will be back up for M5. Ezreal's got a massive 4 minutes before his will be back. So, hope you got a lot of good use out of that. Baron is up, boards going down. It is spotted, but it's just a matter of what Teamless can actually do to go ahead and push back against this. It's going to be another minute or two until those inhibs come back up. But as I was mentioning before, it's rough to go for a Baron and try and engage on it when you have super minions pushing at you in 2 lanes.
Yeah, so we'll see how M5 tries to, run this, but they can easily just stall it. They can go up and pressure the Baron, like you said, and they just want to hold back a second until those GAs are up, but they will be up in just any second now. Yep. So, like 10 seconds, 5 seconds. There it is. So they have that. Now they know they can fight. Alex just will be up shortly as well. It is up. So, they are fine. They can pressure the Baron. There's not a lot that Teamless can do about it. And then they can push right into the base with that 7K gold lead, with the GAs, with the Baron, and they have plenty of damage to clean up.
Yeah, with all this damage, Baron should be a non-issue. Frogurt getting a little bit
Ezreal trying to steal.
Nope, a little bit too early, unfortunately. And there comes a Rumble ult, actually. And but no, M5 will be able to go ahead and grab that, and now Teamless is in a full on retreat. Got to get back to base. Got to get there fast. You got to defend against that push because you only have one Nexus turret. Granted, the inhibs have actually respawned, but there's no way Teamless can actually defend this right now.
Yeah, and M5 can still pressure the top, and then there's still one wave left of super minions that'll push mid and bot turret. So those mid and bot inhibitors, they are very vulnerable. Those super minions will be able to take them down. Some nice damage from M5, poking them down underneath the turret. Frogurt getting very low. They will have to back off, though. Rumble actually chasing after Corki a little bit, but that stall mid is close to going down.
Yep. And the Rumble ult is down. The Ezreal ult is down, both for those attempts at the Baron steal, which unfortunately did not happen. You got to be watching out for that charm from Ahri. That's really been the key of success here for all of these fights. Over to turn. Here comes Nocturne down with the ult, trying to focus down Genja, but here comes the Sona ult with everyone trying to follow up, and there you go. Darien is godlike with that kill onto the Ezreal, and M5 is just cleaning up here. Tabzz is the only one left who's just ignored pretty much for all that fight. Double kill come from Ahri. May actually make it a triple here. Ignite going down. Will you make it back to Fountain, Tabzz? I'm not so sure. Missiles coming in. Yes, you will, but the rest of your base is being ravaged, and M5 should actually take it from here.
Yeah, so they will be able to take down these inhibitors. They will be able to push the Nexus. M5 taking game number 1 in spectacular fashion. Really nice job from them. They were able to deal with the Zyra pick very easily. So, you know, again, just really impressive play. We'll see, you know, what's going to happen coming into game number 2, but I would probably expect to see an Ahri ban. Ahri's just such a strong champion, and Alex Ich running her to perfection, you know, being able to control those fights.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Teamless is actually going to be on purple side more than likely for this next match. So, you know, Ahri ban more than likely. But a real big part of all those team fights was Sona with the ult.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely true.
Absolutely huge.
And the mobility.
And the mobility helped amazingly as well. But you saw right there, M5's team plan. Udyr going to be out in front. I'm going to be the bait. And you're going to all follow me into a very tight area. And then Sona's going to come here. You're going to sing a song. Everyone's going to dance. And it's going to be a good time for about a half a second before you all melt.
Yeah.
The end.
Yeah, no, it was a really nice job from M5, and you saw a lot of times they were baiting them into those ults. Alex Ich, the one fight that turned it around when M5 was behind, Alex Ich diving into the middle of the enemy team to draw their focus, then immediately dashing out of there,
really good.
You know, allowed for Gosu Pepper to get the flash ultimate in. And, yeah, just really impressive play. We'll see what happens coming into game number 2. We will be taking a short commercial break, but then we'll be right back for game number 2, Teamless versus M5.
And remember, while we're on break, IGN.com/IPL, go to the news section, scroll on down. We're giving away 5 $50 RP cards. You just got to go, click that link, click a few buttons, and you'll be entered to win. Be right back in just a few minutes. Summoners, we are back. The IPL Elites continue. We are in semifinals today. It's been a pretty quick bracket. I mean, it is 16 teams. We did have 2 weeks, and now we're going to be finding out both on the EU and NA side who is going to be in grand finals. We're going to be heading into game number 2, M5 and Teamless in just a little bit. M5 is up a game once again. Guardian Angel.
I have to say, watching M5. They seem almost unstoppable in team fights at times. And I don't know, I think their coordination, I think there's a lot of teams that have really quick burst coordination, and they go into a team or a fight with a game plan. And you see that with like Taipei Assassins in particular. That's one of their big strengths. They go into a fight, they have a big game plan. They're like, all right, this is the deal. This is how we're going to run it. You know, boom, we perfectly executed on it. M5, on the other hand, those long, protracted fights where you have to make split-second decisions and just constantly adjust, they're arguably the best at it. And they, you know, just those long, really long fights, they're constantly making these, you know, astounding decisions where everyone's just, you know, able to kite and barely get out of there. So really impressive play. That's kind of the same style that Dignitas had a long time ago, but it has been having it recently. But we'll see how that can continue. It will be really exciting to see some of these teams face off against each other. But Teamless so far, they have looked very strong. At the beginning of that game, they had a lot of nice control over M5. You could say it was a throw from Teamless. I like to think of it as the catch from M5. So they had some nice play. I know that was cheesy, but M5, it was a really impressive team fight situation from them.
Well, M5, recently they've been, they want to be sure to win the mid game and the late game. Plus, they have that team, they have that coordination, like you're talking about before. I just wanted to put that Udyr like at the end of a fishing line because he was just rolling everybody in to just the perfect spots for those Sona ults. Yeah. It was just beautiful. And then, one of the best items you can get, even when you have a minuscule lead, is the Guardian Angel. And that's really been their big game plan as of recently, and saw it here today. Been seeing it quite often. They're probably going to be sticking with the strategy. If it works until it gets figured out, go with it. So we'll see what Teamless does here in game number 2. Unfortunately, they will be on second pick. So one of the big components of M5's team last time was that Sona, that ult.
I almost feel like second pick is almost stronger now, and it kind of goes back and forth. There's been times where the first pick has been stronger because there's like maybe one too many champions to ban out. So you get that first pick and you're like, yes, I got the good champion, I got the easy win. But the second and third pick, there's so many really strong champions right now. You get that second and third pick, you can grab 2 phenomenal champions.
Yeah.
It can work out very nicely a lot of times. If M5 gets the Zera, then Teamless, they could get the Ahri, they could get Alistar or Malphite or something like that. But we'll have to see how they can continue to control this fight. We are into Champ Select. Game number 2, Teamless versus M5, will be right underway. And I'm definitely really excited to see how Teamless can control these fights, and what kind of control they can bring to it. A number of those tanky champions probably going to be banned out once again.
Here we go, Champ Select. We are here. So Maokai and Alistar once again being banned out from M5. They just do not want that early aggression. Alistar in the jungle can be a huge, huge pain to deal with. Shen being banned out once again from Teamless. And, Teamless did first pick the Zyra game 1. But, I'm still concerned. I'm still concerned that, the Sona grab will be their first pick for M5. I think that may actually happen.
Yeah, no, it will be a very strong first pick. There's a lot of options, though. So Teamless, they don't necessarily want to ban out, all of these top champions. They might want to ban out an Ahri here. And if they ban out an Ahri, the concern is that M5 picks up Zera, and then they don't have a counter. So actually, I don't know. We'll see who they ban. Zera might be a strong ban for them, not allow M5 to get that. I would like to toss you guys over, though. We do have on Reddit, top 5 plays is out. There's the Zera ban. There are some cool plays in it. Particularly, some M5 action. So there's a little, secret from you from ECC Poland. But, yeah, here we go. We'll see what they pick. Sona definitely makes sense, though.
Yeah, Sona would absolutely make sense. It worked out so well with them. But also, Teamless, the Kog'Maw is open. The Gragas is now open as well. So could actually see a late Kog'Maw pick coming from M5 later on, or it could be something that Teamless may want to pick up for themselves. Just kind of go for that protect the AD comp this time around, see how that works for them. But still mulling over here for M5. But yeah, Zyra is definitely ban-worthy here. I just noticed something too. Actually, grayed out, but Diana's, I think.
Oh, cool.
I think it's nighttime, so like Diana, she's not quite colored yet. She's not quite involved in the champ selecting pool yet. But there it is. There is that.
She's
first
waning.
pick, Sona.
She's in the waxing cycle of the champ select.
There you go.
And then when she releases, she'll be in the waning cycle.
There you go. That works. But for now, though, she's there. She's there. She's waiting, but just cannot be selected at this point in time. But Orianna and Ezreal here being considered here for Teamless. Ezreal did really well considering the situation. Last game was one of the most farmed actually in the game, but was just focused down way too quick to really be a huge part of those team fights. Did end up getting that late Guardian Angel, and late in comparison to M5 at least, but still was pumping out a lot of damage. Worked out really well. If it worked, stick with it.
Yeah, now the concern for Teamless right now is whether or not they want to play M5's game or play their own. And Orianna, that would be a very M5 kind of pick. I mean, that's Orianna. You have the really long, sustained fights where you just have lots of kiting and lots of shields and stuff like that, and that kind of plays into M5's hands. So it's like it would be if Teamless was to say, "Hey, we're going to try and out M5 you," and that would be kind of difficult for them. Vladimir, on the other hand, is a very safe pick because now Teamless, they have the opportunity to go into a really nasty AoE fight and try and control the early portion of the game. And if they can shut down M5 early on and win some of those early fights, they could potentially snowball to a victory.
Yeah, and that's I think that really seems to be the ideal way to go ahead and shut down the game plan here. But get things early before things spiral way too out of control and those GAs start coming on out. So that might be the best shot here. But you've been seeing it quite often from M5. They're starting to favor that Lee Sin. Granted, Jax has been banned, so they're not going to have the Super Bros combo. But Tristana being considered here for bot lane. Nope, they're actually going to be switching up. There's the Corki. So same bot lane here for M5 game number 2.
Yeah, I definitely like Corki a lot better because Tristana has the nice range advantage, but you're forcing a Tristana against an Ezreal. So Ezreal's going to be able to avoid all of that damage, and then the attack speed slow will shut down Tristana to such a significant extent. She'd be one of the most affected champions in the game by that attack speed slow. So Corki, has the AoE. He's just a really great champion. Did work out very well for them last game. We'll see. They might actually be going with Leona, and now Leona, that would be going into a heavy AoE comp. And Malphite and Leona, they are absolutely doing it. They have the option, and this is going to be a really exciting team for them. They will be sending Malphite into the jungle, most likely. They could send Malphite up top. But Ezreal Leona is a very strong burst bot lane. If they pick off Sona will almost certainly die. And so that's great kill potential there. But they have the just incredible AoE initiation where they can win fights. They could even send Vladimir into the mid and I don't know, just pick another aggressive initiation jungler, but probably Malphite in the jungle, and then like a Morgana or something to follow up on that AoE and just really shut down fights.
And that was one of the biggest, biggest weaknesses for Teamless's game, for the first one. Rami,
Gragas pick.
There was a lot of There's a lot of AoE damage,
yep.
but the big AoE initiation. In Rumble and in Zyra, it's not a hard initiate like you really needed from Rumble because you still had Sona follow up with the ult. You can still do that while you're slowed, by the way. But Zyra with a huge AoE, you saw her getting focused down a lot game number 1, and in some instances never even got that ult off.
Yeah.
And even when you do get it down, there is that short delay before you actually do get your CC, before you do get your pop-up. At least now with Malphite and Leona, it's going to be a little bit quicker on to draw there to get what you need. The Mordekaiser coming on in from M5, pushing huge in the mid, and we'll see what that Evelyn is a placeholder for, if anything.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised. Oh yeah, of course they're going to be running the Evelyn.
Hey, you never know.
I'm surprised that we're seeing the Mordekaiser because I thought we might see a Gragas. But here's the benefit of Mordekaiser over Gragas. They're both going to be really safe farming. Gragas, he'd be able to have that counter initiation against Teamless's team. Then he also has the mobility where he can survive through some of these AoEs. He can leap out of the Malphite ultimate and stuff. So Gragas actually would have been a pretty solid pick. But Mordekaiser, if they can get deep into their builds and get the GA and whatnot, Mordekaiser has a lot better sustained damage than Gragas does. And that's the big issue for Teamless right now. We'll see who they go. I think any sort of AoE like Morgana or something would be pretty nice here. They could go with an Anivia, but we'll see where they decide to go. Oh, wow. So Cho, they might be sending Cho top and then Vladimir mid. Yep. But so anyway, Mordekaiser, if he can get deep into his build and get a GA, he needs to get a GA this match. In M5, they like getting the GAs, so that works out perfectly. But if he can get the GA, Mordekaiser is very vulnerable to these AoE teams. They're just going to jump on him. They're going to be able to burst him down before he gets off his abilities. But then his GA is going to proc. He's going to throw off his ultimate. He's going to have sustained damage and be unkillable. And that'll work out very well for them. Ooh. Going with the Yorick as well. So an incredibly tanky team. Double revive with the Yorick and the Mordekaiser. So they can turn fights into like a 7v4 situation really easily. Then add on the GAs. Yeah. Now all of a sudden it's a 12v4, and that's it's definitely an interesting concept for M5. I'll stop skirting in and out of the frame here, but it's going to be pretty interesting. But they do have to worry about Teamless's initiation. Yes. However, if Teamless can't force the initiation that they like and can't force the early fights, M5 has a lot better sustained damage and will be able to win those longer protracted fights. So Teamless, if they're going to win the fights, they need to win them in the first 3 seconds.
Yes, they do, and I think they have definitely all the interference they really need to run. You have fantastic initiation coming from Malphite and Leona, and you got damage, Vladimir and Ezreal. And here's why I like the Cho'Gath pick, because you have Mordekaiser, Lee Sin, Sona, all of M5. One of the biggest things that you can use to shut them down is silence. And Cho'Gath, with that AoE silence, can be devastating if placed just right in M5's team. That could really be the huge game changer. Not even really the ults, just that silence can do wonders.
Yeah, well, here's a couple of things about Teamless's team. I'm assuming they wanted to send Vladimir up in the top lane, but Yorick is a very well-known counter to Vladimir. Yorick can abuse Vladimir early on in the laning phase. Yorick did see some nerfs this recent patch, and so that is implemented. He won't be able to heal off of the minions. That's going to be a little bit weaker for him, but he can just constantly spam and abuse Vladimir early in the lane, and every time Vladimir tries to transfuse, Yorick's going to be able to going to be able to get off a slow, chase him down, and actually win the damage fights. So as a result, they send Vladimir down into the mid lane against Vladimir, or Mordekaiser versus Vladimir. Mordekaiser still has an advantage there, but because it's a short lane, Vladimir should be able to farm. The issue is that Mordekaiser's shield will be able to negate any harass from Vladimir, and then Mordekaiser's E is actually long enough whenever Vladimir tries to transfuse, Mordekaiser will be able to hit him with the E because they're about similar range. So we'll see how that's going to kind of work out. But Cho'Gath did see a number of cool buffs to him this patch, and it's really exciting to see how he works. As he gets larger, his feast gets extra range. His attacks with his Vorpal spikes gets wider AoE and does all that kind of damage. But the big thing is Cho does very well against Yorick, and he has the regen from his passive. That's going to proc on every single minion. And so if Yorick's using minions, one attack from Cho'Gath, the Vorpal spikes clears out an entire wave of them, and he gets back like 100 HP and 50 mana. I mean, if he kills like 3 minions at once. So that can be, a really nice matchup for them.
Yeah, not to mention Cho and Vlad, they're very interchangeable. Both can play mid, both can play top.
That's true.
They can just go ahead and swap accordingly.
They could consider sending Cho mid. They would have to deal with the fact that Vladimir is going to be in a dangerous situation top. But so I do expect it's going to be Cho in that top lane. But Cho'Gath, his harass versus Mordekaiser could work out if he's able to just walk up Mordekaiser's melee. Cho'Gath walks up, is able to burn down the shield and constantly get some attacks, chase him out. But generally speaking, Mordekaiser will win that lane.
So we'll see how it goes here, and get our last pick here. So these are not the bans. If you're just joining us, we'll go over and recap them real quick. So the actual bans coming in, M5 banned out Maokai, Alistar, and Fizz. Same carbon copy bans from game number 1. And then Shen, Jax, and Zyra being banned out from Teamless. So unfortunately, the Zyra didn't really work out too well for them. They did not want to give that the first pick over to M5. And but even then, M5, they've had Jax. They've used Jax quite a bit. They do not want to have Teamless does not want M5 to have that Jax Lee Sin combo, but they managed to get half of it. And remember, this is the new patch. There's going to be there's some quality of life improvements done to Cho. He had some tweaks done to Yorick. He doesn't sustain as much as he used to. But still, though, this is going to be a very interesting match. And a lot of the stuff now that Teamless did not have game 1, namely the hard AoE initiation, they have it now. It could be pretty. It could be pretty good.
Yeah, but to counter out that hard initiation, M5 is a really tanky team. And you were talking about Udyr in the last game and how he's setting up the fights for Sona to come in. Well, that's exactly what Yorick does best. And Yorick, he's just a tanky body. He can sit there, chase down the enemy, force them to engage on him. It's kind of interesting. Yorick's original splash art, he kind of looks like an anglerfish. And, you take a look at him. He's got the little the lantern.
Yep.
So that's kind of what he is. He baits people in with that lantern, and he baits them in with the ghouls, and then he gets his team ready to turn it around on him. So that's kind of Yorick's playstyle. It will be pretty interesting to see, but we'll have to check it out.
Now, so let's talk about the change made to Yorick, and it was a pretty significant change. So when he does use his E on a minion, he only gains back half of the health than he normally would if he hit an enemy champion now. So that's going to be hits his sustain pretty hard. So I have a feeling that may actually change how he itemizes now, because most Yoricks you'll see them go straight on into tier. So they have that extra mana, so they can go ahead and continue to spam out stuff. But now he's not going to have as much health regen. I think it may actually be worthwhile. I mean, it actually still was always worthwhile to itemize him into GP10s also, but I think it might actually be a little bit, might see it a little bit more often.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I'm really curious to see how much it's going to impact his playstyle, because it really is a significant nerf to not be able to regen as much off of the minions, particularly against someone like Cho'Gath, who is going to be able to stand up to Yorick's damage, but then also bully him around. Cho'Gath, in a melee versus melee matchup, Cho'Gath usually wins that matchup, so he has a nice advantage there. The AoE clearing of the minions, again, is going to be very nice, but we'll have to see how the lane's going to work out. Cho'Gath not expecting to go in for kills against Yorick, so he goes ahead and gets the teleport. It makes him a little bit weaker as far as 1v1 situations are concerned, but he already knows that he's going to be able to bully around Yorick a little bit and just farm, so it's going to turn into a free farm lane. We'll just see whether or not Darien can keep up with Cho'Gath's regen. That's the big concern for me, is if the regen is enough to deal with.
Yeah, it's always a huge issue to deal with.
I'm actually kind of curious what his runes and masteries are with the changes. If he, maybe does anything different. Nope, just the same standard stuff: armor, magic resist, and physical damage. 921 and 0.
Yeah, it's not too uncommon, and you get the cooldown reduction on him on the attack pattern to just to go ahead and you can spam out all of those ghouls just that much quicker.
Oh, spell vamp on Mordekaiser.
Yeah,
6%. That's pretty cool. So this is actually really interesting because he's going a nice little mix here, 9, 9, and 12. So he has a really nice mix of masteries. This is on Alex Itch. But the spell vamp, he doesn't have to necessarily rush that revolver.
No.
He's going to have 9% spell vamp when you consider the 6% from his masteries and the 3% you get, or I'm sorry, the 3% from masteries and the 6% he has from runes. So not only does Mordekaiser win in the 1v1 against Vladimir, but he's also going to have the regen, where he's going to be able to keep himself constantly refreshed, be able to spam out those abilities like he would like to.
And remember, Mordekaiser, he's not a mana-based champion. When he does use his abilities, they do scale off of health, so it's going to negate quite a bit of that as well, especially very early on. And Mordekaiser, just usually what he does, he just farm, push the lane, farm, push the lane. That's really his game plan.
Yeah, no, that's definitely going to work out pretty well for him. And Vladimir can counter push pretty easily, but he'll have to tank it a little bit. We'll see how that kind of works. The big thing for them is they have Malphite as a jungler, and Malphite's jungle is pretty solid, but Mordekaiser, a lot of times you want to try and steal Wraiths, and that's when you're at your most vulnerable. The early levels for Mordekaiser, before you hit 6, Mordekaiser is very squishy and very vulnerable. They don't have the jungler to take advantage of that, so Malphite can't gank him until a little bit later on. So Alex Itch will be fine in that regards. However, when Mordekaiser also is going to try and take his own race and trying to take his enemy race, he can't do it over the wall like a lot of mid-champions can. He has to walk around the pit, and that leaves him in a dangerous situation. So if you have aggressive wards in the river, that's usually the best opportunity to gank Mordekaiser. And Malphite, he has the damage, he has the CC to hold him in place for Vladimir to pick up those kills.
M5 does get the vision of Teamless actually going in through the river from the lane. And you'll see here, too, that Kerp did go for those boots first. They're really going for this huge aggressive invade here. Granted, yes, when you do see boots on a support, it usually means an invade. But someone like Gosu Pepper, though, and Sona doesn't really have hard CC level 1. But what that does mean is that you're probably going to be looking to get quite a bit of harass down into bot lane for the first few levels. You want to make sure you can close the gap and actually get the harass in with your Q.
Yeah, and M5, they are on the blue side, so they can take the golems there. Teamless, as a result, they'll probably want to take the wolves because they don't want to allow their kill bot lane to fall behind at all. So we'll see how that'll kind of work. Not having any health pots on Leona could be kind of dangerous, though, because Corki and Sona, they have a lot of great harass, particularly if they get the harass at level 1 before Leona has her combo. They'll be able to, wear her down a little bit. If she gets low early, if Leona gets low early, then she won't be able to force the engages that she'll like to be. She'll be playing a little bit skittish, so we'll see how that'll kind of work. Diamondprox starting off at the race, probably going to go over to the red, so he's going to be able to make his way up top as a result of it. And maybe, get some nice pressure on top for York.
Yep. And you see that right now both of the bot lanes are going to get some of those minions. They're going to be entering bot lane a little bit healthier than usual in terms of experience. And then let's also take a look at Genja here. So yeah, it's usually about the same level of XP.
Kerp's starting HP is very high. So a little bit of HP, not just not that big of a deal, but still, we'll see. And it's the big thing is he can play back defensively a little bit until he hits that second level. Yorick should generally be fine in the top lane. Yorick can, lane against anyone basically, but we'll see. Early levels, Tabzz will have an advantage against Mordekaiser, but after a couple of levels, Mordekaiser will be able to sustain in that lane.
Yep. Now, we've heard this a lot before about Yorick, that the big term a lot of people use is anti-fun. So with these changes coming in, do you think he's going to be a little bit easier to deal with here?
He's going to be a little bit easier to deal with, but it's not going to make him any more fun to play against. The big issue with Yorick is that he's, like, in a lot of situations, he's not fun to play against, and he's not fun to play as, which is what they're always talking about. And it's the fact that Yorick, if he's throwing his ghouls on you, you don't really have a good way of dealing with him. You just kind of have to take the damage, and you're like, wow, this, stinks. There's not much I can do about it. And then if he's using the ghouls, sometimes you're like, oh, these ghouls are worthless. Diamondprox coming in the top lane will get some nice harass onto Cho'Gath, maybe push him a little bit behind, but Malphite in the bottom as well coming in. He had set up, wasn't quite able to get in. They weren't able to get that Leona engaged like they want.
Yep, shield goes down onto Malphite. That'll be back up in a second. And Lee Sin does get a little bit of harass down onto the Cho top, but he will live. And you also see the Rupture going down defensively just in case we want to go ahead and get in a little bit extra harass. But Diamondprox will be spotted here by the ward, taking the blue Wraith. So it's going to be a little bit of an annoyance for Frogurt to go ahead and catch up from that.
Yeah, so nice job. Lee Sin does have a jungling advantage over Malphite, and he also has more aggressive ganks in the early levels, so he's going to be able to take advantage of that. Alex Ich, there he goes, starting it off, stealing his own Wraiths. So this is where we're starting to see the farm. So it's going to be a farm fest, and he's just going to try and get as high as he can. Should be able to get 200 in the 20-minute mark fairly easily on Mordekaiser, and we'll see how effectively Teamless can shut him down. But with that kind of farm, he's just going to be able to get the GA pretty early. He's going to have some great burst damage items as well.
Yep. Imbaaaasheep actually getting very low top lane here. It's just quite a bit of harass coming from Darien, but you do see Frogurt's actually coming around behind from the lane. Darien will get slowed, does have the shard, but the Rupture not going to be hitting there. So just a little bit extra harass, keeping Darien away, keeping him humble. He will be pushed back to tower. He may actually recall here, and yes, he will.
Yeah, and it's interesting. Yorick's actually able to get a nice little early advantage over Cho'Gath. So, the damage that Yorick has is still phenomenal in the early levels. He's able to harass him down a little bit. But now Cho'Gath can farm, can heal up a little bit, push him into the tower, get a nice little advantage. Alex Ich actually kind of getting caught out, but he's going to be able to dip towards the top lane. Malphite now chasing him down. Cho a little bit too low to come in from the side. So Alex Ich will be okay. But you see, he has to take a long way around. He doesn't want to have to walk into Vladimir because it's just such a dangerous route for him, and taking the race is always kind of a scary proposition for Mord.
And now that he's had to go the long way around, he's actually seeing that your minions are actually being denied and pushed into his tower. So it's going to be a little bit of a risky prospect, but every time I would hope that Teamless actually wards this area pretty quickly. Granted, ward coming in from Lee Sin, and that's one of our main objectives. Just go ahead and keep heavy presence there at their wraiths, steal them often, steal them quickly, and get back in, keep that farm up.
Early, often, and in copious amounts.
Yes.
They'll be able to take that.
Great method of life for really anything.
Yeah, definitely. I know what method I was, talking about for applying it, and it's I won't discuss where I first heard that phrase, but
all right.
Yeah. So really nice job from M5 so far, but Teamless as well. And once Malphite is able to get to level 6, that'll be huge. He will, have control of his race here, and so just Malphite has the jungling speed. He just wants to keep on keeping his race down, and as long as he keeps on clearing them, it won't open up opportunities for Mordekaiser to get a farm advantage.
Mm-hmm. And you'll see him right there, but there is the vision coming in. M5 does know he's taking him. So, but granted, now you have the ward down here over by the tri-ramp coming in. MetalX getting a lot of damage, very chunked out. There is the ignite, but will it actually tick down? No, he will live off of that one, 30 health.
Yeah, and the burst damage from Sona and Corki is just phenomenal. And so that's a serious concern for Teamless if they want to be aggressive with that kill lane. But then if Corki and Sona are able to win those exchanges, then the lane just completely falls apart, and Leona won't be able to be aggressive. Alex Ich getting pretty low. He will throw off his ultimate just to heal, so he will be okay. But Tabzz throwing off some of that damage. He will be able to go clear this race, and then he has the sustain early on. But the burst damage, and actually Vladimir going with the cage, you know, a little bit concerned, wants to make sure he can keep up to the farm with Mordekaiser.
Which, yeah, because Mordekaiser himself actually got one as well. So it's like, well, if you're going to get one, then, you know, I'm going to, you know, have my mom buy me one too. It's like, you know, toys is when you're a kid. It's like, well, he had one, I want one too. But in this kind of situation, though, yeah, you want to keep your farm up. You want to keep income as equal as you can. And it's actually, Vlad's actually very slightly edging out by about 100 gold. It's nothing too significant now, but later on it could be huge.
Yeah, Kerp putting some pressure on the Gosu Pepper. One of the nice things with the Cho versus Yorick up top that we're starting to see, though, is that Cho has a little bit more mana sustain than Yorick does. And his E doesn't cost anything, but he's getting constant mana back from his passive, whereas Yorick can get kind of low. We're still seeing that same Yorick build, though, so you know, he wants that tier 4, that spam ability. And it seems that, you know, in those 1v1s, he is still doing a pretty decent job against Shogat. But we'll see whether or not that changes as time progresses.
Yep, Cho grabbing the Philo Stone, wants to keep his income high. Genja getting caught with the quick stun coming from Kerp because Sona is not around, so might as well just go ahead and abuse that fact. Tabzz getting quite a bit of damage there, and Pause coming on in real quick.
Tabzz
so
is like, Tabzz is pausing mid-fight. He's like, no, don't kill me.
It's like, no, we're not going to have any of that here. So let's also take a quick look at the farm here because top lane is just so incredibly even. Same thing with the mid.
Yeah. No, it's even all around.
All across the board. All across the board. Just really everyone's doing a fantastic job. It's a very, very even game here on the 9th minute. So it's just a matter of, you know, where you're going to go from here. And you see both teams have actually gotten wards over at the enemy wraiths. So it just really speaks to how often those are going to be huge spots of contention. And maybe maybe later on, that could be where someone gets caught. Lee Sin going to trying to be aggressive could get caught at enemy wraiths. Say like Mordekaiser going back to his own wraiths could be caught if he's there, you know, gets spotted out.
I'll be honest. Let's hit backspace for a second and then move the map somewhere else.
The buzzing was annoying you.
The buzzing was kind of bothering me. So yeah, hopefully the unpause will be back in a second. If we just fast forward back to the live, and we'll be able to take a look at that. But I don't know. It should be pretty interesting to see how this game progresses. Lee Sin is a little bit stronger as far as Wriggles. There we go. So Lee Sin's a little bit stronger as far as Wriggles is concerned for dragon control. So M5 could kind of pressure that, but the concern is going to be that the early team fights for Teamless are a little bit stronger. So M5 doesn't want to force themselves in a dangerous situation against those AoE ultimates, you know, where Teamless can just really quickly sweep up a fight, and then Ezreal has the finishing capabilities to take people down. So we'll see. Probably going to be a passive game for the most part. Yeah. M5 really wants to get into those later builds on Mordekaiser in particular, and everyone, just so that Mordekaiser's tanky enough to stand up to them and deal with Teamless's AoE.
But that is the danger of, you know, building on up or allowing a team to build up into the late game, because we are quite accustomed to what M5 is doing now. And the later they build, the later this goes on. And if Teamless doesn't make aggressive plays, then the GAs will come, and then things will get weird.
Yeah, so we'll see, you know, how Teamless can start to pressure things. The Cho'Gath teleport could be really key, particularly for the dragon fights. You know, they could just decide to force the fights themselves. Ezreal will be able to, you know, take it down. But I don't know. Hopefully, we'll be able to get back in this game shortly. I don't know. We'll see. Mordekaiser is doing a pretty nice job in the mid lane, though, and he's at that point in time where I feel like he can start to bully around Vladimir. Vladimir just doesn't have enough damage to take down his shield, and that's why Mordekaiser actually counters out a lot of AP champions if they have sustained damage. He puts up the shield, he gets rid of some of their burst, and then they don't have enough damage to deal with him. So he can walk right at Vladimir, just charge at him, has the burst damage, and that's what we're seeing right now. He's chasing him off of the minion wave, so Vladimir can't farm as effectively as he's like to, and Mordekaiser will likely take a minion advantage now as a result of it.
Now these are two mids that will very commonly itemize into Revolver very early on to go ahead and get that spell vamp and get that sustain. But we saw on Alex's pages earlier, the runes and the masteries, that he's starting out innately with 9% spell vamp.
Yeah.
Not quite sure if Tabzz has it though, but here's the thing though. Because Alex has all that spell vamp innately, that allows him to go and itemize the way he is very early on with the lucky pick. So Tabzz, recognizing that he's going to be forced, he's going to be pushed in, and he wants to keep up the farm, he feels obligated to also go with the pick. Not quite sure. We'll check as soon as we're unpaused to see if Tabzz has decided to go over to Spell Vamp route either. But because he does not have that revolver, he does not have the sustain, that could allow Alex to actually push and exert his authority very early on in these levels.
Yeah, no, that's definitely the concern, and likely what's going to happen. So we'll see how that works. Lee Sin going with the Dorans, so we'll see whether he transitions into a Wriggles on his next buyback. But Dorans is definitely a really aggressive early item. Generally speaking, everyone's doing a really nice job with wards, like we talked about earlier, and so they will be pretty safe. We'll see who can win the support battle and get those gold pretends earlier. But Corki, Genja, and Gosu Pepper, they definitely have an early advantage if Kerp can't get the kill presence that he needs. Once he hits 6, though, that's kind of a new story. And so if he can engage the ultimate onto the Gosu Pepper, follow it up, they should be able to burst him down pretty quickly. So we'll have to watch out and see if Gosu Pepper can kind of avoid that or maybe get the counter initiation with his ultimate.
And remember also that Kerp went for those boots first along with the wards, expecting something to happen very early on in the level 1 fight. And if you're a support and if you go boots first and you don't get that level 1 kill, if you don't get that aggression, you do fall a little bit behind. Your first GP10 is slightly delayed. But fortunately enough, look at Gosu Pepper, though, has a Fairy Charm and the Ruby Crystal. You don't combine those, so he's going to be a little bit of a wait before Gosu actually gets his first GP10 also.
Yeah, it should be pretty interesting, to see how that'll impact it later. He should have a pretty quick double gold per 10. He's able to steal a couple of CS from Genja just so that he can get those a little bit faster. But I don't know. We'll have to see. A lot of M5's game plan is really just going to hinge on Alex Ich and how farmed he can be. And so far, he's doing a pretty nice job. And he should, again, be able to hit that 200 CS at 20-minute mark. That's the magic number for Mordekaiser. So, we'll have to see. Oh, is he repairing? I hope he's not repairing.
He may have to repair his installation.
Okay, so we'll figure that out. Hopefully everything's okay, and we'll be able to get this game back underway. But so far, it's been exciting to see Cho'Gath in the top lane. And Cho'Gath, I think he has a lot of potential to come back into competitive play. There haven't been a lot of people who've played Cho'Gath in the past, really just Hotshot. I honestly, I can't remember any others, just because Hotshot was the main Cho'Gath player. But I know there was a time when everyone used to play Cho'Gath. He used to be really strong. But with these changes, it gives him a little bit more damage in team fights. It gives him that massive AoE. Having the range on the Feast, it doesn't seem like a lot, just 50 extra range, but that can be huge. So, that could really help out his late game fights. He's already an incredibly tanky body. The big issue with Cho'Gath, and we've seen some Cho'Gath recently with like Saint Vicious playing Cho'Gath in the jungle. He's a very safe pick, and he's a very strong pick throughout the game. So he's a strong champion. He's a tanky champion. He has disables. He has damage. The big issue with Cho'Gath is his cooldowns, and if you miss your abilities in the late game, you can just lose a fight right then and there because you usually don't have enough time for them to come back up fast enough. If you're trying to poke out, that's one story. But if the enemy engages on you and you throw off your Rupture and you miss, then all of a sudden you're almost worthless to your team. And it's just that can be very difficult for Cho'Gath. That dichotomy of how he can be really strong in certain situations if you hit your abilities and then really weak in other situations, which is why people tend to shy away from him.
Yeah, and not to mention too, you also have the AoE silence. You have that scream, which is actually going to be, like I mentioned before, going to be working so well against this team here of M5. But yeah, if you miss either one, or geez, if forbid you miss both, you're screwed.
Yeah, particularly against Mordekaiser. Just chaining CCs on Mordekaiser are so devastating because he needs to keep his shield up.
No escapes.
So if they can silence Mordekaiser, the true damage, since Mordekaiser's pretty weak early, before he gets the Guardian Angel, he's going to be extremely vulnerable. So we'll see, how deep he gets into his build before he starts transitioning over to there. I've actually seen Mordekaisers go Guardian Angel as their first big item. So they'll start off with something like a Revolver or a Cage's Pick, and then immediately go into the Guardian Angel, just because they know they're going to be tanky, they're going to have plenty of damage, but they want to be able to, be physical and stand up in the middle of the team while being squishy. Mordekaiser's actually pretty squishy innately.
Yeah.
So, it allows you to be a little bit more aggressive in those early fights.
Yeah, and a common item a lot of Mords actually pick up pretty early on is the Rylai's Crystal Scepter. You do get that health, you do get a little bit of damage, and also remember, when you put that ult on someone, it's still proccing the entire time, so whoever you ult, they're going to be like a perma-slowed pretty much for the entire duration that's on there, but that is not armor. that is not magic resist, that doesn't really add to your resistances. So to put, I mean, granted, health is a great thing on everybody. Health is fantastic.
Yeah.
But on someone who's innately squishy that early on, it doesn't do as optimal as it normally would.
Yeah, so it is a really strong item. It's kind of interesting because Mordekaiser, his big weakness has always been his lack of CC. So everyone always tended to get Rylays on him. Or better yet, Gunblade. Before Gunblade was nerfed, it was just the coolest item ever to get on Mordekaiser because it gave you that sustaining lane. You upgrade your revolver. No one can ever take you down because of how much regen you have. But then in team fights, you could just insta-kill someone. That's the same thing now that we're seeing with the Deathfire's Grasp. I expect he'll get that pretty early in this game. You Deathfire's Grasp someone, then you ult them as Mordekaiser, and you can expect to get a kill pretty quickly. And so you're able to turn it around very quickly. You're able to get that team fight advantage that we talked about earlier, that 6v5, turning it into a 7v5, or 6v4, turning it into a 7v4 with Yorick. But I don't know, we'll have to see how that's the case. The big issue with the Rylays is the health makes you pretty tanky, but you're still missing out on armor and magic resist. You don't have quite as much damage as you would have outside of having the Rylays, so it just turns you into a CC kind of bot. But so a lot of people, they actually are starting to stop using the Rylays, and it's been a very common item, and it's still a very strong item. But some people are starting to not use it just because their thought is play Mordekaiser like the bruiser that he is. And you can be kited. That it's always going to be a concern that the enemy's going to kite you. But what you use Mordekaiser's strength, and when the enemy is going to be forced to fight you head on, then Mordekaiser wins those head on matchups, even without the slow.
And a fantastic item that a lot of people are now building on him. Hence the pick. The DFG now, since it doesn't give you the mana regen, it just adds so much to his burst kit. It is ridiculous. I mean, if you can manage to single out an AD as Mord and you have the DFG, that is a guaranteed ghost, pretty much.
Yeah, no, that's definitely a lot of burst. We'll have to see how they can control the fights. The big thing is just Mordekaiser surviving through the initial AoE, which is why getting that GA could be so key. They're going to be able to burst him down, and they're going to kill him, and then hopefully he can just revive and then win those longer sustained fights. So we'll see how it'll work. I mean, the Yorick ultimate as well will help before he gets that. He could just revive Mordekaiser and try and pick people off. So should be pretty interesting to see. The teleport for Cho, Yorick unfortunately doesn't quite have the damage to force it out, and a lot of champions in that top lane could abuse Cho'Gath. They could try and force him out of lane since he doesn't have an ignite, and then force him to recall back in the lane so that he won't have that teleport for those team fights down at Dragon. That's not the case of the Yorick lane, so Cho's going to be very comfortable just farming and then be able to walk on down when they are going to have a fight and take advantage of that.
Yep. So hopefully we will have a reconnect soon. So just like that's kind of funny too. Is you're at your house, like you have like a sibling or a friend. It's like, well, my client's working fine. It's like, well, I got a tournament game. Can we? Yes, we got it. There you go. Finally got it back in, and we should get this back in underway. Finally, good graces. Yes, the Cho has reconnected, and the village rejoices.
Yay!
So,
and there was much rejoicing.
Yay! There we go. There's the unpause. We'll be back, and just so we're back to where we were. The buzzing stopped. Damn.
Yeah, and Vladimir forced to pull. That's just the upfront damage that Alex Ich has, and so he can bully around Vladimir a little bit, like we talked about a little bit.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that progresses. Gosu Pepper almost getting caught out by Kerp, though, trying to get some harass onto Ezreal. Is able to get some, but still putting himself in a dangerous situation. He will be hitting 6 before Leona, though, so he has 6 now. That'll be a nice little advantage for them.
Yeah, Leona's almost there. I mean, if Kerp can just take like 1 or 2 minions for himself, well, if he can take 1 or 2 minions for himself, then that would happen. But unfortunately, 2v1 situation, if you're a support, you will be zoned out pretty easy. And there you go, just Gosu Pepper getting super aggressive, wants to make sure that you are not going back to your tower unscathed. And that was the reasoning behind those early boots. Yeah, and Ezreal isn't there in lane, so Leona tried kind of faking like Ezreal was there, started like being aggressive in the bush, but then the nice little ward from Sona, he's like, oh, you're not fooling me. So he's able to chase him down. That's the key. You want to get free harass when you can, so it's a nice opportunity.
And so Leona at like half HP won't be able to be as aggressive. There's the Sona ultimate, though. They have plenty of damage from Genja. One more rocket, the first blood. They're able to pick it up. 9:30 in the game. And MetalX is in a really dangerous situation now. Genja and Gosu Pepper can harass him a little bit. Though with Ezreal, he does have the range. He should be pretty safe with farming.
That was picture perfect. That was a wonderful, wonderful job coming in. Gosu Pepper, Sona with those ults can really, really hurt. And, and now it may only just be one kill, but later on with the right positioning, which we saw game number 1, that could actually ultimately end up in aces as we move further.
This is fantastic. We were talking about earlier how Cho has the mana advantage over Yorick, so he can sustain. Not anymore because they were able to send Yorick that blue buff. So Lee Sin, he didn't want it. He sends it up top, and now Darien, he still has plenty of harass. So not as much an advantage as I would expect for Cho'Gath, but really nice job from Darien. He's able to bully Imbaaaasheep out of this lane and still take control. Really impressive.
A blue buff and a tier. How much mana regen? MP regen per 65 per 5 seconds. That's just mean. That's just downright mean. Tabzz up here, gets the ult down to Darien, but he's not going to be able to connect a whole lot of damage on top of it. But it will be enough to force him out of lane, though. And by the time he returns, that blue buff should actually be gone or near gone.
Yeah, and the big thing is Vladimir, he's denying some of that farm to Yorick. So there was a massive minion wave that's all hitting the tower. Yorick isn't getting it. Alex Ich wants it, though. So he's heading up top. He wants to be able to grab this, and that's huge. That's a lot of farm that they'd be missing out on otherwise. So that's really nice for Alex Ich to continue that farm advantage. 115, 11 minutes in. He's going to be incredibly powerful, and Yorick is actually switching to the mid lane. So Malf and Vlad, they're going to be sitting up there. There's the dragon. Sona does go down, though. Kerp jumping on top of her, but they are able to pick up the dragon, so they get the nice gold advantage.
Very well done. Very well done. Genja returning away. He's like, where'd my support go? I don't know. Diamondprox also getting a little bit low in jungle as a result from that dragon crab, but he'll be fine. Go ahead, go back, shop, and buy himself something nice. Ezreal all going down. A lot of chunk damage here on the Genja, but he's not going to be moving away from tower anytime soon. Top lane, you got Tabzz and he got Alex. Everybody switches. Change places. Top going mid, mid going top.
They do have to worry about Malphite coming bot, though, and they pinged him out. So they saw him in the river. They saw him heading over there, but Frogurt trying to get behind Corki. They will have plenty of damage to take him down, so it's going to be the split-second timing from Genja to survive this.
They spotted him. I'm not quite sure how they spotted him, but they spotted him. I think it's just going past...
No, they spotted him in the river.
Oh, they spotted him in the river.
They just think that he is probably around there. They're pinging it out like, hey, he's probably there. They do
right.
have the advantage, though. Lee Sin coming in, gets the slow into Frogurt. They're going to be able to chase him down.
Oh, no.
Frogurt might actually have to ult away. He's getting a lot lower than I think he expected, so he will be able to back off. He has Ezreal and Leona here to hold his side.
But meanwhile, top lane, you do have Alex. He's being dove by Tabzz. It's going to be a quick kill for the Vlad. But Frogurt, nice shield over to the ward. And Frogurt does finally use the ult to get over to the wall. But Kerp is going to get caught out in the meantime. Imbaaaasheep trying to get some damage to silence. Actually could go down on the Lee Sin, but he's already used all of his cooldowns. It's not going to be doing a whole lot there. And Kerp will manage to make it out alive.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that Mordekaiser had to... or did die against Vladimir. That's kind of astounding that Vladimir had the damage, particularly without the ultimate. So I'm not quite sure, what the situation was, how that happened. But Mordekaiser, he is going with that magic resist. He will have the, Negatron cloak. So instead of going for the fast or Guardian Angel, he's just going to be going for an Abyssal Scepter, which is going to be very nice for him. That's going to be a very strong item. It'll help him, farm a little bit more easily and continue to be very aggressive in these fights.
It actually looks like Vlad's doing the same thing, but he's going for the Blasting Wand first. Just, either item
could be a DFG, most likely.
He could also be doing that, but we'll see. We'll see where he goes with it. But the thing is, though, Alex buying the defensive item first, though, that does kind of give him a little bit of insight about his confidence, though, in lanes. Just wants to make sure that he can stay alive to farm.
Yeah, so we'll see how that can work out for him, but he should be okay. Just constantly stealing, Wraiths and Wolves whenever he gets the opportunity. So we'll see how that lane matchup works now. Now that Vladimir has sustained damage, I am actually still really surprised, though. No Ignite and no Ultimate, and Vladimir was still able to beat Mordekaiser 1v1, which I'm not sure how that happens. But I don't know, we'll see. He seems to be in a nice situation here now. But I don't know. Now they still have to deal with the Ezreal bottom lane. Gosu Pepper getting a little bit out of position. Kerp trying to get the engage, can't quite get the one he wants.
Just waiting, there's just, I just want to know where the wards are, because Kerp, there you go. There's the one pink ward going down in the bush, but that's really all Kerp purchased. But notice too that Gosu Pepper doesn't have any wards of his own, but the river's pretty well covered. So, granted though, if Malphite does actually come in through the blue buff, they may actually get something. Slow coming down from Diamondprox down on Imbaaaasheep. He's trying to get to his tower, trying to get there. Are we going to see some aggression? They do have the Dragon Kick available. The Dragon's Rage is there, but Gosu Pepper being chunked out huge. Now, Imbaaaasheep does have to throw down the ult just for safety, but the Ignite will finish the job, and MetalX getting credit for that one.
Yeah, but Corki is able to get out of there, so they will be safe. But still a nice 3-1 lead, for Teamless. The gold is still even. M5 farming a little bit more successfully, but Malphite is bottom. He does have that ultimate still, so Corki sees him in the tri-brush. He does have to play defensively. Mordekaiser coming for the race, but Frogurt is going to see him. He's going to maybe probably be able to steal one.
He doesn't have the backup available, though, to try and engage on this, so he knows well to just back off, go on ahead, and may actually go back around to the bot, because Genja is on his own. But you do see right here, Diamondprox is in hot pursuit. Frogurt's there waiting in the bush, but he does decide to back off. The ult is back up, so he could actually make good use of it here. Meanwhile, you do also have Tabzz pushing back down onto Alex Ich. And let's get a quick farm update as well. Still pretty damn even.
Yeah, and with that MR now, Mordekaiser, there's just not anything that Vladimir can do against him. And you see it's a very even lane. They're both able to just sustain and farm. So it's going to be a really high farm game. Mordekaiser pulling a little bit ahead of Vladimir in the past couple of minutes, though. With the race, with the Wolves, he's able to get that advantage. So we'll see. But Darien still with that blue buff, just abusing Cho'Gath in that top lane.
I thought all the blue buff troubles were actually gone here. But it was like, you know what? That's the thing, though. Lee Sin doesn't use mana. Mord doesn't use mana. Might as well just give it to the top laner. But look, you do see Frogurt
is up top.
He is here. Frogurt are going to get the hard engage here. Just wants to go ahead and get that slow, get something. There you go. There goes the shard. Is he going to use the ultimate here? I'm not sure if he is. Rupture actually going to miss. There goes the silence coming in from Imba. Frogurt, you still have a little bit of time. There goes down the ult. And Darien actually got it. There's the feast. Ult being popped, and Imbaaaasheep will actually get that kill. Just a matter of can you get away from Darien here. Frogurt getting very low. The Ignite, no. 75 health will be living.
Yeah, and Imbaaaasheep able to grab that blue, so he got the kill. He's able to pick that up. That's definitely going to be huge for him, getting it off of Darien in particular. But they had the damage for it. We'll see how that kind of impacts the lane, whether it turns it around. Alex Ich still being extremely aggressive in this mid lane will be fine. And goes back to a farm lane. And again, M5, the longer this game lasts, the more and more it's going to be into their favor.
Yep.
Because it gets away from that AoE damage. Vladimir still will be incredibly powerful in the late game, Ezreal as well. But Malphite will drop down a little bit. Cho will drop off a little bit if they can't hit their AoEs or just can't follow up on it.
Yep. And also we got a nice little point here. There's a 3-kill advantage here for Teamless, yet the gold is even, and that's from farm and from dragons, all from M5. So despite that advantage, things are still very even. But talking about Dragon, though, you do have Teamless here looking to get this next one. And it's a very tricky spot. Teleport coming on in. Cho, he's going to be here just in a moment. And MetalX, he does get chunked out. Kerp getting chunked out as well. Mord ult actually going down on to Kerp for all things. Sona ult coming on in, and Teamless is now dancing. They're a little bit dissuaded. Alex Ich does actually go down in the middle of that fight. Darien now looking to go the long way around, away from the rest of the team. Does go over the wall, but double kill coming in from Tabzz. Genja has no option but the Valkyrie away. Gosu Pepper is a little bit slowed, though. Tabzz there. Rupture not going to be hitting there, but the damage connect.
Oh,
no.
but Lee Sin still in the middle of the team. The Malphite ultimate will hold him down. Diamondprox going down. They're able to grab the dragon.
Nice.
And the big thing with that fight, M5 trying to force a fight against Teamless's stronger early game team. Teamless has that advantage. They were able to pick up the kill on Kerp. They were able to catch him off. York was down in the bottom, so they didn't have to worry about the Cho 4v5 advantage. But even so, in the 5v5, Teamless is just so strong right now. And so M5, a little bit surprising that they decided to force that fight. Now, all of a sudden, Vladimir is 4-0. So
nice.
He was actually able to pick up almost all of those kills. And that's just going to be really dangerous for them. 3 kills onto Vladimir in that fight. He could easily snowball off of that.
That is a 1,200 gold advantage that he just got over Mordekaiser in just the matter of a minute. Huge. Huge,
yeah, absolutely massive. And it's going to be really difficult. Vladimir's sustained damage is very high, so that was their big issue, is how strong Vladimir can get, and he still is going to have ridiculous amounts of AoE damage that's going to easily burst down M5. So for a while at least, they're going to be at Teamless's beck and whim. It's just they won't really have a lot of options. Darien's still trying to be extremely aggressive against Cho, and still able to actually wear him down pretty nicely there. So the passive from Cho just isn't enough to deal with those ghouls.
Yeah, but remember, the blue buff is now gone. You can only do so much with that mana pool, but here's the thing, Lee Sin, Diamondprox, he's grabbing it. But the thing is, will York actually come on down and keep it for himself? Or here's the thing, like Diamondprox, he can just keep it for himself, go ahead and increase his farm, and it looks like he actually will. So double buff Lee Sin come up there into top lane. Don't think he's going to make anything happen there, though.
Yeah, and Tabzz actually going to come down, grab the blue buff for himself. That'll be really nice. The cooldown reduction on Vladimir is huge, particularly against someone like Mordekaiser. Having the Rabadons, he just has so much damage. Mord does have that Abyssal, so that'll be really nice in team fights. But I don't know, it's going to be pretty tough for them to deal with it. And Frogurt once again coming to the top lane.
There you go, Frogurt. He does have the ultimate up. They could get another quick kill here on to the York. The feast is up on Imbaaaasheep, so he can go ahead and get that quick amount of damage done. He's level 12, though. That is leveled up, so he's going to be quite a bit of true damage coming on in. And here you go, Frogurt with the shard. Going to keep Darien slowed. Rupture once again going to be juked, and Sheep actually getting very low, but here comes Diamondprox to try and help out the situation. Here comes the Malphite to keep him away, and there's a Rupture going to be going down on both members of M5 here in the top lane, and everyone will just go ahead and back off. No kills going on there.
Yeah, really nice job from M5, and kind of an obvious bait. I'm a little bit surprised that Teamless didn't pick up on it, because there was the ward in the bush, and Malphite, even with the oracles, didn't take it down. But so knowing that Darien knew he was there, and Darien was still playing very aggressively and sitting up front in lane. Yeah. That should have been kind of a signal to Yogurt to be like, why is this guy just standing there if he knows that I'm about to kill him? And it was because Darien had Lee Sin, to come back, and he knew he was tanky enough. He wasn't going to die that quickly, but almost able to pick him up. Lee Sin will get in onto Tabzz, not going to force the engage. Is kind of concerned that they won't have the damage to pick him up. And Ezreal and Corki duking it out down bottom.
You see from both bot laners here, both AD carries from both these teams, they are they're set. They're dead set to stay bot lane as long as they possibly can. Just go ahead and keep that farm up. And it really did make a difference heading on into the mid and late game number 1. But then again, there's more issue team comp. But here you go, Gosu Pepper does make his presence back known here in the bot lane. A lot of missiles going down, a lot of damage coming in the MetalX as he's retreating. Ignite actually going on to Genja, but the Sona ult coming in, MetalX will actually go down there. Nice show from Gosu Pepper coming up. It's like, hey, I'm here, you're dead.
Yeah, really nice burst, and that can be huge. Malphite is coming up bottom, though. Sona will not be able to get out of there, trying to deny herself underneath the turret. Kerp would have to throw off the ultimate to catch her, but he's probably not going to be able to do it. So the minions, there's not a lot of time. We'll be able to get out of there.
Can you make it?
Barely able to get out. Kerp, he has to dip and dodge.
Got it. Very well done. Nice credit.
I'm surprised that Kerp was able to chase him down, but with the finished boots, he's just a little bit faster. No, he doesn't have finished boots.
Doesn't have finished boots.
So, wow, Sona, even with the E advantage, wasn't able to get away. 355 versus Kerp.
378.
Wow. So yeah, just that nice movement speed was able to chase her down.
So that's Quince, I believe, maybe 1 or 2?
I mean, it's partially that she's faster a little bit naturally, but yeah, probably some Quince.
Nice ult going down in the mid. Alex says she has real ult to follow with a little bit more damage. And you got 3-man push here in mid. Mordekaiser should be going down here. Can you finish the damage? But no, the shutdown actually going to be coming in from the Lee Sin, and that is a Vladimir ghost going chasing down after Kerp. I'm surprised Alex didn't die there.
Yeah, and there's Mordekaiser's advantage. 3v1 situation, all those ultimates going off, and he just doesn't die.
Wow.
Vladimir, as a result, was able to go down. The nice knock-up, Lee Sin actually hitting back Malphite, I think, and then knocking up Vladimir with it. So they were able to stun him for a second, pick up that kill. Really awesome play all around from M5. But if that's what they're going to have to deal with Mordekaiser, 277 CS, 23 minutes in. And that's the thing. Mordekaiser is one of the best farmers in the game. There's the GA. So he's already unkillable, but now he gets to just dive right into the middle of Teamless's team, and Teamless has to just scatter because they won't have the damage to take him down. And even if if they do take him down, he's going to revive. He's going to be back fiercer than ever before. If you strike me down, I will come back 1,000 times stronger than I was before. And that's like Alex Itch's Mordekaiser right now.
If you kill me, I will come back and I will hue you 10 times harder.
Yeah.
That's pretty much the story here. And with Mord now finishing his, I'm guessing that Genja's probably going to start work on his GA relatively soon. And you can just go ahead and buy that chain vest at the very least to start. But yeah, there you go. So first GA coming in here from M5. The gears, the plan is already in motion.
But they're engaging after Leona. Can't quite grab it. Diamondprox going to be able to pressure this dragon, but they are kind of out of position here, and Sho is making his way down.
Frogurt is standing out in front, trying to soak up as much damage as he can, and also killing time for his ult to come back. 3, 2, 1, and it will be there. Dragon is still on up, they're just dancing, waiting for the opportunity. Darien is out there in front. Imbaaaasheep, if you can get a Rupture silence or anything, you can go ahead and start this one off. That would be nice. Rupture not hitting anyone, but Alex is just out in front. Here comes the Sona ult, keeping most people dancing. Darien actually going to go ahead and get that kill down onto the Malphite. Leo going down next, and M5 could be able to just go ahead and route this one completely. Cho'Gath, he's out in the back. He's going to be chased down. The kick from Lee Sin, the slow is going to be more than enough. You're going to be losing a few stacks off of that one, and that's 3 for free.
They're unkillable already.
Wow.
Check out Alex Itch. Just see if that GA proc... Yes, it did.
It did.
So I saw he died, but there was an interesting interaction because not only did he die and have the GA proc, but also Yorick ulted him. And so I was kind of curious whether or not, how that would kind of progress. But after the Yorick ult was done, then he revived with the GA. But even so, really nice play from M5, and they're unkillable now. Like there's... That's Teamless. That's it. And this is the point in the game. It was Teamless. They had the needed to get that early advantage. They needed to get off that pressure, and they just, even with the advantages that Vladimir has, they can't take down M5. They're just too tanky. Malphite and Leona both almost instantly dying to M5's damage, and Mordekaiser can just control the fights. Like, it's just going to be so difficult for them to deal with him. So
they're recognizing how much magic damage is possible here. Teamless just decided to buy a 5-pack of Null Magic Mantles, which we'll see.
They want to go for those GAs.
They may very well do the same. They might just do the same things. Like, well, if
you can't beat them, join them.
Exactly. You might as well. Just GAs for everybody. Let's see if we can't get that started. But here's the thing, because M5, they have their 1 GA, but the rest of the team to go ahead and follow up with their game plan, they haven't quite started on them yet. So if Teamless can actually go ahead and itemize and actually get their bulk pack first, they may have an advantage here. MetalX trying to get as much damage as possible. There you go, the shutdown, the Ignite going to be helping there. So MetalX, a nice little chunk of damage here. And look, I think we're going to be joining the M5 club.
Nice.
More GAs.
They're doing it.
All of the GAs.
That's what I like to see.
Yeah. I'd like to see this. I'd very much like to see this. If we can just get 10 GAs in one match, this may take forever.
Oh my god, we're going to have a 2-minute team fight. It's just going to last forever, and it's going to be the greatest thing I've ever seen.
I will shout until my voice is raspy and sore. Just all of the revives. Like, you know what?
The mind is willing, but the body is weak and spongy.
I'm sure there's someone out there who very long ago probably made some sort of League of Legends drinking game and probably listed somewhere, every time someone revives with a GA, take a shot. And if someone's still following those rules, someone may very well die tonight. Hopefully not, but someone may very well.
Yeah, that would be an unusual rule, but hopefully someone didn't just add it to their repertoire. We'll have to see, though. Teamless, if they can pick someone off, they will be able to control fights pretty easily. The issue is how many of their ultimates are they going to have to burn to get a kill, and it can be very dangerous for them. Cho'Gath is getting pretty tanky. He's getting pretty far up there, but still, it's just there's not much they can do to deal with that Mordekaiser.
Imbaaaasheep trying to get some damage down to Darien, does get the Rupture there just for a little bit of equal harass. Kerp is there to help as well, but Diamondprox making his appearance, shielding on over to the Yorick, and Teamless is going to go ahead and back off. Farming, man, GAs are pretty expensive, so they take quite a bit of an investment, and that's been a lot of the game, though. It's just everyone sitting back and farming, the Wraiths being a very common objective here, but we'll see how it goes from here. Everyone, top lane still staying in their lanes. Everyone's still, staying relatively close. Bot lane, the supports are starting to roam, but you'll see, this is very much what happened with game number 1. You have the AD carries still just going down, making their presence in bot, and grabbing massive waves whenever they can. Genja got his. He went to the store, got his GA. He saved up for a while, like didn't even bother buying the components. He's like, you know what?
He's got a lemonade stand.
He's like going to buy a new car. He's just like, you know what? I'm not gonna get a loan. I just want to go ahead up front, pay in cash, and got his. And there you go, boom.
Yeah, so they will be very, very aggressive in these upcoming team fights. And the big thing is, again, Teamless, they don't have great sustain damage. It's only Vladimir and Ezreal. The rest of the team doesn't really have it. So, you know, once their abilities are on cooldown, if they're not able to burst people down, then M5 will win those long sustained fights.
Right.
And having the GAs, it just allows you to burn through all those cooldowns from Teamless and then win those long fights. So we'll see how Teamless can try and force it. M5 still will be comfortable with farming and just getting further and further into that late game. But I don't know. We'll have to see. And how Darien can bait out the fights, because again, that's going to be key. If he can force some of the ultimates onto himself.
Tabzz got his. He went to the store, got his. Like, hey,
was that like a groaning squeal? I don't know.
Yeah, you got it. You got his GA. That's number 3 in this game so far. So there is now M5. They're going to see Tabzz return lane. He's like, oh damn, he got one too. So and Ezreal, MetalX got his. That's number 4. Making the counts, making all of it count. And I was about to say that there's going to be a nice short window of opportunity for M5 to actually go ahead and push their advantage, having the better GA count. But now the time has passed already. MetalX and Tabzz already have theirs. So, and remember, Mordekaiser, okay, the time has passed. There was a little bit of time for Alex's to go ahead and recharge, and that has already been done. So Mordekaiser, he's got his back. It's 5 minutes if you die for the recharge to actually come back up, so you'll get that next revive.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting. I don't think that Teamless will want to get any more GAs. We'll see if they do or not, because the issue is going to be Vladimir and Ezreal. It can kind of make sense because Ezreal, he's very short range. He wants to be up front and be comfortable with auto attacking. And if you're scared that you're going to die, then you don't get quite the same damage that you would out of Ezreal. So that's fine. Vladimir as well. He wants to be really aggressive up front and just allow himself to absorb some damage and still deal a lot. So GA's fine there. But any of the rest of them, if they get the GA, then M5 would just ignore them. Like if Cho, Malphite, or Leona has a GA, I would be like, all right, that's a joke. I'm never going to attack you, and you're not going to deal any damage to me because you're not getting damage items. So we'll see. I think the GAs are a little bit more to the benefit of M5 because of the fact that they have a little bit better sustained damage team, but Vladimir and Ezreal will definitely be strong with them. Yeah.
I can imagine Cho getting one, if anything, just for the inherent, protect the stacks, stay in a team fight, and he's also a very huge means of AoE CC for the team. But he's already stupid tanky.
Right.
I mean, you got the Frozen Heart, you got the Wit's End. It's like, he needs another armor item.
Well, that's the issue, is if you go Guardian Angel on a champion like Cho, then literally M5 can just ignore him and not even care. He just won't have enough damage to deal with them, and it would just be too much effort than it's worth to try and take him down.
Yeah.
It's already borderline like that for Cho. That's one of the big issues with Cho is that he's just kind of tanky, and it's like, all right, well, why would I care? I don't want to fight you. I'll fight the rest of your team. Yeah. But we'll see. Ezreal is down bottom. Yorick making his way down. M5 doesn't have the best initiation.
MetalX.
They really have a more counter initiation team. They want to allow Teamless to force it. And actually, Genja trying to force it himself. He's trying to bait them into him. He's like, hey, I have the GA. Come attack me.
Oh, no. Right now, Teamless, they are a little bit split. MetalX was not with the team. And Kerp's got a while to go before he actually rejoins with everybody. But we'll actually flash over the wall. We'll get the safety. Now we can get that full 5-on-5 fight we want.
Yeah, and it's interesting watching Genja chase them down. He's just constantly attacking them, and they know that they can't turn and fight him because they're just going to lose that matchup. So that's how M5 needs to force fights. They don't have initiation. They need to just run straight at Teamless until Teamless finally is like, all right, I guess we got to fight now. And so we'll see how it'll work. They can pressure the turrets very easily with the Sona regen and with those GAs. They don't have to worry about going down underneath the turrets.
Very much like Game 1, though, if Gosu Pepper does actually go down early, this could be a huge, huge, huge win for Teamless because that Sona ult, Game 1, very much like here Game 2, could mean the difference. Just that huge AoE stun to go and start everything off, and M5 can just go ahead and chunk someone out very quickly. And, you already got 2 champs with GAs, but Kerp would still be an amazing one to chunk out as well. That's going to be one huge AoE initiation gone from Teamless, and that could just allow M5 to go ahead and sweep the fight.
Yeah, so we'll see how they can continue pressuring this. Cho'Gath does have great clearing abilities, so he's able to force the waves off the tower pretty easily and stall for them. He actually did go top, though, so this is a really good advantage for them. M5 can try and get some nice poke damage on this wave while Cho'Gath is top, so they will force it down, get it extremely low. They might actually just go for it. They're going to back off, so they'll get it the next wave, though. It is very low.
Here's the thing, though. Imbaaaasheep still has the teleport available, but with so much damage coming in really quickly and in bursts. Remember, Mordekaiser has the DFG now. That's going to be huge single target damage. It's just a matter of will the teleport, will he actually get there in time?
Yeah, no, it's going to be extremely aggressive. But we'll see. The tower is almost down. M5, they're going to be fine with going back. I think they want to set up for Baron now, and they just want to make sure before the Baron fight that they're ready to go, that they have, an Oracles to be able to clear out the wards. And so Teamless kind of concerned about that. But if they go for the M5, they can force Teamless to fight them. That's the big thing. M5 wants to force the fight right now, but they can't force the initiation. So by forcing the Baron, you force Teamless to deal with you. So we'll see if they do that or if they just decide to continue slow pushing.
Kerp out in front with the Oracles, but maybe caught here from Diamondprox. The kick, the wave, the follow-up will happen, but just going to go ahead and shield to award it to safety. Just a matter of Kerp actually getting around there. And that's a big thing, too, that Kerp, that Leona ult is going to be such a vital tool when these team fights come in. And now you got the Oracles. Both of the supports are very vital. Very vital for this next team fight.
Yeah, so we'll see. MetalX going back. He's got some shopping of his own to do. But we'll have to see how they progress. Malphite actually going with the Guardian Angel as well, which is kind of surprising to me because there's a concern that he's going to be a little bit too tanky. However,
starting on his too.
However, by going for the Guardian Angel and Malphite, we saw how quickly he died, and the attack speed slow. You want that long slow throughout the fight. So if he can get that off, that could help a little bit.
Yep.
So we'll see whether or not that works for him. But M5, they're comfortable with sitting back. Yorick is so strong, but 420 CS onto Mordekaiser, 403 onto Vladimir. They are both just constantly farming against each other.
Diamondprox has started on his. Imbaaaasheep actually got a chain vest for himself. If he's starting on one too, it's just a mad dash to see who can get the most GAs quicker. It's almost kind of like a. Man, I want to make some sort of like a nuclear war reference. This is we have more nukes, well, we have more GAs than you do, so you may want to go ahead and back off.
It's an arms race.
It is an arms race. It's a GA race. It really is. So everyone's just waiting to sit back and farm, and the team with once someone edges out in GAs, they may just go ahead and try and force something, or when someone's out of position, you may just go ahead and try and muscle in to grab this Baron. Tabzz, you got to get with the rest of the team real quick because this may very well also be a tower or an objective race.
They can get it with the Yorick minions, and while Teamless isn't there, they will have to back off though, so not quite able to force it. The Rupture not landing on Genja.
There you go.
Vladimir. Oh, but they get the initiation. Sona with the ultimate. Malphite turning onto them. Gosu Pepper almost going down. But M5, they have the GAs. Alex Itch, his will proc. But Tabzz, he's in the back line. He has to retreat. And Genja backing off before his goes down. And Darien able to chase them down. Picks up the kill into MetalX. Leona almost chasing down MetalX. Neither Vladimir nor Ezreal had their GAs pop. And that is absolutely huge. They were able to just barely survive. Wow. Did Corki's pop? Is that going to hit Corki? No. So Corki still holds onto his.
Wow. Wow. Well, you did have Mordekaisers go down, so that's at least something to write home about. But yeah, that's a tower gone. That's a Baron that's going to be gone, and the ward there. The Teamless, they know about it too. There's not really a whole lot that can be done. And I was scared too for Tabzz for a second because I thought that his was actually going to pop from the ignite from him walking away.
Yeah,
which would have been really unfortunate.
And then not only would he have popped the GA, but he wouldn't have had any follow up. But he was able to hold on to it.
Yeah.
He was able to get be very aggressive as a result. But it is a concern that Vladimir, even with the GA, once it pops, M5 is just going to be standing right on top of you.
Yeah.
And with that melee harass, they can just easily burst Vladimir down. Ezreal, he can get out of there a little bit more easily, but Vladimir doesn't necessarily want to be in the middle of the fight. So we'll see how that kind of works out. With the Baron, though, they have plenty of regen. They can walk up. They can pressure the mid turrets. They have a 7k gold advantage now. So just M5, as the game progresses further and further into the game, they're slowly able to make it more and more in their favor and just take control over Teamless.
So let's do some quick math here. So Baron buff, from start to finish lasts about 4 minutes. The respawn time on the GA is 5 minutes, and there's a little bit of time when Mordekaiser died and before he grabbed the Baron buff. So there's going to be about a very small window after the Baron buff expires, where if Teamless decides to go in for a fight, they will be at an advantage, and you do also now have Frogurt with his. So there's going to be a 45-second to a minute window.
Yeah.
After the Baron buff expires, where Teamless can actually be at a huge advantage in this fight. It's going to be a very, very tight timing attack if they can make it happen. But in order for them to even have that opportunity, they have to defend against this push first. You do still have about 2.5 minutes left on this Baron buff, and Teamless just needs to stay alive and not lose any of their GA procs.
Yeah,
and then they can go in. They may possibly be able to take the next fight within that 45 seconds.
And that's part of the issue right now is that Mordekaiser, without that GA, he has to be a little bit concerned, even with the Baron. If he goes down, then they could potentially lose those fights, and they need that Mordekaiser just up front, being that tanky body. He is incredibly strong, though. He is so far basically done with his build. We'll see if he transitions out of any of those items and starts selling off items, but even so, it's going to be really difficult to deal with him and take him down the first time, even without that GA.
And that's a very huge trouble as well, because once you start hitting all of your items, then you're done. If later on in fights Mord does lose his GA again, if he has enough gold, he can just sell his current GA and buy another one.
Yeah.
If he really, really wants to, so there will be no disadvantage coming on in. So that's...
Wait, no, they share timers.
Wait, do they share timers?
Yeah.
Oh, I
no,
thought...
you can't buy multiple GAs and have multiple GAs procking.
No, really? Even if you sell it?
Oh, if you sell it.
If you sell
I
it and
see
then
what
buy
you're
another
saying.
one.
Yeah, no, he could sell it and buy another one. Yeah, it won't share the timer there.
Darien,
but
though.
York getting caught out. They will be able to trap him up here. He's trying to escape, but in the meantime, the rest of M5, they're pushing down mid because they recognize Darien's basically a lost soul. The Flash, he's actually able to back off. But it is a 4v2 mid. Cho'Gath and Vladimir actually getting caught off. The slow, the kickback from Cho. There's the Sona ultimate. Tabzz is going to go down as well. He didn't even get to pop his pull. The GA proc, and he goes down. One more second. The Malphite ultimate trying to turn it around, but can they pick off Tabzz? Lee Sin with the kick is able to do it, and Genja has revived. But Alex Itch sitting around the outside never died, so his GA problem is not an issue. Frogurt does go down, but there it is. Yeah. Not really a big deal to have the Malphite respawn with that GA, so he goes down very quickly. M5, they're going to be able to get this inhibitor, and then we'll see if they can just end the game in this 5v2 advantage.
They may very well here, and you know what, just now, in a few seconds will that Baron buff expire, and that's when the window is actually supposed to be. But Teamless, they were split. They got distracted from Darien top lane pushing, and then that was M5's time to just go ahead, push up the mid, have all the advantage they need to, and that's the thing about GAs too. If you're split from the rest of your team, and if you get caught out, that extra life does you no good. But here you go. The Nexus goes down, and M5 will be moving on to the IPL Elites Grand Finals. Good job.
Yeah, and I'd kind of like to see what would happen if Teamless, instead of going with the GAs, had gone with more damage items, because part of the issue is that Vladimir and Ezreal, if they proc their GAs, I don't know, they're still in a really dangerous situation. Corki and Mordekaiser, if they proc their GAs, then Mordekaiser's still going to be tanky up front and fine, whereas Corki, he's going to be able to Valkyrie out of there.
Yep.
So Teamless, like the Malphite one in particular, there's not really a big advantage to getting a GA on the Malphite. Like, once he goes down, he's already used his ultimate.
Yeah.
He goes down, he revives, and it's like, okay, you didn't get a lot out of it. It does give you a lot of nice defensive stats, but I think that he could have built an Abyssal Scepter or something for the same cost, and then that Abyssal Scepter would have greatly increased Vladimir's damage, potentially given them enough to take down some of M5.
Yeah. Actually, I saw, because we saw Imbaaaasheep actually build that chain vest. He didn't actually go into the GA. He actually went for a Sunfires.
For good reason. I would be annoyed if he went for the GA, but Sunfires definitely works.
But Sunfire could have also really worked for the Malphite as well.
Yeah, that's true.
You get some extra health and you get that AoE, you're going to be in the middle of the fight anyways. That could have been done. They could have done something. But, never fear though. Teamless, they are still remaining in top 8 in Elites. They will be back for the next set of Elites brackets.
478 CS for Alex Itch, so doing a nice job there.
Yeah.
Vladimir Tabzz at 459.
That's huge.
So both of them, they were farming pretty well.
Everyone farming pretty well. And you know what? Fantastic game, fantastic show. But we're not done yet. We still have the second half of semifinals to go. FNATIC versus CURSE.EU. going to be coming up in just a little bit. The commercials break is going to be a little bit longer than usual to go ahead and get that set up. So while we're waiting for that the next match, remember, IGN.com/IPL. Go to the news section, scroll on down. We're giving away 5 $50 RP cards. You're definitely going to want to get a chunk of that action. It's got to press a few buttons, and then you'll be in that. So when we come back, FNATIC versus CURSE.EU. Going to see team number 2 going to IPL Elites Grand Finals. See you in a second. Hey, Summoners, welcome on back. The IPL Elites continue on the EU side. Semifinals. We're going to see who's actually going to Grand Finals here, joining M5. We got FNATIC. We got CURSE.EU, both looking very strong.
Yeah, and dear God, FNATIC, don't allow Curse to grab Zyra. I mean, neither of them really. I have to imagine that xPeke probably plays the greatest Zyra that I've ever seen. Like, if I get a chance to see it. So I would expect to see her being banned, because I don't think either team wants to go up against her. But nRated, he's actually still subbing in for Phelox. So Phelox not in here, and then Akayso subbing in for Extinct. So Extinct not here as well. Still on the team, though. He's still there, but Akayso subbing in and nRated. So we'll see how that factors in. But we have seen with both of these teams, both of those subs have looked very strong with them and been able to turn things around.
Yep. So so let's talk a little bit more. Let's talk a little bit more about Zyra too, because
she's good.
She's pretty good. She's pretty boss.
Pretty good.
Pretty good looking lady too.
Yeah, she's fantastic, and we saw Akayso in the games the other day where Curse was able to play her, and just absolutely stomping game 1. Who was it against again?
Let's go to the records. Actually, while I'm going through the records, give me a second. Wait for it.
I know it was against an Anivia, and he just was stomping an Anivia.
Yeah, it was during alternate. Yeah, for game 1 with alternate, it was against.
Oh, it was against Ferellenlord. That's right.
Yeah.
Akayso playing Zyra against Ferellenlord's Anivia, and he went like 4-0 in lane, and then he ended up going like 15-3 or something ridiculous like that.
And it was a pretty ridiculous game. And then game 2, Zyra going up against Gragas that time around. So a little bit better matchup. Yeah,
but the big thing was the body slam to avoid some of those CCs.
It was huge. They actually purchased first, I believe. Actually, just to very the importance of being mobile. An autobiography by Gragas.
What was purchased for? Oh, the body slam.
Yeah.
Okay. I hear purchased, and I'm thinking items, and you were like purchased first, and I'm like, what item are we talking about? Body slam was purchased from the store? But, I got you.
Yep.
So, Shen and Nocturne being banned out.
Yep.
FNATIC going to hold off on that Zyra. Probably allow Curse to ban it, because I would assume FNATIC might be open to first picking that as well. But Curse, they'll probably want to leave some bans open, like a Alistar or something. See, something that, will allow them to take a strong advantage, where they say, we'd seen that in the other games against Alternate, where they left open both Alistar and Zyra, and then they were like, okay, you pick one,
take one.
We're going to get the other. In that case, they were able to grab Zyra. But
yeah.
Banning out Orianna is very strong. xPeke has played a fantastic Orianna, and Orianna and Zyra, they're very similar champions. I'd actually like to see that matchup and see how they play against each other.
Yeah, Curse, they really do favor banning out a lot of mid champs, Orianna, TF, Ari, so to name a few. And FNATIC, a lot of bans. A lot of people, a lot of teams are really starting to just not like Alistar. But Kennon's also been a favorite ban for FNATIC as well, but they're actually leaving them open. So there's some options here for a first pickup in mid. Zyra is open. Escape the bans.
Yep.
So there's a lot of other juicy picks to take as well. But the Maokai actually first for FNATIC, and I believe we've seen them. We saw them do this also against Existence. They first picked that Maokai. They want to secure him.
Yeah, now Maokai was very strong with their team in the past. The early jungle pressure is fantastic, and we've seen how successful they can be with it, and how much pressure Cyanide was able to put on them with that. So we'll see how that kind of works out. But Cyanide definitely doing a nice job. I'm sorry, not Cyanide. sOAZ.
Yeah.
No, Cyanide.
Yorick and Nunu being picked up to real quick by Curse. And just to, once again, going on back through, is like Yorick has also been a very regular pick for Curse. Nunu's been a very regular pick for Curse. It's something they like. It's something they're familiar with. Might as well stick with it and go with it. And again, with the Yorick, there's always the possibility for that lane swap situation. Figuring out what FNATIC's going to be going for next. You do have the Ahri and Evelyn, more than likely a placeholder for something else. So hopefully we'll find out what that is pretty soon. But Zyra's still open. It's a game. It's like you're playing chicken. It's like, who's going to grab the Zyra first? Well, we're not. Well, maybe I should take it. Take the shot. Ahri going back and forth. Leona also being considered here. We'll see what they go with.
Yeah, and I really like the Yorick and Nunu pick, because we had seen in the past FNATIC, one of the teams they liked running was that Maokai, Yorick, and Nunu triple combo. And the big thing was it made their team almost unkillable. The back line was very safe because of the separation that both Maokai and Nunu provide, Nunu with his ultimate, and then having the AoE, but also they're just incredibly tanky. So Curse goes ahead and takes that. Will be a really nice pickup, and then going ahead with Ashe, that would be kind of interesting. But right now, FNATIC, they have an aggressive kill lane, and so Nunu can shut down some of that damage. So when Leona goes in for the kills, Nunu snowballs Corki, and all of a sudden they don't have the burst damage to follow it up. So Ashe would definitely work. Because the volley and the ranged harass will be able to abuse Leona, and they'll be able to survive in that lane.
Not to mention the Blood Boil. You have also the extra movement speed as well, so you can go ahead and escape from all those attempted Leona pokes as well. And Mundo also being picked up here for the jungler from Curse. So they want that tanky front line just so you can go ahead and pile in all that damage. It's just a matter of what are they going to go for their mid. They're going to need someone with a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Wonder who they can pick up here if she's still open.
Yeah, no, that's definitely true. And the big thing is it will allow for that great kiting as well. But we'll have to see. Right now, Ashe's early damage is kind of low, but they have the CC and they're tanky enough that it shouldn't matter that much, the fact that they have a low damage team. So we'll see, how FNATIC's going to go. Jarvan, that would be kind of surprising to me, but I really would be very surprised if we saw the Jarvan pick, but we'll go into that in a second if he does decide to go with that. I would expect to see a Zyra here, but Ahri definitely works. Ahri's incredibly aggressive and does well against Zyra as well. And xPeke's Ahri is phenomenal. We saw that yesterday where he was able to take down Kassadin and Nocturne just by himself against, I don't remember who he was against, but it was just such an incredible play.
Yeah, just going up against Existence. That's like,
oh my god, that play was incredible.
We were both like, after that game, we were like, yeah, that's definitely going to be going in a top 10 at some point in time. It was stellar. It was wonderful. Go back, watch the VOD. It was amazing. But still got the mid being decided here for Curse. Are they going to go with the Zyra or not? They have the option here. And Zyra versus Ahri, I mean, it's not too terrible of a matchup.
You know what would be funny? I just realized if they went a Leona Jarvan bot lane, if FNATIC did. I don't know that they will, but that was actually one of the first common kill lanes when you run a double melee.
Yep.
It's one of the strongest ones because the two of them can follow up very easily, and it would actually work very well against someone like Ashe. Now, Ashe, with the volley, they will have to worry about if they can't get in range. If Ashe constantly throws off the volley, they will lose that matchup. But if they can engage on Ashe, they can burst her down pretty quickly. But really, it's probably going to be a top Jarvan. And top Jarvan, he has a lot of burst damage. He's, pretty tanky. He has lots of physical damage and whatnot. But against Yorick, I would assume that Yorick would win that matchup. And I don't actually know the matchup, but Yorick just does well against most bruisers, and Jarvan doesn't have enough follow-up damage. So Jarvan will jump on Yorick, burst him down a little bit, but not be able to kill him, and then Yorick's just going to regen. So it's kind of a weird matchup to me. I'm not sure what the reasoning is that they want that. It could be strong later in the game to have that AoE initiation and physical bruiser presence.
Yeah, but you do have the Gragas here, the last pick coming from Curse. That's going to be plenty of damage to follow up on on this very tanky front line coming in. You have the Yorick, you have the Mundo out up in front, plenty of damage in the back line, and you have Xinec there on Nunu for that for that panic button in the ult.
Yeah.
So we'll see where that goes.
Yeah, no, they really have Curse really has a nice team, and the Ashe Gragas combo is one of the coolest combos ever. It's just it's a really fun team. Both of them are great pickoff champions. They can just easily win fights for you by separation. And so Gragas, you can ult into an Ashe arrow, or Ashe, you arrow them first. It allows Gragas to knock them back into your team. So that's going to be really cool. But then they have the tanks to separate for them. The concern is going to be that they have enough damage as the game progresses, because Gragas' damage through the early and mid game is phenomenal. He's one of the highest damage dealers in the game. But late in the game, when you can force team fights, if you can dodge the Gragas barrels, then I don't know, he just really drops damage quickly. Like, he just doesn't have enough to take care of tanky teams. And there's a lot of mobility on FNATIC's team right now. They can split up. Ahri has a lot of mobility, so Ahri does very well against Gragas. We'll see how that impacts these fights.
Also, not to mention, there is the damage reduction on FNATIC as well. You do have the Maokai with that huge, huge ultimate. A lot of people underestimate that Maokai ultimate. It really helps in huge fights like this, especially with you've got a decent amount of AoE damage coming on in here.
Yeah, so we'll see how that's going to work out. I think the lane to watch will probably be mid lane, and it's it's the most aggressive lane. Top lane, I'm kind of curious just from the sake of how the matchup's going to go. And I'm actually going to take a look at sOAZ's runes. I'm assuming he's running very heavy damage here, but it's still going to be difficult. Lots of physical damage, some armor, magic resist. Actually, putting in some physical damage in his blues as well, which is unusual.
just the one.
Yeah, he just wants a little bit more.
Round it out. Just need to make sure no, we're not going to be averaging. No, we're not gonna leave it to math. Just guarantee I want that extra one little bit of damage there.
But we'll see how that works. It should be a pretty interesting matchup. Gragas will be very strong in the mid lane. He'll be able to farm pretty easily. Both xPeke and Akayso, they'll just be constantly pushing against each other and free farming.
Let's see what Angush is doing here.
Probably the same physical damage and armor.
He doesn't have that one blue though. What the hell? Come on, man. No averages.
What the hell?
What the hell?
Hey, I'm looking for the blue.
Where is it? I don't know.
So 921 and 0, standard stuff. It's we'll see. I think part of it is maybe sOAZ is counting on the changes to Yorick, not allowing him to regen quite as much as he used to.
Yeah.
But we saw in the last game, Yorick was still incredibly strong, and we'll see. It's going to be pretty aggressive. The burst damage on Jarvan is very nice. Like, Jarvan does very well in a lot of... This is weird. So this is like a weird build that FNATIC likes running, where they run one less magic resist in order to get 0.2 attack damage, or 0.3. But the big thing, Jarvan does work well against some lanes. Like, he works well against someone like Vladimir, because you dive on them, you get the burst, you get a lot of quick damage, and then you walk away, and you've easily won that damage exchange. But it's going to be kind of difficult. Sleper actually running movement speed on Ashe, so... Wow, with the Blood Boil, he's going to be very fast. That's going to allow him to kite very effectively. That's going to be really exciting to see.
I like it. I kind of like it, too. But
yeah, I've actually done it before, but it's been a while. Like, it's usually you want to run damage.
But then again, when you're going up against someone like a Leona, like, if that one Q hits, you're screwed, man. Like, you just take so much damage from that, plus also the passive from Leona proccing. At the very least, you have that extra movement speed, any of the Blood Boil, just as a nice little extra buffer, just in case. Just in case.
Yeah, no, the movement speed is going to be fantastic for dodging some of those skill shots, like Leona, and it should be really interesting. I mean, Ashe should be able to keep herself pretty safe in the back line, but we'll see. xPeke, he has enough mobility on Ahri that he's going to be able to take down Ashe no matter how fast she is. So, he doesn't want to overextend or anything, so we'll see how that works out. But Orc Mundo skin, Rageborn Mundo.
I haven't seen that yet. It's good. We're going to finally be able to see that in game. I saw that watch. I was like, I haven't really seen anyone. There we go. So no one's losing the skin war here. Good. Always good to see that.
Yeah, Grungy Noon is the best though. So,
oh yeah.
Curse, definitely a nice advantage there. But I don't know. We'll see how they can pressure him. Mundo does have the jungling speed to put some pressure on Maokai early on and just clear out some camps or counter jungle him some. And then early fights, if Mundo can counter in gank against Maokai. Maokai's a little bit more aggressive in a fight, but Mundo has a lot more damage, and Mundo easily wins fights that you turn around, when you counter gank. So that could be huge. If Maokai goes in for one, and then Mundo chases him down, picks up a quick double kill or something, and then Yorick is actually very safe. So that's a tough lane for Maokai to gank. He probably won't want to gank there, which is also kind of strange going back to the Jarvan, because Jarvan's an aggressive lane. You want to pick up kills with your jungler, but Yorick's very safe. So it's like if they go in, Yorick should be able to survive long enough for Mundo to get there. Then Mundo turns it around on them. I don't know. We'll have to see how that kind of works out. I think for the most part, a lot of the pressure could go into the bottom lane, considering the kill lane that FNATIC has. But Nunu and Ashe should generally be pretty safe. They'll be able to kite a lot of that damage.
I don't think either team's really going to be looking for too hard of an invade. You don't have Leona does not have the boots on her. Neither does the Nunu, and even have Mundo actually going for the cloth armor first. But I think they just might try to go and get what they can. But Fnatic's actually getting real deep in here. But they are without their Leona, so she's out there playing the point, trying to see if it actually may even just be a nice little bit. It's like, oh, you saw me. It's like, oh yeah, the rest of my team is totally not up in your jungle.
Definitely not.
Definitely not.
Definitely not Blitzcrank. They're definitely not in your jungle. Yeah, so we'll see if they can pressure that. Angush should be okay. Like, he's not going to be wandering around checking bushes. He's not like, hey guys, are you here? No. All right, I'll go look some more. He's just going to check the red, make sure they're not stealing it, and then go up top. Yep. But they should be able to come in late enough that they'll be able to steal the race and the red, and I don't know, kind of set Mundo behind. So that'll be really nice. Yep,
Xinec actually going for the Blood Boil first. No aggression coming in from the support, and no having a snack on a golem or a wraith or anything like that. Just wants to go ahead, make sure you can get to the lane safe and fine, and make Ashe angry, get her all the advantage she needs with that movement speed and all that other stuff. But look like this is going to be a nice quick little grab here of the blue from Fnatic. You're going to go ahead and take that and then just GTFO. And then you're actually going to stick around and go and take that red.
Yeah, and that's going to be really nice for them. Corki and Leona actually doing a late golem, so they're going to be a little bit late going back to the lane. They might miss out on a little bit of CS, but the Wolves not going to the purple side. So Curse not able to grab the Wolves. Mundo did start there. So Corki and Leona, they have a little bit of an advantage. They'll take advantage of that. Maokai with the red, that'll be really nice. He could go for a quick gank up top with that level too, so Yorick will have to watch out for that. That's their best opportunity, really.
Oh, here we go. You do have Mundo, though. Malunoo, he's going to realize, oh, man, my blue wraith is gone. This is going to suck. Then he's going to go over to his red, and then he's going to be like, huge emergency situation. Maokai is nearby. This could be really bad. He's going to find that out now and then realize when you communicate with the rest of the team, this could be bad. Maokai is nearby somewhere.
Oh, he's going in.
There's Angush ready to go with the pop-up coming from Jarvan. There's Wisdom Fans going to follow him through. The Flash Ignite is down. One more tech. Angush will go down. sOAZ going to be grabbing that first blood. But Malunoo is here. Some Axe is going to keep those slows going. And just for a little bit of annoyance, but not be able to pick up any kills down there.
Yeah, and he was waiting for Jarvan to hit that level too, because the Jarvan-Maokai combo can be very strong. And just that really quick advantage. Before Angush can get deep into any levels, they can really easily abuse him. Lamia taking a lot of damage. Leona actually jumping onto Xinec, but Sleper's in a huge lead in that lane.
Absolutely.
And so I'm a little bit surprised that Angush wasn't playing a little bit more defensively, expecting the red buff, but nRated gets off the stun. Xinec almost going down. The cleanse from Lamia, and Sleper is actually winning that fight. But Sleper, can he turn this around? He gets the first kill. One more attack onto nRated. He gets the double kill. And all of a sudden, Curse is just crushing that bottom lane.
For a second there, I know like Lamia's like, man, I should have gotten Summoner heal like Sleper. Sleper with that Summoner heal just really made the difference in that fight. He just got so incredibly low. Lamia opting for the cleanse for later on. Just did not work. Just did not work out.
Yeah, no, it's really, really nice performance. But they're able to pick that up. So we'll see how they can turn around. The big issue, Corki will be generally pretty safe in this lane. You don't usually have to worry about Ashe being off on the offensive. Ashe is really just a defensive champion. So Corki will be able to farm. But the big issue is that they no longer have that great killing combo because Ashe is just so far ahead. So it's just going to be that much more difficult for them to engage. And we'll see how Angush can try and stabilize the top. It's really difficult, giving up any sort of early lead. And that's just absolutely huge. And again, it's, knowing that his red was stolen, probably could have played a little bit more defensively for a second until they had caught wind of where Maokai is. But I think he expected Maokai to be either ganking earlier or not at all.
xPeke could be in a very bad spot right here. Does not know that he's surrounded on three sides just quite yet. You got the bus coming in from Aka. Malunoo does get hit with the charm. Xinec cannot connect with the snowball. xPeke, I'm sure, was freaked out for a little second. There's like, oh god, there's three of them.
Yeah, really interesting that he throws off the charm on the Mundo. Really nice presence of mind. That's something that split-second decision timing on xPeke is some of the best of any AP mid-champion in the game. And so he recognizes, all right, I have the flash. Gragas doesn't have any follow-up. I don't have to worry about him. But if I get hit by a cleave from Mundo, I'm going to go down. Ash picking up the kill onto Corki. And there it is. Like, they just can't be aggressive. So trying to turn it around onto Sleper. And Sleper has the damage to win that 1v1 matchup with the volley, with those double Dorans.
That's unfortunate. That is indeed quite unfortunate.
You can't fight Ash when you're ahead.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that is the story, and nRated is going to have to defend the bot lane for a little while just on his lonesome. Angush here top lane. Malunoo does get caught out, is seen in that ward in the brush, and he's just gonna realize there's no prospect here. Gonna have to back off, and Sleper is gonna be taking a huge lead here with this bot lane. Now 3-0-0.
Oh, but Maokai coming onto Yorick up top, and the game freezes.
Yep. There you go. And here we go. Angush going to be popped up by the Jarvan. The Twisted Advance going to keep him still. The sapling going to be going down. The Ignite is down, and Angush has no mana to really do anything about this. The poke in the butt. Going to go ahead and get that kill. Very well done.
Yeah, really impressive. xPeke actually hitting that charm. One more dash. He just barely doesn't have enough damage. Gets out, but there he does actually go down. So he's able to pick up the kill. Goes down himself. And it's interesting to see. They're going to tank this for a second here. Malunoo getting really low.
This fast forward.
Yeah,
man.
and so they will back off. But actually, sOAZ can come back in on it now. One more attack. Able to pick it up. Cyanide will go down underneath the turret. But there it is. They're actually chasing after Sleper. Cyanide barely able to live. I can't believe he didn't die there, but nRated almost going down to Sleper.
Let's see. I'm going to hit J one more time. Hopefully things will be fine. Okay, good. We're back at live. And now look at that top. Look at that bot tier 1. Just all that pressure coming from Curse. Fantastic, taking it out just completely.
And it's really interesting to see how successful that Jarvan Maokai lane is. And a lot of it stems from the first level 1, but then being able to constantly put on the pressure. They're comboing so well together, and that's the idea. Is they have just all this great burst damage. They have lots of single target CC. Maokai, the Twisted Advance, sets up Jarvan's combo very easily. And so Yorick, he's just going down. I'm surprised that he's not a little bit tankier, but he actually has to leave the lane. Yeah. They send Ash and Nunu up top, and then Yorick is going bottom. And so Yorick will be able to sustain a little bit, but he is behind. Yeah. Getting some nice damage on nRated, though. With the Ignite, he can chase him down. He has plenty of damage to follow it up. nRated is going to drop very quickly. One more slow, and he'll be able to grab it over the wall. The flash.
Very
he
well
picks
done.
It up. No, the E. There
Slows.
it is.
There we go. Angush grabbing
and
that
kill.
kill.
Chasing down Maokai.
Cyanide is here trying to get away, but the barrel going to keep himself Twisted Advance just to try and close the gap. The ult going down to prevent as much damage as possible, but is not going to be enough. Another kill going to be going there for Curse.
Yeah, and that could be a dragon.
That's definitely a dragon going to be grabbed up there. And also just to note, all of the gold totals, Sleper actually going to be getting caught inside the Cataclysm. He still has the flash, but realized, I don't even really need it. I'm fine. We're good. Still has a summer and heal too.
Yeah, SOAZ.
Go ahead.
SOAZ has just been looking really strong so far this game, and I'm not sure how Ash is going to be able to deal with him when he's this tanky. He can just dive right on top of her and burst her down.
I also got to mention the gold totals from the lane opponents, because look at the bot ADs, 17, 34. That's double right now. Sleper has doubled the income of Lamia.
Oh, but Angush, he's going to be dueling with Lamia for a second here, so he's actually going to be okay, despite nRated trying to get in on him. And the nice range harass is actually able to shut down the AD pretty successfully. SOAZ trying to take down that top turret, or at least wear it down a little bit. He's actually making his way down. Is he going to try and steal this red? Did he catch an eye of Malunoo? Malunoo is extremely low. If he jumps over the golem walls, he turned the corner.
Too late.
So Malunoo, recognizing that he was on his way, getting out of there, really nice job.
But the Hawkshot coming in, and Sleper with the huge arrow, going to keep SOAZ slowed, and there all the follow-up, all the slows continue. Malunoo does have the ult popped, getting that health regen, but will not be able to close that gap, unfortunately.
Yeah, so they will back off, but 3K gold advantage for Curse right now. And it had evened out for a little bit, but now turning back in their favor, and a lot of it is that Yorick's able to sit down bot and farm, and Corki right now way behind Ash, 30 CS behind Sleper. That's absolutely huge, because Corki should be able to win the early game, should have those early advantages, but if Ash can get deeper into the builds, that could be crushing for FNATIC.
And remember that kills are worth about 20 creeps each. Yeah. So realistically, you're having a 37 up against 130.
Yeah.
It's huge.
Yeah,
Absolutely
and so they
huge.
are actually pushing very aggressively. We'll go for this tower. Sleper actually held underneath the tower, takes some damage, but he can win this fight. He can kite out pretty easily. They have to worry about sOAZ jumping in. Will force them out. And actually the ultimate onto Xinec, trying to go for that. But Xinec gets out of there. And Ari chasing down Gragas. Can't quite follow it up, throwing off the charm. But that constant pressure, if Curse, they just want to push down towers really quickly and win this early game.
Pokes coming in from sOAZ, just trying to annoy Sleper just a little bit, possibly force out the heal or the flash to summoner spells. But Sleper's fine, still drinking potions, still has a few left over. Might as well just go ahead and drink those down, stay in lane. But you see that Akka is actually making his way up into the top lane as well. Was spotted by the ward into Tribrush, and Jarvan will appropriately back off. Xinec going to be walking in the bush. Pop-up coming in, sOAZ may actually get the kill here on Xinec, but there's the Nunu ult to keep him still. Xinec will not be able to get out of there, but now it is the Jarvan versus the Ashe. Will Sleper be able to go ahead and kite this and get this kill? Something, anything? No. sOAZ will get that one poke, but the arrow is actually back up. One more attack. Something. There we go. Flash is shut down. Coming in from Sleper. Very well done.
Yeah, really nice play there. Jarvan, will be able to win those 1v1 matchups, but not when he's being kited. And Angush chasing after Lamia. The cleanse gets rid of the slow. The flash over the minion, and now he's in a terrible situation. He will go down. Doesn't really have a good opportunity there. But Maokai with the flash, twisted advance into Sleper, and Sleper is safe underneath that tower. xPeke in the meantime grabbing Malunoo. Angush does go down, and then Maokai picks up Ashe, but goes down himself. So nice plays all around.
Much going on everywhere. It's crazy. So insane. But here's the thing, despite all of that,
the flash from xPeke not dying to Akayso.
Very well done. But nRated is here. Quick stun down onto Akka. Xinec is here as well.
What was he thinking he was doing? nRated's like, yeah, I'm going to stun you with my flash and then not do anything.
Yeah, there's no
kind of a waste of the flash.
Possibly to try and catch him underneath tower, but even then you're not going to be getting a whole lot off of that one. So yeah,
because there were minions. So.
There were minions, yeah. Oh, well.
Okay.
Whatever.
Well, anyway, really, still really nice timing from xPeke, being able to avoid that 4-1 on Jarvan, but 5-1 on Ashe. Ashe is going to have like a 15-minute Infinity Edge. That's absurd.
That is quite absurd. That is quite a bit of farm. And yeah, Ashe right now, the most farmed champ in the game. Gragas is not too far behind. Same thing with Jarvan though. So if there's gonna be a hope, if there's someone to ride your money on here for FNATIC, it will be Jarvan. And he's doing okay in terms of itemizing. And he's got the Vamp Scepter, he's got the Brutalizer as well. Wants to be sure he can secure all that damage. And remember, Sleper, you got a pretty big target on the back. Not going to be not too tanky.
Mundo going mid, chasing down Ari though, and Ari gets the flash over the wall. So using the ultimate there, won't have those charms anymore. But getting some damage himself before he has to back off will be okay.
We do have a nice ult coming in from nRated, but no follow-up going down there on Angush. A little bit of a waste there. I think right now nRated is just really thinking to himself, you know what, I just need to get these stuns and get these ults off purely defensive just to ensure that I can keep my AD alive and not get caught out in the lane and being harassed by a bunch of ghouls.
Yeah, and Curse, they're starting to get some nice advantages in this game. The gold values keep fluctuating pretty significantly, but Jarvan, his burst damage is vastly superior to Ashe, so he can get some burst damage. The issue is that Ashe has so much more sustained damage and can kite him, can throw off disables, and so when sOAZ has his abilities on cooldown, he's just going to be standing around and doesn't really have any options. Sleper picks up the tower though, and that's going to be huge. So they can just continue to pressure FNATIC right now, and we'll see if they go for the mid lane, just kind of all group up, try and pick someone off with that Ashe arrow.
And look at all of this aggression coming in. Curse has more than enough ward coverage to go ahead and push any lane they want. If someone's going to be going through the jungle, fear from FNATIC, Curse knows about it and they'll know when to back off and where and how to retreat. There's really... if someone tries to go ahead and try and force something out in another lane, they're going to be there to leave or to defend it. Sleper with the arrow from sOAZ in response to the ult, but Cyanide is there, and nice quick coordination, nice quick kill from FNATIC there, and that kill needed to happen on Sleper. That needed it to happen.
No, really nice burst damage, and it does hold them back a little bit. But we'll see. You know,
With all of that initiation, part of the issue that Sleper's going to deal with later on, xPeke getting the charm off, getting some nice damage. Part of the issue that Sleper's going to deal with later on is the fact that FNATIC has such great initiation, but they're going to go after Angush bot. The ultimate from Leona, he's going to die very quickly.
Nice.
So Lamia able to pick up that kill.
Yeah.
And so Leona, Jarvan, Maokai, and Ahri, those are all really great backline initiators, and they're all going to be targeting Sleper on Ashe, so it's going to be kind of difficult for him. Nunu and Yorick, they are pretty good at keeping the front line, so they will have that advantage, but still, it could be kind of dangerous.
Yep. And bot lane also really needed that kill. They needed to get something to try and edge them out. Unfortunately, the kill credit went to Leona. The gold would have been a lot better there to actually go onto the AD to go on to Lamia, but unfortunately, though, they're still not really in the best position to try and contest a dragon at the moment, because remember, ult is down for Leona. Lamia doesn't quite have as much damage as he normally would, and FNATIC is a little bit split at the moment.
Yeah, so they will be able to group up again. Jarvan, he wants to force a fight. His ultimate is almost up. So once his ultimate's up, they're going to want to fight and just try and burst people down. They do have to watch out for that Gragas barrel, and Curse actually just going to be able to pressure them off of the dragon, so they're going to be able to pick that up.
No vision.
In the meantime, bot turret is going to go down, though, so that's going to be a nice little, plus side for FNATIC. They can pressure bot a little bit as well, but the mid turret going down is huge. Sleper might actually throw off the arrow, the dash in from xPeke, but he gets hit. No, the quick dash, the ultimate from Gragas. They pick up the kill into xPeke, and he got the dash off, but the stun still went through. Maokai jumping in the back of the team, but Jarvan goes down. They can tank this for Cyanide to go down as well. They pick it up. So 3 quick kills for Curse. And the big thing is catching Ahri when the ult was on that small global cooldown, where it's just you can't use abilities immediately after each other. So she catches Ahri in that.
Yep, Ahri actually dashed and was stunned upon placement at the end of that ult. And Sleper may actually get caught out here. There is no mid-tier 1, but Malunoo's here just to cover a little bit of interference. Oh, getting very low there. Lamia nRated with the flash does not get the stun, and Sleper may actually just be able to go ahead and kite this. And here's Xinec as well. Nice kill from Sleper. nRated a little bit too aggressive there. And Lamia may also be caught out here. Trying to get that barrel.
Oh!
Almost. He does connect, but not enough damage. Xinec, can he be a hero? Grab the snowball. Yes! Gets it!
Oh, but the Jarvan ultimate pinning him underneath the tower. The Nunu ultimate's going to go off, but he's going to have plenty of damage to take him down. So Xinec, the noble sacrifice.
He's happy about that one.
He's perfectly fine with that. And this game is just swinging wildly in both directions.
Yeah.
They have the burst damage to deal with Curse if they, with Curse if FNATIC can run the fights well. But Curse has the initiation advantage. Greg is coming forward. His ultimate is up once again. Ashe's ultimate will be up shortly. So every time those ults are up, I mean, they could almost grab a kill.
It's action every single time. Sleper is the one here calling the shots too. If you have that arrow up, it's a very short cooldown innately. So having that every single time, and especially if you can poke someone out, if you can stun Ahri just straight out in the battle and just get her out and done, there's also the burst damage from the rest of Curse to go ahead and capitalize ever so much.
Yeah. So we'll see how they can control things. Unfortunately, though, Yorick getting caught out of position, he will almost certainly go down, trying to chase down Lamia because he knows it's about his only hope for trading evenly here.
Yeah.
And so they will chase him down. The Leona ultimate, Ahri and Jarvan are not that far behind, will have plenty of damage, but they do have Mundo and Nunu in hot pursuit, actually. So they do get out of there. They do pick up that kill and will be able to get out.
Yep, Angush, his Gould will try and get a little bit of damage, but FNATIC, granted, they did get the one kill. They are pretty low, and this does allow Curse all the time they need to go ahead and take this tier 1 here in mid finally. So a kill for Towers, not too bad. Cyanide getting a little aggressive, and the Sleper looking to poke him out. Nice barrel coming in, and the Maokai going to be regretting that decision. Nice kill.
Yeah, and xPeke almost going down to Malunoo. We'll have to back off. Malunoo using the ultimate to get out of there. Another tower for Curse. Then the arrow into nRated. xPeke almost going down to the snowball, but the volley picks him up. Malunoo grabs it with the cleaver, and then they can take the second tower as well. Jarvan jumping onto Ashe, though, has the ultimate. Will trap him under there, so Lamia able to grab that kill. But even so, it's a 3v1. They should be able to pressure this tower.
Ashe not the best champ at tanking a turret, But that's one of the best things about the Jarvan ult too. If you use it defensively, if tower's focusing you, you're a little bit trapped there for a second. So nice kill of opportunity, but it is still a 1 for 3. And Curse their gold lead ever slowly. Every single fight, you're getting an extra 500,000 gold to expand that lead.
Yeah, and Maokai actually trapping Angush underneath the turret. He's going to go down. One more attack from Lamia, but the Gragas ultimate able to take him down. Angush, can you escape? Akayso dies underneath the turret. Cyanide trying to follow up the twisted advance. Will be able to grab him, but Angush just barely able to get the ward from Cyanide in order to pick it up. Really nice play.
Very well done. You just needed that vision. You just needed something to happen. And I'm surprised no one got damage on Gragas. That was all turret.
Yeah, but he was able to take down that turret as well. So
the sapling, something, anything that was just given the credit.
Right.
It was given the credit to Cyanide, but unfortunately that is not the case.
Oh, and Sleper grabbing the blue. So that cooldown reduction is going to be huge on that ultimate. And we're going to see ultimates all over the place. That's definitely going to be really cool. It's interesting seeing how Ash's builds, how a lot of champions, their builds have evolved over time. Because Ash, there's a point in time where running cooldown boots and Brutalizer was actually a really popular build. And it was a lot of fun. I mean, you get the cooldown reduction. It allows you to spam your volleys. You get like a 3-second cooldown on Ash's volleys. And then you also have like a 40-second cooldown on her ultimate. So you're just constantly throwing off your ultimates all over the place.
Now, also remember, though, that Curse, they've done the Ashe Nunu thing for quite a while. And I can't remember if it was Game 1 or Game 2. Actually, we'll get that in a second because xPeke is actually being caught here. Does have the Force ult, Nunu ult coming on in, trying to get those slows. Malunoo can collect with another cleaver. No, he will not be able to.
Oh, the arrow!
The arrow hits! Wonderfully done. xPeke is going to burst it down here. Not an issue.
Yeah, and Mundo is just so fast. He can chase xPeke all across the map, even with the flashes and the spirit rushes. They are going to be pressuring this Baron now. And as a result, FNATIC is pushing mid. They know that they can't fight him at the Baron, so they decide they're going to come over here and take the tower. No, are they going back to the Baron?
They can't decide. They really have no idea what to do here. You do have Cyanide out there. He's not quite sure what he's going to be able to do, but the barrel going to keep him back. Kill just enough time, but stole it.
Wow.
Actually, nice steal there from Maokai, but he will go down for his credit, and Sleper, with all of that poke, nRated will not be able to get away from this. Great steal. Fantastic
steal. It was the stun from Leona to set it up. nRated throwing off the ultimate allowed Maokai to get in there and outsmite the stunned Mundo. So really nice job. But they will be able to come grab this mid turret, though.
Footage of CURSE.EU actually angry here. They're a little upset. They got their buff stolen. But you know what? They have enough muscle power to actually go on in. Sleper right there with all the damage necessary. Lamia trying to get some chunk in. And Sleper's going to get very low, but they can just go ahead and back off of this one.
Yeah, and Corki's AoE damage just absolutely crushing Ashe. With that regen from Baron, they can easily stall at turrets. And so Curse, as a result of losing that Baron, the game will stall against them. Even though they're really far ahead and have been so aggressive recently, they will be able to come down and grab this dragon, but they won't be able to push as aggressively as they would like to.
sOAZ trying to make something happen here. He's in pursuit, wanted to get that kill onto the York, but they're all a little bit split, not quite sure where they're going. And with all that confusion, Curse can go ahead and grab the dragon pretty easy. Sleper with the hawk shot gets all the vision necessary. And now they're just falling back just to safety, getting to their tier 2 in mid, hopefully soon.
Yeah, so we'll see if FNATIC can make a push off of this. They could take the bot turret, so Corki going to pick up some farm at the very least. We'll be able to grab that as well. And then, I don't know, we'll see. They haven't had a really organized fight. The big thing is that Curse, they get to decide the tempo of the game because of the Ashe and Gragas initiation. So they're able to force fights when they like to and pick off members of FNATIC, and that's just what they've been doing the entire time, picking off FNATIC.
There was a point I was getting into earlier because we've seen the new Ashe come in from CURSE.EU before, and I remember there's Ashe with the Phantom Dancer, and actually now with a red elixir as well.
Oh yeah, the
2.3 attack speed on Ashe. You have the Phantom Dancer, green elixir, Blood Boil, and a Zeke's Herald onto the Nunu, which can just get absolutely absurd.
And he's building to the Zeeks right now.
Yep, and remember, this is a 9-3-7 Ashe, so that endgame build is actually just going to be coming up that much quicker. And Chain Vest, oh, please let that be a GA. That'd be hilarious.
Yeah, I'd be fine with that. But we'll have to see. I mean, GA would really work against their team because they have that backline initiation. He doesn't want to go down. York dueling with xPeke. xPeke actually going to pick up this kill on Angush, almost going down himself, but Ash can easily follow up. There's the volley, trying to hold him in place. Gragas is here as well. xPeke trying to burst him down, but can't quite get it off.
That was a 3-hit combo to death from Sleper and Aka. That was huge. That was amazing.
He killed him to the death.
Killed it. You know, well, I mean, everyone knows you die when you're killed. I mean, duh, come on.
It was a murder-death kill.
It was a murder-death kill. Kill them dead. Kill them dead. sOAZ looking to realize, like, Malunoo, you're there. And Curse pushing against this this FNATIC team here, who still has Baron actually for a good 30 seconds, 45 seconds. But that should be gone just a little bit, and you always see people like champs like Cyanide and nRated have already lost their buff before, and now with xPeke down, lost his as well. So it's just a matter of Curse biding their time, waiting for their right moment. Angush will actually be back with the team in just a second, and sOAZ trying to go around the long way, seeing if he can't make anything happen. Does have the ult up, could get that initiation in, and nRated's ult is up as well too. Everyone's in a very nice tight spot here. And there is a ward in that bush, but Cyanide, unfortunately, will be caught out there. sOAZ, you are over the ridge. Are you going to do anything about this? Lamia actually getting the kill down there on an Angush, but you do have the new ult being popped up, and Jarvan will actually go ahead and try and interrupt the best he can. Double kill coming in from the Lamia. Aka will actually go flash over the wall, and double kill coming in from the Gragas. Xinec is just trying to get away here at this point, but the standard spiking down will go ahead and grab that kill. It is a 2 for 3 right now. Wonderful.
Yeah, and Corky coming in from the side, trying to pick someone up, can't quite get it. And yeah, really nice play. And the big thing is, Sleper is beyond fed right now. Like, you don't expect Corky to be as strong as or Ash to be as strong as he is at this point in the game. But FNATIC has great backline initiation, and if they can pick off Ash, then they can win the fights. Ash's late game is phenomenal, and if they can't get a quick kill onto Ash, they're going to lose these situations. But being able to dive onto Ash, they have the penetration. They could easily, get in on her. So able to do that really nicely. And then the follow-up from FNATIC, they have lots of survivability. Without Ash, Curse is just missing out on boatloads of damage, though.
And you saw sOAZ was waiting for his moment. He was there still in the blue pit area, waiting for any clear idea that Nunu could be ulting, so he can just go in real quick, pop him up, interrupt it, and then just start to chunk him out. Because remember, he's realizing here that Blood Boil is such a huge tool here for Curse. It's something they've been utilizing quite often and effectively. But you do have now the Zeeks here on to Xinec. Did Ash actually end up getting that green elixir? Not yet, but it's 250 gold. It's not a huge investment.
Yeah, so we'll see. Curse, they need to pick people off in order to win these fights. They can't allow them to engage onto Ash, and so if they start a fight 4v5, they'll be able to win without Ash. But Ahri kind of caught out in the mid lane. They are trying to chase her down, but they know xPeke, he has the trigger finger on that ultimate. He knows that he can dash away from that arrow, so they want to hold on to it as long as possible.
There is the slow going on xPeke with the arrow. The arrow will not be hitting the Ahri, unfortunately. There is still the slow, and the barrel keeping everyone away, allowing them to reset the fight. But Curse, realizing that everyone's been pushed away, are going to have to back off.
But even if they weren't able to hit the arrow onto Ahri, Ahri's ult is down, which means that Sleper's just that much safer in these fights. And now, as the game progresses, if Ahri's able to pick up the GA, then Ahri can just dash into the backline, throw off a DFG onto Ash, and try and burst her down. In the meantime, Cyanide actually forcing the fight. Leona and Jarvan jumping on the backline, but Ash is looking okay. They have the heal. They're getting very low as a team, but they're able to pick up the kills and turn it around. And now Curse has this fight. Corky barely able to get out of there, but xPeke almost picking up the kill into Sleper. There it goes. nRated able to grab it. Can they turn this around? They have the range advantage, but everyone is still very, very tanky.
In the midst of all that chaos, you saw Sleper doing some amazing kiting, getting all the damage needed, but it is still, in the end, a 2 for 2. And there you go, Sleper now with all that gold buying the Guardian Angel. xPeke does have the ult back up, but that barrel doing so much.
The cleave.
But there you go, Cyanide does try to get into Twisted Advance, will make quick work of Malunoo, and now is just, oh no, Akayso will not be able to live. Does manage to take the Maokai out with him, but that is an ace for FNATIC. Well done.
xPeke, the ult coming up and dashing out of the Mundo cleave at the very last second as it was about to take him down. And so they have the turnaround. If they can take down Ashe, they can win these fights. And they're doing a pretty decent job of getting to her. So we'll see how Curse can defend her once Ashe has the GA. Oh, wait. There it goes.
Yeah.
Now, that's going to be a really dangerous situation for FNATIC now because they're going to have to kill Ashe twice, and we've already seen how difficult it can be for them to kill her once. And if she doesn't die, then that's it. Like, Curse is going to be able to win every single fight that Ashe lives through.
So, and Ashe also grabbing the red buff while she still can. Sleper, that's going to be very valuable for these later fights. Also, didn't grab the green elixir yet still, though, but, with the blood boil, 2.1.
Oh, they're going for the Baron.
Oh, right now, FNATIC.
Oh, never mind.
It was looking to clear the wards, but they're still dipping in and out. They want to keep it going. They're going for it. They're just trying to kill time for the rest of the team because sOAZ isn't here. Cyanide still isn't here. But you see Curse right now just looking to muscle their way in. And nRated, if a fight happens here, is going to be entering this half health. But Angush, a little bit too far out, does manage to not get charmed. But we'll actually just back off here and actually farm up top lane and get that wave pushing.
Yeah, and so Curse positioning themselves over by the Baron, they could actually force it off themselves. The issue is that Ashe ADs can be very vulnerable during Baron fights because it's kind of like, how do you position yourself? If you're positioning yourself outside of the Baron pit to attack the Baron, then you're going to be vulnerable to an engage from the river. But we'll see if they force this. They have to get out of it, but the arrow hits Cyanide.
The arrow does hit Cyanide, and Jarvan going straight on in. Wants to kill onto Sleper, and here comes xPeke to try and chunk him out. Sleper will be going down here. There is the GA, and you also have the Revenant coming in from York as well, who's actually still going to be up while she's still reviving, and will actually come back for a third time from the York ult. Can you get any chunk damage? Is not going to be, and FNATIC manages to kill Ashe not once, not twice, but three
times a lady.
A dead lady.
A dead lady. sOAZ with the triple kill. Really impressive play there. And so they're able to pick her up. They're able to take this tower. They're actually going to get the base. They're going to be able to get an inhibitor here. And FNATIC, despite the early lead for Curse, FNATIC is just powering through them right now. And it's really exciting to see. They have a really aggressive backline comp. And the big thing is they know, all right, York and Nunu, that kind of a team is designed to protect your backline. They don't really do a lot of damage themselves. They're just there to protect the backline. So what are we going to do? All right, well, let's just go straight for your backline. Let's pick a team that can just head-on engage and take you down. Mundo trying to stall off the retreat, though. And this is a great opportunity for Curse because if you can stall them from getting out, not only might they pick up the kill into sOAZ, but it might open up an opportunity for them to get the Baron. He still has the cleave. sOAZ getting very, very low. Doesn't have the mana to get away. And with his team in pursuit, Gragas could maybe pick this up for them.
All-Star Malunoo, can you make something happen here? Here comes the Ashe arrow, does manage to get sOAZ. This man, can you connect with it? And yes, Akayso will actually get there with the barrel. xPeke trying to check out as much as he can. The DFT2 goes down, but there's the thing. A lot of cooldowns are down, and here comes Sleper looking to clean up. But a lot of damage coming from nRated, and xPeke will actually be coming back. Had a GA of his own, and Xinec will go down to triple kill coming in for Lamia, and that's
FNATIC wins. They're going to be able to push the Nexus. They have plenty of time.
GAs are pretty strong right now. I didn't
sOAZ
even
wasn't
realize.
even in that fight. sOAZ was taken down. Leona, nRated, I don't know, like, if nRated was just like, I really need to survive because I'm able to get at Ashe, and, sOAZ is just too weak, or what his thought was there, because he flashed over sOAZ and allowed him to die. But then they were able to turn it around. Ashe was vulnerable in the middle of the team.
Yep.
They were able to pick up the kills, and they're able to grab the Nexus. FNATIC winning game number 1 versus Curse.
Very, very well done. And you know what? That's the thing. You had the GA now onto xPeke. Wonderful purchase. But Sleper joining that fight late with the GA on cooldown and Angush no ultimate used.
Yeah.
And that's, you're going to, and he was like, hey, you've already conditioned yourselves to focus down Ashe in every single one of these fights. And that time just happened to go by a little bit quicker. And he was like, hey, Sleper, you're here. You're here in a team fight. Where did everybody go? Everyone's dead.
No, really, really impressive play from both teams. But FNATIC able to turn it around. And I still am just astounded that Curse wasn't able to keep that advantage with Sleper. And he was so far ahead. I think he had like 4 fights in a row where he died without getting kills. And that's astounding that they were able to put that much pressure on that back line despite the advantages that they had. So, I don't know, really impressive play from FNATIC, able to turn it around.
So it's just a matter, I'm sure Curse, they've been running this new Ashe thing for a while along with the Yorick. And I think now they're just kind of thinking to themselves, this isn't working anymore.
Yeah.
We got to think of something new.
It worked in lane. They were able to get the advantages in lane. That's the benefit of the new Ashe lane. They had a great lead. The big issue is that FNATIC had a team designed to get into that back line and burst down a strong AD carry, and they just did that repeatedly. They were able to take out Sleper.
That's the Maokai, that's the Jarvan, that's the Ahri, that's the Leona, that's everything. Every single champ there had something in his go in and focus down and burst one champ out, and that was the key here. And we'll see if Curse decides to change up their game plan heading on into game number 2. Remember, IGN.com/IPL. Go to the news tab and scroll on down. We're giving away 5 $50 RP cards. You just got to hit a whole bunch of buttons, and you'll be entered to win. We will be coming back in just a moment. The IPL Elites continue. Game number 2, FNATIC versus CURSE.EU. We'll see you in a second. Welcome back, Summoners. The IPL Elites continue heading to game number 2, FNATIC and CURSE.EU. And, the winner of this set is actually going to be moving on to the grand finals for the Elites and face up against the one and only Moscow 5.
Yeah, no, it's definitely going to be a really exciting match, regardless of which one of these teams is facing up against them. I'm really excited to check it out. But we actually have Moopz swapping in for nRated. So nRated not going to be, potentially. Oh, no, he's here too.
No.
So Moopz on to FNATIC.
No, Moopz on.
Or he's just not here.
Moopz on Curse's side.
Right. Sorry. Oh, Moopz playing for instead of Extinct, who was being subbed for by Akayso. So I guess Akayso can't play. There you go. So
there you go.
That explains things.
And with that, here we are, Champ Select game number 2 coming on in. And I don't think really there's going to be any targeted bans coming in from Curse. It's really just a change of game plan, I think.
Yeah, no, we'll see. It's kind of weird, and they were able to run their situation pretty well. They were able to get some nice advantages, but Ashe and Corki are just, with their mobility, are just so astounding. I think right now you need to have a lot of mobility in this game, and it's just, you see team fights, they're not, upfront controlled fights a lot of times. They're very flowing, and Ashe quickly gets consumed by very mobile teams. So we'll see, what they decide to go with. Ashe could work out for them. I think they might need to hold out off on the arrow, though, and instead of using the arrow to initiate and then just force a fight regardless, they need to use the arrow to protect Ashe because they were getting into the back line and they need to just keep Ashe alive. So we'll see, if that's they try and run the same thing again or if they change things up. But Nunu being banned, FNATIC doesn't want to have to deal with that bot lane really just falling behind early. And
I think really Nunu is the key to having that Ashe comp work because they need the extra attack speed and you need that Blood Bowl to make Ashe ridiculous later on in the game. So I'm expecting Curse to go with a different AD and try and run a different game plan. The Yorick is also still available. They may still utilize him, but you'll notice too that a lot of Curse's bans are actually now changing face from the mid lane over now to the jungle. The Nocturne's still consistent, but the Shen ban also coming on in. This is leaving Orianna open. Malphite's still banned. Alistar's open. That could be a huge first pick here.
It's really getting out those globals, so they want to get rid of those champions that can initiate or counter-initiate from across the map. Alistar, definitely a really strong ban. We'll see what FNATIC decides to go with. Going with the Maokai, so that works out very nicely. They could go with the Yorick as well if they want to. That Yorick is just incredibly strong, still in the top lane even after the nerfs. He seems to be doing a pretty nice job. Though we saw last game, FNATIC's team was able to take advantage of Yorick up top.
Yep, Maokai is something that FNATIC they really enjoy using. They love those ganks. The damage reduction is huge. It is king. And yeah, if it works, use it. If it's something they're comfortable with, you might as well stick around with it. And also, we're pretty deep in enemy territory for that level 1 quick steal on the red. That was a huge play. Nothing really huge came of it, but still, they'll just go ahead and steal buffs that early on from an enemy jungler. And Maokai isn't exactly known for that either. So a nice little catch off guard there.
Yeah, so we'll see. Both of them are incredibly aggressive junglers. Curse could decide to use Alistar as support down bottom, but FNATIC picking up Ezreal, definitely, just a really strong overall AD. Corki did work out pretty well for them last game, but Corki fell behind early in the lane, so Ezreal doesn't really have that issue usually. Ezreal wins most lane matchups, or at the very least can be defensive. So we'll see how they're going to run it. Right now they have some nice single target bursts. Curse, I don't know, I'm curious what Moopz plays and how that's going to affect their gameplay, and if they want to go ahead with like the Zyra or something, or if they just want to go ahead and swap it up for something else. I don't know if they had something in mind when they subbed in Moopz.
And we'll see. It could also just be someone had to leave.
Right. No, I'm assuming he had to leave. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I'm sure it changes their game plan to some degree.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. But then again, the Zyra is always a possibility. With the Taric pickup, Taric Graves down bot lane does seal in Alistar as the jungler coming in for Curse, and Malunoo's going to go ahead and try and wreak havoc there. Actually, I think Corki works out really well, so you're going to have a lot of armor shred coming in bot lane. So may see FNATIC actually pick up a Soraka here to try and counter out some of that shred.
Yeah, and that would be kind of difficult. And so the thing is, they could pick up the Soraka, and it would help Ezreal a lot. But the big thing with the Corki Taric lane is you have so much killing potential against supports like Soraka or Sona. And they know, all right, Ezreal, you're usually going to pair Ezreal with like a Sona or a Soraka. They have a good situation for that. They have the Taric stun. They can follow it up with plenty of damage. FNATIC going ahead with that Gragas. We'll see who they go. Janna definitely works at support, though, because you need a defensive support that can counter out some of that damage. If Taric throws off the stun, you get off the quick whirlwind, you get out of there. Not that big of a deal.
So Vlad being considered here as well. Not quite sure if he's top or bottom, top or mid yet, so we'll decide for the last pick for that one. Morgana works too. Morgana's doing pretty well. I haven't seen really a whole lot of her, actually.
Yeah, the big thing is Morgana can control the lane very well. They're going to go with the Sona, though. And now Ezreal in Sona is a very strong lane, and it has been for some time. It's a very popular lane right now. But Sona, if Sona is caught by Taric, they have enough burst damage to take her down pretty quickly, particularly if Alistar gets down into that bot lane. They could very quickly burst her down, so that's going to be a serious concern. The mobility is going to be very nice, though, and then having Morgana, I really like the Orianna, though, so I would like Curse to go back to the Orianna. We'll see if they decide to go with that. If they go Aurelia top, that works perfectly as well. So we'll get into Curse's team in a second, but FNATIC, they have an AoE initiation team, and Morgana is fantastic for that. She can win fights very easily. We've seen a lot of play from her recently, but the big issue is that Morgana, after her initial damage, she doesn't have a lot of follow-up damage. So teams that can kite very easily, teams that have lots of mobility and shields, do very well against Morgana. So that's going to be a concern for FNATIC to deal with, but they will have some nice bursts and some nice AoE control. We'll see what they go with on their last pick. Now, Curse's team, they have great initiation, though, and they have great kiting, and they have a really nice team fight presence.
Yeah, and Orianna going to be working pretty well with that Alistar as well, because we've seen the combo Orianna with Malphite before, but Alistar, he can do the same thing. You just throw the Ore bottom, he'll headbutt in, get his pulverized, and once he's done with that combo, you just hear that noise. You just hear everyone collapse on in, and then that could just go ahead and continue
I am
fight.
Really excited, though, because do you remember the match the other night with FNATIC where they ran Jace?
Yes.
Yeah, and
sOAZ
going to be running Jace again. If you guys didn't check it out the other night, check that match out, but you'll get to see it right here. And so Jace can be a very strong pick. Was it against an Aurelia also?
It was against an Aurelia.
So, like we said in that match, Aurelia, the frontline burst and everything that Aurelia has is very strong, and the regen is very strong for Aurelia. So that regen will win the lane against Jace eventually. However, Jace has the range to harass, and he's also very strong in melee form. And the big thing with Aurelia is what you want to do is try and engage on Jace without using your Blade Surge, so that when Jace knocks you away with his hammer, you can Blade Surge back onto him. And then Aurelia, once Jace's cooldowns are down, Aurelia wins those 1v1s a little bit better. But the big thing that we saw out of sOAZ was that he wasn't sitting in the top lane that often. He was roaming a lot. He was being extremely aggressive around the map, and he got off to a very early lead using that mobility and that single target burst. It was with the Maokai too. Did they run Morgana in that match?
Let's see here.
Is this almost the identical team comp?
Let's see. Jace, Nunu, Maokai, Ahri, Corki.
Okay, so Ahri instead of Morgana, but they still have a charm.
Yeah.
And the charm is huge. So they have great mobility. They can chase down with the Sona and with the Jace, that double movement speed buff for your team. That will be absolutely huge. And they can try and chase people down and force early fights. And they use Jace in a very aggressive manner. He wasn't just sitting up top. He was roaming all around the map trying to pick up kills.
And, that is also the danger of, playing up against a new champ, or a lot of people, still haven't quite figured him out too, because just like still, it's been a while, and I still see a lot of people trying to jungle Jace. I still see a lot of people in the bot lane running Jace as your ranged AD. He's still a champ that a lot of people still haven't figured out, and that is the big danger.
Yeah, and just in case you guys haven't seen it, here's his Runes of Masteries actually running utility with gold per 10. So very greedy, so as he'll be, he's doing a nice job farming there.
It's just a matter of what is he actually going to be buying with that extra gold to start. And I would imagine it'd actually be a ward or two.
Yeah, no, that's definitely an option. He could also, I'm not sure. I've never seen a gold per 10 top lane. Actually, I probably have. I just don't recognize it. He could start off with like a Doran's Blade and a health pot, that would be, so Doran's Blade and health pot, that's potential. I don't know. It'll be kind of interesting to see what he's planning on doing.
40 gold.
Yes, that's enough for health pot.
Yeah.
So we'll see what he ends up doing. It is a pretty even matchup versus Aurelia, and it was interesting to see how sOAZ built Jace last time, because instead of maxing his E first, which is something you see a lot of times with Jace, for that quick burst damage with your hammer, he maxed the Q first for the range harass, because he expects that Aurelia was going to be able to be a little bit of an advantage in that lane. So we'll see how that works. The long range harass can be huge. Now, Curse's team. Orianna, fantastic pick right now. And Orianna has been very strong recently. She has a lot of great kiting potential. She can farm easily. She just pushes anyone into the tower. She's one of the easiest champs to steal wraiths with. You can steal them very safely. She's just such a safe champion overall. But then you have the combo, and having it with Alistar or Aurelia, they can dive into the back line and then have Orianna, combo off the ultimate. Will be really nice AoE presence for them. Then they have the Corki to follow up with the damage. Aurelia later in the game, if she's very tanky, she can pick up kills. But Curse's early game is fantastic. Like both teams have just incredible early games. So it's gonna be a really aggressive match. They're gonna try and both pressure each other early.
And you'll see there too that Lamia is actually a little bit concerned about the aggression as well, actually picking up the cleanse there just to try and get off some of the aggression. Actually went with
and on Ezreal.
Yeah, and went with the cleanse game 1 also.
Right. And this is it's interesting to imagine a cleanse on Ezreal, because usually he's safe. You don't need to get the cleanse. However, he's going up against a Taric, Alistar, and Aurelia combo, and that trifecta of CC is just so devastating. If any of them get off a disable on Ezreal, he's going to go down. And so he recognizes he needs to be safe. They need his damage. They have kind of a double AD comp. Or for FNATIC, they have kind of a double AD comp, but we'll see how they can run it. It is a very, very interesting comp, though. Lots of single target bursts, lots of pick-off potential, and a lot of mobility.
So we will see how that goes here. And Jace, I mean, I think all eyes are going to be on him. Just in the interest of learning a thing or two, because he's still, like I mentioned before, trying to figure out his place in the world. And top lane, in this matchup against an Aurelia, we've seen it before. It worked out very well, and we're going to see that again. I'm curious to see what he's going to be spending extra gold on still. Like, I'm guessing, like, boots, 2 potions, and a ward. That's just me, though.
For
Jace.
Yeah, no, that would be a very strong. But that's probably going to be it. I just like being, hopeful and seeing something unusual.
There you go.
Yeah. And he will be very safe. And the big thing is it protects him against the Alistar ganks, because Alistar is just so aggressive early on. The mobility against Aurelia, he wants to constantly keep his distance, so that's key to have that. But we'll see, how they can pressure this. Both teams have very strong level 1s, though. There's a slight advantage to Curse with the vision from both Orianna and Corki, so they're going to move up and try and force it. Cyanide peeking. He does catch out Angush, though, so they will be safe.
And there is the sapling. It will be going boom. And right now, Curse, they are getting situated there into that side bush. A lot of pings. A lot of pings going down. And you see Curse now slowly making their way.
Oh, they might catch them
jungle.
from behind.
They could. There's a very real possibility. They are moving in position. They're going to sandwich. They're going to attempt to sandwich xPeke in there, but no, is a little bit too wise in the situation and does get back into lane.
Yeah, so they will back off. They do drop the ward, so they can maybe put some counter pressure onto Maokai. But we'll have to see. Early on, both teams, they have pretty defensive lanes. All the lanes for both teams should be pretty safe. But Morgana, if they get an Alistar gank onto Morgana before the shield, that could be devastating. And we'll see. They are engaging onto Maokai, though, and he's going to try and get his wolves and his blue.
Oh, FNATIC, they don't know. They don't know. And here comes the stun from Xinec down and xPeke. The Pulverize going to die in mid-air. That Morgana going to vanish away. And that is a quick first blood there for Curse. And that is going to be a successful blue grab as well. But you see right now, this is an opportunity for FNATIC to actually go ahead and steal the enemy golems. They may even go for the red as well.
Yeah, they were pinging up there, which is kind of unusual to go down there. I think they were just trying to not allow Corki and Sona to get that, or sorry, Corki and Tarek to get that. But getting it themselves will be very nice. Malunoo will be able to steal this blue, so he gets that. He will be back. But Maokai gets the red, so that could maybe result in a quick gank up top.
And against an Aurelia, if they want to go ahead and have the same situation like they did last time, they want to get that Jace fed and quick and rated, getting stunned, getting ignited, may not be able to get away. Yodotex coming in, can you get one more? No, the ignite will expire, but Lamia is in a little bit of trouble too. Malunoo will not be able to go ahead and capitalize on that. No, does flash in for the Pulverize. Very well done, but Lamia should be... No! What?
Yeah, Malunoo just barely able to get out of there.
Wow.
Really nice job picking up a second kill. So Orianna had the first one, Alistar got the second, and a couple of assists all around.
Wow.
Angush chasing down SOAZ with the ignite,
Wow.
and Aurelia up front, head-to-head, does beat Jace. But Jace has the range harass and has the knockback, so we'll see how that affects later on. But right now, Aurelia definitely pushing him around a little bit. It will be interesting to see, though, if Maokai can get some nice ganks off on the mid lane, because normally Orianna will be very safe. She has the ward right now up by the red, and then she can also use her Balda ward, and then she has lots of movement speed. But if Maokai can get the flash twisted advance on, and then follow it up with the Morgana snare, they could really easily take that kill.
Hopefully that will happen. And you even see right now that Moopz is actually looking to help out a little bit with Malunoo to go ahead and finish off that red. And here's the thing, the blue on Curse is actually still up, and Cyanide, not even a thought, a consideration. The knockback coming from sOAZ, and there's that Blade Surge you were talking about to go ahead and continue the engage, continue the harass.
That's the big thing, that Aurelia wins the melee harass battle, but as long as she keeps the Blade Surge up for after the hammer, that she's going to be able to jump back onto him. Once she's level 6 even, she's going to be able to pressure that even more. But Jace is generally very safe in lane and very versatile, so we'll see how he can continue to pressure or to come back into that lane, and once he gets a couple of levels, if he can start exchanging that harass, or if we see him leaving lane again, because that's what he did in the previous match. It was versus an Aurelia. He left the lane a lot in order to roam around the map.
Right now, pretty much all the lanes from FNATIC, they're being pressured so heavy right now, and it's just a matter of where does an Alistar go ahead and trying to capitalize on his aggression. Answer is going to be behind the towers. Once he hits 6, or even actually before you saw the aggressive dive go down bot, Malunoo can just go around from behind, headbutt, Pulverize, and still get these kills despite the fact that the rest of his team is looking to push these lanes.
Yeah, and we'll see. Right now, with the 2-0 advantage for Curse, but not in the keyest of spots. So, they have an early advantage, but fortunately for FNATIC, they're not in situations where they're going to really fall behind as a result of it. Alistar being ahead is kind of does hurt them a little bit. Orianna can control the mid lane, but Morgana's safe enough that lane's really going to be a free farm lane for the most part, and it shouldn't be that much of an issue that Moopz has a short lead.
Yeah, and right now, xPeke actually has a little bit of an experience lead as well. And Sleper trying to get whatever poke he can, whatever chunk he can here down the bot lane. Cyanide still looking to continue to farm, grabbing those races, and should be moving along into his normal business. sOAZ, what did he buy? Bought the Doran's Blade to take back with him into top lane. And Alistar, there you go. You got Malunoo with the move 5 boots. So that's a telltale sign that he is looking for those ganks.
Yeah, and that can be absolutely devastating. 5 minutes in, movement 5 boots. So not going for like a Philosopher's Stone or something like that really quickly, but he could get some really aggressive ganks, particularly in the top lane where Aurelia can easily engage, get the slow or get the stun onto sOAZ, and then Alistar follows up.
And we may see that just here. Also has the oracles in addition to those boots. He wants to make sure that he can get these ganks undetected. Angush going on in, the knockback coming on in, but forcing the flash out. Malunoo almost getting the pulverize. Summoner spell wasted, successful gank.
Yeah, really nice job from sOAZ, getting the knockback, getting out of there. But we'll see. The oracles on Malunoo as well. Wow, I didn't realize that. So, he's just has so much map presence. He can just run around, clear wards, and just constantly abuse FNATIC right now.
And Curse still looking to push here in the bot lane. Mid is a little bit pushed up to tower. Nothing too huge, but you see xPeke getting early, still looking to farm those wraiths to keep that gold lead, to keep that experience in the mid up. You got Cyanide here looking to make something happen here on top lane, just biding his time, waiting. Angush actually using the ult to try and push the lane, trying to get in there. And now xPeke taking a little bit of harass coming from Moopz. But yeah, mid lane for the most part will still be pretty much a farm fest.
Yeah, and so right now in the bottom lane, it is pretty even. Corki has a slight lead, but it is pushed up to Ezreal. So Ezreal is going to be able to catch that up very quickly.
Right here, waiting in that bush. Perfectly timed. Going to get the stun down to Cyanide. Waiting for the pulverize headbutt backwards from Malunoo. Wow.
Yeah, and that's just abusive. So we'll see how FNATIC can stop hemorrhaging losses here because they are really far behind.
So as you're a little bit too far out, yes, the ward will actually see them out. But that's the thing. Malunoo still has the oracles as well. Wants to go ahead and clear that out. xPeke getting very well chunked there in the mid by Moopz, but will actually manage to get back and go back to safety, buy a few things, be a little bit healthy. Could actually get that Newsly Large drop, but no, getting the Sork Shoes and the Doran's Ring.
Yeah, and we talked about how FNATIC, they have a really aggressive early game team. They want to be aggressive early on, but with the advantages that Curse has and how aggressive they're being, it's kind of forcing FNATIC into a defensive play set, and they can't really force any advantages because of how aggressive Curse is. sOAZ winning the damage exchange with Angush here, but Angush hasn't been back in a while. He has a lot of gold to spend.
Oh man, look at Moopz and Alistar. Moopz and Malunoo, they're just waiting for the right opportunity, and they could actually make something out. There are pings going down from FNATIC down in their own jungle. They know something's up. They know something is wrong. And Dragon is here. They could, Curse could actually just go ahead and swoop on in and grab it here. Everyone from FNATIC is a little bit split.
Yeah, so we'll see if they decide to go for this. The concern is that Morgana's going to be able to follow up, and with the Morgana and Sona, they could maybe quickly win a fight. And Curse definitely doesn't want to lose any fights right now and just wash away that advantage that they've built up. So they'll probably just kind of play defensively, go back to lane, and then still look for Alistar to pick up kills for them. So that we'll see how that works. It should be pretty strong. The Chalice on Orianna, once again, just a really strong common build right now. To have that spam ability, she can control the lane.
And blue buff going to be passed over to... actually Cyanide going to be holding on to himself. He is a little bit behind the Alistar right now. He could definitely use the experience. He can definitely use a little bit of an advantage to just try and keep up. Because remember, with all this damage coming on in, his ult is going to be a very valuable tool. So he's going to be wanting that as soon as he can. He just dinged 5. It's not going to be it's not going to be too far away, but Malunoo is 6. He has his ult. It could be a very bad spot for the Maokai.
Yeah, and they are stealing the red buff. Angush actually picking it up himself so he can control the lane. Bot lane, Xinec actually getting some damage on nRated. He's almost going down. Lamia turning it around on the Sleper, though, with the ultimate. Will be able to force him back, so they are all okay. But Aurelia with the red buff versus Jace, that's going to be very dangerous. And, Angush can just put on a lot of pressure in that top lane.
Yeah, and hopefully we'll see Malunoo there with an additional headbutt pulverize at the right opportunity to go ahead and help snowball that lane. But you do have Cyanide still nearby. Maybe look into babysit a lane just a little bit. Is now 6, does now have the ult. does have the damage reduction, and he's just waiting. He's just waiting for his spot, waiting to see if there's a team fight that he can go and be a vital help in.
Yeah, and we've seen how much pressure the Alistar has on this game. He has the Philosopher's Stone as well now. It's
Nice.
It's going to be really dangerous for them to deal with him. But the bot lane, the Taric, I mean, we were talking about it in Champ Select, how that Taric Corki combo does very well against champions like Sona. And you saw there, they were almost able to pick up the kill in nRated. He was just barely able to survive. We'll see how they can control the lane there. They should be okay. But then team fights will be very nice for both teams with those disables.
Malunoo grabbing the red. There was a ping going down in front of Dragon earlier by FNATIC, and it's just a little bit of a check. It's like they could be doing it. Turns out they're not. nRated throwing down a ward inside the pit. So that pink ward, unfortunately, will not catch it out. But you do see Sona was spotted by the ward. You did have Malunoo out in front looking to see if he can't get the engage. But that now they know they're split, and Curse can just go ahead if they really want to and start on the dragon. But no, the pit was warded. They would have been found out, and Curse backs off.
Yeah, and Maokai, Malunoo does catch him, so he does see he's moving into mid. Orianna just barely getting out of there. The Morgana ultimate, the flash from Cyanide, sOAZ trying to finish it off, but there's the ultimate from Orianna, followed up by the Alistar trying to pick up the kills.
Nice.
xPeke does go down, but FNATIC is in pursuit of Malunoo. sOAZ has the follow-up damage. Now Aurelia is coming into it along with Taric. They're going to turn this around, and sOAZ will go down very quickly. He does get the flash over, and then the movement speed, but Angush, Pursuit, and Sleper as well. They're able to get the kills. 5v1 for Curse.
Sleper just went right on over walls. Like, now you're not getting out of here. Here, just face to face with the Gatling gun. Done deal. Very well done from Curse. And Malunoo actually sticking around.
Oh, and they're
grabbing
coming
that kill.
bottom lane. Ezreal and Taric.
No.
Taric is going to tank this for a second, and Angush is going to be able to jump in onto nRated, pick up that kill. The Sona ultimate and the flash from Angush to get out of there, but then they turn around,
Nice.
they pick it up, and Lamia is all alone.
The Ignite getting that last tick. Here comes Cyanide, though. Could actually still make something happen here in combination with Lamia, but no twisted advance today. A little bit of a bad idea. That Taric stun on Lamia could have actually just turned it around immediately. But FNATIC, they still have a little bit of a positional advantage here. They could actually sneak this dragon real quick while some of the members of Curse are low.
Oh, but there's all 5 members of Curse here, and they are kind of low, but they can force this fight, so they have to deal with the Alistar. They have to deal with the Orianna. Jace trying to catch up with his team. He has the movement speed buff, and Angush is going to force this right in the middle. The knockout from sOAZ, able to get them out of there.
And you got Malunoo. He's got all this candy, all these wards that he can just go ahead and clear out for himself the moment he gets. And Xinec throwing down another ward just for safety there on the ramp. But sOAZ has been, he's here down from top lane, but in the meantime, Angush is going to realize, hey, there's some time, there's an opportunity to free farm here. I'm going to go ahead and take it. But as soon as FNATIC realizes Aurelia's back top, that's going to be more than enough time for them to actually go ahead and grab this dragon.
Yeah, so they will be able to get it pretty easily, but they have to watch out for Malunoo still. He has great AoE.
Man. Malunoo, it's a huge risk, though. He could be losing the oracles here. xPeke actually going the long way around. Malunoo being focused down in the middle of this fight. You do have the Orianna ult, keeping Cyanide back just a little bit. Malunoo, will you lose this oracles? I really hope not. Lamia wants it. He's hungry. Red buff. Oracle's gone.
Yeah, and Jace is actually pursuing onto both Corki and Xinec. He does go down himself.
What?
Xinec barely able to get out of there. Sleper as well.
Fail flash.
So, yeah, just barely not able to get out of there. But
Yeah.
they will be able to turn onto this dragon once again. Orianna still poking them down, but Corki and Taric are too low, so FNATIC will be able to grab it.
Moopz trying to get as much damage down on xPeke as possible. And despite the fact that Morgana has no mana, still doing a pretty good job at keeping Moopz away just by sheer auto attacks. But there you go, missing the bind. A lot of damage coming from Moopz. Look for the attack moves, looking for those shields. Will xPeke actually go down here to Black Shield, keeping him safe. Ignite going down onto Orianna. AP fight will go down. Moopz living there just barely.
Yeah, really nice job, able to take that. In the meantime, Aurelia gets the top turret. She's still pursuing that second tier 2 turret. And Curse, they had the big lead, but FNATIC, they've done a nice job of keeping themselves in it. It's still a 3K disadvantage for them right now. 8-2, though, are the kills. So 8-2, only a 3K gold advantage. That's okay. They'll take that currently. So,
yeah.
We'll see how they can come back from it. Jace getting the Heart of Gold, so that'll be nice to try and keep up with Aurelia. But Aurelia is just in such control of that top lane. And then Corki and Orianna in particular, they're picking up a boatload of kills.
Yep. Malunoo did not rebuy the Oracles, but I think they're right now they're confident with the position that they're in that Curse is going to go ahead and go without it just for a little while. And yeah, Dragon for turret. I mean, it's a pretty even trade. Not to mention the fact that Moopz managed to get that kill with the duel going on with the Morgana. Very, very well done. Xinec and Sleper still looking to push, and Lamia has to defend against this. But Ezreal very low on mana right now, and this is giving all the opportunity for Sleper to just go in, poke, turret. One more shot should actually do it from Sleper, but Morgana is actually nearby. xPeke waiting for his opportunity, and Curse will actually back off for a moment.
Yeah, so Morgana can't quite get the engage, but we'll see. I think they're kind of waiting, hoping that maybe Corki and Taric will dive after that turret's down. Taric playing a step back, but Alistar's coming in. The Sona ultimate missing, so the turret does go down, but Sleper is okay, and they did get a peek of Morgana coming in.
Yeah, and they're like, oh man, I'm totally glad we didn't go for that turret and try and dive these two guys. But that's the thing, though, xPeke is still around. He should still exercise caution, but Malunoo is also here down bot, did get the Oracles back there, so still looking to clear out that ward coverage. Very bravely going off into the bush. It is clear, it is fine, and Curse will just go ahead and continue their pushes.
Yeah, and Orianna trying to get some damage on the mid turret, has done a really nice job farming so far. All of Curse, has some nice farming leads, and that goes a lot to their early advantages. They're able to bully them around a little bit, but Aurelia almost done with that Trinity Force, and when she does, that's going to be really dangerous for FNATIC, just that diving potential. The
stun going down on Lamia, that's a lot of burst damage, but the cleanse will not be helping you here. The very quick kill going down bot lane here from Curse, and that is a 4-man push. They can take out this tier 2 pretty easy. Malunoo can just go ahead and tank if they really want to. Angush can do it so even, but yep, there you go. Should be going down pretty quick. There you go. Bind from Morgana, not going to be hitting its mark, not going to be hitting the Aurelia, and Curse can just go ahead and get out pretty easy with a turret and a kill to their credit.
Yeah, and Orianna has some nice pressure on the mid lane as well, so that they can maybe take this turret also. Just continue their gold lead. They are actually going to be able to get it pretty low, but xPeke is coming up, going to try and stop this, and the wave clearing sOAZ trying to force them back.
Cyanide will not be able to go ahead and get that twisted advance. Morgana will not get a bind either, but Moopz will just chill out from mid just for a little bit. sOAZ here making himself known, looking to get some harass down to Moopz, but nice jukes, not going to be getting hit by those shots. But this is a 4-man push here from FNATIC in the mid. Meanwhile, you do also have Lamia in the bot lane looking to push. But Moopz right there under tower will be getting ulted by xPeke, but will go down in the end. Cyanide getting focused down by a turret, and that is a 1-for-1 so far. sOAZ out in front. Malunoo is there. We get the pulverize something, anything. Needs it. Does pop the ult, just so he can go ahead and continue to chase Sleper there from the back line to chain down all that extra damage, and will actually get the kill down onto the Sona. Lamia is now here to join with the rest of the fight, and Sleper's getting very low. xPeke out in front, waiting for his cooldowns. The bind is back up, but nice. Angush going from behind, getting a kill on sOAZ. Does manage to also assist with the kill down onto the Jace. Oh, Lamia there on the back. It's a 1v4 right now. 1 kill for 4. Fantastic job from Curse. Wonderful extended fight. Very well done.
Curse is absolutely cleaning up, and they have a great team comp. They have lots of initiation. Oh, Sleper trying to pick up the kill onto Lamia there. But the big thing is that FNATIC, they had an early game team that needed to pick off early game advantages, and they're way behind. Like it's just there's not a big opportunity for them to come back. They can win some of these upcoming fights with their CC, with some of their burst damage. They can pick people off, but the concern is as it gets further and further into late game, that's going to benefit Curse. So they're already ahead really significantly right now, and as the game progresses, Curse is going to be pulling further and further ahead. We'll see how it'll work, but Aurelia just doing such a great job against sOAZ in the top lane, and then all around, nice play from Curse.
You got Corki and you have Aurelia, both with their Trinity Forces. You also got the plus an extra BF sword there on the Corki, and that's where a lot of the gold here from Curse is actually going to. And the Orianna's got a fair share as well. Has the Athenes, has the needlessly large rod, so all the main damage dealers from Curse doing very, very well. It's just a matter of what can FNATIC actually do to try and counteract this. Granted, they do have fantastic initiation in the Maokai, in the Sona, in the Morgana, and if they can manage to actually chunk out and kill like the Corki or the Orianna very quickly, they could be able to turn this around. Angush getting a little bit extra poke damage, and xPeke actually being caught behind. You have to go back, you have to heal up.
Yeah, and Jace is in the top lane. Actually, no, he has to transition. Okay, so he's coming down to the mid lane. Just needs a safe route. But Emma, we'll see what Curse decides to press. It is still kind of early for the Baron, but they're strong enough that they could maybe consider taking it. It would just be kind of difficult because Alistar isn't the best at taking it.
Yeah.
So it would all be on Corki and Aurelia. But they have the shields from Orianna, so they would generally be pretty safe. But we'll see. They could actually just regroup. After they get all the minion waves pushing in their favor, regroup up top, steal another turret. They have the dragon. They can go take that dragon and just continue to build on those slow leads.
Malunoo also still with the with that second Oracles, still looking to just go ahead, clear the pit, get that coverage down for when the Baron does eventually happen. You got Moopz there in the mid looking to defend, and Xinec and Sleper continue to go ahead, take the dragon fine on their own. Ping's going down. nRated was actually spotted here, throwing another ward down into the pit. There is no Oracle coverage here for FNATIC, and that is something they really, really need. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. A lot of wards, a lot of coverage coming from Curse.
7.
7.
There's 6 in the no, there's 6.
There's a lot of coverage here from Curse, and Lamia will actually be caught behind. Does have to shift over the forest wall to get the safety, and that's Curse right now. They are definitely calling the shots here.
Yeah, so they can push up. xPeke, he can stall pretty easily. Just AoE clear against them, so. They can stall pushes pretty easily, but the concern is that Curse just tower dives them. And I think that FNATIC would win if Curse tried to tower dive. So Curse right now, they need to just sit back, play kind of defensively, and we'll see. So yeah, they can pursue the map. They are in the top lane. Sleper being chased down by sOAZ in the bot. Lamia trying to follow it up, but can't go get the slow. And in the meantime, top turret will go down to Angush and Moopz.
Yep, it's like, hey, where's all your focus? Oh, you're trying to kill the one guy who's going to be able to Valkyrie out of here. Well, that's a turret, and that's done. And it's another objective taken here from CURSE.EU.
So we'll see whether or not they decide to group up and try and pressure Baron. I think they're still a little bit concerned about the AoE damage from FNATIC and FNATIC's potential to burst them down. But we'll see. There are 2 members bot. They just don't have the best range initiation.
Yeah.
So FNATIC can't force a fight. Curse is very safe down there, and they can just split push. So by split pushing, they pull them all over the map. Aurelia can go up top. No one can face against Aurelia right now. Corki is very strong as well. No one can face against a 6-0 and 4 Corki. And then the rest of the team can go mid. And FNATIC, they don't have a hard enough initiation to force a fight. And so, Curse, they're very safe to split push and just slowly wear down the turrets.
Yeah, Sleper's just toying with them at this point. And this is also one of the great advantages of actually having a team with double supports. You have a Taric babysitting, you got an Alistar babysitting to provide all that CC and extra assist you need. The heals, it's a wonderful, wonderful thing. That Alistar does so much more than just that fantastic early game initiation. And I'm just wondering how long can FNATIC actually keep this defense going. Their attention is just so split right now.
Yeah, and bot tower is at half life, so
yep.
They're getting some nice damage there. We'll see. The big issue is that they're denying a lot of farm. Curse is denying a lot of FNATIC's farm right now by just constantly stealing their jungle, constantly taking, pushing into the turrets. And then they can transition over to the Baron by now. They are strong enough. Ezreal trying to clear, wants to make sure they're not there. But Curse, they're just getting some items. They're comfortable to sit back. 23 minutes in, it's about the time where they could consider the Baron.
Yeah, Warden's Mail, Bloodthirster. A lot of big damage here from Corki and Aurelia. You're going to be on the front line anyway. You might as well keep them slow. You might as well keep them busy. So, and also got the Aegis there being built onto Alistar. So it's going to make everyone just generally that much more tanky. And yeah, I
don't know if FNATIC can kill Aurelia at this point because they have lots of burst damage, but Aurelia, you need to have lots of physical damage and sustained damage. And Corki right now with the Triforce, he's going to have a lot of poke and burst, but he's not going to have that sustained damage that you need to take down Aurelia's tanky presence.
Yeah, it is going to be a huge, huge, huge issue. And plus, you have all the CC coming in. Malunoo may actually get the catch out here from xPeke. The stun will not hit while Morgana is still spell shielded, but Sleper doesn't care. He does not have a care in the world. We'll actually Valkyrie over and get that kill pretty easy. Xinec out in front. Who's he going to stun? He's going to get the nRated. Does Sona ult in response. Purely defensive. The Angush does not care. Going to be going on in. So is going to be caught in the pulverize, in the headbutt, and all of that damage. And Sleper will go ahead and get that kill as well. Delayed double. And barely just getting out. He was taking the turret the entire time. Lamia may dive over the wall, but the Ezreal ult not going to get the tail end there for Corki.
Yeah, so they can transition into the mid lane. Sleper they're all incredibly strong right now. And with the 5v2 or 3 advantage, they're going to be fine. Angush diving on the Lamia, gets plenty of burst damage to the cleanse, and he gets out of there. So he gets just away just in the nick of time. But this is going to be a dead inhibitor. They'll be able to back off and just continue to push. Bot lane is actually pushing up, so they could transition to bot if they'd like to.
I think the Baron is a much tastier
It's
option.
beckoning to them. It's calling their name.
Yeah, it's like, come on. I know. Let's have a little fun. Let's have a little meet and go ahead and grab me. If you get that Baron buff, Curse can just go ahead and push on for the win. It's really no big deal. Angush recalling just in time. And FNATIC, I mean, if they're going to make an attempt here on Baron, this is their only time. This is their only time while Curse has all backed. And I think they recognize it too. They're throwing the ward down in the pit. Ping's going down everywhere from Curse. The forest is still warded on FNATIC's side. And here's the thing though, FNATIC, they're getting in position, but because of the ward coverage, Curse knows exactly where they're going to be for the setup. You have the Orianna Orb there as well, getting a little bit of extra vision. Malunoo there with the Oracles as well, going to clear out both of the wards in this bush. And once again, FNATIC will be in the dark.
Yeah, so they're going to be able to clear that. They should be able to take the Baron pretty safely, but they could just decide to keep pushing. And if Aurelia split pushes bottom, the rest of the team could go up top. And, you know, they just don't have the initiation again. So Aurelia will be very safe in that bottom lane. We'll be able to control it. I don't know. We'll see if FNATIC can force a fight. Knowing that Aurelia and Corki are down there, they definitely want to force an engage if they can.
Yep, with all that knowledge, FNATIC knows this is their only opportunity with so many champs displaced, and they're starting it. It's just a matter of what can Curse do to try and counteract this. You got the ult coming from Orianna, nice flash away to get out of that, but here you go, Sleper, in the meantime, during this whole fight, is starting to take down the turrets. Angush is here, and Corki does not even need to be in this fight. You have the Zoni's Hourglass going down for xPeke, but Angush will be able to go ahead and get that kill. Cyanide out in front with sOAZ in the middle of the Maokai ult, but that is a surrender.
Yeah, so they recognized they were losing the fight, and Sleper was just wrecking their Nexus. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's like they realize, it's like, well...
They're like, we're going to have a little bit of fun here.
Yeah, even if they won, even if FNATIC won that 4v5, it would have been too late. It would have been way too late. Sleper would have already taken down both Nexus turrets and probably just already have won.
Yeah, so really impressive play from Curse to be able to pick up that game. They had it the entire time. Early advantages. They had the first blood on Morgana in the jungle. They were able to just run around and just abuse FNATIC the entire game. We'll see how FNATIC can turn it around because, I'll be honest, I was excited to see the comp. We saw it the other day. It worked out very well the other day. And the big thing is it was a very aggressive early game comp, and falling so far behind Curse early, they just didn't have a lot of options.
Yeah, but Nate, we'll see how things go on. Game number 3, FNATIC versus CURSE.EU in the IPL Elites. Winner for the next game faces off against M5 in the grand finals for the Elites. We're going to try and get this one underway very quickly. We will see you in just a moment. Summoners, welcome on back. IPL Elites continue. FNATIC, CURSE.EU, fantastic series thus far. It is even 1-1. This is the decider. This is the one. Game number 3 should be in this shortly.
Yeah, and have you heard about Alistar? Everyone knows that Alistar is the word.
Pretty good.
Bird is the word.
Despite the fact that it's not, Anivia is also the word.
Yeah, no, Anivia is the word.
Yeah.
But Alistar, just absolutely destroying that last game and leaving him open for the first pick. I don't know, FNATIC kind of shooting themselves in the foot there.
Yeah,
so,
a little bit.
Yeah, we'll see, if they presumably leave him open so that they can first pick him. But he'll probably be banned out this game. Curse probably doesn't want to see the same thing that they just did to FNATIC happen to them. And he was a big part of it, Alistar was. Early
on, the Move 5 boots and the Oracles just
Yeah.
Oh,
It was a 5-minute move 5 oracles. That's insane.
That was pretty huge. That is really huge, and that just shut down all of the vision coming in from FNATIC. And there's really not a whole lot they could do about it, and that is why a lot of people are threatened by the Alistar jungle, because you can be that mobile. It doesn't matter. You can just take so many more ganking paths because you are that tanky cow. It becomes a real huge problem, and yeah, more than likely going to be banned out this time. But and the Orianna worked out. The Orianna worked out pretty well. Also, there's a lot of damage coming in from her.
Yeah, no, Orianna is a very strong pick right now. Yeah. She has a lot of mobility. She has, some good CC, but great kiting potential, shields, everything. I mean, she's just a really cool champion.
Complete package.
Yeah, and 1v1, she easily just, beats Morgana. And so it's safe in lane, but as you saw, there was the one time where Morgana was trying to chase her down with the red buff and the ignite, and Orianna was able to win that just with her auto attacks and with the Qs.
But here we are. Wait for it. Game number 3. Champ Select has been going underway, and there's the first ban on the Alistar immediately from FNATIC. They just, they really
I'm surprised that FNATIC doesn't want to leave open the option of maybe picking Alistar up themselves. But, maybe Cyanide doesn't like to play Alistar that much. Maybe they just want to continue with the Maokai. It did work out well game 1, just, not so much that last game. Yeah,
it seems that FNATIC, they're really taking the shine to the Maokai. They want to have team comps and things that work well with the Maokai. It's just, it's a lot of teams, they just have that, they have that game plan. Because sometimes you'll see a lot of teams, they'll stick with like 1 or 2 champs in certain positions. Champs they know that they realize aren't going to be huge banning targets, and then stick around and try and make a comp around that. And Maokai seems to be really it for FNATIC at the moment. Aurelia also being banned out here too. She was a problem.
Crushed the top lane. And I've been kind of wondering whether or not Aurelia, with the nerfs to some of the top laners like Yorick, Rumble, and Xin, that Aurelia just won't come out as like the most dominant top laner. And I think that's a big possibility with some of those other nerfs. She just seems to win every single matchup, and she's just really strong overall. But you saw how much pressure she was able to put onto Jace that last game.
Oh yeah, but here's the thing though. So we have a lot of champs being left open here. At least on FNATIC's side, Karthus open, Nunu open, Malphite open, the Shyvana ban coming on in. That's we haven't quite seen Shyvana yet in the series, but then again, they banned out Karthus game 2. We didn't, it wasn't really a huge threat game 1 either because it wasn't there.
Yeah, so we'll see what they're trying to run. Shyvana, to me, I don't know, maybe they're trying to run they want to run like that backline Nunu comp. So FNATIC might first pick a Nunu, leave open Maokai for a second. I don't know, we'll have to see. Curse, Nunu ban might not be that bad here, but I don't know, there's a couple of options. Maokai, there you go.
There we go. So I think with Shyvana, my concern is that they're worried about counter jungling. The Malphite is left open though, so FNATIC will go ahead and grab him up, but Yorick is left open, and there is no Nunu ban. Karthus left open as well, so now Curse is actually going to go ahead and pick him up.
Yeah, and the Yorick-Karthus combo is very strong. Karthus, as always, just farm in the late game, you eventually win. But having the Yorick, you proc the Yorick ghoul first, and you just run around AoEing in the middle of the team, and then you go to Karthus ghoul. So, it's a really nice combo. Ahri, though, completely shuts down Karthus in a lot of situations, so we'll see how effective xPeke's play can be. And we've known him to be just a fantastic Ahri in the mid lane.
And FNATIC also taking away the Nunu so that Curse can just not have it. I'm also I'm also thinking to myself a little bit here. You have Karthus with the Yorick ult, with the passive, and the Guardian Angel. How ridiculous would that be? That'd just be silly.
Yeah,
that would just be silly.
And let's throw in a Zillion support, and I don't know.
Are you listening, Curse?
Yeah,
Zillion support, do it.
But see, here's going to be the difficulty for Curse is they need to get FNATIC, or they need to get Karthus into that later game, and Malphite and Ahri both shut down Karthus. So Malphite, if it's jungle, then the Malphite ultimates on Karthus. Karthus will die just easily every single time, which means that they need a jungler that can keep up and keep an eye on the Malphite. So we'll see who they go with that. They are leaving their jungler open, though, going ahead with the Soraka. So, Nunu, he is a very aggressive support at times, but he doesn't have quite the kill potential to take down Soraka. So Soraka combos well with the Karthus. They have great global presence. Just keep Karthus alive, and hopefully his AoE will win them the game.
I would like to see, it's just a matter of the jungler here for Curse. And
Or top lane.
Or top lane.
Honestly, I would expect that Malphite's going to be in the jungle so that he can put pressure on Karthus, and then they send someone like Rumble up in the top lane.
They could very well do that. Or we can haven't seen it in a while. Could see the Karthus jungle. It's been a while.
It has been a while for good reason. Yeah, Karthus jungle, he's fast. He's fast and furious. He's a lot of fun. It's not going to be a Karthus jungle, though.
I know.
I will say, if Malunoo plays Karthus jungle, I am going to be pissed.
What?
It'll be fun. I'll flip out. They go ahead and grab the Mundo, so it is going to be Malphite top actually.
Okay.
So it's very common. Oh wait, last second.
Lee Sin.
Yeah, so they have some flexibility there. We'll see where they decide to go with that.
Yeah, so they're not going to make their decision until they know for sure, what the last pick here from Curse is going to be. It could be either or. Is very valuable. So it's a matter of Curse picking someone who can. Well, it's York going to be there in the top lane. It's just a matter of who can perform well against either Lee Sin or Malphite in the jungle.
Yeah, and I think Mundo is a very strong pick for jungler. We'll see who they decide to go with. The thing with Mundo is you can counter jungle very effectively. You can clear jungle. You need a fast jungler. Really, Nocturne would be the jungle if they had an option here, because they want Nocturne. They want someone to prevent ganks on Karthus. That's their number one goal, is to prevent ganks on Karthus, not allow FNATIC to abuse Karthus in that mid lane. So we'll have to see where they go from there. There are a couple of strong junglers. They could go with an Amumu and decide to go in AoE Karthus Amumu comp. That's always very strong. But I don't know. We'll have to see where they go.
Mundo, there you go.
Yeah, Mundo is just such a safe jungle, and the big thing is that he can counter out aggression against Karthus in the mid. So you want a strong jungler to be able to support your mid lane, since Karthus needs to farm.
Now we've seen this combo before, the Soraka Mundo coming in.
Oh, it's fantastic.
It's a fantastic, wonderful combo. You have such a great tanky body up front.
Mundo's one of the best champions in the game for heals. He really thrives off of heals. If you get Spear Visage as well, that's kind of cool. But
huge.
The big thing is Mundo's damage is really strong early in the game, and he's just so tanky. So we'll see. They have a very strong team comp right now. They have some nice AoE control. They have a lot of survivability for their damage. And we'll see how they can control fights. But I do really like FNATIC's comp as well.
Yep, and I'm also that York Karthus combo. Like to see that. It's an interesting combo, but it's also designed for the mid game, for the late game. So it's a matter of actually getting there first before you actually see this plan come into action.
Yeah, and if you go ahead and check the text there, you've got a little date planned out. So. Yeah, that'll be fun, but it should be a really exciting match. I am excited to see what FNATIC can do and whether or not Curse can make that comp work. And I think the big thing, Karthus can be very strong, but a lot of times, if you just get off all of your AoE and die, you can just easily clean up fights. However, FNATIC's team, hard initiation against Karthus, it tends to work out pretty well. And Ahri tends to work out pretty well against Karthus. So we'll see if they can get into that later game where they want Karthus to take over, or if they just won't be able to win fights. Because the issue is if Karthus isn't in the middle of your team and Ahri bursts Karthus down without Karthus doing any damage, and then all of a sudden you're just worthless.
Yeah, and it's way so much.
The York does help a lot, though.
It does. But the thing is, it's like you can only do so much though as a goal. And if there's already enough burst damage coming in from FNATIC to go ahead and take him out, there's going to be enough follow up to go ahead and kill him a second time. And even then, even if you don't, you're still going to be you're still already gotten such a huge command of the fight because you've taken him out so early on.
The issue is that FNATIC has enough mobility where they could almost kill Karthus. Even if he comes back as a ghoul, they can all just get out of there and retreat and then be okay. But we'll see whether or not they have to force the fight on themselves. They have great mobility though with Ahri and with Lee Sin in particular, and then also Corki. So we'll see what they can do with it.
Or even then, they can just go ahead and let Karthus do whatever. Who cares about the Karthus? Just work on shutting down the remaining 2 lanes. Force Karthus to actually be all the farm. Force him to be the hope to carry the team, and then burst him down, and then just shatter his dreams. You can do that too.
Build him up. Build him up just to tear him down.
You could. You very well could.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll have to see. It's both teams have a very interesting team. Curse, as the game progresses, though, they could become almost unkillable from Fnatic's perspective.
Right.
And, Fnatic has the mobility that they should be okay. They'll be able to drag out those fights. But the issue is if they can't take down Mundo and Yorick, and then if Karthus just becomes too tanky and he's running, diving right at them, and if Fnatic just can't kill them fast enough.
Yep. And you'll notice, too, there's a lot more ignites there on Fnatic than we've seen previously. No more cleanse. No more cleanse on Lamia this time around. So that way, you want those kills in the middle of those team fights. An ignited Mundo is not as useful of a Mundo as you would like to have. But we'll see how that goes on. And if Fnatic can actually go ahead and get that early, huge, massive advantage, then there really is no farm to be had. There is no mid-game or late game for Curse to take advantage of.
Yeah, so here we go. 3 minutes and counting will be in the game.
Yep.
But it should be really interesting. Bot lane, Corki and Nunu versus Ezreal and Soraka will be a very defensive lane. Corki and Nunu have a slight advantage there, but Ezreal and Soraka will be very safe. They're just going to be able to sit back and farm. It is going to be Lee Sin in the jungle and Malphite top, which means that it's not going to be quite as much pressure against Karthus, but you can always see sOAZ making his way down, and that's something you see a lot of times, particularly against a Karthus. You see Malphite in the top lane, and then he'll start roaming. So you push up the lane a little bit, you roam down towards the mid lane, you get the quick ult, they'll be able to take down Karthus very quickly. So we'll see if that's the case. Lee Sin, he is a very fast jungler. He gives them a lot of options. We'll see if he can get any quick ganks off. But Yorick Malphite should be a pretty interesting lane because I don't know. I don't know if Yorick has enough damage to keep down Malphite's shield, but I'm assuming that he would, generally speaking, win that lane pretty easily, actually.
Yeah. And you also have sOAZ actually switched, does not have the Ignite, actually went with the teleport. So you could be seeing that used to go into the mid or into the bot to go ahead and try and turn around those fights, because you may also see Moopz here on Karthus look to just possibly roam around a little bit to see if he can't have a presence later on and get some additional kills to try and assist that farm, because xPeke on Ahri is going to be pretty mobile. You may see the Karthus leave actually to try and help sway fights.
Yeah, so we'll have to see how this ends up working, but I don't know, definitely some nice early advantages for Fnatic, and the big thing is if they can pressure them enough in order to take control of the game and pull it away from Curse. So, Curse, they can stall pretty easily. Karthus can just stall at towers forever with his wall. And we'll see whether or not they can, get into that Karthus late game.
Yeah, just checking up on the runes and masteries just to see if there's for any I like how it's called a Heimer AP page.
Heimer is the best.
He is the best right now, and then he's going to get reworked. And he's really going to be the best right now. Those turrets, OP, man.
Yeah, I saw the leak, and that's insane.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I want to talk about it, but
yeah, we'll pass on that for another time. But yep, and you also got Xinec. These are your pretty average support pages here. Just lots of GP10s. You have your yellows, you have your Quints. That's essentially another that is a GP10 item on its own.
Yeah, kind of surprising he's not running yellows for armor, but he's fine with that. He's going to get a lot of gold. He has the armor from playing Soraka, so that'll be fine.
There's plenty. Yeah, it's like, well, we need some armor. Well, Soraka's here. It's no big deal.
And that's the big thing with Soraka, and as this game progresses, that's going to make it very difficult for Fnatic to pick up kills if they don't get early advantages, because Fnatic has a nice mix of damage. Corki in particular, he's a nice mix of magic and physical, but he also has true damage, which I think a lot of people forget about.
Yep.
And the true damage in particular will work very well against champions like Mundo, but the concern is, as the game progresses, Curse has a pretty tanky team, and then with the heals of Soraka, HP and heals, they counter out magic damage. So Ahri's it's going to be tough for Ahri to burst people down like she would like to. Then the armor from Soraka will counter out some of that physical damage that they have coming in from Corki, from Lee Sin. Malphite doesn't really do that much damage. I mean, he has really good burst, but in a sustained fight, he doesn't do a lot. So, we'll see how Fnatic can try and control the early game, because if it gets a little bit too late, there's a point where Curse is just going to be able to control it.
Yeah, and at the very least, Malphite, if he does decide to itemize later on into something like a Sunfire Cape, it'll give him a little bit extra. But yeah, he's not really there.
The big advantage for Fnatic in fights, though, is going to be the fact that they have great mobility. And Karthus, you know, they could just kite him all day, and Karthus is going to be running around trying to chase people down and pick up kills, and just won't be able to grab anyone.
So yeah, we'll see how that goes here. You got Curse looking to mobilize here, looking to defend the Wraiths. It looks like Mundo's actually going to be starting here at to start off with red buff, maybe even for a quick level 2. But you do see that Cyanide's got the same inkling here. So it looks like both junglers want that red. They want to see if they can't make something really quick happen level 2 and get an aggressive gank on.
Yeah, and so Nunu walking up, going to drop a ward for them, will be pretty safe. Keep an eye on what Mundo's route is. They're actually invading some against Lee Sin. Are they going to all go for it and try and steal this red? They might actually do that.
There is a ward, though, and right now xPeke does show himself right here to Curse. I think that's going to be more than enough to make CURSE.EU things like, you know what, this is a pretty terrible idea. We spent way too much time on the defensive end. We might as well just go ahead and stick with the original plan. Actually, Mundo's actually going to be starting on the Wolves and going to blue first, I think, because you do have a Nunu. You do have. Did he?
They're going to steal it.
They are. nRated did not buy it.
They're also setting
yet.
their bot top. So Corki and Nunu are going to go top lane, and Curse is actually transitioning over. They don't want this red to be gone.
Oh man, this could be huge. This could be absolutely huge. Fnatic, they have no idea at the moment. They're going to be little. Well, that's, you got to wait 10 more seconds. xPeke. It doesn't quite work like that. But yeah, right now Curse, they're all waiting. They're all
and
waiting.
They know they're there, so they know they can just wait for the kill.
Okay, so it's a matter of how long are you going to wait? Not very long. nRated out in front. Did get the consume first. They wanted to ensure that he bought it first. Does flash over the wall. The Ignite still ticking on him. Will nRated get away? The Ignite has done ticking, and he will be able to get out barely. No, there's the flash. The Ignite. Angush getting that kill. Very well done.
Yeah, nice job from Angush. I'm a little bit surprised that he wasn't doing damage to him in the first place. He was kind of off to the side, zoning off the rest of Curse, because he wanted to make sure that they had to fight advantage. But being able to pick that up is huge, particularly since he's going to be switching down to the bottom lane. But both lanes, they're actually both teams are switching their bots and their tops. So you know, we'll see how that works. If Yorick actually decides to grab that blue for some nice control, Cyanide keeping an eye on it, will be able to zone them off of it.
Yeah, Lamia here has a rough time top lane. Sleper actually doing quite a bit of work, forcing the potion. But yeah, you see, Lee Sin was going to be meeting up with the Mundo here in the bot river. Exhaust going down onto the Lee Sin. Malunoo trying to capitalize as much as he can. Does have the cleaver going on. The shield going down onto sOAZ. We'll get Cyanide out of there.
Yeah, so just barely able to back off. Angush will be able to go down to the lane. Nunu taking the Wolves, trying to get an advantage in that top lane. But the big thing is he's actually going to take the blue as well. So nRated taking the blue for the top lane, dual lane. The big issue, though, is he's kind of setting Corki behind. So Corki should be able to grab this blue for some spammability. Won't be the biggest, benefit this early, but it'll still be nice. A little bit later, it'll be a little bit nicer.
Yeah.
But yes, that's actually really interesting what Fnatic's doing right now. The issue is that they're going up against a Soraka, and Soraka with Ezreal can just constantly spam harass, and then Soraka's just going to keep him topped off, and it's a very strong, easy lane.
Or forbid Lamia actually gets killed on the next engage.
Is Lamia going to run a 2v1?
I don't think so. I think Nunu. Well, here's the thing. Because Cyanide, with all that fighting that he's been doing, he's severely behind Malunoo right now.
Yeah.
And it's just like, you know what? I'm so far behind, we might as well just go ahead and give the buff to someone that can actually have a chance at winning a lane and doing well.
But Mundo chasing down Ari, forcing out the flash. xPeke is able to back out there.
So might as well just give it to the AD carry. Give it to someone who has a better chance at making better use of it. And Cyanide's going to be very far behind for a very long time. And that is a big problem with Lee Sin, is that if you start off slow, if you start off at a massive disadvantage, that makes your ganks immensely weaker. You become a support Lee Sin. You become a shield bot. And until you get your farm up, that's really all he's going to be.
Yeah, and Mundo chasing him down again, trying to get up. Actually, Karthus with the wall, the shield, and the ward from Cyanide, knowing he needs to get out of there. So far, though, some nice advantages for Curse. And bot lane,
is in the advantage of FNATIC. Malphite, he's able to abuse Yorick early on, so Yorick just doesn't have enough damage to drop the shield. He actually started off with a Doran shield, so he's just incredibly tanky, very strong. Mundo coming in once again onto Ahri. Ahri doesn't have the flash this time. If they can get the cleaves, the exhaust, Karthus is going to be able to follow it up. One more Q, picks up the kill, but Malunoo will go down, and then Lee Sin chasing after Moopz here. He's out of mana, so Lee Sin will get some nice damage, but not be able to finish it off.
Yep, so there you go, 1 for 1 there in the mid. Best thing you can hope for. And I'm also noticing this too from Cyanide. Cyanide is actually getting counter jungled pretty heavy by his own team, because you do see nRated actually coming down and grabbing those wolves quite often. He's pretty much limited to only the lower part of the jungle, so he's going to continue to stay behind for quite a while. But now with Malunoo actually going, with Malunoo actually being deflected there in the mid, this is going to be a little bit of an opportunity for Cyanide to actually go ahead, catch up, focus on his farm, and if Malunoo continues to stay aggressive, if he keeps his lane presence up but doesn't connect on kills, that could be an opportunity for Cyanide to actually get back into this game.
Yeah, and I didn't realize it's wild to think that Malphite is just crushing Yorick to this degree. Once Yorick has some mana, he should be okay, but I'm sure a lot of that has to do with not being able to regen off of the minions. I don't know, we'll see. Cyanide trying to catch up, but he's a little bit behind Malunoo right now. Malunoo's doing pretty well.
84 armor. It's quite a bit. It's
quite
a bit.
He has a lot of armor. But a lot of Yorick's abilities are actually magic damage, so it's just the fact that he's so tanky. He's able to walk up and tank the minions, and then just force Angush off of the minion line.
Yes, and so with that, Malunoo now looking to find out where he belongs. We got about another minute until red buffs come up for both of our junglers. Top lane staying the course. Malphite actually sOAZ making his way over to the mid. May actually be looking for an aggressive gank here on to Moopz. You got Nunu actually getting into position as well, so nRated might be nearby with that snowball. So could be a 3-man gank here mid. Where's sOAZ going? There he is. Blood Bow going to keep him there. So you want that engaged, you want that extra movement speed. And just in a second, there is the flash and the ultimate coming from sOAZ. Moopz there going to get charmed. And there you go. The ult from xPeke going to be more than enough to go ahead and finish off on that kill. So there you go. Now it's Moopz being set behind. This is now sitting behind the Karthus, trying to deny him all that farm and trying to put xPeke at that much more of an advantage.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier. That sOAZ, the Malphite Ahri combo on Karthus, there's not a lot that he can do about it. Karthus using the teleport to get back down the bottom, but he is actually kind of low. And right when he gets into lane, Angush used the Ignite on him just to get him low so he can harass him down. But Lee Sin is coming up behind him. He does see him in the ward, so he will be safe here, but it does force him back a little bit. Cyanide getting some nice damage. They actually might chase this down. sOAZ is going to be able to chase him down, but Cyanide's getting very low. There's the Karthus ultimate as well. He forces the flash out of there with the shield, just barely surviving the flash from Angush, able to pick it up.
I thought, I was waiting. He's like, where's the Lee Sin shield? We need it. We need it. No, he's not going to have it just in time. So, unfortunately, though,
he used it right when Karthus ulted.
He did. But, yep.
Just not enough damage.
Just not enough damage. Not enough time to actually get away from that one. And just one errant E from York will go ahead and take him out there. Meanwhile, top lane.
Meanwhile, in the top lane,
Sleper still doing very well here. While everyone's been off kind of, doing their own thing. Corki's still 500 gold behind the Ezreal. So Sleper's doing a really good job farming at this point. And, Curse, at this point in time, they're only about 1k ahead. We're on the 9th minute here. It's a matter of how often will Corki be actually leaving the lane, and you'll see too that nRated has been spending a lot of time just also not supporting, hasn't been quite around, giving Lamia a little bit of a chance to go ahead and soak up more XP by just having a 1v2 situation here and farming a tower. Yeah,
so I don't know. We'll see. I think the big thing is just trying to keep advantages over the Ezreal and Soraka. And I don't know. I'm not really sure how to respond to the not supporting thing. But Lamia, he is a little bit behind. But as he hits level 6, or as he's now past level 6, he should be able to range farm decently. The issue is that he just doesn't have enough sustain to go against the Soraka. So some nice advantages there. And Curse, with the early lead, if FNATIC can't pressure it, Curse could be working into that really strong late game.
And xPeke just trying trying to put a little bit of fear there into Moopz. And if you look at the farm too, I mean, Ari is actually really pulling ahead. xPeke is doing very well, keeping the lead, keeping the advantage, and just forcing Karthus into bad situations whenever possible. nRated to get the nice little quick snowball on the Sleper just to annoy you. And Moopz has a little bit of time to go ahead and try and catch up to try and recoup that gold loss. Oh, and there you go, xPeke with the ult. sOAZ not going to be able to connect either, but Moopz still has to get away, still have all the burst damage coming from xPeke, and will actually be able to duck out quickly. There's no ult on Moopz. It was used earlier to get the connect with the kill on the Cyanide, so it is not here. Unfortunate.
Yeah, so he goes down once again, and with the flash down, he's going to be very vulnerable the next time the Malphite ult is up. So it's, just a much shorter cooldown. They could just continuously pressure that. Malunoo, needs to try and watch that lane a little bit more. In the meantime, Lee Sin and Malphite, they're chasing down Yorick once again. He throws off the Ignite versus Cyanide, but the kickback gets Angush out of there.
Yep.
And now sOAZ can be in control of that lane since Yorick is kind of low.
Yep, Angush Angush is going to have to go back at some point. The mana is very low. Granted, he does have the tier, but it's not going to last him forever. And sOAZ, though, just looking to flex his muscle just a little bit. Does have that armor with the Doran Shield. He's got his GP10s already, so that income over time is just going to begin to grow. He's getting returns on his investments. And at the moment, they're pretty even in farm, but sOAZ, very soon, should actually start being able to overtake. But Angush actually still getting very aggressive. And you do have Malunoo here looking to get into cleave, trying to get some harass, but alas, it's going to be for nothing.
Yeah, and sOAZ, he has plenty of mana, so he should be fine to stay in lane as long as he can keep an eye on Mundo. And he needs to get a ward out. Doesn't quite have one right now, but even if Mundo comes in, it would be kind of tough for him to escape with the long lane because Mundo just has such great sticking power. But Malphite could just throw off a Q and try and run away, try and get out of there. His ultimate will be up in another 15 seconds, so they might actually just go for a tower dive. Lee Sin setting up is just going to back off.
Yep, and Dragon is up, so if any teams get any sort of advantage, just go ahead and grab it here. But that's the disadvantage at actually sending your ADs top. If you do get that man advantage, it's going to take a little while longer to go ahead and grab that Dragon. You may just not have the power, the damage to actually go ahead and do it. Things going down once again on the Moopz here in the mid. Exhaust going down on him. xPeke will actually get the charm on the Mundo. Target not going to be hit there, and Nunu is trying to make his way back, but Xinec and Sleper, no. They're going to try and cut him off at the path. He is in the bush, and nRated should be able to get to safety, but he's actually walking. Well, don't walk back. Do not be walking back there.
Yeah, and xPeke being chased down by Malunoo will be okay. We'll be able to get out of there. Cyanide actually turning it around, so they might try and turn him back into him. Moopz, dealing some damage. So they will back off here, but actually turning onto Moopz. Moopz's very low. The kick in from Cyanide. He's actually trying for this kill. One more attack and he can get it, but the exhaust just can't quite finish it off. There he goes. He is able to get him.
Well, xPeke actually being chunked out huge, forcing the ult to try and get away. Sleper does have a lot of damage, but Malunoo also still out in front. Any more procs on that ult, still has one more.
But the big thing, Corki free farming up top, and again, Karthus just can't farm. They just keep on, killing him, and he's not getting farming opportunities. So that can be huge for FNATIC if they can keep this up. So far, nRated as that support Nunu, he's been moving into the jungle a lot. So he's been stealing their jungle, he's been stealing the enemy jungle, stealing the race there right before that fight. And I don't know, it's giving him a nice little gold lead over Soraka. And Corki doing okay, keeping up with Ezreal despite Ezreal's early advantages.
Yep, so with Moopz being focused down quite a bit in the mid, it does put a lot of pressure on the other lanes to go and stay farmed to try and counteract things when and be that presence in the fights where Karthus is lacking. And right now, Sleper's actually getting pretty well farmed, actually the most farmed on the team at the moment. But Ari, though, is still going to be a huge, massive threat. Almost nearly 1,000 gold lead over the Karthus. And with the Abyssal Scepter, that's just going to hurt that much more with those Sork Boots.
Yeah, Ari is just going to be the key. Ari is the linchpin on what FNATIC's trying to do, because she's the one that's going to be able to run these fights. xPeke chasing after Karthus, 10 seconds until the ultimate is up, just can't quite pick her up. So Moopz, really in a dangerous situation now, because Ari could almost take him out by himself. Every single time that Karthus comes into the lane, he's going to have to worry about just going down to Ari. And then if xPeke can start using that and snowball other lanes, that could be huge. But the other lanes are generally pretty safe. They're generally pretty tanky. So we'll see how Ahri's fedness will impact the mid game.
Her fatness.
Her fatness.
Her fatness. She's getting pretty huge at the moment, and not
her
to
weight,
mention
her heft.
Well, it's
her mass.
She's healthy. She's quite healthy right now.
Big boned.
And also to mention, Ahri is level 11, which means level 2 in the ultimate. So that burst damage coming in, if those dives do actually happen, are going to be that much more painful and that much quicker. That being the key point here, just in case everyone from Curse decides to crowd around mid, she can go ahead, get the damage, and get out that much faster. And you got a blue buff there as well. The shave onto Nunu. Attempted
they
steal.
Are going to the dragon, and Karthus has plenty of damage early on with that blue, can easily clear it. They're going to get it very easily, so that's definitely a nice little gold advantage for them.
Nice. Now with that, the gold does swing just a tad into back into the favor of Curse here, but you do see Ahri actually making her way down. Cleaver from Malunoo leading the charge. Is he going to be taking out this turret? It looks like he will be. Moopz, he wants to get this damage in, but here comes the Malphite ult. Going to be focusing down to Karthus, but Karthus wants that kill. He's very hungry for it. xPeke also down here to try and get as much damage down. He got the dashes coming in. Xinec will go down. You also have
Cyanide going down underneath the turret. Karthus is still pretty high, but he's low on mana, and xPeke can maybe get some kills here. If he gets the charm off, Angush is very low. One more Q from xPeke. Will pick it up. One more auto attack, just can't finish it. And actually the Ghost trying to take him down, but nRated actually picks up the kill into Moopz. sOAZ will go down, but xPeke is going to be okay.
So all for all, that was actually a very extended 2 for 2.
They could have waited and let Malphite get back to base and just recall.
Yeah.
Because Karthus was all out of mana, and they could have just left him alone.
Yeah, they could have, but unfortunately they didn't. And also that's nRated with that blue buff there, courtesy of the Karthus.
Yeah.
So that's going to help him out, just getting a lot of extra spam. And you know what? He's a hungry dude. He needs that consume up a lot more, especially if he's going to be going over for all those jungle creeps, and if he wants to go ahead and keep his health high. Oh, not even going to be dead. Not too much off of that one. Xinec, though, being caught out very quickly in the mid. A lot of burst damage. A lot of it coming in from Ahri.
Yeah, 4-1-1, 160 CS. If he had the Death Virus right now, it would be just devastating. So, still, with the Abyssal Scepter, he can control fights very well. He's very tanky as well, so not going down as fast as you would expect. Malunoo trying to engage, though, and they're going to fight it. xPeke with the Spirit Rush gets the charm as well. The quick burst damage, Malunoo does go down, so they're able to back off.
Did he get the ignite? He wasn't even ignited there, and he went down that quickly. Yikes.
Yeah, really fantastic burst damage from xPeke, and Cyanide just biding his time, watching Malunoo run up for those wraiths, was able to hold that off for him, was actually baiting it in because there was the ward, and so Cyanide was sitting there, and Malunoo walked up and was like, ha ha ha, I see you, I'm going to get some damage.
Nope.
Yeah.
Not happening. Moopz is now level 12. Is starting to get that farm back on up, and also has the level 2 ultimate now, so that's going to be hurting a little bit more than it usually would, and that could also provide some of the kills to get some of the experience and catch up, which is something he so sorely needs. But meanwhile, you will have the top lane presence there from Nunu. We're going to push down Angush just a little bit because you have Sleper now there in the bot lane to try and get the hurt down onto the Malphite. So the lane switch happens once again, and Angush, I'm not sure.
Oh, Ezreal chasing down Malphite, almost picked up that kill, but xPeke is caught in the jungle, and he's dueling with Malunoo, but he has to deal with Moopz as well. He will use his Spirit Rush getting out of there, get some nice damage, but here's Angush as well coming in on the side, and Cyanide going to cut them off, so they're able to back off. But in the meantime, Sleper, he had chased down Malphite, was able to abuse him in that bottom lane, almost picked up the kill there.
Yeah, but may not pick up the kill. But could, if he really wants to, actually grab that turret. He can just push the wave in and just start the attacks. You can see Xinec with the bananas already starting the process. They want to force that thing down. Angush is hungry. He's going to get hurt for a little bit from that nRated Nunu ult, but here comes sOAZ, teleport top lane. Wants to secure it. I'm not even sure if that was all too necessary to do, but the thing is that you still have a lot of members of Curse nearby looking to capitalize on some damage. Malunoo out there top lane. Realize sOAZ is going to be trying to poke on in, try and get a shard or two off, keep him slow to get that kill, but no, they're just going to go ahead. Curse leaving the top lane turret to fall because FNATIC let their bot tier 1 come down. xPeke, he's waiting for
Once
those
that
creeps.
minion's cleared.
One shot. There you go. There's the charm. Sleper going to be damaged quite a bit there. Where is the Spirit Rush, though? It is not up. Used earlier. And xPeke actually regretting the decision a little bit. But here comes the ult. No, will not be getting Ari there. But here comes Karthus. Double. Oh, no. Gonna get one, though.
Yeah, and every kill, 5, 4, and 2 for Karthus now. Despite dying repeatedly early on, you know, he's catching up into this game. He has the Rod of Ages. Sleper's going to be able to take down that turret, which is going to be huge. So they can just continue to stall off.
Oh.
nRated chasing him away, but it's one hit away. So we'll see how far he chases. Ari is in pursuit as well with that Spirit Rush, but very low. So we'll back off.
Like the minions could take her out if given a chance. You know, like it's like, oh, you know, if the minions had 5 seconds with her, they'd actually be able to take her out. But it is definitely a huge
I'm just imagining
threat.
like the minions as like the mafia, and they've got like I don't know their gloves on. They're like, just give me 5 seconds with a, I'll take her out.
I'll take her out. No, you got me no problem. You know, give you a reason to call you purple sweetness. It's okay. We're good.
Some purple sweetness.
If you haven't seen that video, by the way, IPL LOL on YouTube. We had a good buddy of ours, Strato, actually voice a minion. It came out amazing. Do definitely check that video out. So you do in the gold lead. There really is none. It's been quite even, pretty much this entire game. It's just a matter of where the gold is going.
Yeah, and it's all on Ari basically.
Pretty much.
Ari and Karthus, and that's who they wanted on. Ezreal, he has a nice advantage over Corki as well. So Ezreal's pretty farmed, and having Ezreal and Karthus farmed for Curse is absolutely huge. If xPeke, you know, can take down one of them, that would be big. But getting the Deathfires now, that's definitely key. Having that Deathfires Abyssal combo to be able to just burst someone down.
But here's the big story here is that Moopz, for a while, for a point, was actually around 1,000 gold behind xPeke, but now that gap has actually closed immensely. He's actually now almost even. So the fact that he's able to actually come back from that is actually really huge. But we'll just see if they can go ahead and continue that and maybe even overtake. But you do have all 5 members of FNATIC here looking to push here in the mid. That mid-tier one is actually very low, and I think Curse may actually just go ahead and let it fall.
Yeah, so they grab that very easily. Ezreal regrouping with the rest of the team. And I don't know, we'll see. The big thing for FNATIC is their great initiation and their great mobility. If they can burst someone down, xPeke, if he can grab Karthus, that's, I mean, just huge for them. But they can't allow themselves to get too low where Karthus can just ult and take him out. But Angush almost dropping instantly. Malphite going to force the fight. xPeke with the engage, and actually Lamia is going to be able to take him down. nRated will go down as well, but Yorick used the ult on himself, so no Karthus school. sOAZ actually trying to get out of there, but will go down. And so despite the early advantages, Ezreal's turning this around. Malunoo's turning this around. He's going to tank the turret. Lamia, one more attack, will go down, and Curse is able to turn around. But xPeke with the flash gets the charm onto Sleper, picks up the kill with the help of the turret. And actually, Lee Sin, he was able to kill Mundo as well.
A little bit, I mean, good on Malunoo to actually go and dive and take the damage from the turret. Bad on Curse to stick around.
Yeah.
So, and yeah, using the ult, having Angush use the ult on himself and not for Moopz, because it's kind of like, you know, I'm going down real quick, and I know you're right next to me, Moopz. You're going to be following very quickly, and yeah, it should have just a little bit of a bad call there.
But you saw how difficult that fight was for FNATIC, and even though they were able to quickly take down Yorick and then take down Karthus without Yorick ghouling Karthus, which is like their ideal situation. You know, better would be taking down Ezreal and Karthus, but you know, even with that situation, they all took a lot of damage in the process, and then Ezreal was able to chase them down.
Yeah, the Spirit Rush back up. xPeke wants to chunk out Moopz very quickly and may actually get it here. The Spirit Rush is actually down, but the Foxfire will be more than enough. So
yeah, just barely creeping into range with that Foxfire.
And here's the thing. We were talking about the goal just a little bit, and Karthus just you know, right before those 2 fights ago was actually back even with xPeke, but now a few kills later, and Ari has soared into the gold lead. Now a 2K lead over the Karthus, the biggest lead that xPeke has had over the AP mid so far. Angush trying to go ahead and get that dragon, but will not be. Cyanide there, able to grab it. Malunoo out there in the middle of the pit. It is a 4v3 here, right in front of the dragon. And 4v5 actually. You did have the teleport there coming in from sOAZ, but now Curse is just dropping one by one, and Fnatic can just go ahead and grab whatever they want. Moopz does get the kill down onto the Lee Sin, and Sleper is dual trying to get some damage over the ridge, but sOAZ coming on in with the ultimate, trying to capitalize with everything. York goes down to Ezreal, going to be going down double kill. Xinec is now just being caught behind, and now has to flash just to get to safety. But the orb, the damage, the rocket should be more than enough, and there you go. If Moopsy's here, though, could it be an ace? No, he's going to go back off.
Yeah, so another one fight for Fnatic, and that one was huge. So now, all of a sudden, they went from an even game to 5K ahead almost. They're going to be able to grab this tower, and just, perfect fight for them. sOAZ forcing it out, forcing Sleper to stay behind. He has the armor, he has the attack speed slow, where it's pretty difficult for Sleper to take him down. He just doesn't have enough damage, and so as a result, he was just stuck dueling with Malphite. It allowed the rest of the team to come in. They were able to force the fight, pick up a number of kills when Karthus wasn't with them.
So now it's a matter of what Curse does actually from here, and granted, they still have a lot of objective damage. Karthus, he's an amazing champ at taking objectives like Dragon, like the Baron, and if Fnatic does get caught off guard, if someone's caught somewhere else, like if Corki's caught down bot lane farming, there's a possibility they can go ahead and sneak the Baron. But here's the thing, though. Ahri is so ridiculously fed, and if they get found out, all that burst damage coming on in could really just spell doom. It's really just a matter of take out the Ahri, make her a non-issue, and Xinec almost getting caught there. Oh, and
Ahri, the ultimate, is down for a while, so that's kind of a shame. They will have to sit back and wait for it to be back up. But in the meantime, Sleper just still pushing down the bottom lane, and actually Fnatic, they're going to take this opportunity to push mid. So we'll see if they can pick anyone off. It'd be kind of difficult. Like, they don't really have the best pushing team. Sleper able to grab that turret. It was down so low from earlier. So Fnatic really just needs to back off and wait until their ults are up.
Yep, and Sleper, he's going to take a little while before he actually rejoins with the rest of the team to defend this tier 2 here in mid. sOAZ, everyone from Fnatic, their ults are up with the exception of xPeke, but it shouldn't be too long. You got about less than 30 seconds here. So if this pressure can continue, and look, the GAs, they're coming. sOAZ, he's got one for himself already.
The GAs are coming.
The GAs are coming. Actually, you know what? Sleper has one. He just bought one for himself as well. So, yeah, if anyone's going to be pumping out a lot of damage here from Curse, if anyone's going to be making a huge difference, it's going to be him.
Yeah, the big issue is with that GA, he only has a Triforce for damage, so not really deep into his build, but they're actually going for the Baron. Karthus can kill it very quickly. xPeke saw the ward drop. He knows that it is dropping 4,000, 3,000. It's going down very quickly. I think they're going to be able to pick it up. xPeke can't steal it. Cyanide jumping in, but Curse is able to take it down. Cyanide will go down, but kicking out Moopzy, so they can pick up the kill, but the Yorick Ghoul will bring him back, and Curse can chase them out of here. xPeke very, very low. nRated and sOAZ have to try and retreat, but they have to deal with the Sleper in pursuit.
Curse trying to slowly take down anyone they can. xPeke will be going down to the Karthus ult. The shutdown will happen. Finally, Shirley's being popped from nRated, wants to get sOAZ out of there, but maybe falling behind himself. You got the rest of Curse following in pursuit, and you got 4 members of Curse still with that Baron buff. They're looking to push, and they took that very convincingly. Nice sneak. Very well done.
Yeah, and they will be able to push in. So now that lead from Fnatic completely vaporized. Like, it's just, it's gone. They didn't have vision of the Baron. Curse had a very strong Baron team late in the game. They're going to be able to take down this turret. They might have to back off, though, because Malphite still has his ultimate up, and xPeke is in as well. sOAZ trying to force them off of the turret. Just stall for a moment. He has the GA still because he didn't go down. He walks up. He has the AoE. Cyanide forcing in the fight, and they can pursue Malunoo, but he will use his ult and get out there. But sOAZ with the follow-up. Lamia has the damage. Sleper will go down, has the GA, but if they can kill him quickly when he procs, no, he's going to get out of there.
Nice. Very well done. For a second there, I thought it was going to be a little bit hairy. The Curse, no, get out of here. It's not worth it, but they managed to get it. Got out. Granted, for the next 5 minutes, Sleper's not going to have that revive from the GA, but the Baron buff is going to be lasting for quite a while. They still got about 2 minutes left on that thing, but Fnatic, recognizing that Curse is a little bit low, they may take this opportunity to go ahead and push, but then again, Moopzy, he is back.
Yeah, so they will be able to hold off for a second. And, with that Baron buff, with, the lead that they've built up and pushing themselves into the late game, it is a very even gold game. But that tanky team for Curse is very difficult to deal with. And xPeke, he's only one mere mortal man. He can't do it all. We'll see. He might actually dive in for Karthus here.
Mike tries to go for it. The DFG just on its own, doing incredible amounts of damage to Moopz, but not able to finish off with the rest of it. The DFG doing 44% of health. That is huge.
Yeah, no, he has massive amounts of burst damage. So, when you consider he also has the magic resist shredding and the spell pen, that's absolutely huge. Karthus really needs to get an Abyssal Scepter of his own almost so that he can survive, or just a GA. I wouldn't be surprised if he built into that. But right now, I think he is looking to get a Void Staff so that he can, counter out some of the MR that they have. There it goes. Yeah, so, particularly for, like, Ahri, he wants to just be able to take her down.
Yeah, and that's a good call too, because if you can manage to take out the Ahri, you can pretty much take the rest of the fight. Because that's a problem with having someone on your team so front-loaded with gold. If they manage to fall, then the entire plan falls apart. But Malunoo's out in front, very brave, going right. He does not care about damage, and Angush actually getting the kill down on the Lamia. Sharp Barrage coming on, not going to be shaving anyone today. But Xinec there with heals, keeping Malunoo tank topped off, keeping him resistant, and he's still just charging onward in. There's still 30 seconds left on the Baron buff too, so they're going to have it for the rest of this fight. And Curse slowly taking down sOAZ, and here comes the Karthus ult. Boom! Popping the GA on the sOAZ. He's going to be weak, and Curse just going to go ahead and move on in. Very good fight, and I think that's game.
Yeah, Curse able to pick up this win. They will push into the Nexus. They're tanky enough. There's the GGs, I'm assuming. Yeah, grabbing the inhibitor. But still, really nice job from Curse. xPeke had the early advantages, but they just didn't have quite enough damage to deal with them. And Curse was able to pull it around. Moopz, is he going to go down? One more. Yes, he does go down. But it's okay. He still has this team. They're going to grab the Nexus and move on to face M5. So Curse versus M5 in the finals. I'm excited. Are you excited?
That is fantastic. Wonderfully done. Curse coming on back from that. Fantastic. It's been a fantastic. This has been a great series.
Yeah, no, it really has been. Both teams looking incredibly impressive. xPeke just not quite able to get it off. And the big thing was there was the one fight where they were really far ahead, and they had won the one fight. They had a 6K gold advantage. xPeke didn't have his ultimate, and then Curse was able to force a fight while the ultimate was still down, and pick up the kills. And everyone just going down at the Baron. Curse forced the Baron out. FNATIC didn't have, the map awareness there. They didn't have any control. And so losing the Baron and that fight was huge.
But I just want to make this quick mention here, too, because this is the problem with having someone on your team so front-loaded with gold. Because you have xPeke getting the huge bulk of it. Your jungle is a little bit crippled here. And you're not getting as much as you normally would on your AD carry. But if you look at Curse here, it's a little bit more of an even spread. You have immensely more on your jungler than their jungler. Everything's a little bit closer together. And if you can manage to go ahead and convincingly take a fight where you force someone out, then you can go ahead and take that lead and abuse it.
Yeah, and despite the early lead that Ahri had, Moopz on Karthus, he was still neck to neck with her in gold. So 12.6K to 12.5K. A lot of that's from turrets and whatnot. But yes, I mean, even being that far behind early and having the early pressure against Karthus, Karthus still came out on top.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Pretty good. So your EU IPL Elites finals will be M5 versus CURSE.EU, battling out for the biggest chunk of that $3,000 prize pool, plus seeding for our events and potential qualifier spots as well for our events. So we will see how that goes down when that happens. But also happening later tonight, you still have the semifinals for the NA coming on up. We got TSM versus Dynamic. That's going to be huge. And
MTW Dignitas, is that it?
Meet Playground Dignitas.
Meet Playground Dignitas. Wow.
Yeah.
So that's astounding. And if you guys haven't been watching Meet Playground, they've looked very strong. Pobelter's new team. They've won a couple of cool matches, but yeah, definitely some big contenders in there. Dignitas has been looking fantastic recently, though.
They have. They've taken what they've learned in Korea. They've applied it here. It's a revived team. It really is. Because most of the top teams, they do have periods where they dip a little bit, but then they are revived. They refresh their game plan, and they come back that much stronger. So we will see what happens there starting in about. Wow, it's been a long
In
broadcast
about
day.
40 minutes.
In about 40, 50 minutes, that's going to be going down. So do stay tuned for that. And, like we've mentioned before, we'll mention again if you've missed it, five $50 RP cards we're giving away. IGN.com/IPL. Go to the news section, scroll down. I assure you it's there. Just click a whole bunch of buttons.
It's hard to find, I'll be honest, but it's in the chat also. We'll be linking that in the chat. And definitely, check that out.
So go ahead, check that out. We will see you in just a little bit for our NA matches. We are done for today. HatPerson, RedBaron, we are out. Do please follow us. Our Twitter information is right down there, and we will see you guys next time.
Hey guys, we're here, James and AJ.
With the
Not
wrong
AJ and
overlay.
James.
We got to get this fixed. There we go. That's the right one. IPL Elites. Today we're going to conclude at least the EU side of things. Had a little bit of difficulty with the NA last night if you were watching, but it's okay. We'll work around it. We won't send any black fans to anyone's house to go ahead and abduct them. But first thing, we have the third place match coming up, and then after this, directly after, we're going to have grand finals and see who takes away the respective chunks of the $3,000 American prize for this tournament.
Yeah, so FNATIC versus TEAMLESS. Excuse me. Should be a pretty exciting match. I'm definitely looking forward to it. Both have looked very strong, but then we will check out M5 versus CURSE later. The main event should be really exciting. But regardless, I'm kind of curious. nRated, he's been subbing for Phalox for a while now, and I'm not sure why. Excuse me, I'm working it out. I'm good. Why Phalox has been out so long, but nRated has looked very strong with their team. There were some issues against CURSE with him playing Leona, where he maybe made a couple of communication errors with the rest of the team, but otherwise he's been looking very strong. Yeah,
he's been doing pretty damn well, and I'd like to see him be a permanent addition. That'd be pretty nice. I wouldn't mind that. I wouldn't mind that at all. But TEAMLESS though, they've been looking incredibly strong though, but hey, this is a single limb tournament. Things do happen, and it was a fantastic. It was still a fantastic effort against M5 yesterday. So we'll see how they do here. So the winner of this set will actually walk away with $300 in their pocket. But the M5 and the CURSE match coming up later, winner of that will take $2,000 American. Second place will take $700, but it is a best of 5 for grand finals. Third place is still a best of 3, but here we're gonna have to go ahead and get that third place underway soon.
Yeah, and actually, YoungBuck subbing in for TEAMLESS here. I'm not, really sure what lane they're going to put him in. If he'll just go into the top lane or. I guess he'll go mid, depending on who's going to be here, if Tabzz is here or not. But we'll have to see. So YoungBuck subbing for TEAMLESS, nRated still here for FNATIC once again. But it should be exciting. I've really enjoyed the comps that we've seen from FNATIC, and I remember enjoying them, but I can't remember what they are.
Well, they've been running that Jace top.
Oh, that's right. They ran the Jace Morgana. That's right.
Mixed success. But it's pretty good. It's pretty interesting to see some teams bringing the newer champs into play. They also have and FNATIC's been very, very consistent with their Maokai play, and every time he's open, if they have the opportunity, FNATIC is first picking him just to make sure they can have him.
Yeah, that's
definitely a really strong pick for them. Teamless, they played a couple of Maokai games as well, though, so we'll see. But FNATIC, they are that first pick, so
Yep.
I would expect maybe a ban. We'd seen a ban in the Curse games in game number 3, and just, I don't know, FNATIC definitely enjoys that pick. So we'll see, but xPeke has been phenomenal, particularly when he's playing Ahri. So, I don't know that I wouldn't expect an Ahri ban as well. We haven't really seen a lot of Ahri bans against
No, we
FNATIC,
haven't.
which is surprising because of how strong xPeke's play has been, particularly in that position.
However, we have been seeing a lot of Zyra bans in the face of Teamless. Teamless, they're not worried at all. And it is a new champ. She is a relatively her OP-ness is being contested at the moment, actually. But they're not afraid to go ahead, pick her, throw in their mid, and see how well she does. She's a fantastic champ at the moment, and you might as well, if she's open, you might as well take her.
Yeah, so we'll see. We are waiting on just one more member, but then we'll be able to check it out. Guys, once again, this upcoming week, August 11th and 12th, next Saturday and Sunday, it is going to be our IPL face-off, San Francisco Showdown, all sorts of stuff. It's going to be fun. A bunch of NA and Asian teams, so it will be exciting. Unfortunately, we couldn't have the EU teams with us, but I'm definitely really excited to check it out, and it's going to be a really cool tournament. We have a lot of tournaments here right at the end of the season.
Oh, yeah.
To finish off who's going to be going to those regional championships and then the Season 2 championships as well.
We're getting our term papers in, like we're rushing down the hallways of the school, just trying to make sure we just slam the essay onto teacher's desk just in time.
It happened last year too with the Season 1 championships.
It did.
Not quite to the same degree that
No.
it's happening this year, but last year it was the same thing where you had a bunch of teams that were there at the end of the year. There was like only 3 teams maybe that were qualified for the regional championships before the Season 1 championships, and all of a sudden there were just a bunch of tournaments at the end of the season, and so it went from like 3 teams qualified to a bunch of teams qualified, and teams like Epic were there at the very last second. They were a brand new team. They were like, all right, dang, let's go
Why
qualify.
not? I got a free weekend. Let's do it.
And so then they went and they did really well at the Season 1 championship. So
Yep.
definitely some cool stuff. This year, big prize money on the line. People have been having tournaments throughout the year a little bit more. People have been attending a little bit more frequently. So it's going to be exciting. And the exciting thing is we're seeing a lot more aggressive play style right now.
Yes.
There's a
Yes,
lot
we
more
are.
aggressive pushing and lane swaps and early team fights. So it's definitely pretty cool.
Yeah, as we near the Season 2 champs, like some teams are letting go of a few of their secrets, letting a few of their comps, a few of their game plans, just to see if they work. And we've seen a lot of lane switches, a lot of creative play. I remember it wasn't a match we casted. Our community guys did it, but I think it was Dignitas actually sent Karthus bot and sent their support in AD mid.
Yeah, and the big thing was it was Karthus versus Kassadin in the mid lane, and
Right.
that's just disaster. Like that's a terrible, terrible matchup.
Yeah.
After a couple of levels, Kassadin just sweeps the floor with Karthus. So as a result, Scar went bottom. It was kind of against a passive lane.
Yeah.
I don't remember exactly who it was, but I think it was a Soraka lane, but or Sona lane maybe. And he just, sat back, used his range to farm,
Yeah.
which, that's what he was going to do anyway. He was just going to sit there and farm.
Exactly.
So,
Yeah. You might as well. Send the
And
AD.
it also, it shuts down Kassadin to a great extent.
Yeah, you have the AD in mid because you remember Caston, he is a melee farmer, so to keep him back, to keep him under farmed, did pretty well. It worked out pretty well. So and a lot of interesting bans also coming in very lately. You have a lot of the regions are now like meshing with their strategies, and now the rest of the world is kind of like catching up. It's like, man, TF is definitely worth a ban.
Yeah, no, TF is very strong right now. He provides so much utility in the early game. He can clear waves very easily. Later in the game, he's very strong as long as you can get out his damage and not feel threatened. And that's usually the big issue with TF is whether or not they have strong initiation. That can get back into that back line. I was just reading the chat some here. Kerp saying, Master Tactician Cyanide, he's late because he's studying our latest champion rotations and calculating all of the possibilities for a flawless victory.
Yeah, definitely.
So, I believe it. Go Cyanide.
I think he's pooping.
All right,
That's just my thought.
There's 2 theories.
There you go. I mean, you could just go with the.
He's got
or he could be doing both. He could be
He's
thinking on
running
the
the
toilet.
simulations on the toilet.
He
There
could
you
be
go.
doing
Right.
that. Could be. Might as well. But I'm also I'm looking at some of the match history as well. I was thinking about prospective bans that may be coming in. And it may be in Teamless's best interest to ban out that Maokai pretty early. But then again, Teamless, though,
like I mentioned before, they've been using the Zyra, so that might be actually a worthy ban from FNATIC.
Yeah, and as Zyra has been a really strong pick. That was who was that with? Was Freljord's been playing Zyra? I'm trying to think.
No, Frogurt, I don't believe. No.
No, sorry. Akayso has been playing a lot of Zyra.
Yeah.
So okay, yeah, but he's not here, so I don't know what's going to be happening if Tabzz is going to be mid and YoungBuck is going to be top, or we'll see what's going to be going on with their team here. I think Tabzz is usually the mid. I can't quite remember. I think that's right, but we'll see. We are just waiting one last member of FNATIC, and so it should be pretty exciting. The M5 Curse games that's really going to be astounding after this match because it's M5 has just been looking phenomenal. Like they're just unstoppable, and the question is, what team can deal with them, and what team, CLG.EU clearly, M5 and CLG.EU is that long, storied rivalry, but whether or not, a third team can emerge and, be very strong. Curse has looked strong at times, but no, Akayso was playing with Curse, so I don't remember that TEAMLESS. Did TEAMLESS play Zyra?
Yeah.
Oh, they did?
Yeah.
Okay. I couldn't remember if they did or not. Okay. But so we'll see how that works. We'll see if Extinct is with the team later, or if they're swapping out. They've been using a couple of subs over the past couple of days, and we'll be able to check that out.
Yep. And also, we've been seeing a lot of, just throughout the tournament as a whole, like Alistar has actually been seeing a lot of bans,
He's
a lot of
incredible.
play. He's a pretty amazing jungler, still an amazing support. And we actually saw the other day. You saw Curse, you saw Malunoo on the Alistar, just wrecking house.
Yeah, Alistar is just unstoppable, really. Like, if you ever let Alistar get out of the ban phase, you have to expect that when they first pick Alistar, you're going to get something of equivalent value in your second and third picks, which is oftentimes an option. Like, particularly if you like playing Zyra and you leave her open. We've seen some people letting up Alistar to take the Zyra pick. There's a couple of champions like that you might be willing to do that for, but you have to know that if you're allowing them to get Alistar, he's so strong in every single team comp that you're going to run him in, and he's going to have such aggressive ganks out of the jungle. He doesn't need a lot of items. He's going to have late game that initiation potential and just general disruption and mayhem. Then you need to know that you're going to be getting the kind of team that you like. That you're going to get someone that you think is OP in the mid lane, or if you get Maokai and then a really strong support that you want, whether it be Nunu or Sona. So we'll see what kind of happens with that. But he has been unstoppable. I'm really excited to see what's going to happen with the top lane, though. And, Aurelia has been sitting in this kind of nice place for a while where, she had been nerfed a while back, but hasn't really, moved from there. A lot of people have been starting to play her again because she does have a lot of options. And I think after the nerfs that we've seen to champions in the top lane, like Rumble, Xin, and Yorick, there's a couple of other champions that are going to rise out of the ashes. And Aurelia's not necessarily rising out of the ashes. She's still been very strong, but I could see her being a very common early pick for that top lane. Same thing with champions like Darius and Jax, who have kind of fallen off. They could come back into that top lane just because there's not quite the same counters to them as there used to be. Malphite, again, will be getting significant play.
Yeah, and even then, even receiving a few nerfs with this latest patch, Rumble play is not really getting any less. I mean, he's still an amazing presence in the top lane, still has amazing work, still has amazing damage output as well. It's just, it's really, a more of a balance, really, than anything. He's still amazing top lane regardless. Just now it's a little bit of an easier time. Things seem just a little bit more fair.
The thing is, his early damage in the Flame Spitter wasn't changed. It was his passive that was hurt early on. Later in the game, his Flame Spitter was hurt, so that he's just not instantly killing your team.
Yeah.
But early phase, he still has that strong damage that you expect from the Flame Spitter. However, he's not able to go quite as toe-to-toe with Bruisers. And that was one of the big issues with him. If you proc your Silence in the Danger Zone, then you're just dealing so much damage that every single hit, if you're going up against someone, any sort of Bruiser, the physical Bruiser usually expects to win those melee damage exchanges. And Rumble's just like, nope, that's not happening right now. I'm just going to be pounding your face in. And now, it's still that That's still the issue, but
Yeah.
it's not quite to the same degree. The question is going to be, how is his mid game going to, still withstand that damage? Not having quite as much damage from the Flame Spitter, a little bit of a nerf, not that significant. So he seems like he's probably in a good place.
Yep.
But we'll have to see. Everyone's in the game. Hopefully we'll get this underway. Cyanide, he is done running all of the calculations. He has figured out their method for victory, and we'll see if it will work.
Let's go back to the top lane real quick, too, because you also have champs like Yorick, who actually got banned, not banned, who actually got nerfed a little bit here in the latest patch, and still, again, seeing plenty of play. And even then, every time the York comes in, you always have to be asking yourself, is there going to be a lane switch? Because he can 2v1 pretty efficiently.
Yeah, no, he is very strong. It's interesting. I thought he might kind of fall off a little bit with the nerfs that he couldn't really regen off of the minions.
Mhm.
I think that'll really affect him in the 1v2 bot lane the most. That'll be the biggest issue for him, not being able to sustain without being aggressive. But in the top lane, it hasn't really impacted him at all, because we're still seeing he's still able to be as aggressive as he likes to be in the matchups that favor him, and he's just constantly spamming on the champions. He's not usually spamming on the minions. He's able to control the front line in the top lane. That's the big thing, is that Yorick has always been able to control the front line. Then once you get out of the laning phase, we've been starting to see a lot more consistent Yorick play, where he's not so much ult dependent as he used to be. He's a champion that really thrives off of baiting in the enemy team, and he can just sit there and tank them for a while. He can chase people down very easily. He can kite, all sorts of great things in your team to set up the rest of your team. But here we go, game number 1, FNATIC versus TEAMLESS. We will be checking out these bans.
Fizz and Shen being banned out immediately from both of these teams is actually going pretty fast. And the Nunu ban very early on, and Nunu has actually really come back into his own.
Yeah.
He's a fantastic support to have in the bot lane with a large myriad of ADs. Not to mention that the jungle presence from Nunu can actually be something to be worried about. But here's something interesting: FNATIC actually banning out the
Cyanide's I'm bored with Maokai.
Yeah, it's like, I don't want to play Maokai right now. I'm a little bit annoyed. It's not Arbor Day. Just let's get him out there and let's force TEAMLESS into a situation, because that's probably going to be their last ban.
Alistar.
And TEAMLESS actually banning out Zyra against themselves, but the first pick, Alistar, will come in here from FNATIC.
And there's the issue with the Maokai. Alistar hadn't been banned yet, and FNATIC, they were in a situation where they likely wanted either Zyra or Alistar, and they would prefer Alistar over Maokai. Alistar's just phenomenal, but they didn't want to leave Maokai open, give TEAMLESS the opportunity to ban out Zyra. Then FNATIC grabs Alistar, and TEAMLESS grabs Maokai. So there would be no advantage for FNATIC there. So as a result, they ban out Maokai, and it leaves 2 really strong champions left for TEAMLESS. TEAMLESS probably could have left open one of them, but I guess they just didn't want to risk that Zyra pick. So nice, safe thing. Ezreal has been phenomenal. We've been seeing that again and again recently. One of the strongest AD carries in the game, and it used to be that you just didn't feel that Ezreal had enough damage as the game progressed and had enough damage in the late game, and that was always the issue with Ezreal, and it primarily had to do with his short attack range. So when you have these strong initiating champions and bruisers that are just so heavy, they're so tanky, Ezreal just didn't have enough damage compared with a number of other AD carries. Now we're starting to see a lot more AoE CC, a lot more backline penetration, champions like Alistar and whatnot, that maybe champions like Graves can't deal with to the same extent. But Ezreal, he has that survivability. His laning phase is phenomenal. He's just an all-around strong pick.
And he's also very versatile as well. If you want, depending on how you're feeling in the game, you can go for that Trinity. You can go for the Infinity Edge. You can go for either art. If you want to be more bursty, if you want that sustained damage, you can be malleable with that pick. Same thing with Corki to an extent as well. He's been fantastic. Been seeing a lot of him lately as well.
Yeah, I think the big thing with Ezreal has been people coming around to the Essence Flux leveling first, because when you level up your Q first, yes, you get a little bit more damage, but you can exchange harass as well in lane. Leveling up the Essence Flux, you just easily win any matchup if you're ahead. So you get a small advantage on Ezreal. You're able to shut them down. But FNATIC actually going to be going with Corki and Malphite. So very strong champions. I love the Corki pick. Gives them a nice mix of damage. My one concern with the Malphite and Alistar is a fantastic combo. We've seen that time and time again, how they can combo that and just instantly win fights for your team. They give you a lot of options, but the concern is that Teamless, they can go with like an Ahri here. They already have Ezreal and Vladimir, who are both very, survivable champions. They don't usually have to worry about the Malphite combos. Vlad can pull, Ezreal gets out of there, so that mobility can usually do very well against Malphite, and then usually also double AP works very well. So we'll see. I think Ahri would be a very strong pick here. Orianna works as well, though.
Nice.
Has a little bit more utility and mobility for her team.
And also grab the Orianna here just so Fnatic can't go ahead and grab it for themselves.
Yeah,
because
that's true.
Orianna, with the Alistar, with the Malphite, someone who can go ahead and clear a lot of distance and get into the middle of the team with that Ori ult can just be so incredibly devastating. It's just like, man, I can't believe I fell for that again. I can't believe we all just decided to stay in one big clump and actually get smacked around by that. But it does set Vlad for sure into the top lane, so there is an opportunity for Fnatic to go ahead and get some really hard counters in.
Yeah, and I love Orianna's where she is right now. After the buffs to her recently, she's looking very strong. She has a lot of utility. She has a lot of versatility. The really short cooldowns, the Q spam is phenomenal. It's still a short range. That's still kind of difficult to deal with, but in the hands of the right player, she can outfarm almost anyone in the game in the mid lane, and then just the kiting potential and whatnot is fantastic. Now, Fnatic's in a situation they really need to up their damage. They still have a lot of mobility. Ahri is definitely a strong pick because they need that single target burst damage. They need someone that can lane well against Orianna, since Orianna is one of the strongest laners in the game. And then we'll see who they go for bot. Someone like Sona would be fantastic, though, because they have the AoE initiation. Sona and Corki is a very strong lane, but then it also gives them a little bit more movement speed advantage, so that they can kite in and out of fights. And they're going to need that movement speed against Orianna.
Man.
But wow.
Lots of initiation
going
here.
with the Leona, so just a really nasty AoE team. And we've seen nRated playing a lot of Orianna over the last couple of days. It's something that it's been a go-to for Fnatic so far. So we'll see how that kind of AoE team works out for them.
And it's just a matter of Teamless to pick their jungler, someone who can be really good at this counter initiation right in the face of all this. Mumu, I think, would be good. Nautilus, I think, would actually be pretty good here too, because Corki is going to be a source of the majority of the damage coming from Fnatic. It's going to be Corki and Ahri, and to have that single target huge CC coming from Nautilus, I think, would actually really help a lot here.
Yeah, it's been weird to think that we haven't actually seen Nautilus in a while, though. Just his juggling speed, he's kind of dropped off. People aren't, as excited about ganking consistently. I would expect to see more of a controlling jungler here against Alistar, since Alistar, you're looking to be really aggressive. Wow, but there it goes.
Nice.
So, good call. It's been so long since we've seen a Nautilus, and, that's definitely, the CC definitely works, with that front line. But we'll see how it works. It is interesting, though. We've seen a lot more control junglers like, Mundo, Shyvana, Nocturne, as opposed to, Nautilus. He's just fallen off. I swear I haven't seen Nautilus played in 2 months now.
He's still amazing at what he does, but it also still allows for synergy with the Orianna ult as well, because with that hook he's going to be bringing himself closer to the enemy team, so he can go ahead, get in, do what he needs to do. Actually, Vlad can do the same for the same effect. Just throw to, he's going to be pooled just as soon as he emerges from the pool. Just throw down that orb and just do everything you need to. But here's the thing with a lot of Fnatic, what they're trying to do, you're going to have Ahri, you're going to have Malphite, and you're going to have Alistar, all very clumped together right there on the front line. If you target that Nautilus ult onto Corki in the back, remember that it pops up everyone along the way, and you have to go through that tanky front line to actually, for that depth charge, actually hit that back line. So it's actually going to be a really effective CC in those team fights. It's just a matter of, can Teamless actually survive these Alistar ganks to actually get to the mid game, to get to the late game?
Yeah, no, it's both gankers are just phenomenal. sOAZ actually running teleport, so not expecting to get any kills really in the top lane. Vladimir does pretty well against Malphite. It's a pretty even lane, but Vladimir with that constant harass, if he can get it, he can just keep the shield down and slowly wear him down. As the game progresses, sOAZ should be tanky enough that he should be okay. But we'll see what kind of initiation they can get out of that. The big thing with Nautilus is that he's one of the best champions at controlling the front line. Just with his passive snare, you can just, protect your backline all day, and they have a very mobile team that wants to just constantly be able to deal damage and split off from that backline. So we'll see. The concern for them is going to be they don't have a way to shut down xPeke, and they don't have a way to shut down Ari in those fights. Ari's just going to be able to jump around freely and do whatever he wants. So we'll see if that's an issue for Teamless, particularly since xPeke can snowball very quickly in a lot of these games, and will farm as well.
But also remember that right now, Teamless, they do have Genja, which is going to be massive to go ahead and just shove off everyone in the middle of these fights. Because that's the Genja ult, the Monsoon, is one of the best emergency, the best panic button in the game. Just everybody just get the hell off of me. And for someone who relies on a lot of mobility like Ari, if you're already mid Spirit Rush, if you're already in the middle of using your 3 stacks of that, and if you get caught with the Monsoon, it's a little bit of a reset. You're kind of wasting some of your mobility there. So that could allow Teamless to go ahead, re-engage, get what they need, get the CC they need, maybe even a money hook might actually do it.
Yeah, and it's also something to consider. Nautilus with the Genja passive, how that'll affect his juggling speed and also his ganking potential. So we'll see. It's going to be tough because there's not really the most optimal lanes for him to gank. He could, put some pressure on the bottom lane, particularly if, Leona and Corki are trying to be aggressive. Then that kind of counter presence is huge because Leona just doesn't have a means of disengaging. But I don't know, it'll be kind of difficult for FNATIC to get that kill bot lane going. So they're primarily holding on to Leona for later in the game. If they catch out Genja, they might be able to get a kill there. It's just questionable whether or not they're going to have enough damage, and Genja can throw off the whirlwind, should generally be pretty safe. So, we'll see where he's trying to get that presence. Top lane, Cyanide, if he gets a quick gank on Vladimir, he could pressure that top lane, but probably not. Usually, we're not seeing those level 2 ganks as consistently as we used to. It's a very kind of rare occurrence now. So we'll see, how they both kind of jungle and whether they just kind of sit back for a while.
That and Vlad is a relatively safe lane to begin with as well, provided that if you recognize the threat that a level 2 gank may actually happen, you just go ahead and buy the pool early, and you can just go ahead and be relatively safe. It's like, oh my god, it's an Alistar. What do I do? Pool, floating away. You just kind of just you just drag yourself with the tower. It's like, well, I'm safe. I'm fine. It's no big deal.
Yeah, not that big of a threat. So, we'll see where they can get the presence. Neither, team has the best dragon control, so it'll probably be a late dragon unless there's any early advantages in lane that allow them to force off the other. So we'll see how that kind of factors in. But it's definitely exciting. I'm just excited to see Nautilus in play again, because there was a time where Nautilus was a first pick or first ban in almost every single game, and he's just really fallen off. People just haven't been playing him. It wasn't like he was nerfed or anything. He might have had some small changes, but nothing really significant. People just started to shy away from it. A lot of it had to do with the fact that people haven't been looking for those early ganks as often. They're looking for ganks around level 6 or a little bit later a lot more consistently.
Well, I think, he hasn't really received a whole lot in terms of nerfs, but I think really what it is that the uprising of the Malphite coming on in, I think people started to favor him a little bit more. But now, once again, you actually see a transition. You see a lot of people picking Malphite to go into jungle, and now, just to switch things up, you see people grabbing the Malphite and throwing him top lane, which I think it opens it up. It opens things up for Nautilus to actually just go ahead and reclaim his lost glory. But you do see FNATIC here going for the invade. They're walking a long way around. Well, not the long way around. They're going to be going for the red. And right now, they're getting their pings in the bush and may actually corner Teamless here from the back.
Yeah, we've actually seen this almost every single game from FNATIC, and they aren't going to be able to catch Tabzz. Kerp, he's going to be able to run back towards the mid lane, so he has enough time to get out of there. But I'm curious whether or not teams have just caught on to this and they expect it, because literally every single game that we've watched with FNATIC, they do the same exact move where they walk up into the jungle, they come around the backside, and they come into this early bush. And having that kind of consistent play, it could be an issue later on where it forces them into a dangerous situation. FNATIC sending their dual lane top, so we'll see if they catch him off. They're going to actually get some nice damage onto Kerp. He's got a long way to go. The stun and one more auto attack. They will have the exhaust. Can he get the flash over the wall? No, so they won't pick up that kill, but very close. And now they're in a situation where they can shut down Vladimir. I'm surprised that people haven't caught on to FNATIC's game plan and just set themselves up in like this bush right here, and when FNATIC walks in, just blast them in the face.
But I'm sure it's like, oh man, like, the one time that happens, the one time you get away with it, FNATIC will probably that would be the day they stop doing it. But also keep in mind that
the day the invade died.
Granted, they keep doing it. Sometimes wards go down, sometimes wards don't, and it's subtle changes like that with the game plan, which still keep it, a viable strat and something to continue to keep doing. Sometimes they even go the longer way around. Sometimes just don't straight go on in for that red. But right now, Frogurt is looking to steal those wraiths. Does get the blue wraith, but Cyanide does have something to say about it. Does get the pulverized down, targeting, going down, headbutt to keep him still just for a little bit. And here comes xPeke, only level 2, but will not be able to capitalize on that. So that is a wraith lost there for FNATIC.
Yeah, and so the Vladimir Malphite matchup, it's in the favor of Malphite. Instead, they send Corki and Leona top, and Kerp's going to be hanging out top as well. So Ezreal versus Malphite, that's a fine matchup. The range, Ezreal will be very safe in that lane. And then over time, he could potentially wear down sOAZ. But so in order to stop YoungBuck from falling behind, because Corki and Leona could just pressure him so much, and Corki 1v1 against Vlad is already a win. Corki beats Vlad 1v1, just in a very massive way. Like, Vlad can't lane against Corki. Having Leona in there as well is just a little bit added pressure. So as a result, Kerp needs to stay up here. Just protect him a little bit, get him some early levels, and see how he can do from there.
I like it. I like the switch, and keeping MetalX down here in the bot lane, he can go ahead and continue the pressure up against the Malphite. He doesn't really quite need that support, but right now YoungBuck needs that level of CC, because granted, he has a lot of innate damage once he starts to itemize, and if Kerp actually stays here for the long haul, you get that slow, you get that tornado on someone. If YoungBuck has enough damage, that could actually result in a pretty easy kill.
Yeah, no, that's definitely true. We'll have to see how that works. Janna is leaving him with a ward, and he's actually backing off here. So going to hope that he's going to be okay. Just, hopefully he'll be comfortable.
Just ward coverage.
It is going to be pretty difficult. Yeah, so there you go. Yeah. Actually just warding by river. So I was going to say, I was like, all right, well, he's still in a dangerous situation up in this top lane. Yeah. But we'll see how they can factor that in.
But those
in the meantime, setting up for mid.
Those are some really, really strategic wards too, because you have pretty much the entire river covered there from TEAMLESS, and that's a huge indication that right now they're looking to push top lane. YoungBuck gonna get stunned by nRated, does go in, but here comes Frogurt though, deciding to move away from the mid lane and coming from top. There is no ward coverage here coming in from FNATIC just yet, and this could be really bad. nRated realizing, oh man, I've made a terrible mistake, but the flash in response from Frogurt does keep him rooted. The pull coming from YoungBuck, he will be safe for now, and the tornado coming in. nRated will go down there. The first blood coming in for YoungBuck, and Lamia is still in a little bit of trouble, but Cyanide is up here looking to get some CC down the headbutt. The pulverize, not quite yet. There you go, wanted to get 2 members, because xPeke actually came on up as well. YoungBuck does not have the pool available, will go down. Lamia managing to get that kill. xPeke getting one for himself. So in the long run, 1 for 2. Nice coordination coming in from FNATIC.
Yeah, really nice job turning that around. xPeke in particular coming out of the mid lane allowed them to follow it up. Otherwise, Alistar, he just wouldn't have had enough damage by himself. But it started off Frogurt, putting some pressure on the top lane. They were able to bait in Corki and Leona. So it almost worked out for them. They weren't able to retreat fast enough. They didn't expect the early presence, and they saw xPeke and Alistar running up the lane. They just didn't have enough time to get out of there. So really nice job. So far, sOAZ has been doing pretty well in this bottom lane, and that Doran shield has just been enough for him. Leona coming in behind MetalX, going to try and put on some pressure.
So nRated making the switch here. We see Lamia is actually still sticking around top. You have MetalX with the shift out, but will still be stunned. But now is the time to get a little bit of extra damage there on nRated. And it's just a matter of, will Leona decide to stay here, or are we seeing some roaming support action?
Yeah, and it is interesting to me that sOAZ, with just that Doran shield, can sustain through Ezreal. It gives him some innate regen, gives him some armor, and then if he's not getting hit by the Qs, he will be fine. But Leona should be heading back into that top lane, and you know, Corki versus Vlad will be fine 1v1, but expecting that Kerp is going to be hanging out there, you know, it would definitely be a nice decision to get up there. Though, you know, he could roam, like you said, and particularly mid lane, they could maybe get some pressure there, though Orianna usually has the mobility to get out of those ganks. Leona has really long range for that initiation.
We're seeing actually both of the supports really taking a shine to roaming here in this first match, and you know, roaming it's an older strat. It's definitely something that hasn't been around for a while. Kerp actually getting caught there with the stun, but Lamia in pursuit. Kerp is very close to going down here. Just needs to try and juke the Leona as much as possible, but Lamia's in a lot of trouble, and YoungBuck will actually get that kill. Kerp still alive somehow with the shield. Tornado going down. nRated does get the Q, does manage to connect on that kill, and will be a nice one-for-one exchange here, but it is a carry for support.
Yeah, and that's definitely not a good exchange, having you know, this carry go down. And the big thing is they're targeting the support, and so it's usually easier to get a kill on the support. But YoungBuck actually just going to be killing nRated underneath the turret. The teleport in from Malphite actually, so he's going to try and follow this up. nRated very low, but gets off the stun. The combination from sOAZ able to pick that up.
nRated barely living there from that entire exchange.
The Ezreal ultimate, nope, not going to hit.
Nah, well he'll still hit sOAZ, but
sOAZ,
not the target it wanted. Almost had a was it a Frogurt moment there from the from OGN, like cross map with the Ezreal ult. But there we go. So it's still very even in gold at the moment, despite the kill advantage for FNATIC. But you have the pulverize there in the jungle. Tabzz was looking to go ahead and get that blue buff, but you see, you had FNATIC here sitting and waiting, expecting the carry to come on over. But fortunately enough, Tabzz did manage to make it out in time, but unfortunately it's going to delay the blue just a little bit and also open up the steal for FNATIC.
Yeah, xPeke just barely missing that charm. Otherwise, that would have been a kill. Then they would have been able to transition right over for that blue. You know, but still a really nice job from Alistar, expecting that, you know, Orianna to be coming in there. Lamia taking some nice damage. The slow from Janna, able to hold him down there. And so, going back to that last fight, always in an AD in support lane, or, you know, a support in AP lane, in this case, it's easier to get the kills on the support a lot of times, but the issue is that you're leaving the you know, the carry to be dealing free damage. And if you're chasing after Vladimir instead of Janna, yes, maybe you won't be able to get the kill, but Vladimir has to run. He's not going to be able to deal quite as much damage as he would otherwise. But because they're going after Janna, not only was Janna able to get out of there because she's very, you know, she's Janna, she's just very defensive in nature, but Vladimir was able to just tear them apart the entire time.
Attempt number 2 on their friendly blue here, going from Teamless. But sOAZ is here to fight it, and Cyanide is as well. But MetalX can get the damage in this if a big team fight does decide to break out. xPeke is there just to he has the vision poked on in, realize, you know what, there's nothing gonna be happening here. And finally, Tabzz actually securing that blue, gonna have it with him in the mid. But you'll see xPeke actually did not go back and grab his quite yet. And you do see Frogurt actually coming on around, does have his ult up, he is 6. So quick kill on xPeke is possible, and the Spirit Rush cooldown still down.
Yeah, and so far, top lane, you know, Vladimir and Janna doing a really nice job stabilizing that lane. A lot of it is the presence that Janna has had. So Vladimir, you know, in the position of strength in that lane has done very well. YoungBuck not getting hit by nRated, still gets the stun, so he's going to take some nice damage there, but he will be able to back off. But still, getting him low, it opens up a killing opportunity shortly after there. And Alistar and Ahri, they're, you know, looking to come up into the jungle, maybe even come up into that top lane, but I think they're going to find Frogurt.
xPeke does now have the blue. His Spirit Rush is back off cooldown. That was really quick. And that's the power of Ahri, that all that burst damage, the ability to just full to zero someone like that is huge.
And having the ward there on the red, they recognize he's getting kind of low. They have the, you know, CC and whatnot to sneak up on him from behind. So really nice job from FNATIC, using, you know, that kind of map control to their advantage. So far, you know, it's a 1K gold advantage for FNATIC, but you know, it's not quite where it could be, because right now, Teamless, they're doing a nice job out farming FNATIC in several of the lanes. Just small advantages, but it's still enough to keep them in this. So, you know, we'll see how that progresses throughout the game.
And the bot lane, you know, you see sOAZ, you see MetalX, you know, Malphite versus an Ezreal. And right now, sOAZ has a little bit of a lead. Granted, you do have MetalX with the farm. It has 2 GP10s. And that Doran shield has actually been working wonders for him there in the bot lane. But you do see MetalX starting to itemize as well. He's got the Doran's Blades. He's got the Fade, so he's going to be looking for that Trinity build. So we'll see. Actually been working wonders for him there in the bot lane. But you do see MetalX starting to itemize as well. He's got the Doran's Blades. He's got the Fade, so he's going to be looking for that Trinity build. So we'll see how that burst comes into play as the teams start meeting up together.
Yeah, and the big issue that FNATIC's going to face, despite the fact that they have an early advantage, is how farmed Corki is compared with Ezreal, because Ezreal's going to have a level advantage from being only in that solo lane, and he also has a farm advantage, because it's just a little bit easier to farm than Corki's experiencing. So when the mid-game fights come around, yes, Malphite will be pretty farmed, but usually you don't need that much gold on Malphite. You just want a couple of gold per tens, and then you don't really care that much. But if Ezreal has a significant item advantage, if he's finished like a Triforce, and then working on his second item when Corki is still not done with his Infinity Edge or something, that could be a serious disadvantage for them. Corki actually getting the Heart of Gold. They will engage onto YoungBuck, but Frogurt is here as well. YoungBuck almost going down, but they have to get away. The Valkyrie getting out of that hook, so they will be okay. But to make up for that item advantage, Corki going with the Heart of Gold, which is very surprising, on an AD carry. But it will pay off for itself with time. It just means that his early game is going to be that much weaker.
You got the Spirit Rushes coming in from xPeke down onto Tabzz. That is all done now. Will Flash in response, but will the Ignite and Deter shots actually be enough to go ahead and finish him off? No, it will not. 76 health walking away from that dive. Very well done by xPeke. But we were talking a little bit in Champ Select about the objectives of these two teams, and there's a lot of initiation coming from FNATIC, but they depend on Lamia. They depend on xPeke to go ahead and follow up all this initiation with the damage. And now with Lamia a little bit crippled here in terms of farm, that leaves a lot more pressure down on xPeke, who fortunately enough is getting plenty of farm. Ult coming in from Leona down on the Kerp will melt there to the pressure from Lamia. And a YoungBuck getting very low. Pool just in time coming in. Flashes away to get away from Cyanide and still in pursuit. You know what? I was worried. I was worried for the farm on Lamia, but he's doing okay.
Yeah, and if they can pick up kills against Vladimir, that's where they're going to take their lane advantage, and that's what they've wanted to do. But fantastic play from nRated, and the big thing was Vladimir, he was going to come in, he was going to try and take down Lamia very quickly, while they were trying to deal with Janna. And nRated putting the Leona ultimate right in between them, was able to split them. In the meantime, Alistar coming in onto Tabzz, another little burst from xPeke, one more auto attack, will be able to finish it off. So getting xPeke fed, definitely a good situation for FNATIC always. But the big thing was nRated, he split Janna and Vladimir with that ultimate. And so Vladimir, even though he wasn't stunned, he was too slow to engage onto Lamia. So it was a really nice play. Honestly, Cyanide could have had that kill, though, if he had gone in. xPeke trying to burst down. He has one more dash.
Nice.
He's able to pick it up. So really nice play there. Cyanide could have had that kill onto Vladimir if he had expected the pull and just walked up and tried to pulverize. Then when he pulls, finish it up with the headbutt. But, just getting a little anxious. But even so, really nice play coming in from behind.
Yep.
And, yeah, FNATIC pulling away with this with some early kills.
Yeah, and that is the power of the jungle All-Star. He has the move 5 boots. He has the oracles. He can be wherever he needs to be with that aggression, with that displacement, and set up the kills for the carries. And you'll notice, too, that he's not focusing a lot down in the bot lane because it's not really important for sOAZ to get as fed, just like you got the AD carries, you got the AP carry here. So Lamia and sOAZ is going to be a lot of that damage, and Lamia needs to probably hit that dash, just bang a little bit on his dashboard to keep that Gatling gun sound from going on all day.
I'm wondering if that's if it's a bug on purpose or whatnot. But MetalX, we're seeing here, the nice kills on top lane are fantastic, and they're going to be able to kill YoungBuck repeatedly from now on. They now have enough damage, they have enough survivability on Corki as well. Vladimir's ultimate is up, so they're going to have to watch out for that. But it seems like they'll be able to put a lot of pressure on this top lane, which is huge. But right now, Ezreal 2 levels ahead of Corki. However, if you look at the gold, Corki's actually at 500 ahead, and he's going to continue to pull ahead with that Heart of Gold, and if they can get more kills. But having those kills is definitely really nice. They still have to worry about the level advantage that Ezreal has, but it's not as significant on an AD carry.
Yeah, but there's going to be a lot of hope still riding onto MetalX. When the team fights come on in, they're relying a lot on his damage to go ahead and carry things away. Granted, YoungBuck's getting okay farm, But now he's starting to itemize. He's got his oh no, sOAZ there, bot lane with the ult. MetalX trying to get some extra damage. He knows he's going down. He can't really escape from this. Ahri's here as well. xPeke auto attack, gonna go ahead and connect with that. 3-man aggressive, brutal gank. Yikes.
Really nice job from Malphite holding the front line, tanking the turret for them, so they will be pretty safe. Nautilus coming up at the top, really looking for the counter initiation because he knows that they want to go after YoungBuck. They want to pick up those kills, so they're going to play pretty safely for a second. But Orianna coming in from behind could maybe prove devastating for them.
Yep, you see YoungBuck just go on in. If he goes in for that dive, something terrible could quite happen to the top lane here for FNATIC. But the minion wave is actually pushing out some free damage. And here's the Nautilus found in the bush as well. Depth charge going in. Going to keep the Corki popped up, but Tabzz will actually get found out by the Alistar. Just a matter of who can actually have the greater CC here in the middle of this fight. It is 1-for-1 so far. A carry for his support. So advantage team was for the time being, but that Alistar with that presence, very well done. Realizing, recognizing, man, this is a huge setup.
Man, if they had hit Tabzz there and then Alistar followed it up, it would have been pretty dangerous with Nautilus, but xPeke coming in. Quick burst onto Frogurt, kills him almost instantly. YoungBuck in a dangerous situation here. He doesn't have his ultimate. xPeke gets the kill onto Tabzz, so just dashing around the backside of the team, the double kill, and YoungBuck is in a dangerous situation. There's the charm, the follow-up from Cyanide. sOAZ is here as well, can tank the turret for them, and xPeke will be able to finish this off.
Wait for the orb.
Oh,
there you go. Delayed triple. Pretty damn good for FNATIC. And now with all this map presence with Ahri and the Alistar and the Malphite, he's like, you know what? Forget bot lane. We're gonna move as a triple threat.
Oh, that was close.
That was close. So
I didn't think it was going to hit him at first, but then I was like, no, that's actually getting a little bit closer than I expected.
Yeah, this is Malphite, Alistar, and Ahri. That's like the freaking mod squad going on here.
Yeah.
Perfect. The gank squad coming in any lane you need to be in. That's pretty much a guaranteed kill. You have all the CC you need. You got your damage. You're set. You're easy.
Yeah, and xPeke's been doing a phenomenal job, roaming around the map, having that mobility. Recognizing Ahri has left, he decides to follow her. 8-0-2 on xPeke right now, and he's getting into that perfect Ahri build with the Abyssal Scepter, with the DFG. It's been working out for him so phenomenally in the past, so he can just burst down anyone in this game, and he has a lot of survivability as well. It's going to be very difficult to deal with him. Malphite actually kind of caught out here. Should be okay. He has the movement speed with his Q. Frogurt just barely can't get in range, but 3 towers down so far for FNATIC, and with the early gold lead as well, they have the CC and they have the burst to follow up on it.
Yeah, Frogurt hesitant, and understandably so. You got a chain vest being built onto xPeke as well, which GA. On most other days and most other weeks, I would say, well, that's probably going to be a Zhonya's. But after this week, man, the M5 strat, everyone's starting to build up on those GAs and an already fed champ. It's the fever's kind of spreading here, so not too far to the question that we could see a GA and Ahri pretty soon, just in case.
Yeah, and the big thing is it's not so much that the GA wins you the fights by itself. It's what it provides, and a lot of it is the mental edge. So it's when you're ahead, you can go ahead and get that. But if xPeke does decide to go that route, then he can play extremely aggressive and play that assassin kind of role, dive right into the back line, and not feel threatened that he's going to die. He's he can be that suicide bomber kind of role, and then if the GA procs, he's going to be fine. Orianna actually flashing over the wall, so Tabzz almost going down to xPeke once again.
Oh.
He's going to throw off some dashes, get in whatever damage he can, though he might be in a dangerous situation there. The ult, and Tabzz very close to going down, but they're going to follow up the CC. xPeke getting himself caught out. He actually picks up the kill, and 3v1 takes them down. nRated now going to be grabbing Tabzz. Kerp
wow.
As well, almost going down, but really nice job from FNATIC, and they are just so far ahead right now.
3v1, you're still good. You're still fine. It's okay. And all the CC, that could have been the best team fight possibility Teamless could get at this point of the game, and they still could not 3v1 the carry. MetalX going down, getting caught, and I think right now that's it. There you go. Surrender actually coming in from Teamless. 20, yep, there you go, 20 minutes. That's the surrender. Game number 1 going to FNATIC, and that's why you
That's all she wrote.
don't feed the Ahri. Just don't feed the Ahri.
Yeah, but the big thing was just his mobility. xPeke roaming around the map. And
Yeah.
again, I feel like Ahri needs to be banned. And I don't understand why people aren't banning Ahri against FNATIC, because xPeke, every single game that we watch him, he's just dominating people as Ahri. And the question is whether or not the rest of his team can follow up a lot of times. But when you can get early advantages like that, it's just absolutely phenomenal. Just massive gold advantage over everyone else in the game. And then the rest of his team, was doing fine as well. So really nice job from FNATIC.
Yeah, but here's the thing. In most situations, I would actually have a tendency to ban the Alistar
Yes, that's
more
true
often
too.
than the Ahri. But you see that
Both.
last game. But this last game in particular, though, you didn't see Alistar be a huge presence in the ganks until much later on than he usually is, because sometimes you'll see Alistars immediately go back. You get the move 5 boots, then you immediately start to do all of your ganking paths. But it took a little while. It took a little while for FNATIC, but they already had such a huge lead.
The big thing was Teamless. They had very safe lanes, and
Yeah.
having safe lanes, you don't want to, go willy-nilly ganking all over the map and get those level 2 ganks, which is something that you used to expect from Alistar. So he's fine with sitting back, more jungling. And then he's coming in a little bit late in all these fights, and coming in late, he has the CC to turn a fight around, and that's what we're seeing. Teams are much more, reluctant to have those early ganks and be the initiators, but they're having a lot more success as the counter initiation. As long as you keep a close eye on the enemy team, Nautilus goes in, Alistar and xPeke, they're able to follow that up.
Yep. So that's all we got for game number 1. Going to be coming out with game number 2. If FNATIC can take this second game, they'll grab the 3rd place spot, go home with $300 American in their pocket. While we're on break, remember, IGN.com/IPL. Click on the news section, scroll down. I assure you the contest link is there. We're giving away 5 $50 RP cards.
Yep.
He's got to hit a whole bunch of buttons, and you'll be entered to win. So go ahead and do that. We're going to be on break, and we will be back in a second. 3rd place match for the IPL Elites on the EU side. Hey,
guys.
How are you doing? We're good. IPL Elites continuing on today. We're going to see the finale of the tournament here, at least for the EU side. We are in the middle of our third place match. FNATIC and TEAMLESS. FNATIC is up 1 game. Winner of this set, $300 American. Pretty good job. But immediately following this, we're going to have grand finals M5 and CURSE.EU for the remaining money in our $3,000 prize pool. It's going to be good. And that one, it's going to be a best of 5.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm really excited about that. Yeah, it's going to be an intense matchup. Regardless, though, this one's looked very strong. I would expect to see FNATIC banning out Alistar this time. Since TEAMLESS is the first pick,
Yes.
they can use that advantage. So FNATIC probably not going to get the Alistar. I'd be very surprised if that happened. But we'll see if TEAMLESS decides to ban out Ahri this time. Because every single game I see xPeke play Ahri, he goes like 10-0 or something like that. And he's just able to do, so well. It's as far as I can tell, his strongest champion. I mean, he's phenomenal on Ahri. But, he's a strong player overall, but still. So we'll see what's banned out. FNATIC banning out Alistar, definitely expected since TEAMLESS has that first pick now. Doesn't want to risk that.
I think TEAMLESS, they're no strangers to Ahri either, so they may be looking up for the first pick Ahri on their own, but it is always a risky proposition to be picking your AP carry first.
But that's one of the strengths of Ahri is that there's not really a lot of risk involved. Ahri can lane against anyone. Ahri does well in almost any single team comp. So it's not like you've set your comp in stone with Ahri. You pick Ahri and you're safe with whatever you're going to go. Ahri not being banned out, Nunu being banned once again from FNATIC. So getting rid of that support has been very strong for both FNATIC and TEAMLESS. Both of them have been using them a lot. But first pick is actually Evelynn. So I'm going to assume that's a Zyra. Since that's like the newest champion and
Might as well,
whatnot.
yeah.
She's very strong.
Yep, and TEAMLESS, they've been using Zyra quite a bit, but coming in for FNATIC, there will be the Ahri lock-in immediately. I'd like to see a Fiddle jungle. I don't think it's going to happen, but I'd like to see it.
Yeah, it'd be fun.
It's always fun.
It's been a while since we've seen Fiddlesticks jungle. There's a couple of options. They could go with their support right now. They could decide to pick up that Leona if they want to go that again, or they could grab Maokai. Actually,
Hey.
That makes a lot more sense because
He's not banned here.
not banned. Yeah, and the big thing is they don't necessarily have the AoE to set up the Leona. So Leona on a non-AoE team might be kind of iffy. So we'll see if they decide to go with that. But Cyanide has been playing a lot of Maokai to a
Yes,
very
he has.
successful margin.
So Maokai and Ahri going to be dueling up together, and the Maokai ganks are just they're just like very minimally as less strong than Alistar's. But granted, Alistar can put you out of position, but Maokai just go ahead, keep your root, allow Ahri to just get off the entirety of her kit, pretty much guaranteed. It's a fantastic combo, and those ganks are definitely something to be afraid of. Right now, TEAMLESS, you got the Blitzcrank being considered here. Just thinking of AD carries that may go well with it, which is most of them.
Ezreal or Corki.
Ezreal, go with the Ezreal again. Might as well. It'd be a good combo, and MetalX is getting pretty well farmed with the Ezreal down bot lane. But then again, you had those 3-man ganks come on in and just kind of ruined everything.
So they're actually comfortable with either AD. They're going to go ahead and pick up Skarner. So that's kind of interesting. And both Ezreal and Corki would be fine picks. You want someone with a lot of mobility, particularly against Ahri and Maokai, since they can get into that back line really easily. And then also high damage to pair with Blitzcrank. I think Corki probably works a little bit better there. So we'll see if FNATIC decides to take Corki. No, they're going to grab Ezreal. So Ezreal definitely a really strong overall pick. We'll see if sOAZ, I want to see it, if he'll go with the Jace again. They had run it, when they ran it in the past, it was with Ahri and with Maokai in the game that they won at least. So that would be kind of exciting. And Jace, he could do pretty well against Skarner as well, with the knockback, with the the movement speed for the team to help them get out of there.
However, we've only seen FNATIC pick Jace in the face of the Aurelia top lane. So, and those are really the only times at least on our stream, that we've seen him.
They picked Aurelia after Jace. Both games, because Aurelia did very well against Jace. And I at least remember the last one that they lost. They had Aurelia was picked after the Jace.
No, Jace was the last pick for FNATIC against CURSE.EU, and Jace Aurelia. Let's see here Yeah, Aurelia was picked after Jace, well, for existence at least. So okay, we're both right and wrong.
Okay, I thought they were. Yeah, there you go.
We're
Both winners and losers. I thought it was after they picked Aurelia after because Aurelia does very well against Jace. That's interesting. But going to go ahead with the Leona once again on FNATIC. I'm curious what that says about nRated as a support. If they're just like, we really love the Leona pick, or if they're just concerned about how well he can fill in the role as other supports.
I think nRated is actually Muffin Cutie.
Oh, really? Yeah. Well, if that was the case, then we would see, anything from him, and he would be fantastic.
Yep.
But SK YoungBuck going to be going for, I guess not SK YoungBuck.
So where's the Jace?
YoungBuck going with the Aurelia, and that will work out. Wow, that would be interesting. So Aurelia is just such an all-around strong champion right now. She's absolutely phenomenal. She has diving potential. The big issue is that Ahri and Ezreal have a lot of survivability, but Aurelia is a really strong top lane right now and works well in almost any matchup. So we'll be able to check that out.
Where is it?
They're going with it.
Do it. I think you might want to lock in that handsome man. Well, actually, they're both Jarvan and Jace are both pretty good-looking dudes.
And they've run both.
Yeah.
The Jarvan. Jarvan actually works very well against Aurelia, and I didn't think that Jarvan would be that successful against Yorick when they ran it the other day. But being able to combo the Jarvan and Maokai, they were able to pick up really quick kills. And Cyanide on Maokai, that's one of the few times that we have been seeing those early level 2 ganks. Usually, teams hold off a little bit, but he's been being really aggressive, particularly in that top lane. If he starts off with red, goes right into that top lane to pick up some kills, switching it up for Jax. So
Jax is pretty good. Jax is pretty good against a lot of bruisers top lane. I mean, that's kind of his thing.
Yeah,
it's kind of his thing. He does really well against bruisers.
Yeah. Aurelia, it is a very even matchup, though, Aurelia versus Jax. As the lane progresses, Jax should be able to win that lane, with his damage output and having the stun and the dodge to be able to, control that lane. So that should be pretty exciting. But the Maokai can put on a lot of pressure. So we'll see how that works. It's a very cool lineup. We are into the champ select once again. So, yeah, there we go.
So let's so these are not the real bans. We're going to go over and recap the real bans here in just a second. Teamless. Their actual bans were Shen, Karthus, and Malphite. FNATIC banning out Fizz, Alistar, and Nunu. Teamless, they did, that is, there you go, the confirmation. There's Zyra, the first pick coming in for Teamless, and it's something they've run before. Zyra's pretty good right now. She's doing pretty well.
No, she's phenomenal. She has the chain CC. She has the damage output. You can take down turrets very quickly as Zyra. Just a lot of strengths. You can take objectives very quickly with those seedlings. So very strong. One thing that I really like about the Jax, though, for FNATIC is that Jax has a penchant for split pushing top lane. And as the game progresses, he's going to be able to 1v1 anyone in the game. And so he can just sit in that top lane, constantly farming, constantly putting pressure on it. And what that does is it opens up opportunities for xPeke and Cyanide to gank around the map. By splitting up the enemy team, by not allowing Teamless to all group up and have a fight as a whole, that opens up opportunities for xPeke. So we'll see how that works. But Teamless, they have a very strong team. Bot lane, Graves and Blitzcrank it's such great burst damage. If you get a pull on the support, then they're going to be able to pick up a kill pretty quickly there. Leona is just, it's a very dangerous situation because Leona doesn't have any sort of survivability, escapability. If the pull happens, then, if she can't turn her around and kill the Graves, then she's going to go down. She's going to die. So, we'll see how that kind of works. But the Skarner should be an exciting pick.
Yeah.
I haven't seen a lot of EU Skarner in a while, but he is very strong at times, and his early ganking presence, once he's level 6 on, his early team fight control, when you have like 3v3 fights or something like that, being able to just suppress someone and take them out of the fight is pretty huge.
And Skarner's been very popular over in the Aegis scene. He's a very common pick, and they love him over there. It's like that suppress, that pull can just do absolute wonders if you want to single out someone. In this case, could actually work really well against the Ahri, because one of the best things you can do against someone who is so incredibly mobile is just keep him still just for a second, just for a minute, and that should be actually more than enough. If there is a Skarner pull onto the Ahri, it could mean disaster.
It just clicked on me. CottonX is subbing in for Frogurt this game.
Yes.
So, that's definitely really interesting. he's been very strong with Navi. Navi, there was a time where they looked like, they could compete as that number 1 or 2 team in the EU with M5 and CLGU kind of falling off a little bit, but they're still very strong. So that's kind of interesting to have that in there. Ahri, generally speaking, against Skarner, will have enough mobility to be able to get out of there, but Skarner can close the gap pretty easily. The Ahri charm and then, ultimate and whatnot, those 2 combinations should make it pretty difficult for Skarner to get into that back line, though.
Yeah, but in the errant chance, if he happens to catch her without the cooldown, charm misses, something disastrous, and it's also not too uncommon to rush a Shirelias onto the Skarner as well these days too. You get the extra move speed, you get that added initiation, can be a real threat to be dealt with.
Yeah, that's always usually been his first item, just to have that movement speed bonus. You always get a Philosopher's Stone, quickly turn it into a Shirelias to be able to chase people down. So we'll see how that works. I mean, a big thing is it'll put a lot of pressure on that top lane, and Aurelia sets up jungle ganks very well. She can just dive onto Jax and early on, get some nice quick burst damage, but then Skarner having the pull will be able to, bring them back from the tower and whatnot. And they are pretty tanky. They could tank the tower and tank Jax under there, though that's always kind of a dangerous prospect.
Yep. And the FNATIC, their team is great initiation, but I'm looking at TEAMLESS, and this also just came to me in here. They have a great objective team. Their team can really just put a quick kill onto Dragon, onto Baron, because you have Graves with his attack speed steroid, and you got Zyra with all of those seedlings, which are amazing into Dragon Pit and the Baron Pit.
Yeah, Zyra in and of herself just makes your team an objective team. Like, it doesn't matter who your jungler is. Skarner's, solid at taking Dragon. He does have his shield to keep him kind of healthy, but not the greatest. And so, if you could just really run any jungler with Zyra, and you know that you have a strong Dragon team if you get an early advantage. I'm kind of curious, is Cotnex going to be running movement speed? He is. So
nice.
Movement speed, that's definitely going to be huge, provide a little bit more of a ganking presence, and then actually not running any offensive, running defensive and utility, so he's going to be extremely fast early on in this game.
He wants to make sure that he has that presence, all that movement speed to be right there in the front line, and just so you can actually go ahead and tank as much damage necessary, so you can go ahead and be that presence you need to be. We've mentioned this before from FNATIC. They've been really favoring that Maokai jungle. Very often one of their first picks, if not the first pick, for most of their games very recently. So so Maokai, what does he provide generally to any team?
Oh, he provides great CC, and he's very similar to Alistar in the respect that you have great early ganks. Later in the game, you can shut down an AD carry by just locking onto him in the back. The AoE control for the team fights, having that damage prevention is always huge. If you're not dying as quickly, if you're not being, if the enemy isn't bursting you down, then you have a little bit more options. You can kite a little bit longer in fights and do a lot of cool things. But the big thing is that Maokai doesn't really need any items to be successful. He's just going to be naturally tanky, regardless of how he's doing, and the fact that he can have those early ganks. So, will be a really strong presence. I was actually taking a look at Tabzz. Tabzz is running movement speed on Zyra. So, movement speed for Quince, and then also running utility.
Check Blitz real quick.
He's actually going to be very fast as well. So, Skarner and Zyra are both running movement speed. Nope. No, that would have been cool if the whole team was running.
But he is running the masteries, though.
Yeah.
He is running the masteries to actually be really beefy when it comes to move speed, and Blitz also going very defensive as well.
But it should be interesting to see whether or not Tabzz is primarily using that for team fights, where he doesn't want to, he wants to be able to kite around a little bit more. Zyra has great kiting potential with her CC and whatnot, but if she's a little bit concerned that she's going to be pressured by either Ahri or Maokai, then that movement speed could help. Or if he's actually using it for some early presence, and if he's expecting to roam a little bit, we have seen in the past, if you get off any early ganks with Zyra, you have great conversion potential, for that. So we'll see whether or not that's the case.
Yep. And also, I can imagine there's going to be a little bit of a concern going from the last game as well, because if you have these ganks coming on in, you need to get away.
Yeah, no, if they're expecting xPeke to be, roaming all over the map, then, maybe Tabzz needs to keep a better check of him. The one issue that's going to provide Tabzz in lane is he's going to be significantly weaker against Ahri. And Zyra, it seems, has enough range where he can just farm safely. He can AoE clear the minions if he needs to. As the game progresses, with his Q and E combo, you can very easily clear the entire minion wave. But the big question is going to be, how he's going to stand toe-to-toe with xPeke's Ahri, and not having any ability power there, he misses out on some damage, not having any health or anything like that. It could make things a little bit more difficult, but we'll have to see how much pressure xPeke can put on. Ahri does fairly well against Zyra. Zyra has a little bit better damage and the long-range harass. However, Ahri, the mobility, once you're level 6, you can just dive right at Zyra and try and pick up those kills.
And you'll see FNATIC here. They're going on around, looking to camp their own Wraiths, camp their own red, but you do see Teamless going around, going through the blue. Will nRated actually spot them? I think so.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think he actually saw them. They are pinging, though. So, yes, he did see them, and they are moving over to the blue. And, we'll be able to see where they're going from there. Kerp just coming out, just seeing if he can see anyone in the minions. They definitely saw them that time. But they're in a nice position to come grab this. Leona dropping the ward on the way over, so they'll be able to keep an eye on. They do see they're still hanging out at this blue, so it's just going to be a blue change. They'll be fine.
Yeah, and there you go. It does a very, very nice placement of the ward. Because you'll notice immediately, he's like, okay, did they retreat? Did they actually go back? Are they still around in our jungle? And the answer is yes. So they're going to realize that it was like, oh, MetalX was in the, not MetalX, the YoungBuck was in the bush. They did see him go in there and are recognized. It's like, well, he hasn't quite moved, so you might as well just be going over to top lane. FNATIC, if they really wanted to, could actually go in and just like camp out the lane and grab YoungBuck before he actually does get to the tier 2, but I think it's a little bit too risky. It's going to be safe to go ahead and grab that blue and secure it.
Yes, they're going to grab that pretty easily. One of the nice things with Teamless going after this blue, and they're being kind of late on it. Okay, Blitz pulling it over. One of the nice things is there's a couple of things. Oh, YoungBuck coming in, trying to see if he can put some pressure on. So Cyanide, he's going to have to smite. So being forced to smite, it means he's not going to get the fast level 3 at the red buff, which would have been a really nice advantage. It would have put a lot of pressure on a YoungBuck. So really nice job for him for stopping that. But one of the nice things about Teamless grabbing that blue for FNATIC is the fact that it will put some pressure on that bottom lane. But Twisted Advance, the quick knockback, YoungBuck in a really dangerous situation. He's already used his flash. We'll have to back out of there, and now sOAZ is in complete control of this lane.
Yep, and Cyanide having forced to use that smite, now not getting the attempt on the gank, top lane not being successful there. Actually still sticking around. He wants this kill. He knows there's no flasher. Flashes in response with the Twisted Advance. You do have the stun coming in from Jax. The Ignite going down. They should be able to grab that, and sOAZ, are you going to go down to the tower? Yes, kill for kill, but slight advantage for FNATIC. He did get the first blood gold, and he also got an assist on that as well.
Yeah, and he's slightly ahead of Aurelia on Golden Experience, just a little bit. And Maokai's going to catch up. He's going to be able to throw this right into the tower. So Aurelia is going to miss out on a lot of this, a lot of these minions, whereas Cyanide's going to pull ahead. So we'll see how that kind of progresses. But definitely getting Jax off to an early start is huge, particularly against Skarner. So Skarner, he's not going to be able to get any ganks off for a while. But we'll see what kind of pressure he decides to put on.
Yep. He did grab the red, so he's farming a little bit better in the jungle, but you'll see Cyanide here. Nice pull down on Lamia. Does shift away, albeit it's not as far as he normally would, but still does manage to get away.
It does prevent the damage on the buckshot, though.
It does prevent that, yes it does. So, but you'll see Skarner, Cottonex going back into the jungle, still looking to farm, still looking to be healthy. Trying to edge out Cyanide just a little bit, but Cyanide with that kill, with that first blood, does actually have the gold advantage, and rated, going to get popped up there by Kerp. Blitz going to be walking back into the bush, taking a lot of harass from Lamia, but MetalX still remaining pretty healthy.
Yeah, and so Blitz going to go back, hitting hooks all day. They were a little bit behind coming in the lane from the mana that they lost going after that blue, but Skarner coming after xPeke in the mid lane, he should be fine. Tabzz getting off some nice harass damage as a result, though, and so the jungle pressure, you don't necessarily have to burn a summer, you don't necessarily have to get a kill, but xPeke, it gave Tabzz free harass, and xPeke couldn't exchange harass there, and as a result, he's a little bit behind.
But this gank top lane, if Cottonex just goes straight in the lane from there, if you don't go into the river is warded. Please don't take that path. But sOAZ could be in a little bit of a dangerous spot. YoungBuck using the surge, trying to force something, and there you go. Know that the counter strike is going to be burned. Does actually jump over to Cottonex actually for a nice escape route. So not the best of plans there, unfortunately.
Yeah, really nice job. Able to avoid a lot of that damage. Kerp is getting pretty low, though. The stun from nRated. Lamia taking some quick damage, has to back out of there, but the ignite on Kerp, so he's going to have to leave lane again. But it does open up some opportunities for MetalX.
Yep.
So even though Kerp is falling behind, MetalX is going to pull a little bit ahead in experience and going to be fine there. And Maokai coming up in this top lane once again will be able to get in range of YoungBuck, actually just pulling off for a second. So I think a little bit concerned that they'd be running through all these minion waves and taking all of that damage.
Yeah, and YoungBuck also running into the bush just so you can break vision from Cyanide, just so you cannot get that twisted advance going. So, good job on the Aurelia. Xinec is seeming to fall a little bit behind here. Is he still level 3?
Yeah, he is level 3. He
Jeez.
doesn't have any minions to take out, really. So compared with Cyanide's level 5 is phenomenal. And a lot of it is just Cyanide was able to get that experience top. Cyanide coming in, forcing back Tabzz, wants to make sure that xPeke will be fine in that top lane, or mid lane.
Skarner waiting for that Blitzcrank pull. Kerp trying to get something. Can you get that hand? Gets the uppercut. Is he getting something? Anything. Does flash in. Wants Lamia. There's a summoner heal being popped. Xinec getting brought really low, but the ignite will finish it off, and MetalX is going to grab that kill down bot. Very well coordinated.
Yeah, that's definitely really nice to get MetalX off to a nice start. But again, there are some concerns with Xinec putting himself so far behind. And when you're behind and you continue to gank as a jungler, if you can help your lanes, then that's huge. But if you're unsuccessful, then you're just throwing yourself behind it. It could be tough to catch up.
Yeah.
Cyanide, again, this level 1 success, or the level 2 successful gank, and then being able to take the experience top lane was absolutely huge for him. And Cyanide, Xinec, if he can't get level 6 on Skarner, then he's missing out on just so much of his killing potential.
Yeah, the 6 is really vital for a lot of those ganks. Kerp going in. Cyanide camping out the bot lane, twisted advance down onto the Blitz, and actually going to be more than enough damage to take out that support. So there you go. Kill a little bit of a revenge there for FNATIC.
Yeah, really nice job. Cyanide in control of this game so far. He has the he has the Philosopher's Stone, so he's going to be able to get some nice map control. We'll see if he turns that kill into an early Oracles, just to continue up the pressure that he's had and be able to take map control for them. But a big part of his presence, it has opened up some opportunities for Jax up top. He is falling a little bit behind Aurelia, but he's doing fine. And once he can start to pull in this game, he's going for that phage. He will have plenty of damage output to deal with her.
Nothing is, will Xinec be holding this blue for himself? It looks like he will actually be passing it on to Tabzz, which unfortunately is going to keep the Skarner a little bit further behind. But Tabzz will grab the blue just in time. Cyanide throwing down that sapling, realizing, damn, I'm just a little bit too late.
Yeah, and Leona actually coming in behind Tabzz with xPeke at level 6. They could go for this, but just barely not able to engage. Didn't want to just use the Ahri ultimate to try and get in range. Tabzz doing a really nice job in the mid lane. Has been able to take some advantage over Ahri. Has the Chalice as well as the blue to just constantly spam out that ranged harass.
I'm going to see xPeke actually grabbing the Stork Boots pretty early on. Wants that spell pin. Wants to make sure that if a gank does happen, that the possibility from 100 to 0 is a little bit more guaranteed if you can manage to go ahead and get the CC you need, land all your skill shots. And now that xPeke has gotten the ultimate, you have the Spirit Rush available. That's a lot of extra burst coming in. But actually going around in through the jungle, it has been spotted. Xinec gonna meet him. Kerp a little bit of a bad spot. Oh, almost getting the grab, but Spirit Rush over into the Dragon Pit will get xPeke to safety.
Yeah, and even if he had hit the grab, xPeke might have been able to get out of there, but with the pop-up and then the snare from Tabzz, I don't think he would have. So almost being able to pick that up, the really nice execution, just not quite able to hit it. And xPeke will be okay, but his ult is down, so it is kind of putting him behind a little bit. He's not going to be able to be as aggressive as he would like to be. Tabzz will be fine to continue and pressure him in that mid lane.
So what it's really going to do as well is going to kill time for Xinec to go ahead and regain some of that experience loss, possibly hit 6, and get prepared for some counter ganks going on as well. Lots of damage being traded there. Top lane, YoungBuck getting hugely chunked out. Nice dash away from Graves, but the ult will hit ya. Twisted advance coming down onto MetalX. The Ezreal ult coming in, and that's going to be enough to just disintegrate that Graves.
Yeah, and having the CC of Leona combo with Maokai is just phenomenal for them. They can pick up kills very easily in any of their lanes. So Maokai, he has a lot of options available. There's not one lane that can necessarily shut him down. But Tabzz, doing a really nice job. Has been able to, just constantly pressure xPeke. xPeke is forced to use a lot his abilities to a large extent to get rid of those, seedlings and then also to farm. So we'll see, how that affects him. But xPeke is starting to get into the point in the game where he's going to be looking to roam, where he's going to be looking to get those kills, and now having that blue, should be able to follow up on it.
Yep. There's actually a nice post on Reddit today about the health properties of all of Zyra's seedlings, and a lot of it, how different damage is dealt to the seedlings translates into different hits. They have about I guess 6 hits on each of those turrets. But the thing is, though, with Ahri's kit, allows you to provide multiple hits in a very short amount of time with the orb there and coming back. And the Foxfire, it's a few more multiple hits coming in as well. So of most AP mids, Ahri is definitely on that upper scale about efficiency and clearing away those turrets.
Yeah, and it is interesting when you're talking about how things deal damage to the seedlings.
Yeah.
That's one of Zyra's strengths when taking like Dragon and Baron, is when the seedlings are tanking it, it takes a large number of attacks. Like, did you say it was 6? I think that's
it's like
right.
it's like 6 health.
Yeah.
So like an auto attack or something is like just 1.
Right.
But a turret shot should theoretically wipe it out completely.
Yeah, in the meantime, Tabzz coming into the bot lane. They will have the CC follow-up. nRated actually dashing right into him. The follow-up with the Leona, actually. And Lamia just killing them so quickly. Kerp will go down. xPeke is here as well. CottonX is going to go down. MetalX going to go down. Fantastic turnaround from FNATIC. And that was huge. A 4v4 that FNATIC was able to turn that around. Jax is down here as well. And TEAMLESS trying to get an early advantage, just not able to pull it off. Great play from FNATIC. And the big thing was Leona. The second that nRated saw Tabzz walking into that lane, he just dived right on top of him, was able to pick up that kill before he was even able to get off the ultimate.
Yeah, no fear, going straight on in, because that's what a good Leona does. You single out your prey, get that stun off, and just clear the way for the rest of your team. And even if you did have the ult go down, you saw Lamia actually get in perfect position just away from the main team fight. He was right on the outskirts. Even if the ult did go down, Lamia was in perfect position to go ahead and not get popped out, not be a part of that CC or damage.
Yeah, in the meantime, CottonX going to be moving into the mid lane. There's the charm, so xPeke will be okay to get out of there, exchanging some damage, but doesn't want to walk into that bush. Is he trying to do it?
He's trying to bait him out a little bit.
Wants him to go into nRated, but nRated will force it down. The quick burst, xPeke with the red buff will be able to take it down, but xPeke almost going down himself, just barely able to get out of there. Cyanide does die, the Ezreal ult does miss, but Tabzz is able to back off. nRated still has a lot of damage though. If he gets into E, no, he will miss. But nRated, oh wow, with the ultimate able to pick it up. xPeke almost going down, but the quick dash, and Graves is able to pick it up with the red buff. He'll be able to grab nRated as well.
Smoke screen doing all the damage you need to, and the buckshot gonna get a quick double kill from MetalX, and a double buff for his credit. It was a little bit of a payback there from what happened in bot lane, but still though, FNATIC has quite a huge lead. 2K, they had a dragon earlier, so it's just a matter of what can you do with this advantage. But CottonX just now hit level 6. Cyanide just has a huge advantage over him in terms of gold, and also delaying the Shirelias for the initiation. You'll see CottonX actually opted to go buy the Oracles. Hasn't popped it quite yet, which is a good thing too, because if he popped it during that fight, that would have been a huge waste.
Yeah, a 13-minute level 6 on Skarner is never ideal.
On anyone.
He will have some nice gold on anyone, really, but yeah, but especially champion, like Skarner, that's so ult reliant. But we'll see, how they can continue to pressure this. Now that he's level 6, just popping level 7, so there you go.
Good for you.
Yeah, good for you. He's still 2 levels behind Cyanide, but they will have some nice control over there. And the farm is generally pretty even. Like, top lane is very even. Graves has a slight advantage over Ezreal. Oh, not going to get the hook. But, Ahri is the big thing, and Ahri is, farming decently. Now having 3 kills from that last fight, and then also having that cage will be huge to get her into that item build.
And look at Cyanide right now. That is 7 assists and a kill to his credit. That just really shows how much he's been helping with the rest of the team, with all these ganks being very critical. But that's the thing with Maokai too, is that you don't really need him to be. You don't need the ultimate on Maokai to be a huge ganking presence. Granted, Skarner, he can get something happening when he's in those lower levels, but once he hits 6 is where he really shines. And that's true of a lot of junglers. A lot of them. Their ganking presence is just so minimal until they hit 6. And unfortunately, Cyanide just managed to grab a huge advantage while the wait was happening for Cotton X.
Yeah, and while we're waiting for a second, just going to be showing some highlights of the game earlier. So MetalX, getting that double kill, really nice job. And yeah, I mean, having the level 6 it can't be understated for them. YoungBuck, he was able to grab that turret earlier, but do you remember exactly when that fight was at bottom? No. Okay, well, anyway, so we'll see if I can find that real quick, but. No, I guess it's not going to happen. So, I don't know, regardless. Oh, there actually it was right here.
Got further back. Yeah, okay,
a
little bit further back.
It's been a really nice job from FNATIC so far, being able to
slow-mo this one,
put the
actually.
pressure.
So Tabzz wants to get in, but Leona immediately focusing down. And the ult to keep the CC going. And you see Lamia, that perfect position on the back line was just beautiful.
Yeah, and for Blitz and Zyra to go down so quickly in a 4v2 situation was just phenomenal. So they were able to put on the pressure there and, get that advantage. We'll see if, hopefully the DC is close to being resolved and we'll be able to get back into this game. But I don't know, regardless, some nice early advantages for FNATIC, and that's where they always thrive, particularly with Ahri. Being able to get Ahri early in that game.
Hey.
And wow, I am just so good with that timing. Hopefully, we'll get out of this pause in just a second here. But the big thing is xPeke is starting to get into his item build. And everyone else, they have the damage as well. Everyone's getting pretty deep in their builds. Graves going with more of a traditional AD build, which is usual, whereas Ezreal will have a little bit more burst damage. So, we'll see how that impacts these early fights. But the mobility on FNATIC is definitely strong.
Oh, the twisted advance coming down onto Tabzz. It's a 3v1 at the moment. sOAZ should be able to pick it up if xPeke doesn't. But there you go, the critic going to Cyanide. That's just, there you go. Once again, it's that mod squad action coming on in. The jungler top lane and the AD carry. They have so much CC on them. Once again, the team just go ahead and just melt anyone they want.
Yeah, and sOAZ keeping an eye on the Kerp here. Gets off the stun. The twisted advance not too far behind, but can't quite finish it. So they will be able to steal the red here. Unfortunately, as a result, they're losing their own red, and they're also losing their tier 2 tower. YoungBuck will be able to take that. So I'm a little bit surprised that sOAZ has decided to leave the lane, because he seemed like he was doing pretty well in that top lane. Yes, he wants to help the rest of his team snowball, but they're already at an advantage, and this is just helping TEAMLESS to get back into it. So YoungBuck is able to grab that turret, or will be, just a couple more attacks, and that's kind of a huge advantage for TEAMLESS right now.
But you do see FNATIC, they are positioned here in the bot lane. They're really looking to push here, and if they can actually manage to get a quick kill or two onto MetalX, on the Kerp, they can continue to push. They can take a tier 2 in response and just even up the game and maybe even push further.
Yeah, so we'll see.
Oh, they're
if
baiting
they
it
can
out.
pressure this. It is a 3v3 down here, but they do have some nice ward control with Cyanide having that Oracles. Ahri going to be grabbing another blue, then he'll probably go back. How much gold does xPeke actually have? He has a decent amount, so he could actually finish off that Abyssal Scepter if he likes to, but they are waiting for him, so they don't catch him. But we'll see if they are able to grab anyone else.
I think they're actually waiting to see him go from lane to the blue buff, but they're just a little bit delayed. MetalX getting caught. Nice! Footwork, flash, and the dash away from Cyanide, and I think Cyanide was just not prepared for it.
Just DC'd.
I think he DC'd again. Yeah, that may have very well been. So Cyanide brain broke down.
It's like it's just jukes, and they're like, no, I think that Cyanide DC'd.
That's a juke on another. The juke was so well executed that Cyanide's
his computer
just DC'd again.
He broke his ankles. Except, I guess what's breaking your ankles on basketball is to breaking your computer in League of Legends.
Yeah, it's like, oh man, you're behind me, twist. Well, he doesn't. He's a tree. Does he have ankles? He's got like roots and branches.
Broke his roots.
Broke his roots.
Yeah,
he can grow them back. That's no big deal.
But this is going to be a really difficult exchange for FNATIC. Blitzcrank trying to get in. Fortunately, Blitzcrank's at the back, so he's not going to have quite the range. If he was at the front, then maybe he could just walk up and hook someone. But they still have to deal with Tabzz with that snare, so very close to getting picked off. And that is the nice thing that TEAMLESS has their advantage is they have great single target. Both teams have great single target CC, but TEAMLESS as well having the pickoff potential with Tabzz and with also Kerp could be huge. Skarner and Aurelia. So they want to just pick off people one at a time, slowly take advantages back into this game. And then later in the game, Graves' damage output will be phenomenal. Like, Graves, compared with Ezreal, he has a little bit more traditional AD damage. Ezreal has a little bit more burst, and the survivability is huge on Ezreal. Like, Graves is still going to have to be concerned about Ahri and Jax and Maokai just all diving on him and picking up that kill really quickly, and that's a serious issue for Teamless. But we'll see. He is farming pretty well. He is 4-2 right now, so he's going to have some nice big AD items pretty quickly.
However, he hasn't purchased really a whole lot yet. He's got the blade, he's got the BF sword, he's got the tier 2 boots. You see Lamia though, in comparison, already 2/3 of the way into that Trinity. So it's going to be a little bit, significantly more burst in these fights. And right now in this, hopefully upcoming 3v4.
It is interesting though, because the DC and the pause happen right as Tabzz breaks vision.
Oh,
so
man.
They know that he's here. They had him caught on a ward up here as well. They said that they knew they were coming, but it kind of gives them an opportunity where FNATIC's like, yeah, so we know exactly what to do. We'll see if they can respond. No snare being able to hit, and CottonX doesn't quite have the mobility to get in. So FNATIC was saying, yeah, we would have backed out of there anyway, but it kind of ruins Teamless's hopeful gank. But there's the pull into Lamia. It doesn't even matter. The Skarner hook into the flash. So despite knowing he's there, they still go down. That was a pity death, I guess.
It could have been. But look, you do see Teamless, they want to take this advantage as far to the bank as they can. They are pushing bot relentlessly. They want to get more towers. They want to make up for their deficit, but you do still have xPeke pushing in the mid. You do still have the top lanes not moving. They don't want to go ahead and ruin what's going on here. So you got Teamless, they grab another tower, bring the gold lead that much more even, only about 500 gold separated teams. You do have sOAZ looking to get aggressive down to YoungBuck, the ult being popped from Aurelia, but that is another turret down here for Fnatic. They managed to take tier 1 there in mid.
Yeah, but it is surprising that Fnatic is just letting these tier 2 turrets go down so easily, and their gold lead is kind of withering away. Despite those advantages, they're deciding not to fight Teamless, and Zera again can push towers down very easily as the game progresses. She can poke down turrets, and in the meantime, sOAZ getting caught out top. Skarner and Blitzcrank are here as well. He'll surely go down.
Ult from Skarner is down, but he still has that slow. He can still do a lot, but Kerp here, the blitz, that uppercut, waiting for it, the stun coming in for sOAZ. Does manage to pull Jax right on in to his doom. Very well done.
Yeah, and so Fnatic, they've taken a really passive role in this game since having that advantage. So allowing Teamless to get those turrets is absolutely huge for them. They will try and poke down this tier 2, but they do have to watch out for Zera on the side. Cyanide could maybe follow it up if xPeke lands a charm, but they won't be doing that. They're just going to back off. And so, this game, it's basically even again. It was almost a 3k gold advantage for Fnatic, but just allowing Teamless back into it.
And you also see that MetalX finally decided to go back and buy straight up Infinity Edge and Zeal and a longsword at that. So that's a lot of items to be buying in one straight visit. Stun, go down, the charm coming in on the Kerp. Tabzz wants to make something happen here on xPeke. The sound's going to be going in, but only going to be very brief. The orb coming in, and that plant will go down. xPeke will actually be able to get away, but you do see right now Teamless, they're pinging down the dragon, and they can take this really quick.
Yeah, and he was able to get away without even using his ultimate. So throwing off the charm on the Blitzcrank to give him a little bit of distance, and then actually juking out the hook, even with the silence there. So really nice job from xPeke. They do grab the dragon, though, and now all of a sudden this game is 100% even. And the tankiness and long-range pickoff potential for Teamless is a little bit stronger than Fnatic. They get to pick and choose fights a little bit more easily, whereas Fnatic, they need to hard engage in order to fight.
You do see Fnatic, though. They were actually pinging the Baron not too long ago, so that's they may decide to try and rush it if they see if Teamless is looking to try and push a lane or some other objective. But you see right now Fnatic getting into the defensive position, looking to defend a tier 3 here in bot lane. They did let them grab the tier 2 earlier, and the blitz hook over the wall is always a real threat. But here they go. Kerp going to be the first one out there. CottonX, the ult is back up on Skarner, so he could get that grab if he wants to.
Yeah, and Aurelia is a little bit stronger than Jax right now. So the lane has been very even in that top lane, but getting the Wit's End has a little bit more survivability than Jax since he hasn't finished that Triforce yet. So it's a perfect opportunity for TEAMLESS to force these fights. The Deathfire's Grasp is also not down onto Ahri, and that's going to be huge. Pivotal point for Ahri once that happens.
Yep, you got the Abyssal there. Going to be reducing as much magic resist as possible. But you see, they're also building somewhat tanky. You got a few resist items there coming on in. Maokai with that Aegis, so it's going to be helping out everybody. Trinity has been finished there for Lamia, so it's going to be a lot of burst. sOAZ wants to close that gap, but that lead trade will not be getting as far as he would hope. You do have a MetalX grabbing the red right now. And if FNATIC was if they were a little bit more pushy, if they were further on into the jungle, they could have caught him out. And once again, pause coming in. I'm guessing Cyanide still having a few troubles.
Yeah, so hopefully everything's okay, and that could be a big explanation for why FNATIC is kind of held back in this game. YoungBuck this time, and so TEAMLESS, they've been able to take advantages partly because of the DC, but it seems a lot of it is just the result of FNATIC, not grouping and not being kind of lackluster in how they're grouping as a team. Now they are grouped. We have a 5v5 setup. Blitzcrank has the long range advantage. Zyra does as well. But we'll see if FNATIC can catch anyone off. The big issue for FNATIC, though, is the damage for TEAMLESS is in the back line, and in order to engage on them, they need to just dive at TEAMLESS, and that's a very dangerous prospect. Whereas TEAMLESS, the damage for FNATIC is in the front line with Jax and Ahri. They have to play really up close to pick people off, and that opens up opportunities for Skarner to flash in or for Blitzcrank to just get a hook.
Yep, and also Tabzz with that ultimate too can just go ahead, reset the fight, get everyone popped up, keep everyone on their toes. But granted, though, they have definitely the jungler who can go ahead and set up for those dives. That Maokai ult can reduce a lot of damage coming on in. He's not quite 11 yet, though. He doesn't have the level 2 in it here.
And also not having a large armor item can make those tower dives pretty difficult. So if he had a chain vest or something along those lines, then that could definitely help him out a lot. But we'll see. They'll probably play a little bit more defensively and just see if they can pick anyone off here. But really, this fight right now will be in the advantage of TEAMLESS, just because FNATIC doesn't have that strong initiation like TEAMLESS does. So we'll see if FNATIC decides to transition out of this lane, decides to go somewhere else, or if they try and poke them down and fight it here.
It could be a little bit of a risk too to try and send in a sacrificial lamb. Like you get nRated out there in front, you throw down the ult, and it's like, you know what, you don't have our clan tag. You're still technically Millennium. Maybe we could just go ahead and throw you in there. You don't count.
Ouch! I'm sure he thinks he counts a decent amount.
He's counting immensely. I'm just I'm just trying to throw in the mentality there.
No, that's absolutely true. They're like, hey, we're gonna play this 4v5. You're the odd man out. Okay, so.
Oh yeah. We're gonna keep that hidden there.
But so we'll see. What kind of goes on. Ahri does have that armor, so that'll be pretty nice. But I don't know. Right now, Graves actually has a little bit better damage output than Ezreal, so that's going to be a concern for them. And if they can't get into the back line on Graves because of the front line CC that TEAMLESS has, that could be really dangerous. And particularly how Zyra can protect Graves in that back line could be kind of difficult. So I'm a little bit surprised that FNATIC is pushing this down here, particularly since Jax hasn't really finished any large items yet. They really need Jax to get into some defensive items in order for them to fight. So we'll see if right after this DC happens that FNATIC doesn't just decide to back right off.
There we go. YoungBuck is back, but sOAZ is very close to actually finishing that Trinity, and actually on next back should be able to get it. But yeah, he does need some more defensive stuff to come on in. So maybe let's just think of other options too. Well, then again, everyone's building the GA these days, but I think it's a little bit too soon for Jax to be building one of those.
Yeah, I mean, he could, though, because of the burst damage that TEAMLESS has, but there's a lot of options. It's just really that he needs to finish that Trinity Force. So, right now, Aurelia has a huge advantage. We'll see what they decide to do. We'll throw off the sapling and then get right out of there, which is absolutely the right decision, because there's no way that FNATIC can, force that fight underneath that turret. So they're going to push TEAMLESS back and then be able to, take some advantages around the map while TEAMLESS is, still sitting by that bottom lane.
Actually, if they're still sitting by there, and you see FNATIC, all of them are in mid, if they really want to, if they feel brazen enough, they could try and rush that Baron. But they were pinging it down earlier, and that could definitely give them a huge edge in these fights. But you'll see they're just going to look to push down the mid lane here. You do see sOAZ actually heading on up. I think he's actually going to see if he can't take out the top tier 1 in a hurry.
Yeah, and he's actually just going to pick up some of that farm. Teamless in a nice position here to defend the Baron. The big thing is Jax is fantastic at doing Baron. He's one of the best in the game. But without any of those items, he's not going to be able to kill it fast enough. And he's going to get very low before the fight. So he needs some armor really to do it. But they are closing in on him fast. He does use that leap strike to get over to a minion. So he will barely be able to get out in time.
Yep, tier 1 for FNATIC in the top lane is also actually tier 1 and tier 2. They let them go earlier for YoungBuck to just go ahead and just swoop it. Just you see these towers. They seem nicer on you. You go ahead. You take them, and they just let them have it while they're pushing down bot. So it's a little bit of a longer route for sOAZ to go ahead and get to safety. But wards still going down in the Baron pit. Both teams recognizing it's a very real possibility that could be the next major objective coming on in. Red buff gonna be going over to Lamia if it doesn't reset. Come on, there you go. We got it. And let's check Jax's gold real quick, because if he can actually go, not quite there. Yeah. Not quite there. He's about like 50, 100 gold off. So after these wraiths, sOAZ should actually be able to go back, grab the Trinity, and then rejoin the team.
And part of the issue is because Teamless has been so aggressive, xPeke throwing off the charm doesn't want to have to use the ultimate, so that would really throw them behind in the next team fight. But Teamless in a great position to actually take this turret if they decide to. Kerp still zoning off xPeke, so he can't join with his team yet. By Teamless running around and they're roaming as 5 and just trying to take map objectives as a team, it shuts down Jax's farming. The hook onto Cyanide, some quick damage. Cyanide is rooted though, and sOAZ jumping in as well.
Assuming the Cyanide is probably still DC to go in for that quick kill. You got the Zyro coming on, popping everybody up, and Cyanide will actually be the next one to go down. xPeke going down in the fight as well, so as a 5v3. Kerp is very low. Kotnex is a little bit low. YoungBuck is definitely within a kill range, and Tabzz is hurt. But FNATIC, they really can't make anything happen from there. So 2 really quick kills. And you know what? Cyanide was the DC or not, if he was having connection troubles, regardless, Cyanide is the correct one to pull in that situation. He was easy to grab. He's the main source of CC there from FNATIC. And without that damage reduction, they can just go ahead and take that fight that much easier.
And one of the nice things with Skarner, not just as an offensive champion, that's kind of interesting. I haven't seen that recall, animation.
That's
before.
actually, yeah. That's like all the champs nowadays.
No, yeah, I know that.
Like they have
I
that special
I haven't
little.
seen hers, but. Skarner, one of the nice things is not just as an offensive champion and using that pull offensively, but he can also use it defensively. And so he can pull people off of Zyra or pull people off of Graves if they're feeling really threatened, and that works very well against a champion like Jax. And the big thing is FNATIC right now, they can't just single target burst people like they would like. They can't focus down members of Teamless. Just because of Teamless's front line and their tanks and CC. So Teamless really quickly able to win that fight, and by grouping up constantly, they're able to shut down Jax's farm. He doesn't have the opportunities to continue farming like he would like to, so he's forced to roam around the map and try and pick up spare minions here and there when he can.
So you do have pings going down from Teamless. They're looking to see if they can't get the jump back once again down on the FNATIC. Lamia's actually away from the team. Kerp out in front, taking quite a bit of damage. sOAZ out in front. xPeke grabbing that kill onto the Blitz. And Cyanide still out there. The flash. The twisted advance down. Going to keep MetalX still. You got the ult going down for the reduction. Ezreal ult coming down in for a little bit extra, but xPeke will be focused down by YoungBuck and Kotnex. sOAZ getting slow as well. The Ignite go down. Double kill coming in for YoungBuck. Cyanide getting very low. Lamia getting very low, but you also got the Leona going down as well. So there's a 4v2 here. 1 kill for 3.
Yeah, and they just won a 4v5, and
yeah,
half of it has to do with how strong YoungBuck is, and he's able to just dive onto xPeke. xPeke wasn't able to get off the rest of his ultimate charges, so he still had 2 charges left when YoungBuck killed him. And being able to put that pressure, they can't focus him down right now. xPeke really needs to get into Zyra. If they can't kill Zyra in these fights very quickly, then she's going to be able to control these fights. They do grab the dragon, and all of a sudden, it was a 3k gold advantage for FNATIC earlier, and Teamless is just crushing them in these team fights.
Yeah.
And I don't know. We'll see how they can turn it around once the Deathfires is done. Oh, there it is.
Hey.
Then maybe they can get some more backline pressure because they really need to just instantly burst down Zyra.
Yeah, but letting Teamless have those turrets for free. This really gave the opportunity for Teamless to actually go ahead, get the income they needed to come on back and try and just throw things right back into their favor. And indeed, it has. They actually grab themselves a dragon there to even widen that gap. Kerp has been pretty damn good on that front line, but all the damage is there and necessary. And FNATIC, they've been a little bit split, but Ping's going down over in the river. Kerp does see them. There is a ward in that brush, and FNATIC is going to try and force this Baron. Let's see how quickly they can take it out, if at all.
Yeah, and Graves is bottom, so they're going to have a nice advantage there. xPeke using the charm, trying to zone out Kerp there, and it's going down to 4,000, 3,000. The hook onto xPeke, followed by the Skarner ultimate, so they'll be able to grab the Baron, but xPeke does go down, so it is a 4v4, and they've lost their main source of damage. Tabzz going down as well, so sOAZ a huge victory for him. Unfortunately, YoungBuck is looking good. We'll be able to chase him down. Cyanide trying to get over that wall, will go down himself, and sOAZ, the last man standing for FNATIC in this area. Leona and Ezreal were able to get out of there with that Baron, but still another one fight for Teamless. And, you know, xPeke getting caught out, just having that frontline engage for Teamless is huge.
Yeah, just the ward there in the pit gave all the vision necessary for Teamless to go ahead and grab the champ they wanted at the opportunity they wanted. I am, you know, Lamia and nRated, though, getting out of that fight real quick, though. You could have, that's one of the things about Ezreal, though, is that you can actually get that poke damage on over outside of the pit. Just, you know, you keep on throwing the shots into the pit to try and take out a little bit extra damage. And even if they're close enough, you just go ahead and auto attack them straight up. Xinec does actually fall there underneath the tower. They do need to still be careful here. FNATIC, they're still not quite out of this yet.
Yeah, xPeke able to take him down. And I have to say, though, this is like the first time I've seen xPeke in a while, you know, not just absolutely storming a game. Blitzcrank trying to take this. They do see the minions are still there, which means that they should expect that with the minions there, they don't know. See, it's not cleared, so they have to know that Blitzcrank is on the other side going for it. They will have him surrounded. He's going to try and finish it. He does actually finish it quickly. And
Oh,
is able to get out.
no. Oh, no. Is he going to get away with it? I hope not. Leona, actually not hitting, but xPeke will be there with all the burst damage. Did actually have to use the ult just to try and kill that Blitzcrank, but with a little bit better awareness. They could have done it without using it.
I don't know if they thought it was a bug, but because they had cleared out all the minions there and it still would have had the map symbol for the golem, they had to have known that Blitzcrank had pulled it onto the other side. So being able to pick up that kill, Zyra is up top. They will be able to get some damage on this turret, but Aurelia able to clear that very quickly.
Yep.
Zyra is back with the team, and you know, we'll see if FNATIC can pick anyone off, because they do have good pickup potential. It's just, it's not quite the same range as Teamless, so they need to be a little bit more sneaky about it. They need to grab people in the jungle.
And that Aurelia also killed just enough time for Kerp to actually respawn and get back into this game, because he's a huge part of the initiation coming in here from Teamless. The ability to go ahead and single out a champ in combination with Skarner, with Xinec.
Yeah, and coming this late into the game, YoungBuck is incredibly strong, but also Xinec. He has been able to, you know, pull back into this game. He's very tanky at this point. So they have a number of there's a number of members on Teamless that FNATIC are really struggling with dealing enough damage to, and really struggling with dealing with. So, you know, we'll see how that continues to progress. If they can, you know, pick someone off here like Jax or something, then they could very easily win this. sOAZ picking up that GA will be very strong. Ezreal, he now has another damage item past that Trinity Force. So he's, you know, trying to keep in line with Graves, though Graves still has a nice advantage there.
They're just biding their time. Teamless just know that if they have an opportunity, they can go ahead and just grab it and just completely route a fight. You do have Tabzz emerging from that bush. That sapling will figure it out, but the creep wave top lane is pushing. You're going to go ahead and take as much advantage as they can with it. FNATIC, they are on the defensive end, but they do still have the Baron buff on a few of their champs. Let's see, how long does actually still have left on it?
On
Baron buff.
FNATIC, that's right.
Anyway,
okay.
that's
yeah,
about to
another
go.
20 seconds, so it's basically done.
Yeah.
But we'll see whether or not Teamless, I feel like they could just push right up in this mid lane, and so that's actually what it seems like they're doing. And the big thing is that, you know, Zyra, no, they're actually going to back off maybe. So Zyra, if they decide to push, Zyra can just drop the seedlings over time, and then when they decide to, you know, go in for the turret, she just sprouts them all. And the seedlings won't die because, you know, there's no champions to run over them. If FNATIC tries to kill those seedlings, then Blitzcrank will just get a hook or something very easily. So she can just leave them at the turret and then, you know, slowly poke down the turret herself. So We'll see. But Fnatic coming on the offensive now. They have the GA on both sOAZ and xPeke, so they can be a little bit more aggressive, jump into that back line, and hopefully kill Zero pretty quickly because they need to take out their main damage dealers.
Yep, and if Fnatic can also go ahead and push these waves in, they can kill time for the Baron to actually respawn to Hook. Going down onto xPeke, but will actually Spirit Rush out of there. Hook going in from Skarner down to nRated, will be isolated for the rest of the team, and the kill coming in. YoungBuck will grab that one. Fnatic has no choice right now but to run away. You got the Shirley's being popped there from Teamless. They got another one. YoungBuck wants to close the gap, does try to get on sOAZ, but sOAZ does leap strike away, and Tabzz will actually go down during that chaos.
Yeah, really nice job from Teamless at the beginning, but then Fnatic able to kite back out of there. And the big thing was Teamless, they were on the offensive the entire time, and Fnatic, they weren't comfortable with dealing their damage. xPeke was caught out, and they were constantly forced to retreat, but then Lamia able to turn it around for them with the quick burst, was able to grab Zero just a little bit out of position. So nice job there. It helped stall off the game a little bit. But Teamless, as a result, they're going to be able to grab this dragon. They're going to be able to continue with their gold advantages, and we'll have to see, how it'll work. But Aurelia versus Jax late game is very even, and Aurelia just has a little bit more survivability right now, despite the GA from Jax, just because they have. Teamless has other targets that Fnatic wants to grab, whereas sOAZ, he might be one of the main targets for Teamless.
So, killing time, Baron should actually be coming back up in about a minute and a half, and you'll see right now, you do see Kerp actually getting some wards. He's getting ready, knowing that, when that thing respawns at Fnatic, it can get it a little bit more cleaner this time. I'm sure xPeke will be like, I am totally not going to be standing out in front of the pit. Do not want to get grabbed again. Saw what happened last time. Fnatic, they're a little bit wiser going on into the next prospective Baron spawn.
Yeah, but they didn't lose either GA, which is a huge thing for them.
Yes.
So they can still be very aggressive. And again, the thing isn't, the GA helps protect against them getting picked off, but even more so, it allows Ahri to play near that front line because she needs to be dealing damage to both, Tabzz and MetalX. And the issue before was she can't play close enough to them because she's just going to get herself killed. Now with the GA, she can be a little bit more comfortable to get into that back line and try and pick up those kills. So we'll see, whether or not that's the case. Graves, he doesn't have any magic resist right now, so other than his base. So he will be pretty squishy to xPeke's damage.
Ping's going down in the Baron pit from Teamless. They know something's going to be happening. So Kerp almost getting that grab on the Cyanide, but the team is a little bit split. Teamless is split now. Teamless is splitless.
They're splitless.
They're split. The teamless is split team. Says, forget it. Never mind. We're moving on in.
Kerp was teamless because they were split.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
There we go. That's a little bit better.
I'm not really sure where we're going, but
forget. You would just forget it because you have Fnatic right here. They're trying to push down mid wave. They're trying to kill a little bit more time to get them a nice little opportunity to go grab this Baron real quick. They do still have the oracles right now onto Maokai, so they can get that ward coverage cleared. It's just a matter of, when is the opportunity right? You do have members of Teamless actually back in the base. You have Aurelia, you have Skarner, so it's going to take a little while for them to actually rejoin, but unfortunately Fnatic doesn't quite know about the splitting situation with Teamless at the moment.
Yeah, and they are going to be able to prevent this. So partially, they're going to take some damage on that base turret. Not that big of a deal, but I don't know. We'll see if Fnatic can force this. They can't have head-on-head fights. They need to be able to pick off the back line, and Teamless's front line is just really strong in this game. That's a lot of what Skarner brings to the table. But we'll see Teamless forcing right up to the front, so they will force the vision, but it opens up an opportunity for Fnatic to come in from behind.
This is Teamless trying to force something here, and Fnatic will actually have enough time to get back into the defensive position here, into the mid at the tier 3. So Teamless just looking to displace Fnatic, looking to make them mobilize, put them out of position, and possibly get a catch while they're in transit from one objective to the other.
Yeah.
And you saw right there, Kerp was actually out in front, looking to see if we could actually get a grab, but unfortunately the position, the timing just wasn't right.
Yeah, and so Kerp going to have his own oracles, be able to clear out some of these wards. So Fnatic will have to watch out because Graves has plenty of damage to take down that Baron pretty quickly. Same thing with Zyra. They can kill the Baron in just a matter of seconds. Like, it'll probably take them about 10 seconds to kill the Baron. So we'll see if they can grab someone. They have the ward over here in the bush.
Oh,
so
man.
Kerp, he wants someone to check. He wants to be able to pull them in. But I don't know. We'll see. I'm a little bit surprised that Teamless isn't just pressuring this, because they could kill Baron so quickly that if FNATIC is not absolutely on their game, they won't be able to defend it.
Yeah, and Cyanide will actually just walk in, grab that ward. Keep the seedlings actually going down from Tabzz over the wall. And, xPeke's Wise wants to get rid of those things real quick, but Kerp can very easily get a grab over that wall with the present ward. So this is going to be a huge risk for FNATIC to try and take it out. And here was sOAZ actually edging out. And you see that sapling actually not aggravating the Baron. I thought that would actually make him pretty angry, make him want to hit Kerp.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I guess it doesn't draw aggro, but I'm a little bit surprised. Tabzz right here is throwing off the seedlings, to try and get vision. And
that one did.
I understand he's trying to bait them in. I think for Kerp to get the pull, but he could just be throwing up 4 seedlings right here in the Baron, and then they could just decide if FNATIC's playing too defensively to just drop it, because FNATIC, they don't have vision in the Baron pit. They know that. So if FNATIC, it just waits like 1 second too long, then Teamless could maybe steal a really quick Baron.
The sapling actually, when it hit Kerp, the AoE then aggravated the Baron. It was kind of odd, a little bit strange, but Kerp sitting back, looking to regen just a little bit of that health before trying to make something happen here. Is out in front, sticking his neck out. You do have the seedling going down. sOAZ is out in front. Use the stun. So it's one less tool. That is that's the time for right now for Teamless to go on in. And xPeke caught out and back, trying to Spirit Rush away. Does get popped out. The GA will actually proc Ezreal all going down in the middle of everything. Here comes Ari. She is back, but is the damage going to be enough? MetalX being focused down by sOAZ. May actually be going down in just a second, but you do have the Maokai ult. Keeping everybody nice and protected. Cyanide getting choked out very well, but you do have FNATIC going down very quick. It's still somewhat even. Lamia now going down. YoungBuck here looking at 2v1. Shutdown coming from Graves down to Ezreal, but Jax will go ahead and grab that kill. The Kerp with the grab over the wall, but sOAZ will say is able to take that one. But YoungBuck grabs that kill. That is a GA coming back up for sOAZ. YoungBuck still has his, but you have a Cyanide here still for FNATIC.
Yeah, so a nice fight for FNATIC. They're able to take that down. The big thing was the pressure that sOAZ put on the back line with Graves. But I'm going to go back and look at that real quick, because he was able to almost pick up the kill, but then not able to follow up on it. And so the GA from MetalX just able to keep him alive. sOAZ didn't want to hang out and pick up that kill, so I'm a little bit surprised he didn't hang out for that. But they were able to win in the end. And the big thing is that they're tanking enough now. sOAZ is able to, penetrate that backline. They're able to get the damage that they need to onto Graves in particular. But xPeke getting caught out early on, and having that GA was huge. He was able to still deal the damage that he needed to. He was still able to burst people down. But if he wasn't caught out in the beginning, then maybe that fight would have completely turned for FNATIC.
Yeah, and you saw he was mid Spirit Rush animation when the Impale and the grabs and everything came on in. It's just like, I'm going to get away free. Nope, you're coming back with me. You're going to get chunked out, and you're going to be out of this fight first.
And he's actually going for that Quicksilver Sash, so, he is going to be able to get out of that CC a little bit better. The big issue is that they're just chaining CC on him. But still, the pop-up and the pull, those aren't abilities he's going to be able to get out of. We'll see if this game can go. So, yeah, so he's going to be able to put on some nice pressure there, and we'll see if they force another fight. Some of the GAs are down, though. Aurelia was able to keep hers, and so that was the big thing. YoungBuck, he could have decided to fight Jax at the end there and probably picked up the kill. It would have been kind of iffy. YoungBuck or sOAZ probably would be able to grab it, but he was able to hold on to his own GA, so that's definitely a nice advantage for them coming into the next fight.
You do have FNATIC looking to mobilize once again back in the mid. It's going to be a little while for those GAs to come back up, but you do still have one on the YoungBuck, and that is going to be huge going on into the next fight. You do have Teamless looking to sit around the Baron area, see if they can't get ahead and get a grab on someone. And you do have FNATIC. They're just dancing around, seeing what can happen, but there you go. Baron has been started here for Teamless, and FNATIC wants to do something. They need to do it now, and sOAZ is not with the team.
Oh, and xPeke getting caught off right in the beginning, goes down instantly, no GA this time. So Teamless in a huge position here. FNATIC able to actually steal it, so Maokai able to grab that. Teamless is trying to retreat, nRated trying to get off on the one side. sOAZ able to turn around the other side, but YoungBuck dissuaded, won't chase them down.
Wow.
And actually Graves trying to take out nRated. It does have the red buff. nRated will be able to back off though, but MetalX still in pursuit, will likely take him down. He does have Ezreal also, so he can hopefully get out, but no, he will go down. So, nice fight from Teamless. The big thing was able to quickly burst him down. But sOAZ, if he can pick up the kill on the Tabzz, that could be a win for them. But doesn't have the flash to follow up on it.
Unfortunate indeed. But sOAZ, and that's the thing too. A Jax late game is a very dangerous Jax. You know, he's itemizing very well. He's got that cutlass. He's going to be looking for that gunblade. But you do see TEAMLESS right here with the advantage, with the real quick man advantage, tried to take down that tier 3 and top very quickly before FNATIC could respond, but unfortunately not able to connect.
Yeah, so they will back off. How much longer does xPeke have on that GA? It is almost up. So the next team fight, it will be up. sOAZ is as well if they wait a little bit longer. He has about a minute on his. So, you know, that'll be a nice advantage for them. They are incredibly strong in the late game. sOAZ is starting to get into those late builds. He's starting to build into that gunblade. And, you know, we're seeing the pressure they're able to put onto Graves, which is just huge despite how strong he is. But we'll see. Graves' GA will be up as well in the next fight. So that's a big win for TEAMLESS also.
Lamia is building one. Tabzz is building one also. So when those come into play as well, that's just going to be even more of a rough team fight for both teams to try and capitalize. Kerp with the grab down on xPeke does now get the Spirit Rush to safety. Zyra ult trying to get something happening there while everyone's running away, but no, it will not connect on anybody.
Yeah, and Zyra with the long-range snare was able to set Blitz up for that hook. xPeke now with the ultimate down, they have to play defensively. The GA should be up around now, but even so, they have to wait another minute before that next fight. So if TEAMLESS can force a fight in the next minute, then FNATIC will be in just such a terrible position.
X, he's deep into the jungle. He's leading the pack, trying to see if he can't get a grab on anyone. But Kerp also doing the same with that little inherent speed steroid. But there you go, Jax. sOAZ, he's caught. Can he get the safety? No. The minion will be grabbed.
Oh, but Cyanide walking right into Cottonex. He will get the pullback. He is taking a lot of that damage, so it's working out for them. MetalX going down, does have that GA. sOAZ on top of him. xPeke over the wall, though. He can't get the dashes that he needs to in order to win this fight, and sOAZ just barely able to back off. Kerp, unfortunately, sOAZ will go down. Lamia still has some nice damage. Will try and back over the wall. YoungBuck, the GA wasn't popped, but Lamia has his own as well, so he's going to try and get some damage. Throwing off the heal. We'll be able to chase them down. Actually, can he pop YoungBuck?
Nice.
Yes, he does. They aren't going to follow up on it, though.
Don't need to.
I feel like they could have, but yeah, they don't want to press their luck. xPeke was low on mana, and you saw how much that fight was affected by xPeke not having that Spirit Rush. All he could do was poke people over the wall. He was hardly involved at all, but we'll see in that next fight, once it's up again, whether or not FNATIC can push that a little bit harder.
Popping the GA was really more important than the kill, because now you have Lamia with his own GA to have to contend with here. And right now you do have Zyra doesn't quite have the gold to get her own. So for the time being, you do see this this revive advantage here for FNATIC. And Baron buff, how much longer do we have on that thing?
Probably like a minute. So it will be up pretty shortly, and then they'll all the teams will group up for it. So they'll probably start grouping up now and positioning themselves for that Baron. xPeke just grabbing the last bit of farm and making sure the momentum is on their side, so that when they do go over to that Baron, they won't have to worry about bot lane pushing against them.
Okay, Lamia's buff did just run out, so we got.
Oh, it did.
Yeah, we got like 2-3 minutes still
okay.
left here.
I thought that it was off like a minute or so.
Nah, so like 46 is when 46 minutes is when the Baron should actually be coming back up. Blue buff being stolen here from TEAMLESS. The Blitzcrank grab, a very excellent tool to go ahead and do that with. But now we're edging off from late game to super late game, and you have a lot of these builds starting to finish. Lamia is getting very close to doing so. You now have a Trinity and a Gunblade there for Jax, for sOAZ, along with his own GA, and he's actually got another Chain Vest there. Let's see, Atmaz even could be.
Yeah, no, that could definitely work out. I don't know. We'll have to see. He definitely needs some armor, and so if he went with Atmaz, it would definitely increase his damage a lot. But he could decide to go with something like a Randuin's. We'll see if they force this. Kerp with the Shurelya's will jump right into the team. Cyanide is not the one they want to be doing damage to. nRated jumping into the backline. The hook back on Lamia and the pull as well from Skarner, but Lamia will be fine to back out of there. And FNATIC is looking very strong, but they have to worry that sOAZ is pretty low. They are not going down, but they are all very low, and TEAMLESS has to back off. None of their members going down. They are able to pop some of those GAs, but some of their GAs were down as well. So xPeke is still holding on to his, and Lamia is still holding on to his.
Yeah, sOAZ lost his, so that's all intents and purposes a win It's a very small win there for Teamless. You still have a good 4 minutes until YoungBuck actually comes back up. So once again, you have another timing window, and there's going to be a very, very short time for when Baron comes up for FNATIC to go ahead and get an engage and get that kill before YoungBuck has his GA back. So we got about, if they can manage to kill it within the first like 45 seconds of Baron coming up, FNATIC should be at an advantage. Should be. Keyword there, should.
No, sOAZ will be down for quite some time, and you're seeing, the fights just Teamless. It's such an effort to take any of the members of FNATIC down at this point. They're slowly getting low,
Tabzz
and
has
if the GA is up, then Ezreal will be able to just slowly wear people down for FNATIC, whereas Graves is a little bit less comfortable. But we'll see now that Tabzz has one. They can be a little bit more aggressive. They are able to grab this dragon, and again, this game is dead even, back and forth the entire time. All of the GAs, so just constant positioning in fights. They can't. Neither team can really force a fight because it's very close to just snowballing against them. If either team wins the next fight in a significant fashion, that could just be game. And FNATIC is set up for that 46-man Baron. They're just jumping on it right away. They have the damage. It's getting very low. 4,000 HP. If I can click on it, 3,000 HP. Cyanide is here. Kerp is here as well. xPeke getting on the backside. They are able to grab that before Teamless can engage.
MetalX was completely out of position. They just could not get what they want. They grab from Blitz, not getting anything. But Cyanide getting there. He's going right on in. nRated right in the middle of the fight as well. Wants that ult, wants to focus down MetalX as quick as possible. But Lamia getting the quick kill onto the Skarner FNATIC. They have an opportunity here to go ahead and take this fight away clean and easy. Kerp, Tabzz, and MetalX still out in front, and YoungBuck grabbing that kill onto nRated still, though, but is a 1-for-1 at the moment. FNATIC, they realize they have the buff. They can just go ahead and back off. That is huge, huge for them.
Yeah, and nRated jumping into the backside, they didn't really have an opportunity to engage because of how low sOAZ was. He would have potentially gone down, particularly without that GA. But they were able to get the rest of the team out, so having that Baron is definitely a nice advantage. But it is a 4v5, so they're probably going to be able to grab this inhibitor. They will be able to pressure this pretty easily. I'm sorry, it's a 4v4 if they can get the engage. The flash in from Cyanide with the twisted advance onto MetalX, and they are forcing him back. He is okay, though. He has the dash. He's able to get into the back line. Kerp does go down, and now xPeke getting some quick damage, has the GA himself. YoungBuck trying to chase him out, and MetalX, the GA has popped. sOAZ able to take down Tabzz in the backline, and then sOAZ jumping in, gets the quick burst onto MetalX. YoungBuck is the only one remaining. Will get taken down, and FNATIC has been able to win this fight in a huge way with that Baron buff as well. sOAZ, his GA is still has 2 minutes left, but Lamia was able to hold his, and Lamia not going down in any of these fights. They're going to be able to run in and try and pressure one of these towers.
And also good job at xPeke actually drawing aggro away from the rest of the clump that is FNATIC. Granted, his GA also went down, but the important part is that you still have one up and remaining. Lamia with that GA still alive is going to be huge. Plus, you still have another 2 minutes on this Baron buff. That is plenty of advantage to go ahead and force down these towers. But still, yet, look at the gold. We're on the 49th minute, and look how much gold actually still separates both of these teams.
And the big thing for both teams is because they have so much gold and they're so strong at this point, keeping the ADs alive, and that's always what it comes down to in the late game. And Ezreal is one of the safest ADs in the game. MetalX has been kiting very effectively in these fights. You see him dashing multiple times away from the pressure, but once FNATIC is able to engage on him, once they feel comfortable to get both sOAZ and xPeke onto him in the back line, they're able to take him down. xPeke was actually able to hold on to that GA as well in that last game. So like you said, coming into the middle of the fight, baiting out YoungBuck away from his team, but then dashing out, he was able to survive around that backside. Really nice job from him. And the next fight, they will have all of their GAs once again, whereas they are all down for Teamless.
Unfortunate, very unfortunate. And you still have that Baron buff. You still have all of that extra power within that, the regen, the damage, everything you need. It's got a minute left on that thing, so if there's going to be a play made, it's going to have to happen very soon. You're going to grab the blue buff here for xPeke. He's going to have that, going to have all that innate regen coming on in. So now FNATIC mobilizing here in the mid, looking to push. They want an inhib. If they can grab an inhib here, that can mean so much for them right now.
Yeah, and a big thing for FNATIC is that Cyanide and nRated, they can just dive into the back line of the team, and they can force, Teamless to make the decision where they have to either, one, burn cooldowns on them, and at that point in time, that's when sOAZ and xPeke are able to jump into the fights, or they can just keep on running at them and then wait until they have an opportunity to engage onto MetalX. And so as a result, it's putting Teamless in a poor situation. They have, with the auras that they have and with Cyanide's ultimate, they are very tanky themselves. And Teamless just, they don't have a lot of options. They can either take down Maokai and Leona and then have to deal with sOAZ and xPeke or whatnot, or they can allow them to engage on the MetalX and then lose the fight from their AD going down.
Baron buff is now gone. 53 minutes. That thing's going to be back up. Shirley is being popped. FNATIC just want to go ahead and try and slam out that mid tier 3 tower as quickly as possible. Kerp did get a grab earlier, but now FNATIC can just duck in, duck out however they please and just try and catch Teamless off guard here. That was that was a pretty good engage. I like that. And look how much damage they took off that tier 3.
And the big thing was also how much damage they could do to YoungBuck, despite the fact that he has a Warmogs and a Triforce. Just the quick burst from xPeke, and then they were able to back off. He was chunked very quickly, and so you saw he wasn't able to get as aggressive as he would like to. It is almost down. The next time they decide to push, they will be able to take that down from being able to poke that down. But the Deathfire's Grasp from Ahri, it was all of that damage was xPeke. It was the Deathfire's Grasp into the E and the Q, and so if Aurelia, is going to go down to that damage, that could be really dangerous for Teamless because they won't have the frontline tanking that they need.
sOAZ grabbing the red buff real quick, and right before Kerp made an attempt on the grab there, if there was an errant grab, though, from Teamless here onto anyone, could very well mean a one fight, though. If they can manage to get a grab on someone who doesn't have a G or happens to have theirs down, it could be absolutely huge, but unfortunately enough time has been killed where they are all back up.
Yeah, they have to pressure this. They have about 1 minute, less than a minute, before Teamless's GAs are up. And in that period of time, FNATIC just has such a phenomenal advantage in these fights if they can pressure this tower. So Teamless, they just need to stall for about a minute, 30 seconds now, and then they will be able to fight them once again. And so actually it seems like they have been able to stall, and Teamless, they're back in this. So just a huge turn of events. They're able to stall for 4 minutes there without FNATIC taking any serious advantages, but they are set up once again for this Baron. It won't be up for another minute though, so it will be up around 53 or so. So then they can try and set up and take that really quickly again.
Yep, xPeke is just there in mid, looking to push the wave, and then gonna just retreat, fall back. But do you have the Shirley's pop coming from Kerp? xPeke, don't get caught, please. No, does actually get popped up there by Kerp. xPeke can still get away, forcing the ult. Will somehow manage to get out of the grasps of that robot. Shirley's being popped there from FNATIC. They just want to go ahead and clear that gap. That is still the danger. That is a massive, massive advantage for having a Blitzcrank on your team. Lamia, you got to get with the rest of your bros. This could be huge. Inhibitor could actually go down here. Teamless, they want to try and poke it away, but they can't quite get in. All of the GAs are back up for Teamless. Every single one of them. 3 GAs to 3 for both teams now, and it's just a standoff right here by the ashes of this turret and an inhibitor looking to go down.
And the big thing is they were able to pop xPeke's ultimate, so he's going to be incredibly weak in this upcoming fight. All he's going to be able to do is poke the front line, so he's not going to be able to get on MetalX in the back line as they can just wear down this turret.
You do have Baron. It has respawn, so it's going to be a huge objective for whoever wins this one. But Teamless, they still want this damage. They still want to get this inhib. It's just so close to success of getting this objective. They can just fall back and then get Baron just a little bit easier. It's not going to be a huge improvement. But there you go, the jump going down onto Kerp there in the front line. The grab is a non-issue. Zyra ult being popped up. And nRated is actually in the back of the team, distracting a lot of the damage from Teamless. And YoungBuck going to be going down. MetalX very close to going down as well. And so is grabbing that. His GA will be popped in response as well. Lamia still has his. Is going to get that quick kill. And right now, Teamless is not looking too good. YoungBuck falls. Tabzz, the GA comes back, but when you're surrounded, it's going to do no good. And FNATIC taking that fight. Nice, wonderful, good.
And the big thing was, it was the second xPeke's ultimate was up. You're counting it down, 3, 2, 1, go. And the second xPeke's ultimate was up, they popped the Shirleyas, they decided to engage, and it was right before that inhibitor went down. And xPeke, again, able to get in the back line without dying, and so he was able to just really, put a lot of pressure. The big thing, though, was nRated in the beginning, and being as tanky as he is now, having the Randuins for the attack speed slow meant that he could just deal with MetalX and Zyra all on his own. So nRated was 2v1ing the back line, and MetalX just didn't have enough damage to take him down as fast as he would like to. There it is. The Nexus turret's going down. 5 seconds until Blitzcrank comes out, but it's not going to be enough for himself, and FNATIC is going to be able to take this. The long, hard-fought win, all those GAs.
Man.
FNATIC grabs it 2-0 over Teamless. Really impressive play.
And as the clock hits 55 minutes in this game, wow, that was brilliant. Just nothing really short of brilliance.
Yeah, really impressive play. And there was a period of time where it looked like Teamless was going to have it. They were able to take the gold lead that FNATIC had and then turn it around on them. They had a 3K gold lead themselves.
Yeah.
I thought that they almost could have, pressured the base towers a little bit earlier. And if they'd gotten some poke on it, then maybe, with some opportunities, they could take down the inhibitor.
Yeah.
And there was a period of time where they had a gold lead and they were just kind of uncomfortable. But once FNATIC was able to get into their later builds, particularly once xPeke was able to get that GA, so he already had the DFG. Once he had the GA, he was a little bit more comfortable in those fights, and he didn't have to worry about getting insta-killed. He could dive onto the backline. They started to be able to put pressure onto MetalX, and that was the big thing, is getting the pressure on the AD. Lamia the entire time was perfectly comfortable taking out that front line for Teamless, and sOAZ just constantly diving on the back. nRated every single fight went beeline straight for both Tabzz and MetalX, and it worked out perfectly.
Yep, and there's a lot of worry. Going down onto Cotton X as soon as the game was starting to kick off. Level 6 at 14 minutes?
Yeah.
That's late.
Yeah, it was
that's really
13 minutes.
Late.
He was so far behind. And the big thing was he was putting himself behind by trying to get those early ganks. So if they had a little bit more early pressure from Skarner with his ultimate, that could have really, maybe put them in the game a little bit better. But really nice job from Cyanide getting the early advantage top. He was putting on a lot of pressure everywhere. And nice play overall. Once again, xPeke, I thought he was going to let me down there with the Ahri. He wasn't quite able to get into the team. And the big thing was, it was Teamless, their initiation was on the front line.
Yeah.
Whereas FNATIC's, it was their main damage dealers. It wasn't their tanks. So that puts Ahri in a dangerous situation because she wants to be able to grab people. She wants to be able to get into the back line of MetalX, but it opens up opportunities for Teamless to just destroy her. And we saw Blitzcrank hooking her again and again the entire game, but with that mobility, she was barely able to survive.
Yep. And now we also talk about the late game. 6 GAs in that game. It appears that Moscow is leaking a little bit. So, but it's a good strat though.
The big thing is you need the damage to follow up on it, but it allows you to run fights a little bit more, be a little bit more safe in fights. You don't have to worry about people getting picked off. The big thing though is the aggression it allows. It's not just the threat of that you can come back after you get picked off. It's the fact that you can be a little bit more aggressive and not have to worry about dying. And that's a lot of that's a really big thing with a lot of high level fights, is the fact that you don't necessarily have to kill the AD carry if you can just run at the AD carry. As someone like Leona, you just run at them and put fear into their eyes, and they're forced to back off. Well, with the GA, you can feel a little bit more comfortable in fights.
Yep.
So yeah, really cool play from both teams. FNATIC, they do win that third place prize, but match number 2, the grand finals, M5 versus Curse, will be up shortly. It is a best of 5, and that's definitely going to be an exciting one.
It's maybe we gotta take a little bit of a longer break than we usually do, just to go ahead and get this match set up. But if you haven't done so already, IGN.com/IPL, go to the news section, scroll on down, and you will see the contest. 5 $50 RP cards. We're giving those away. Click a whole bunch of buttons and you'll be entered to win. We will be back just a little bit. IPL Elites Grand Finals M5, CURSE.EU.
Hey guys, we are back. James and Nick here actually for game number 1 of M5 versus Curse, a best of 5 series. It's going to be pretty exciting.
Yeah, I'm really excited for more Guardian Angel stalling. Oh my god, those matches took forever. Just sitting around waiting for those cooldowns to happen. And
it was about like 20 minutes with 4 deaths total.
Yeah, it's Moscow 5's fault. They started this.
These bastards.
I told Alex Each, I'm like, you're going to play really late tonight, and it's all your fault because you started this GA madness that we're seeing now. So thanks. But yeah, it's going to be a good match. CURSE.EU considered, really strong team, at least top 3 in Europe. Moscow 5, it's arguably the best team in Europe. Sometimes they're the best, sometimes they're the second best. So they're going to be doing pretty well for themselves here, trying to, have a shot at that $2,000 first place prize. So yeah, I'm excited to see how they do.
Yeah, and the big thing with Moscow 5 when you're watching them now is they actually run the team fights fantastically regardless of the GAs. And it's, the way they control the fights, they're constantly cycling out members. They're all getting very low, but no one's going down. So it's, even before the GAs, they have that nice presence. But we have kind of seen them recently falling behind to some early pressure and, falling behind against early aggressive teams. Then they win, later as the game goes on because they have tanky lineups and win those later fights. But we'll see. Curse has been very strong, particularly at pressuring the top lane. Malunoo, he likes throwing off a lot of ganks for Angush in the top lane, and same thing with Extinct when he's been with the team. Unfortunately, he's still being subbed out currently. So Moopz playing this time, we won't necessarily see that Ira that was on Akayso. I think that was the guy, or Akayso, when he was subbing with Curse. But Moopz playing, he does play Gragas, so we had seen him play Gragas the other day, so they could potentially take that if they think that Alex Itch might take it or if they think it works with their comp.
Definitely. And you had mentioned that, that Moscow 5 generally does pretty good in the late game, and I pretty agree. I never have thought of them as a really strong laning team.
Yeah.
Yes, they have some interesting strategies where they do. Of course, they back a couple months they had that really strong counter jungling strategy, but never really thought of them as the best laners. It really all comes together in the team fight phase for them, and a lot of times you think they're going to lose. They haven't been doing all that well in the beginning of the game, and then we get to the mid and the late game and they crush. And I think it has a lot to do with how you're saying really good at team fights. They're really good at cycling players, cycling champions in and out of the fights, and they know how to control space well too. So yeah, really good team fight ability out of Moscow 5. And CURSE.EU, I mean, they're also a strong team fighting team, and they tend to not be all that great in the laning phase and tend to do really well in the mid and the late game. So it'll be good to see, exciting to see who's better in that in those team fight situations.
Yeah, we'll have to see. A lot of it will come down to, Darien in the top lane, how much pressure he can put on. Because Angush has been very safe, has been playing, champions like Yorick, to great extent. Whereas Darien, he's always been one of the strongest top laners in the game. Sleper for Curse has also been phenomenal in the bottom lane recently. So we'll have to see. And this game, it might come down to just Alex Itch versus Moopz. Since, Moopz, he is subbing in. He doesn't have, quite the same experience with the team. Whereas Alex Itch has, as always, been phenomenal. But they've kind of been moving away. It's not just one member from M5 able to win the games for them. It's their entire team just playing at an incredibly high level. So, we'll have to see what they can pull out this game and what Curse can try and do to shut them down.
Yeah, I'm actually pretty surprised that Curse has made it this far without Extinct. Because I think, Curse would probably
agree.
be. I mean, the team would probably be mad at me for saying this, but I think Extinct is their strongest player.
100%.
And the rest of the team's actually quite bad. So.
Oh, wow. All right.
No,
so
I'm just kidding.
I'm going to backtrack a second. I'm off your board. I was on the board. Now I'm off it.
No, just get out. Just get out of my board.
Extinct, he has been very strong, and the big thing is he provides a lot of that map control presence from the mid lane. He likes roaming a lot. He does fall behind on farms sometimes, but that roaming presence, a lot of times, it can help his other lanes win, and he can get kind of fed. So, we'll have to see. But Curse, they've definitely they've been improving a lot as a team. They don't look like quite the same team that they were a while ago. They're very strong as a whole and just are able to pressure the entire map. So, we'll see what they can do. But here we go. Champ Select underway, and we'll see what's going down. Yorick being banned off right away. Both teams, definitely like that Yorick pick.
Yeah, and I am also a fan of the Yorick ban. because of
So
how
we don't
boring
have to
it is.
see it.
We don't have to see it. So I mean, he has been nerfed. So you know, not as much sustain off of the creeps when he's doing his famine, and so he's going to be not as sustainable, but still a popular pick. So I think Curse is maybe a little bit afraid of having to play against York even post nerf.
Yeah, and Alistar ban right off the bat. Don't want to allow that first pick Alistar. It's fine. It's just such a strong ban. Zillion is kind of interesting because M5 has played a lot of Zillion in the past. I haven't actually seen it in a while, and I'd have to go back and see if that's just because he's banned all the time. But it does have that revive mechanic. It works very well with bruisers like Darius in the top lane for Darien, and we'll see where they go from there. But there's a lot of options. One of the nice things with M5 is they don't usually have to worry about Karthus, which a lot of teams, still like playing, just because of the way they run their teams. They're usually able to kite around Karthus's damage and then run champions like Alexic's Kassadin in the mid lane to just completely shut it down.
Yeah, I'm really surprised actually that we don't see more Kassadin out of Alexic, especially with the prominence of Karthus. But yeah, he tends to
Whenever
still
they're playing against Karthus, they can,
always,
pull it out,
yeah, that's true.
No, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there.
No, that's okay. And yeah, so Zillion ban, I understand. I mean, provides a lot of CC, a lot of mobility, and a lot of ability to push the lane pretty hard. You can shove and go and roam. And we've seen tons of that kind of, that strategy with Moscow 5. They push, they shove really hard, they roam about, and they try to be aggressive in the opponent's jungle, mid going to bottom lane and top lane to try to make some big plays. And Zillion is really good with that in mind. He can shove really hard and then go down there and just get a bomb off and do some serious damage to the team.
Yeah, so we'll see. Nunu is available, though, and Curse, they have been playing a lot of Nunu. Both teams would definitely like that Nunu pick, but there it is. Curse first picking it. Definitely a really strong pick there, and they could run that Nunu Ashe lane that's worked out for them some in the past, but we'll see. M5, they don't tend to have backline initiators. Sometimes they do. Sometimes Alex Itch will run like that Ari or Kassadin, but Shen, definitely a strong pickup. They could go with a Lee Sin as well and give themselves lots of mobility. That's something that we've seen a lot from M5 in the past, and there it goes.
Nice.
So yeah,
I don't really like it when you're right, but you are right from time to time.
It happens occasionally.
It happens occasionally. I don't like it though.
But so we'll see. Oh, those bastards!
Feels so good.
Those heartless bastards. They do run a lot of Udyr as well.
Yeah, they do, and he plays a really interesting Udyr. Okay, maybe we should just wait to see who he picks. But I would really like to see
Nocturne.
Udyr.
That's a great pick. I like the Nocturne pick better than the other ones.
Who's it gonna be? I think they're maybe just trolling us now, but I really like their Udyr. He plays really tanky, and he gets the really early.
I will be honest. I do actually like the Nocturne pick the most out of any of them. And I know nice. I can say that now because it's Nocturne, but the Ashe was kind of expected. Curse does like running that Ashe and Nunu. And so here's the thing. Both Lee Sin and Udyr can have issues getting into that backline through Nunu. Nunu provides such great separation for his backline team that it could be difficult for M5. And because they like running those frontline bruisers, they would all just hit this wall of Nunu's ultimate. That would be really dangerous for them. However, Nocturne, he has the great backline initiation. They also have 2 globals now, so Nocturne and Shen, so that helps them with map control. But the big thing is getting into the back on Sleper and getting some damage into him.
Yeah, and we've seen Moscow 5 be extremely successful with Nocturne. I mean, I think they're one of the first people that really made Nocturne shine in competitive play, especially in Europe. And I remember Nocturne, when they started using him, I started to really notice the abilities that, and what Nocturne contributed to the team. And Skarner, that is interesting. Huh.
Yeah, Malunoo, I have seen him play some Skarner, but not a lot. So, but it is still a really strong pick. They have great single target pickoffs, so they want to be able to snowball in that way. We'll see what M5 is going to pick. Right now, I would Sona's not there. Janna, that definitely works out. That's a really strong pick. They could go with Corki as well. They've been playing a lot of it. They might even just decide to go for a Kog'Maw. The issue with Kog is if he gets caught off, he could go down. However, Curse right now, they have a frontline kind of team. So, Skarner, he could have a difficult time getting into the back at Kog'Maw. Kog'Maw throws off the slow, just kind of kites with Janna. And then Ashe as well isn't going to put any pressure on Kog'Maw. So that could allow him to do a lot of damage in the back there. And we have seen Genja play a lot of Kog in the past. But probably going to be a Corki pick just to get a little bit more pressure onto Ashe in lane. Corki and Janna can be very strong and can put on that pressure. But the nice thing with Ashe is the movement speed that she provides to Nocturne, and then also the CC in fights.
Ashe or Janna?
Sorry, Janna.
Janna,
The
okay.
nice thing
I was
with
like,
Janna.
oh, Ash is
The nice thing
providing-
about Shen is how he provides a heal to his team in the laning phase,
Nice.
and he also has the silence on his E with the star call.
Yeah, it's really nice. But yeah, good call on the Corki pick. That's going to provide a lot of burst damage in the bottom lane, and can go in with that Janna shield and go in and poke and do a lot of damage. And if they play Corki, I would be, or Corki. If they played Heimer,
I was
would
actually
be,
going to call the Heimer pick. I feel that
Yeah.
Heimer really works well,
Complements.
synergizes with Curse's comp.
Yeah.
Right now, I would say it's probably going to be a Malphite and a Nivea. Oh, nope. Aurelia. Aurelia definitely works out, though. Aurelia is one of the strongest top laners in the game. They could also go with an Ahri right now and provide themselves more mobility. Orianna works with both Aurelia and Skarner as well. So, we'll see that. But Aurelia is one of the strongest top laners in the game, so that's definitely a strong pick for them.
Yeah, and since Moscow 5 hasn't picked their AP champion yet, then that's going to force Curse to pick someone who's really safe and maybe not so not easily countered. So how do you feel that their pick? Oh, okay. So how do you feel about Orianna in this situation?
Orianna is a very strong pick, and Orianna works very well with backline initiators, so they'll be able to put some pressure. The big issue is that M5 has a very safe team. They can kite around a lot. I would probably expect Ahri here, but Gragas definitely works as well. So the big thing with the difference between Ahri and Gragas, Ahri can put on a little bit more pressure to that backline, but Gragas and Orianna, they're just going to be free farming in the mid lane. They're both very strong at pushing, both very strong at farming. Alex Ich has played a lot of Gragas recently, and they have a very safe kind of kiting team. M5, it will be very difficult for Curse to be able to pick off the members that they would like to, particularly if Darien does well, which he normally does. If he can get tanky enough, then he should be able to put some pressure on that top lane, and then also be able to control the front of fights. So we'll have to see, but right now, Curse has a little bit more of a forward team. They have Aurelia, Skarner, and Nunu. They all want to kind of get into that back line. And M5, they're very strong at kiting. They have Janna for that as well.
Yeah, I like what you said about like the single target focus that Curse kind of has right here with the Skarner and the Ashe pick.
Yeah.
So it's going to allow them to, if they have good map awareness and they have good knowledge of where the opponents are, they're going to be able to catch them out of place and be able to do a lot of damage, and hopefully it leads into mismatches. And then in that case, they're going to be able to take advantage of early leads, and they're going to be doing really well going into the mid and the late game.
Yeah, and I was actually curious real quick. Sleper is still running movement speed, but this time instead of running 4.5 movement speed, he's only running 3. He's getting a little bit more attack damage for that lane. So he has been running that before, but it allows him to kite a little bit more easily. It is a very strong lane, and Nunu can control the front line. Can get right into Genja's face. So we'll see how that kind of works. Moopz, is he going to be running movement speed as well? Because sometimes you see movement speed on Orianna. No, he's not. So just kind of a standard AP page, with lots of magic pen and mana regen. So we'll see how that works. Darien versus Angush in the top lane. Aurelia and Shen is a pretty even matchup, and Shen has an early advantage. He's able to bully around Aurelia a little bit, but once Aurelia gets into level 6 in particular, she has enough damage that it's a pretty even lane, and then turns into Aurelia's favor.
Yeah. So I was thinking about the times recently that these teams have matched up, and I think they played each other. I can't remember if they played each other at ECC Poland, but historically speaking, Curse generally loses to Moscow 5. And I'm curious with the prominence.
Historically speaking, a lot of teams generally
everyone
lose to Moscow 5.
loses to Moscow 5. So I'm curious if with this new Guardian Angel strategy that Moscow 5 has kind of been using lately. Do you think Curse will try to combat that with their own Guardian Angels? Is that really like the only way that you can address the Guardian Angels, by getting your own? Well, and what do you think that's going to look like for the late game?
It depends on the situations you're in. And right now, Nocturne, he's the only person that's going to be able to get in the backline. If Sleper feels that he's being threatened by Alex Ich in particular, if Gragas is able to get that backline penetration with his barrels, then Sleper could maybe consider it. However, it's probably going to be a little bit later. He probably, because of the range that Ashe has 600 attack range, he's going to be able to be very safe in fights, despite the fact that he doesn't have a lot of mobility and doesn't have like any escapes on Ashe. So I probably wouldn't expect them to get GAs. They could consider one onto Angush after he gets like a first damage item like a Wit's End or a Triforce, because he wants to be very aggressive and be in that front line. But the big thing is GA it's not just like an item that you're like, oh yeah, let's get GAs in every single fight. Yes, later in the game it will be strong, But it depends on how you're going to run fights. And, you know, Alex Ich, for example, on Gragas, I would be surprised if he runs an early GA because you need the damage on Gragas, and he has enough mobility and whatnot that he should generally be okay. If he's feeling pressured, then maybe he goes for it. You know, Genja on Corki, I would be kind of surprised if he runs the GA, but if he's feeling pressured by Malunoo, then he could go for it. It's just, it depends on your team comp. And, I don't know. We'll have to see. I just, with the range that both Orianna and Ashe have, they should be okay. They should be able to just run the fights without the GA. And if they were to buy the GA too early in the game, they're losing out on a lot of damage where that's actually going to hurt them in fights. So we'll see what ends up happening. A big thing is that Curse, they have the initiation advantage on M5. They get to, you know, pick and choose when fights are going to happen. But M5, you know, they can easily turn around fights. They have a lot of survivability. They have a lot of mobility. If they can dodge those Ashe arrows or whatnot, they can easily, you know, win exchanges.
Yeah, they have a lot of damage, and especially they have a lot of early game damage coming out of Corki and out of Gragas, so they'll be doing pretty good in that. I'm worried though that if they don't embrace the GA, then in the late game they're actually just going to get completely swept up because of the backline initiation with Nocturne.
Yeah.
And Nocturne can go in and can do a lot of damage, can prevent that displacement that Nunu and Orianna are going to be able to provide. That's the big thing about Orianna as well as Nunu is kind of makes it so it becomes a positional game with her ultimate. And so, I mean, if Nocturne can get in the back, without that GA, if he's diving back there and he's coming back to life and doing a lot of damage, then I'm concerned as to you know, what kind of effect that's going to have in the team fights.
Yeah, well, late in the game, it's always going to be a strong item, but the GA thing is usually about rushing the GA and having it a little bit early, like the 30-minute mark. Genja, he might, because you know, Genja usually is like his second or third item. He's usually going for the GA, but I don't know. We'll have to see. I think it will be kind of more of a standard build. They are kind of trying to pressure out Diamondprox here, though. Alex Ich just going to zone them for a second there, and we'll see if they decide to fight. Both teams have solid level 1s. Curse has a lot of single target bursts with both Ashe and Orianna, you know, so they can pressure them some. But M5, they're comfortable just sitting back. They get the ward down, and they're going to back off.
Yeah, and Nunu took that Blood Boil rather than maybe like Consume, so you know it's going to be a little bit harder to maybe steal some jungle, but it's going to give them the speed and the mobility to get away or do a strong level 1 initiation if they decide to do that. But yeah, so it seems like both teams are playing it safe, and I think you know, when there's this much money on the line, that's kind of what we tend to see, and maybe teams not taking as many risks, instead kind of taking it back, playing safe, you know, taking things slow and making sure that they don't mess up and you know, snowball the game early opposing them.
Yeah. So we'll have to see. I think one of the big concerns for M5 is going to be the top lane. And Darien's always fantastic in the top lane, but he tends to like to play champions that can push into the tower a lot. And you were saying earlier how M5, they like to just throw you into the tower and use that roaming advantage. Well, Gragas, he has that opportunity. He can, you know, kill minions very quickly. Orianna does it well, so Orianna's going to counter that out some. However, Aurelia in the top lane versus Shen, even though Shen will have an early advantage, Aurelia can push a little bit harder than Shen. So we'll see whether or not Darien decides to go for something like an Ionian Spark. That's been a really common build in the past for Shen. Though usually you see Darien, you know, a lot of times he'll just decide to rush like a Warmogs or something, and particularly on Shen. So he recognizes, yes, he's not going to have the same pushing potential that he would like to, but you know, just having that early tankiness, he could just be unkillable in team fights.
Yeah, I like what you said about Gragas and how you can really shove into the tower with Gragas. And I was actually talking with Scar earlier, and he said that's kind of why you don't see Rise and coming in here Nocturne getting that fear off. He's gonna get it, and he's just gonna get out and play it safe, so he doesn't get collapsed on. But that's why you don't see Rise and some of these other champions played as much, because they don't have the flexibility to shove like a lot of these other champions do. Ooh. Just getting in there.
Yeah, and that's always been the big issue with Rise is, you know, he's very strong throughout the game, but he can't have any backline penetration. So against teams like Nunu, you know, Rise, just he can't get into the back line. Diamondprox just, again, time after time, threatening, actually, Malunoo here. And same thing with Alex Ich, holding off Orianna here. So you can't get into the back line, but then also against pushing champions, you can really struggle. And now Nunu is finally making his way up. Diamondprox just sitting here and not allowing Malunoo to get into this jungle. Just so evil. Will take some damage, though. He might actually go down. He has the flash, but there's the slow from Xinec, the exhaust, and Moopz is trying to chase him down. Another Q in an attack, but Diamondprox just barely able to get range, and now alexich is in danger. He will have to use his flash, but it does slow down Skarner quite a bit, and we'll see, how much of an impact that has, but I don't know. Skarner versus Nocturne. Nocturne has a little bit of a jungling speed, so he's going to be able to catch up fine, versus Skarner, who could fall behind.
Yeah, I really like Diamondprox pushing that early game disadvantage with Nocturne being able to get that fear off and do almost in some cases free damage by getting that fear and just poking a little bit and then getting out like we were seeing him doing there. And he was just getting to push Malunoo around, just saying like, you know what, my fear is going to enable me to have an advantage on you. So good on Diamondprox to know when you can take an advantage like that and when you can try to push it.
Yeah, and Genja doing a nice job exchanging with Sleper here, even though he has 50 less attack range than Ashe, but he has the damage advantage. He's actually going in for it. The Valkyrie, they don't have the exhaust this time. Genja getting some nice damage, but very low. He does actually pop his heal. Sleper almost picking that up, and Xinec chasing down Genja, but they'll be able to turn this around. He will get a free slow in a second, and Malunoo coming in as well. So actually, Gosu Pepper caught out of position, has to flash. Malunoo can't quite get into range.
Yeah, really good of them to get out and not get caught. So, I mean, of course, they didn't have an early ward, so they didn't see that coming, but, they didn't commit too hard and were able to get out. They had to use some summoners, but that's okay. So it's actually going to allow Ashe and Nunu to just kind of push into this tower and, get them to not have as much CS as Curse.
Yeah, so we'll see how they can pressure this, but an early advantage for M5 in the bot lane. Corki's going to get some, free farm while Ashe has to go back. So we'll see Genja actually deciding to port back. So Gosu Pepper's going to be able to pick some of this up, but the big thing is recognizing that Ashe is going back. He doesn't want to lose an advantage there, and it's a tempo exchange. If Ashe went back and Genja didn't, then Genja, could find himself facing off against this Darien without anything of his own. So he's going to go back. That's going to be fine. Getting a cloth armor as well. So he's going to easily be able to win those damage exchanges, despite the fact that Nunu is a great brawler.
Yeah, and with that armor, what kind of advantage? I mean, how big will that advantage hold into the mid game?
Oh, well, it'll be great, but in the meantime, Angush getting the flash off of the taunt. Diamondprox getting some nice damage off of Angush. The big thing is how he decides to itemize. If he decides to go for a Wriggles, then, that's fine. Probably not, though. It'd be very surprising. If he's going for that early GA, and again, Genja, he's one of the ones that, gets it earliest. Him and Nocturne, Diamondprox probably could get it, but it's going to slow down his damage a little bit, but if it gives him a laning advantage, then it doesn't matter. It's 300 gold. It's not that big of a deal.
Oh, okay. And here comes Turner coming in, going to try to do some damage, but Gragas catches him and gets to throw a barrel right in his face and do a little bit. So Gragas didn't even pretty careful here, otherwise he's going to get jumped. And as Nocturne, if he hits 6 pretty quick here, then it's going to be a real issue. You can come in, you can get that grab and get some early kills, and that's the power of Skarner is really just that ultimate can go in and almost guarantee at least a summoner spell use, but yeah, can guarantee a kill.
Yeah, so we'll see alexich pushing back Orianna. Once he gets some nice mana regen, he's going to be able to just power farm. Skarner setting up in the top lane, but Diamondprox expecting it, saw him drop past the ward, and Gragas is actually catching him out of position. So Darien going to be fighting with Angush, but there's the red buff from Diamondprox along with that fear. Malunoo going down very quickly, trying to get the flash off, but one more attack does go down. The first blood for alexich.
Yeah, that was a good situation where you're giving the first blood and the kill to Gragas rather than the jungler, so now he's just going to be able to have a bit of an advantage over Orianna, and when you're playing in a passive lane like that, any advantage you can get is going to be huge for if you're trying to do damage exchanges. And because Gragas is doing so much damage, having an early advantage is really going to hurt Orianna going into the mid game.
Yeah, that's definitely true. They should generally be pretty safe in lane. It should usually be a free farm lane, but if Nocturne combos with Gragas and forces the engage onto Orianna with his fear and with his ultimate, then alexich can easily just knock Moopz back and pick up the kill there with the ultimate. Moopz will be able to grab the blue though. Both of them going to get the blue, and we'll see how that kind of continues. And now Curse, they're starting to fight back in this bottom lane, and the big thing is Xinec being able to pressure Genja every time that they get the snowball onto Corki. They're going to be able to win that damage exchange with that attack speed slow.
Yeah, all of that kiting potential, where if you just get caught out just a bit out in the bottom lane, you're going to get chunked with a W from Ash and a snowball from Nunu. And meanwhile, Gragas just farming pretty well here. And Alex Siege, of course, one of the better farmers in the game right now. He always has an atrocious amount of CS at the end of the game, especially when you see him playing champions like Gragas and also like Mord. You see him at the end of the game, 400 CS, 450 CS, and he's just a beast.
Yeah, and that's always like the glory of playing in the mid lane, is that it's so much easier to get a lot of farm. Because you're able to steal those wraiths and whatnot, but he's really strong at doing that, being able to push the lane, take the wraiths, and still find time to roam while keeping his farm up. So, you know, really impressive from him. Bot lane, they're able to deny some experience, golden experience, before Ashe is able to get back there. So that's really nice. M5 doing a nice job there. And the big thing is they were diving onto Sleper right before they pushed him out, and they were actually able to burn the exhaust. So, you know, having Nunu's exhaust down, it could maybe open up some kill opportunities for them. Diamondprox is level 6 though, and once Alex Itch's ultimate is up, they could maybe look for a kill in this mid lane.
Definitely. You know, we haven't seen a lot of Janna play in the recent months. I mean, there was a while where Janna was like first picked every game or at least banned, and you know, she kind of fell out of favor for maybe champions like Soraka and Nunu and Leona and even Alistar. How come we stopped seeing so much Janna play?
We still see her a decent amount. It's just the big thing. Soraka's actually, you know, dropped out of favor too. You know, people like more aggressive supports. Nunu can win almost every lane matchup. So it's like, okay, if you want someone to win the laning phase and then still have a lot of pressure in the end game, you pick Nunu. And Nunu can control the backline just as well as Janna. There's the arrow on the Genja, though. They're going to get some nice damage. Genja should be okay to get out of there. Actually turning it around on the Sleper, but has to back off for a second. So Nunu, compared with Janna in the laning phase, Nunu is stronger. In the late game, Janna has a little bit more kiting potential. However, Nunu's ultimate can easily control the backline, and the Blood Boil is awesome for your AD. It's better than Janna's shield. So that's like one of the matchups. The next one is Sona. We're starting to see her come back into play.
Yeah.
And Sona, you know, actually Angush jumping in. Diamondprox following it up. Can't quite get it, but the flash taunt from Darien, the fear, and the red buff from Diamondprox chasing him down. Will almost be able to pick it up. Skarter, one more attack coming in. They can't quite grab it. So Skarter turning it around. Malunoo able to save his comrade there. But Diamondprox getting very low. They will be able to force this, but Malunoo with the hook back. Darien with the taunt. And there's the Shen ultimate. They're able to just barely turn it around. Really nice play from M5. But actually, Alex Itch, he wants it. He's going to try and pick it up underneath the tower. Can't quite reach him.
I can't believe they both got away in that situation. Angush, really good to know when to get out. Skarner, clutch save at the last minute, and like that defensive ultimate just to make sure that he was safe. Meanwhile, Ashe is just getting the kite and do a lot of free damage here. Oh, and Corky's trying to turn around on him. Oh, Nunu cancels in just a second there.
And you see every single one of those attacks from Sleper is hardly doing anything to Genja. And this is what happens when you have that cloth armor. The ignite from Gosu Pepper, he goes down, but Sleper's going to go down as well. The perfect exchange from the two of them. And Janna taking that ignite instead of that exhaust is really interesting because they have a lot of burst damage with Corki. You know, it allows Ashe to still get in that damage, but having the early armor, going with the Ninja Tabby actually on Genja, which is why he's basically unkillable for Ashe right now. And there's the thing, you saw Ashe with the Blood Boil, she's just constantly throwing off attacks. Her attack speed is so insane. She was able to just constantly throw off those arrows. And then the slow from Nunu, that's able to usually win fights. And so you can see very easily how they would normally win that matchup. However, with the Ninja Tabby, Genja, every single one of those attacks was taking almost no damage at all. And as a result, they were able to turn around on them. And that's the power of that early cloth armor. And now he can just transition into, you know, building his regular fight items while still having an advantage in that bottom lane.
Yeah, it seems like it was a good response to that range differential between Ashe and Corky.
It's also considering they don't have an exhaust, and you know, they don't want to just take all that damage to the face and not have a way of dealing with it.
Yeah, really good. And I hardly ever see Janna with Ignite. Actually, I don't think I've ever seen it. So it's interesting response, and you know, it just allows them to be aggressive. And I mean, it's unfortunate that Janna got that kill over Corky in that situation, but I mean, you get what you can take. You take what you can get, and you hang on to it. And meanwhile, in the top lane, Angush is getting chunked out, and that's Darien getting the taunt and just getting to poke at him a little bit here. But I mean, both are farming really well, and Shen, I mean, Aurelia is just going to be a beast going into the late game,
Yeah.
as we know, and Angush plays an insane Aurelia. So, but of course, Shen brings that flexibility of the ultimate and the taunt, and is really good on the front line and gets really tanky. So, I'll be excited to see how the matchup goes. You know, if they're just going to keep continuing to farm, or if they're going to try to play a little bit more aggressive on each other.
Yeah, but Angush has been able to keep, or Darien has been able to keep that early advantage of Shen up and not allowing it. The Ash Arrow going onto Alex Ich. They can follow this up. Moopz pulling the ultimate back into the Malunoo ultimate and just chaining all of that CC. The Gragas Barrel trying to help himself out there, but he will go down. Really nice combo there from all of them. They can now transition over to the Dragon. And I was going to say, Darien has done a really nice job of pressuring Aurelia, and Shen has early advantages, but he's actually building into a Sunfire. And so we talked about how he needs that pushing advantage. Aurelia, on the other hand, needs to get some MR to deal with that constant spam harass from Shen. But with that Sunfire, we'll see how he can pressure it.
Yeah, gonna get a pretty easy Dragon here. Oh, actually, they're getting pressured by Diamondprox going in, getting that fear off. Oh, and then the Jan ult to save and do a little bit healing, and Curse is gonna just get out of here. Yeah, so good response from Moscow 5 to prevent that Dragon and see if they're going to be able to take advantage of that and get this Dragon here.
Yeah, they just forced them out 3v4.
Yeah.
And now Diamondprox, he's going to be able to take this Dragon very easily with that Wriggles. Sleper coming around the backside. They might engage on him. Genja can chase him down. We'll have the Valkyrie over the wall. Might be able to pick up this kill. The flash from Sleper. He has to back off. But again, a free Dragon. And now Sleper is low in lane. And actually, Gosu Pepper, he's going to tank this. The quick burst with the Ignite. Genja picking up the kill. The flash in from Gosu Pepper. Some awesome support play.
Yeah, that was really good. And I think a lot of that came down to the tankiness of Corki there. Just being able to get in and do a lot of damage and not take a lot of damage. And forced him out, like you said, 3v4. And then Sleper got a little greedy there, at least was going to go for a steal, but I mean, with the aggressiveness and the ability to, you know, the mobility of Corki, was able to just put a stop to that. Ooh, and then meanwhile, Alex is just getting caught out, got caught in that tri-bush.
Yeah, but with the body slam, he gets out of there easily, wanting to get the kill into Angush. But both Orianna and Skarner coming up there, kind of expecting it. Their blue is also up, so they wanted to get the blue anyway. But first, checking out the tri-bush, just to make sure that Angush was going to be okay while they're up there. So really nice job. And so far, mid has been very even. Alex Ich with a slight advantage. He also has that Cage's pick, so he can get that DFG. But Orianna definitely doing a nice job as well, and has the cooldown reduction as well as the Chalice. And then with the cooldown reduction from the Fiendish Codex, and then if she gets to the Athene, she'll have Max. But there's Genja, Malunoo coming in the top lane. The flash from Malunoo, getting the pullback onto Darien even after he got the taunt off, but he is incredibly tanky. He will be able to get out of there, and Diamondprox actually coming in as well to help him out. Will be fine, but in the meantime, Genja chasing after Sleper. The arrow goes onto Gosu Pepper, so they will back off, but Genja getting very low. Xinec might actually chase this. The heal, they're able to just barely get out of there, so then turning it around. Genja, one more attack, one more missile. He gets the flash, can't quite hit it.
Oh, that was pretty close.
Oh, and Diamondprox, he's caught out here with the Shen ultimate. They can fight this. The fear on the Malunoo. The taunt from Darien. Malunoo is getting extremely low with the Ignite as well. Diamondprox is going to flash in and pick up that kill as Darien tanks the turret for them.
Yeah, that was pretty good. If you look at Shen's life, just basically not moving at all, and we're seeing similar things out of Corki in the bot lane. It's like they're just really, really tanky, and when you go to exchange on a really tanky champion early game, you're just not going to be doing a lot of damage, and you can just really push him out of lane, or push it into tower, and just use that tankiness to just push your opponent around. So really good on Moscow 5 to know how to take advantage of that early tankiness.
And we're starting to see, like you said earlier, the mobility of Moscow 5. And the fact that they like pushing people into the turret. Darien, the entire game, has been throwing Angush underneath the turret. And as a result, he's able to take a 30 CS advantage from the pressure, but also losing some CS. But then it also opens up opportunities for M5. And the fact that they're 3k gold ahead right now, Darien can split push this top lane. And then, Gragas and Nocturne, they can just roam around and try and pick up kills for M5 as they're pushing them into the tower. And it's going to be very dangerous for Curse, particularly in the bottom lane, where Sleper, they have the CC to win fights, but they don't quite have enough damage to take out the tanky front line.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the farm too to see where this gold differential, and actually, it's pretty close to even in most of the lanes. I mean, there's like a 20 CS difference, you know. But meanwhile, Nocturne is going in and trying to initiate on this.
Yeah, and the fear will proc on the Sleper. He goes down very quickly. Xinec out of position, throws off the exhaust onto Genja, but can't save him, so he will back off. Darien, in the meantime, dueling with Moopz. He could actually win this exchange with that Sunfire. He's almost unkillable, and then he will back off. But Gragas trying to see if he can catch off Moopz in the back. He is trying to recall. If Gragas decides to go in for it, we'll see him, and we'll be able to toss off that barrel into Darien if he gets there fast enough.
Oh, this is going to be really scary for Moopz. He's going to have to play real safe. Meanwhile, the rest of the team is going to come up and try to help. If he doesn't do something quick, he's going to get caught out by Skarner and Aurelia. Oh, meanwhile, they're going in. Darien is trying to do some damage. Flash by Moopz.
Oh, and there's the pullback from Moopz. The Ignite barely able to take him down. The Ash Arrow missing onto Alexich. Can he get the jump over the wall? No, he can't, so he will go down. But they are able to exchange for Orianna. You know, and Gragas actually missing his body slam in the beginning. That might have helped him out a little bit, but I don't know. We'll see. They are able to pressure that. Gosu Pepper coming into the mid lane while Corky's just farming bot by the turret. He knows that he can get some extra farm himself. So really smart decision from him there. And Gragas has that Abyssal Scepter, so that's going to be very strong for this mid game. Just all of that MR reduction, he can just absolutely obliterate people.
Yeah, and really good from Moopz. Oh, meanwhile, they're trying to initiate on Sleper. Sleper, oh, not a good flash at all. And Janna flashing in ultimate.
And Genja's going to be able to pick this up onto Xinec. The slow from Gosu Pepper. They're able to chase this down. Xinec just barely surviving, but Gosu Pepper is going to tank it a little bit. This Ice Ball, he has to watch out. Genja just needs a little bit more mana, one more attack, and getting that Oracles was absolutely huge. Skarner is still up, so he has to deal with the red buff there. He doesn't have quite enough mana for a Valkyrie. He does not have his flash either, so Janna needs to get down here with the Whirlwind. They could maybe turn it around, though, with the damage that they have, along with that shield. Really nice job forcing Malunoo back.
And again, the tankiness coming in from Corky just early, just enough to like really offset the damage and be able to poke back. And yeah, there's really a significant lead happening in the bot lane, and that's going to be a real issue going in the mid lane. And I guess that's one of the issues when you play Ashe, is your early game is just not really all that great, but you scale so well in the late game if you make it to there, make it there in good shape. And right now, Ashe really isn't in the best of shape. Sleper's kind of been caught out quite a few times and just being really taken advantage of by that CC ability of Janna. Ooh, meanwhile, in the top lane, Darien just getting chunked down and ignited. Just going to get chased out, and it's going to allow Angush to do some farming and allow him to push the lane.
Yeah, not really expecting to get a kill, but it does open up the potential for him to farm a little bit more safely. And I don't know, we'll continue to see what kind of advantages M5 can press in the bottom lane. The big issue is that Curse can't even lane against them. Every time Sleper walks in the lane, he just dies. And Corky can just repeatedly dive him. Is just so strong right now. Has a lot of burst and has the chasing potential with that Phage. So we'll see how that kind of progresses. Orianna does have a lot of nice cooldown reduction, but M5 able to grab this dragon once again.
Yeah, that's the great thing about that Wriggles on Nocturne. It allows so much dragon control. If if you are caught out of position, or a team fight's just ending, or you're trying to play aggressive on another lane, Nocturne can just kind of sneak in there and get the dragon and kill it pretty quickly. Oh, meanwhile, bot lane just getting chunked down. Nocturne's coming in on Sleper. Poor Sleper's getting burned down pretty quick. And Xinec's just going to get out of there trying to stay alive, and they're going to play it safe and back out and not dive too hard. But yeah, just getting caught out of position. Poor Sleper again, and Nocturne getting in and taking advantage of a lack of warding in that river, and that has a lot to do with Gosu Pepper getting that oracles and clearing things up.
Yeah, and you see they have complete control over the lower jungle, having the control throughout the river, having that oracles as well. But the early advantages for Corky are just so vast. And,
yeah.
Ashe is going to be so weak in the mid game, whereas M5 they're just going to be able to bully them around, and they really need to figure out a way to get Ashe farmed, and it's just not working out for them. Genja taking the golems, but it also lets him come in from behind. It's Xinec. If it were Ashe, then maybe he'd dive in, try and pick up that kill. Gragas dueling it off with Moopz. He gets some nice damage, but he has to get out of there, gets up the kill, but Angush with the return, able to take him down.
Yeah, that was the best result of that situation, I guess. Get a kill even though you're going to die. But luckily, Aurelia and Orianna got the assist, Aurelia got the kill, so that's going to help him in the top lane, being a little bit, being able to do a little bit more damage against Shen. But man, Darien just farming really well, level 15, so just doing some work in the top lane, just sticking it out, and that's the tankiness of Shen allows him to just kind of hang out, and you can dive out of there, and you can just play pretty safe even by playing aggressive.
Yeah, and getting that early Sunfires, not only can he push and whatnot, but even though Aurelia now is starting to win the damage exchanges and can chase down Shen, there's not a lot that Angush can do with it.
Yeah.
Angush, he can push Shen out of lane, but he can't get any kills because Shen's just too tanky. It takes too long to take him down. And as a result, Darien can just constantly keep on counter pushing and be very safe in that lane while, still having his ultimate for the other lanes. So it's going to be very difficult for them, for Curse to continue to win fights, and now Darien actually going into that attack speed build, so either a Wit's End or a Ionian Spark. We'll see where he goes. Probably a Wit's End at this point, having the Sunfire already, but both would be very strong items. And yeah, it's going to be very tough because he can constantly split push that top lane and open up opportunities for M5 around the map.
Yeah, and this is generally what M5 tends to do, is they get like this early advantage, and they farm up well and they push the lanes. And then they get a GA, and it makes them even more tanky and even more sustainable. So they get in there, they can do a lot of damage, they can take risks because they have that GA to fall back on. And I think that's going to be a real issue for Curse. But xPeke kind of just floating around trying to make plays, but has that ability to get out when he needs to. So he's just he's going to try to do something, but in the meantime he's going to play safe until the time is right.
Yeah, and you were asking who would get it, and Genja is going to be building towards that. So the big thing is that Sleper is so far behind. Genja is so far ahead in his item build. He already has a lot of damage with that Triforce. It allows him to have that GA and just dive after Sleper, pick up those kills. The knock-up Nocturne coming in as well into the Nunu ultimate with the flash from Sleper trying to get out of there, but dies almost instantly, and Diamondprox can tank that with the Shen coming behind. Xinec is going to be chased down as well, and M5 is in complete control. The knockback into the DFG from xPeke doesn't quite have enough damage, but if he gets it, he's very close. The ignite, but the pullback from Moopz could maybe turn this around, almost taking down xPeke, but he's going to be fine to get out.
Yeah, that was a significant amount of damage, and Moscow 5 is just punishing the bottom lane. Like, they get away from their tower, like even if they just go into the lane and they get absolutely smacked. And Angush is going to go in and try to do some damage on Diamondprox and see if he can do anything before he reaches this tower. And Diamondprox is just getting some damage off, and Aurelia is just going to try to push hard. But xPeke is a little too low to actually come in here, I think, and so just going to farm and sit back and play it safe in this situation.
Yeah, so he's going to be fine. And Genja and Gosu, they got into the bush right before Curse could see him, and Sleper going to go down once again. Just the quick burst. Dear God, M5 is crushing Curse in the bottom lane.
Sleper, that poor bastard, is just getting totally messed up.
That heartless bastard.
Whenever he gets in the lane, they just jump on him, and that's and Janna and the mobility of Genja in this situation, they can do that. It's like you just show your face and they can jump on you, flash in, do a bunch of damage, and I mean, if you start looking at the farm now it's starting to become a situation. It's not just about kills, it's about farm, and it's about levels. And I mean, what, Sleper's level 11 compared to Genja's 14.
Yeah,
so we're looking at
insane.
Yeah, it's quite a bit of an advantage. And that's that's a problem with Ashe. Like if you get punished that hard and you fall behind, you fall way behind, and you got to really scale and wait for that late game. But he can't even do that. He can't sit back and wait for the late game. Oh, meanwhile, Darien might get caught out here. But Diamondprox comes in and kind of scares them off. But yeah, they want to wait for that late game, and they're not really going to be able to do that because they're going to get just pushed way too hard.
Yeah, I was just imagining like a, I don't know, the Visa check card commercial or something like that, and being like, Ignite, 1,000 gold, Triforce, 3,000 gold, Sleper, worthless. So
I use MasterCard.
Oh,
actually,
MasterCard,
so. Okay. Is that even around?
I don't know. I think they are, but they're able to take the turret, they're able to back out of there. And get some nice control. Oh, the steal! Oh no, Moopz was able to take it. A minor victory for Curse.
Yeah, one of very few victories for them in this match. And Skarner's gonna, he got that grab off on xPeke, and xPeke is getting pulled back. I use that ultimate, gets a lot of damage, and they're just trying to burn down xPeke here pretty quick.
Oh, and it just how much pressure it takes to take him down. They almost can't do it. Xinec will go down as well, but he has the slope for Genja. They're actually able to turn it around. Malunoo's very low, but Genja has to get out of there. Diamondprox coming in. Here he is. He wants to turn things around. The fear, the whirlwind. He picks up the kill on the Moopz, and Sleper just has no damage in that entire fight. But you saw Alex Ich did end up going down, but with the Shen ultimate and with how farmed they are, how much of an effort it is. And Alex Ich going for the GA. They don't even care. They know how far ahead they are. They know they have plenty of burst damage now. And the GA, it allows him to play closer to the back line where he can get in on Sleper and burst him down. He can get in on Orianna and burst Moopz down and not have to worry about them kiting him.
Well, it allows him to be like hyper aggressive and just even sloppy at times. Just get in, just try to do as much damage as you can at the cost of your own health.
He isn't drunk, so.
Yeah, he does have an awesome beard. So Gragas the sloppy drunk. It's a metaphor for life.
Nick Allen.
Nick Allen. But yeah, to get in, just be sloppy and do a lot of damage. And I mean, if you look at Nocturne with the armor and the Aegis, like just gonna live a really long time. So can dive in and can do a lot of damage to that backline, and they're gonna try to burn him down. They're gonna use all those cooldowns, but you know it's gonna take away the attention from other things, like away from Gragas and away from Genja, and they're gonna be able to do just tons of damage. So. Just really pushing that tanky advantage that they have, and they know how to use it.
Yeah, and Sleper just now finishing a 28-minute Infinity Edge, so that kind of stinks. I mean, he's been doing a nice job of farming, despite the fact that he's almost never in lane. So
where's that farm coming from?
Yeah, it's a miracle. But yeah, we'll see how that's going to kind of continue to progress. Genja actually transitioning away, so doesn't actually go immediately for that GA, and he wants to make sure that they can keep up damage because Curse, even with M5 this far ahead, they're starting to get deep in their builds. Genja, that last fight with Xinec's Snowball, I think that was kind of what threw him off. And Xinec with the Snowball, Genja was dealing almost no damage. And I think with the last fight, he was starting to get a little bit concerned. He's like, I guess I need to keep building damage. So won't be able to transition into that GA yet. We'll have to get something else like an Infinity Edge or a Bloodthirster would work very well. But Genja coming in, trying to steal it. But Sleper, he has plenty of damage now with that red buff, the Ash Arrow, and Genja is actually able to get out of there with Darien's support. And so they will be fine.
Yeah, really good Shen buff and just scaring them out. But I mean, again, that was where they just like, I'm just gonna go real aggressive and I'm just gonna dive in here and try to steal this red. And there was a little surprise Nunu action happening in there. And so he was lucky that Shen, had the ult up and come in and save him. But yeah, just playing really aggressive, and that's what you can do when you're that tanky. Meanwhile, Nocturne just getting dragged out of there, going to try to do a lot of damage here to Diamondprox and burn him down quick. Meanwhile, Alex is just diving right in, trying to do a lot of damage while Corki sits in the back. Valkyrie's out and just sits back and does damage, and they're just getting, Curse is just getting wrecked at this point. They're just so tanky. They can only take down maybe Diamondprox before the rest of the team comes in and just absolutely cleans up.
Yeah, no, it's just such a serious effort for Curse to take down any of them. And Aurelia was able to pick up the kill on the Diamondprox, almost able to get Genja. The flash from Diamondprox, Skarner was able to get the pull through it, but Alex Ich, he has the red buff. It does proc on his body slam, so there's the quick kill. He's able to take him down while Darien is pushing the mid lane. And I don't know, the big thing is this: Ashe is okay in these fights, and they're able to keep Ashe alive through the fights, but for most part. But a lot of it has to do with the fact that M5 isn't even caring about her because she doesn't have enough damage. Alex Ich is able to burst them down along with Darien, able to pick up another kill onto Nunu, and just continue to farm. And they have such a huge gold lead that I don't know. There's not a lot of options. And Curse, there's no way they can build into GAs because of how far behind they are. If they were to get GAs, they would just have nowhere near M5's damage output.
Curse is in a really bad spot. They want to play safe and sit back and try to farm, but with the aggression, capabilities of Nocturne and Shen to be able to dive in and taunt, like they can't play safe. There's not a whole lot of options for them at this point, and hopefully they can just maybe get some good engages, get caught out like in the top lane. Corki's getting chased down by Aurelia, trying to do what she can, but it's hard at this point. Meanwhile, Gragas and Nocturne are going to come up and try to catch him out of place. And I mean that's the thing.
Should be okay, but
yeah,
there's so much pressure from M5, and now they can start pushing. Corki still wants it though, so they can just put pressure on the map and steal the blue buff and steal objectives,
and be hyper aggressive and sloppy play. And yeah, I mean Moscow 5 looking really strong in this game. They know how to push the advantage, and they know how to snowball lane pretty well, and that's what they were doing in bot. They were just forcing, you know, exchanges and just doing a lot of damage, and just limited their AD carry to anything. Ooh, meanwhile, the Asher coming in, they're going to try to do some damage to the grab from Skarner too.
Yeah, and Alex Itch pulled in the middle of the team. The Orianna ultimate, but Sleper dies almost immediately. Malunoo as well will face a lot of pressure. And Aurelia had dove Genja, but he's able to chase her out. Moopz will go down, and Corky able to grab Aurelia, now grabbing Xinec. That is it. M5 has such a huge lead. I honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a surrender from Curse really quickly, because M5 just, the flash from Ghost of Ever, there it is.
Yeah,
the surrender.
yeah.
They have no options in this game. M5 obliterating them.
Ouch. I'm not sure if that was M5 looking extremely strong or Sleper just kind of dropping the ball. I mean, they were M5, to give to their credit, M5 is ridiculously good, and they know how to play aggressive and to take a lead and really just drive it home, and that's what they did in bot lane. They got a little bit of lead through those early exchanges between Corky and Ash with the Ninja Tabby, and just being able to win those exchanges, and just ran with that the whole game and just basically shut down bot lane completely. And a game without your AD carry is a rough game to win.
It's a game I wouldn't like to play, but yeah, they're able to, you know, really easily take them down, and I don't know, it's just really impressive play. And against Nunu, Corky doesn't really need to build damage early, because you're not as much of an auto attacker. You're more about your abilities, and you have plenty of damage.
Yeah.
With Janna, Corky already has a lot of damage, so being able to go into that Ninja Tabby was just such a smart decision. And the constant pressure from all of M5, even from level 1, Diamondprox just toying around with Malunoo, and that was how the entire game went, basically. Yeah. They were just abusing them left and right all over the map. But we'll have to see what happens coming into game number 2. I don't know, I'm really excited to see, you know, how Curse can maybe turn it around. M5 looked phenomenal in those matches. But I don't know, we'll be able to check it out when we come back. We'll actually be going to a commercial break soon.
All right, we'll be right back with you guys.
Hey, Summoners, welcome back. The IPL Elites continue the finals. It's finals.
And what a finals it is.
And what? Well, let's recap what we've learned so far. CURSE.EU, Nuunu,
Not gonna work.
doesn't work anymore. Don't
Yeah.
work no mo.
I think it works.
Well, it worked.
Sometimes.
It worked until now.
Yeah.
And even then, to a little bit, even a little bit last night,
Yeah.
it started to just not work. Who were they playing up against last night? Let me review my notes. Yeah, against FNATIC, game 1, it just stopped working completely. But that's when they started to come back. They started to have a little bit of a variation coming in on what they do, and plus also they had the Orianna pick. Curse had the Orianna pick here, game number 1. And it's very common with Orianna to actually have someone to orb and to shield actually going into these fights. And Skarner really didn't quite really get it done.
I mean, not till the very end did we see a lot of actual team fight situations. It was mostly
Right.
just bottom lane getting completely worked, and that's unfortunate. But
Yeah.
in between games right there, I went and talked to the Curse manager, and I was like, hey, man, how do you feel going into game 2? And he's like, we are really missing Extinct right now. Like, not to say that Moopz bad, but there's a part of you that is gone when you don't have your full roster, and that can have a serious effect on your gameplay overall. Just not even if they're like the same skill level, just like not being complete or just not feeling like you're 100% going into a game, that can have an effect.
Yeah, it's kind of like you have a sitcom, and one of the kids. Like it's like the Cosby Show. Like one of the kids gets replaced. It's not quite the same.
It's not.
But with that being said, though,
Okay.
game
Here we go.
number 2 coming on in. Bans are actually almost done here. Alistar, Maokai, and Vlad get the same carbon copy bans from M5 from game 1. Going to be happening here again. Game number 2. York, Zillion. If they go with the Sona, this could be once again the same exact bans. But I don't think that's quite going to be happening though. It's like I think Shen or Janna might be worthwhile. Nocturne would be a common one as well. There you go. That's a Nocturne.
Nice. Okay, you called it. You did a pretty good job, I guess.
I guess.
You did aight.
I did aight.
Yeah, but Nocturne was a serious problem for bot lane last game. Allowed him to be hyper aggressive and get caught out. But also Nocturne just toyed with Skarner. Just toyed with him. Being able to use those fears. You control that jungle from the very start of the game, and it allows Nocturne to just to get a lead and just play aggressive against the enemy jungler. So when you're Skarner and you're worried about going against a Nocturne, you start kind of freaking out. You start having concerns. You got to play safe. You got to be not as aggressive, and you got to just stick to what you know, which is just wait till your ultimate's up and go and use it and then run away. And they're picking Ashe again. Here we go.
Okay, now.
Okay.
Now I'm starting to bite my pen and worry here. I'm like, you saw what happened in game number 1, but without the Nocturne though, it could be a little better. So for anyone just joining us, for most of this tournament, most recently, CURSE.EU they've been going with the same bot lane, Nuunu, Ashe, has been working out to an extent very well. Once you hit the mid game, you have Ashe who's itemized. You get the Phantom Dancer. You get a Zeke's Herald on Nuunu, and then when Nuunu blood boils Ashe, that's minimum 2.1 attack speed on her.
Yeah.
And
I mean, that's
a
all
lot.
right.
It's all right. It's pretty good.
That's okay.
But then again,
No, it's good.
It's good. It's really good. But yeah, you have to get there first.
Just stealing that Nuunu's like, nope, you're not gonna have it. And like Baron was saying last game, Nuunu's just a really good support right now. Gives a lot of flexibility, and you can play aggressive, you can play safe, you can not play at all. You can quit the game.
You just sit there in the bush and you make someone angry. That's
Yeah,
all
you just hit
do
W all day.
For the first 15 minutes of the game. On occasion, you get a snowball, and sometimes if you really need to, you ult. And even then, you don't. When you ult as Nuunu, you're not really there to get the full proc. You're there for the slow.
Huh. And they had Nuunu, and then they went with Ezreal instead. So it makes me wonder if they're worried about getting countered, to that Nuunu. But Ezreal, of course, a great pick, allows them to play aggressive. They can poke, they can do all kinds of stuff, and
wait.
this is happening.
I'm
really excited.
I was about to say is like because we saw the last game.
Could it be Zira and these trolling? No, because he would have 0 because he plays AP. So I don't know.
Yeah, well, it was like last game. Last set of games, you saw the Leona on Fnatic. Like, was Muffin Cutie on Fnatic? Now we see Heimer. He's like, is Dan Din taking a break from casting this weekend? Is he doing some Heimer action? But there's the new and a Heimerdinger. Okay.
I wonder if this is one of those situations where it's like we have nothing to lose at this point because we got just absolutely dominated last game. So we're just gonna go with what we know. And troll picks.
Then usually that just spells further disaster.
Yeah.
Not very often does it work out very well. Well, in like round of 32 tournaments, if you're seeded really well, then yeah, and we've unfortunately seen it quite often here.
Yeah.
But, well, we'll see. It could very well be. It might be a proxy pick.
No.
I want to put the possibility out there because I hope it's not.
Oh
true.
No, yeah, I think it is.
Okay, Moopz sending me a request.
So maybe
Probably going to get a message. We'll see if what it is indeed for, if it's real or not.
Maybe it's the, I don't know.
Maybe it's the.
I really wanted to see Heimer, so I'm a bit disappointed.
All right,
There's the
Moopz,
message.
tell me something good. Heimer most played champ. Don't worry.
Okay.
It's legit, people.
This confident
is
guy. Okay, I like it. I'm really excited. And you don't see a lot of Heimer. And so I think against Karthus, this is an interesting matchup. I think it's going to be pretty passive for the most part. I mean, that's what Karthus does. He just plays passive. But with the turrets and the grenade and the missiles, they both can just sit back and just farm and kind of just poke at each other where they can. So I'm really excited. I haven't seen Heimer played in a really long time. There's rumors that he's going to be changed around here in the coming months.
Yes.
So let's get as much old Heimer action in as we can before that happens.
So let's go over Heimer's kit.
Okay.
Then just for a bit, because you do have those missiles.
Got them missiles.
You got them missiles. They're a pretty decent range, and they can hurt.
Decent. They're super range.
Super
man.
range.
Then you can just spam it. So if you ever get into the range, it just
it's like
yeah, exactly. Really good. Yeah.
You keep on jamming it and hope it works. Mash till it works.
Mash till it works. Yep.
Then you have his stun / blind.
Yeah.
Depending on where
which
you hit
is
it.
extremely hard to hit with because of how slow the missile speed is.
But then again,
that's unfortunate.
But the thing is, though, you'd have this going up against an Udyr and an Ezreal, and Ezreal going to be looking to be one of the main sources of damage here because you have a Karthus picking on into this, and I'm thinking M5 is assuming that Karthus will actually be able to farm here. But the thing is, though, that harass coming in from the missiles from Heimer, I'm not so sure.
Yeah, it's an interesting situation. Heimer, not exactly known for his mobility.
No.
I mean, really, his only defensive thing he can do is he can ult his turrets and slow people. So no move speed on there.
This is the standard AP page. Really. Yeah, you got your management, you got your AP, magic pen, magic resist. Let's see if he's doing anything crazy with the masteries. No, just standard.
Standard. So the thing is you can't really farm with your turrets because you can't really control them. I mean, you can, but then you're going to push the lane really hard. And as Heimer, the thing you don't want to do is push the lane really hard because then you get in a position where you can get caught out by Udyr, who, pretty good with that stun, can just dive in there, can flash in if he wants, can stun you, and then Karthus can come in wall. It's a really bad situation. So probably not going to see a lot of early turret play out of Heimer, I would imagine. So probably similar to how Dan Din does it. He doesn't max turrets until last, I believe, right?
I think in some situations may not even buy them at all.
Yeah. So he what does he say? Just learn the last hit when everyone's like, how are you going to farm with your turrets?
Heimerdinger gimmick.
Yeah.
Turrets. Last thing to purchase, turrets. But here's the thing, that missile damage, though, is
insane.
Huge.
Yeah, and if you get an early advantage with Heimer, you can do a lot of damage. I mean, Skara, from time to time on his stream, will play Heimer, and he likes to talk about the damage of the missiles and the ability to poke. And if you get really fed with Heimer, I guess just like anyone, except for like a few champions, he's just really scary. And he can get in there. He can build a little tanky, get like the hourglass, and then go in and grenade and stun you and just lock you down and frost. Use his ultimate, so he can do some damage, but you got to have a strong early game for that to happen, and he's not exactly the best person for that.
I'm also noticing now on Curse that they have a lot of slows. They have a lot of slows innately on their team. You get like Zinta by a phage, and it's just, you get hit from anybody, and it's going to be a very slow crawl back to wherever you came from. In Xin jungle though, he's been getting popular once again.
Well, he's got
since
nerfed.
rework.
He's got nerfed a little bit.
He got nerfed.
Is
a
it on the
little bit.
European server?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we are not. This is August. This is August patch.
Yeah.
now.
So they lowered the damages in Zhao a little bit, which was pretty ridiculous in my opinion. But he's still really good. He still has a really good toolkit, and he can still do a significant amount of damage. So I would still be absolutely terrified.
Yeah.
If I was Moscow 5.
Yeah, and I think specifically in this matchup, Xin has a little bit of an edge on Udyr. Granted, he's not as fast in the jungle as Udyr is, but the big thing about Udyr is that if he wants to get in with that stun, he needs to close the gap first, and he needs to get that first hit. Xin, he can charge right in. It's part of his kit. It's good. He just charge in, get those 3 hits, get that pop-up, and things are all
and then
coming
ult,
up
and then
sunshine.
you're safe because no one else is on you except your target, and then they die, and then you snowball the game, and then the game's over.
Okay.
Wait,
So
sorry.
you can ult and single out someone in the middle of a pit with turrets.
Oh, I like what's
And
going
now,
on here.
okay, now this is starting to flesh out. Now I'm starting to understand here with the possibilities of these team fights and where this can go. And Heimer, man, it's been a
Dude,
while since we've seen that dude.
He's my favorite champion. I don't know if I ever told you that. He's
I
the reason I started playing League of Legends, because I saw that guy. I was like, wait, what is
wait,
this?
wait, you're telling me
There's
that
like-
this guy has turrets and has a butt for a head?
Right, and
I'm sold.
I was pretty sold. I fell in love in that moment, and then and then I played him like 10 games. And I was like, I've made a huge mistake. So, and that's the scary Karthus skin. as
Yeah.
well. Like
That is scary.
it's like a wig on a
I don't-
skeleton.
I don't want to.
That's exactly what it is.
He has
Ugh.
no. Wait, hon. If he's a
Ugh.
skeleton, he has no lips. So
Is that
how
one of
can
those
he sing?
old-fashioned microphones? What
Yeah.
is that? Is
Well,
that-
no. He's a skeleton. He has no lips. How can he sing?
That's true.
How? I don't know. Well, semantics. Who cares?
Yeah. No.
So
I care.
We all care.
The people care.
Angush on Kale going to be in the top lane. It's been still a relatively popular top lane pick too. So can do quite a bit of damage. Like it's essentially having a ranged AD up top. You have that Fury. You can go ahead and get all that damage you need. Darien actually getting pretty aggressive here. Wants to see what's going on. Just take a few quick hits. Wow. That's a lot of damage early on.
Yeah, that was well. I think he'll be okay. But yeah, he can get in, and he can just dash out if he needs to. Just checking things out, catching a view. But
turrets coming on in first here for
I think
for
that's
Moopz.
I think you get turrets first, and then missiles, and then grenade, and then you just forget about turrets for the rest of the time. I think that's
It's like
generally
you have them for the sake of having them.
Yeah, I know they're fun, man. Turrets are a blast. But yeah, so I mean, again, we're not going to see a lot of farming with those turrets. We're just going to see maybe some like zoning, just to be able to try to control the space and use it maybe as some sort of ward action in some of the bushes. So just to be safe, but he's going to rely mostly on last hits, I think, for farming here.
Yep, Moopz added me to his friends list and assured me, don't worry, he's my most played. So I'm going to take his word for it. We'll see how it goes here for the first few minutes. Malunoo there in the jungle grabbing up his red. He's got that double buff going on. Diamondprox almost doing the same actually here. So you should actually have that blue buff in just a second. To smite us down. It's going to take a little longer. And let's take a look back here onto bot lane. The lane that just could not do game number 1.
It's really unfortunate.
It is really unfortunate.
Yeah, I'm interested. Oh,
Xin, top lane. Diamondprox was wanting to make his presence known. He wanted to get in position for a gank, but is actually currently now being chased. Flash coming into slow actually will hit Diamondprox. He's got that bear stance. He needs to get away the charge. 1, 2, 3. Guess that pop-up. First blood coming in from Malunoo. Very nice. And a refresh on the double buff. That is not good for M5 right now.
Yeah, really good knowing that Udyr was going to go up there to try to make a play and just waiting patiently for him, and then just was able to capitalize on it.
Whoa,
Malunoo
1, 2,
just-
double 3.
he
Nice
got it.
pop-up.
Nice.
You got that one again, too.
Okay.
That's Malunoo making plays, man. I like it.
Pretty good. Zinzao, pretty good champion.
He's pretty good.
Champion.
He's pretty good.
But actually, I wanted to talk a little bit about Diamondprox's Udyr. He plays
Yes.
it a little bit. I guess it's more conventional now, but in the beginning it wasn't very conventional. How he doesn't do like any damage at all. Basically, he goes right for that quick Aegis and then and just plays really just pure tank and gets that cooldown reduction and just becomes like a stun tank machine and just sits in there and does takes a bunch of damage with that turtle stance and just stuns as much as he can, breaking up the fight, trying to disturb it. And so he plays it a little bit different. I think we generally see a lot of damage and like faster clear ideal coming out of Udyr. But yeah, he gets in there, he plays all tanky, and it's pretty cool. And we're actually since then we've been seeing it a lot more.
Yep, and that's the great thing about Udyr is that he seems like a very simple champ, but there's a lot of different ways to build him. You do have the Phoenix tank. You can go real quick in for the Tiger Stance if you want, real single target damage. Sometimes you'll see a lot of them just max out Turtle Stance first for that shield, so you have the presence in the fight, so you can just be a nice tanky body. And that's the beauty of him. And remember, the aura on the Aegis actually still gives you damage.
Yeah. Yeah, it does. Yep. That's it's pretty good, and I mean, it makes him really tanky. Ooh,
getting chunked out big time. The exhaust does go down, and Sleper wants that kill. He is ignited, will be exchanged. This worries me. AD for support, not the best trade in the world.
It's not, but fortunately, Sona got that kill. So, I mean, it helps out a little bit. But, yeah, I mean, I think that's what they were trying to do last game, trying to play aggressive like that, get in and just do a bunch of damage with that Blood Boil. But now you're away. Now that Ezreal is getting a bunch more experience than you. And, I mean, we know that Ashe isn't all that strong in the early game. And yet they're still trying to utilize Ashe as, like, an early game aggressive champion. And that generally doesn't work out very well. And it didn't work out for him well last game.
Moopz, he getting some harassment with those missiles and indeed maxing out the turrets first. Here goes Malunoo once again behind the turret. He may not be Alistar, but he's getting in that damage. The Ignite going down. Angush getting that kill, but is stunned underneath enemy tower. Diamondprox will go ahead and great prayer for that kill. But still, though, assist coming in for Curse. So a small advantage there.
Malunoo is pretty much a beast right now with Xin.
Yep.
He's doing really well, getting some early kills and assists, so he's going to be doing well. He's not as farming as well as Udyr, but Udyr, of course, clears pretty dang fast. But Xin, just the damage is still there. You're seeing it, and with the CC as well, he's just going to be doing really well going into that mid game. I'm actually surprised how aggressive we're seeing Heimer play, actually.
I'm liking it.
I mean, I like it too, but I don't know if he's going to like it much longer because it might turn out bad for him. But
right. Well, he's maxing out the turrets first. So he's looking to push the wave. He's trying to deny Alex farm, or at the very least, make him use more abilities to farm under tower. And unfortunately, the plan's not working too well, but he has forced him to back, and this is going to be a little bit of time for Moopz to try and catch up in that farm. He's about 10 behind at the moment. But Darien, once again, Malunoo coming in for those ganks, but this time is not going to be as successful. He actually gets really low to the turret, so he is going to be forced to back, going to have to heal up.
Yeah, that top lane is kind of reminiscent of last game, but with the bot lane and how aggressive Moscow 5 was, just basically kind of camping that bot lane and getting in there and trying to do as much damage on Sleper as possible. This time, it's switched around. Darien is just getting kind of pushed out of lane constantly and forcing him out. Meanwhile, Kale's just getting tons of experience, and Angush is really going to be looking strong. And a lot of that is because of how often Xin keeps running up there and doing damage to him.
Moopz on the first back, grabbing the Lucky Pick and the Ruby Crystal. I'm not sure if we're actually going to see him build into the DFG, though. I think he's just grabbing that there for the GP10, for the farm.
Yeah.
For the investment.
It's just kind of a testament to how he wants the lane to go. It's just passive farm lane, and he knows he's going to have to do that because you can't really go in on Karthus because of that's the wall. And so just going to sit back and farm and try to get as much gold as possible. So I really like the pick in that situation. Yeah, I don't know if it's going to go to the DFG, but if it does, I would love that. That would be great. Yeah. I don't think it's kind of hard to utilize him in that where he can get in and be really aggressive. You kind of got to sit back and let your turrets do a lot of work and your missiles do the work. But
you sit back and be lazy.
Be the Heimer that you can be.
Be all the Heimer that you can be, sitting on the back line and just kind of like,
being there.
Yeah, and Moopz actually just being really aggressive with just the pushing in that mid lane. But Alex is doing a really good job of pushing back, and we haven't seen a lot of the creeps going to the tower. Like he's getting to get a lot of farm and getting to keep it pushed back, and so and with that he can go and he can take the jungle creeps like that because he's not letting it push as hard as I think Moopz wants it to.
So Malunoo grabbing that red. He's going to have that again. Hopefully we'll see some more awesome ganks coming from him in the very near future. But you do have a Sleper, and Xinec did have to back. So you see right now that Sleper is starting work on that Infinity Edge, but did also nab up a few Dorns as well, just for safety. First GP10 for Nunu as well. Sona grabbing the Heart of Gold instead of the Philostone first. Darien getting hugely chunked out here in top lane against this Kayle.
Yeah, and he knows that Xin Zhao is there because that word in the tri-bush. So Xin Zhao's going to try to make a play here, but looks like, oh no, he knows that Shen's going back. So meanwhile, at Dragon, Moscow 5 is going to try to sneak this. That's the power of Udyr with that fast clear. You can go in and sneak stuff like that.
Curse is looking to collapse in on this. Dragon's about very low. Ult coming in from Gosu. Xinec will actually fall here, but Moopz looking to get that damage. First turret's going down. May see another one soon, but Alex with the wall of pain. Moopz may not get out of here all too easy. Does use the flash. Alex flashes in response. Wants to get that kill, but he's a little bit too far deep. Sleper, and here comes the ult. Will be enough. No, but he's still here. He could get one good lay waste or two and try and make it happen. So there you go, but here comes in Malunoo. Can he get that pop-up? Yes.
Nice.
Will grab it, but no. Falls down to that AoE double kill for Alex Ich.
That was a very unfortunate, but he tried to help his buddy out. He tried to get in there and pop him up, but it was a little too late.
Though. Top
that's
lane.
Getting pushed pretty hard.
Darien did have to ult to try and help out in that fight, and the best thing you can do against the Shen top lane, other than completely force him out of lane, is to force him to ult. Which, not only you are still forcing him out of lane, but you're actually putting him even further behind because it still takes a while for him to actually get back up there. And with that cleared all the time for Angush to go ahead, take out that top tier 1. And you see also a lot of ward coverage coming in from Curse, very deep in, like right along this line. So we may still see him continue to push.
Yeah. What did that dragon fight go the way you thought it was going to go? I thought Moscow 5 got caught out and we're just going to get absolutely creamed.
I was thinking the same way.
Yeah,
I was thinking the same way. But that's the thing, though. Xinec.
That's Shen, right?
that's Shen. They got Shened.
Yeah, they got Shen.
They got they just got Shened in the face.
Yeah, but they're going to go and try to do this really quick. This is something that Nunu allows you to do with the Blood Boil, and with the Consume can get in there and take it down pretty quick.
Wow. And the Heimer.
Oh, that was close.
That would have been.
That was pretty.
That would have been pretty money.
That would have been pretty awesome. But yeah, now they can just kind of go and play aggressive that bot lane, push into the tower, and oh no!
Here comes the arrow. Genja's in a bad spot. Pop-up coming from Malunoo, and the invuln coming in from Kayle. Nice quick kill onto Genja. Is Curse going to continue to push this though? They could really just grab this tower for free if they want to. Diamondprox is here, but it's just a matter of how much is he going to be able to do against this push.
Sleper's doing a lot better this game.
Yes, he is.
He has three times the amount of kills he had last game, so that's really good. But yeah, they're just getting good arrows and good initiations, and I don't know if that means Moscow 5's playing sloppy. They're allowing themselves to get caught like that, or just Curse is putting them itself into a position where they're catching out, and that's what they need to do with the Ash arrows. They need to take advantage of those little free kills that they can get with that Ash arrow, and hopefully it'll give Sleper enough advantage where he doesn't absolutely lose it like last game.
Okay, so I think I understand where Curse is going to be going with this game plan, because you have 3 GP10s on Heimer.
Oh.
Here's the thing, Avarice Blade. Seeing someone buy an Avarice Blade, oh, wait 1 second. Xinec there trying to get the ult down, goes to Pepper, but the ult from Sona will interrupt the Nunu. Genja trying to get some free damage here, but Sleper with those frost arrows tries to, and the Karthus ult should be able to do something. And there you go.
Oh.
Nice. Malunoo here, save the day. Can't get the kill on the Gosu. Does get it, but here comes the Shen here just in time.
He's going to get the pop-up in the tower? No, he's not going to get it. He's going to pursue, but Udyr's going to come in, and they're going to
Sleper just out of range of Xinec when that summoner heal popped.
Yeah.
That could have saved the Nunu, but unfortunately just out of range. All right, so...
Yeah, you were saying something about the Avarice Blade?
Avarice Blade usually means one of 2 things. It's either 1, you're going for the Youmuus here, which is not something you all too commonly see on Xin, but at which point you have probably gotten the Brutalizer first for that extra armor pen. But when you see a lot of, we see someone with that, you see that this team, they're going to be going for a lot of GP10s. They're making a huge investment that, they're making a little bit of a gamble too. Is like, this game is gonna hit at least 30 minutes, and we're still gonna be in an even position, if not dominant one. So that way, we can take our investment to the bank and then snowball from there.
No, I like that idea. I mean, Ashe, of course, is a really late game champion. She scales remarkably well, almost better than everyone in the ultra late game, and so she's really strong. Heimer, not known to be all that great as an early game champion, not well known as a good champion really at all, but
which is why we were hesitant during Champs first,
exactly,
because this is someone you don't see ever.
But the thing is, with the turrets and being able to just kind of hang out in the mid lane, he can just farm like crazy, and he is going to overtake, even though he's behind on farm on Karthus. I mean, give this 10, 15 more minutes, and he's going to be in really, really great shape. And the turrets allow him to he can drop those different places, and he can farm without actually being present in that specific spot. So it's going to give him some flexibility. Ooh, meanwhile, bottom lane, Gosu Pepper's just trying to poke out, but getting chunked down by Sleper. Sleper's just doing some damage. Meanwhile, Udyr's coming in. Xinec goes down because of that Sona ult, and Sleper's going to be okay, but at the cost of his support.
You guys were doing so well. Sleper and Xinec were actually doing pretty damn well here in bot, but now things are starting to turn here. Nicely timed ults from M5, and also presence coming in from Diamondprox and Darien to go ahead and help out whenever necessary. So hopefully Curse will start to play a little bit more defensive, because that's where a lot of this GP10 game plan is going to be coming into work, is much later on mid game to late game when those items start paying off for themselves. Right now, mid lane though, you do have a quick stun onto Alex. Exhaust going down onto Moopz. Wall paint coming in. Not going to pick him up though, but you do have Malunoo here. You do have Zins out nearby for that extra help if you do need it. Malunoo looking to go down. I believe he did see the Diamondprox there. So, and Udyr, that's another thing too. You got the Oracles on the Udyr, which is huge, huge.
Oracles is really good on those champions that can kind of zip around the map pretty quickly. Like Nunu's one, Blitzcrank is another one, Udyr as well. So they can clear wards really, really fast and can help to take control of the map. And you can get really caught out, pretty easy. So it's good for them. And so, I mean, I'm a huge fan of early Oracles, and controlling that vision is such an important aspect of this game.
Malunoo coming on bot. The ward in the Tri-Brush will actually spot him out. So at M5 down bot lane, they'll be a little bit more wary of what to do. Now, I also want to take a moment to point this out too. If you look at Moopz, level 12, usually most champions around level 11 get their second point in their ult. Moopz has yet to purchase it at all, which, to be honest, looking for the gameplay, it's not really something on Heimer that you really get all too often, because usually, there's really no reason to buy the ult unless you know you're going into like full 5-on-5 teamfight situations, which he knows he isn't.
Yeah, that's the plan. I mean, with those 3 gold per 10 items, right? He's just
level 13,
oh,
level 1 on the ult. Now he got it.
He's like, well, maybe there's going to be a team fight happening pretty quick here. You're getting to a point where if you're not careful, you can get caught out, and I mean, it's going to provide him a little bit of safety as teams are getting stronger, or as champions are getting stronger. You can give him a little bit of ability to run away. And meanwhile, bottom lane just getting pushed, and Diamondprox might get caught out, and that's the power of Ashe. And there's the arrow. Since I was going to get that knock up, and Nunu's going to come in with the snowball, and hopefully,
Shen coming on in. You may save the ult just yet, and Malunoo will still go down. Curse wanted that Oracle's God and still will not even get that.
Shen does a really good job of making you think you're going to do well in a fight, and then it's kind of like a slap in the face.
It's
like,
a big nope. It's a big nope.
Oh, by the way, we were paying attention the entire time, and we knew you were coming in.
Yeah.
It's
like back in school. Like, did you ever cheat on a test?
Never.
Never? You are either a good student or a liar.
I'm clearly lying.
You're clearly lying. It's like the teacher will, they'll know you're cheating. They'll know, but they won't tell you right away.
Yeah.
They'll wait.
Yeah.
Like 2-3 weeks even until they give you the test back with the failing grades. Like, oh man, you knew this entire time. I wasn't crafty enough.
Yeah.
Damn. That's exactly what happens. Like Shen's the teacher. Shen is the teacher.
So, and then Xin Zhao is the cheater in that situation?
Yeah.
This
yeah,
metaphor.
that is it. That is it. That is exactly it. Malunoo thought he can go ahead and cheat that kill, but Shen just came on in right on time and is like, nope, not happening.
Not happening. Can we look at the gold between Heimer
I
and
would
Karthus?
it's
50
pretty,
CS, but it's pretty close right now.
It wasn't always that way though. So
It wasn't, but I mean, if you look at the CS difference, we have 40 CS difference, and Karthus has 3 more kills.
Yeah.
And they're only 300 gold apart right now.
Yep. So it's each kill. Here's the thing: each kill usually sums up to about 20 creep kills. So that puts that actually puts Karthus in that respect about 100 creep score ahead.
Yeah.
But yet. Yeah, I mean, you look at the gold now. You look at this. Heimer's just about to break 7K, and Karthus, he's here. He's 7,400. And now, thankfully, with that latest patch, we can actually see how much gold has actually been earned.
Yeah.
Here, so it's 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, about 850 gold picked up here.
It's pretty good.
Just after buying all 3 of those GP10s.
Yeah, and he's just playing
bad.
safe. He's just throwing those turrets down and just hanging out. Oh, meanwhile, I mean, they can push a little bit hard here. I mean, that's the power of Heimer.
Huge.
You just burn down the
There's
turret.
that
went down really quick.
That went down really quick.
Yeah, and that's Heimer's looking pretty strong. And I mean, I've never seen this kind of build on Heimer, but it seems like a really good idea because you can really just sit back and you don't have to worry about anything really. I mean, you can
you let the turrets do all the work.
Let the turrets do the work and do the farming, and you have no intention on really killing your opponent at this point. Oh, and Diamondprox might get caught out here. But Shen's going to come in, and Angush might get taunted here, and now he's doing a lot of work. Xin Zhao's going to go and try to save him, get that ultimate, but Angush is getting bursted down too quick, and Xin Zhao going in, still do damage, knocking up Diamondprox, and here comes Heimer. He can make something happen because he's such a beast, and that arrow misses, and Darien is going to get caught out as well, and that was all Heimer. That was all Heimer.
The end part was Heimer.
Yeah.
Was Sleper, though, this might all be completely on his bad. Face checking that bush with a ward already in there, but Sleper will get caught out here. Summer heel going down. The grenade will not connect with Gosu Pepper, but Moopz in a very bad spot right now.
I believe.
Xinec is not too far away though. If you get a snowball, Moopz.
Nice.
Very well done.
So I mean, Alex each had 0 mana in that situation, so he couldn't really do a lot. So here, and he's going back in for some reason, and Xin Zhao. Oh gosh, Heimer, I love you. Oh my gosh. Well. I know what I'm playing tonight. All Heimer all the time.
All Heimer? You gonna Heimer it up?
Yeah, it's pretty good. So, I mean, he's in a position. I mean, that's one of the problems with Heimer is you have a really hard time competing or like staying at the same amount of CS as your opponent because you push and, you with a turret, you just end up pushing in and you get really unsafe, and then they come in and they gank you and they put you really far behind. But it looks like Moopz has figured a way around this by getting 3 gold per 10 items. And he's looking really, really strong. And that's, I mean, he can poke really well. His turrets are going to be doing a lot of damage. And he has, like, the level advantage necessary over the other champions to stay alive. And they won't be able to do as much damage. And so he's going to be able to get those missiles off. He's going to be able to get the grenade off because it's close range. He doesn't have to worry about the speed. And he's going to be able to just do a ton of damage, and we're seeing that now. And I love the missiles, and I love the play out of Moopz here.
See, now, remember what I mentioned back about that Avarice Blade.
Yeah.
And it appears that I may have actually been wrong there. The Youmuu's actually coming on in, which I think, well, now again, once I started thinking about it, does actually really help the team, because he can just pop that whenever he wants to engage. You get a nice little movement speed buff, and then that allows you to actually connect with your dash and get your 3 hits in. But not to say, GP10, buying that aspect of it first does help quite a bit. And there you go.
Nice quick. Ash
there
arrow.
You go. Ash arrow coming on in onto Diamondprox. Does flash over the wall. And now Curse, they're trying to see.
Oh, nice. That hit a lot at
everybody on that one.
That was nice. Just scared him off, just enough so they turned around and, did something else. So. Is this going to be a bear? I mean, they could probably do. Will they? No.
Yeah, no, they won't.
They won't.
Why
not?
They won't. I mean, granted, they have Heimer.
They've got Heimer. Turrets.
They've got Heimer, and they also got Malunoo there with the Youmuu's. A lot of damage coming in on Ash as well. But here's the thing: Ash getting very close to danger here. Zeal gonna be. How far away are you from the Phantom Dance? Actually, quite
Pretty far,
bit.
yeah.
Pretty far. But Nunu once he actually grabs that, if he grabs up the Zeke's Herald, though, that's going to be a lot of pain coming from Ashe. And Nunu now also grabbing his oracles. So Xinec's going to be doing some janitor duty here in just a minute.
Yeah, Ashe benefits a lot off of attack speed, and Nunu Blood Boil is like a free Phantom Dancer. So if you have a Phantom Dancer and you get another Phantom Dancer,
double Phantom Dancer.
Yeah, you're going to be doing pretty well for yourself. So that's at that point, Ashe is going to be pretty scary. You're going to be able to initiate really well, and then combined with that amazing Heimerdinger play,
yes,
they can get burned down pretty quick. And I'm a huge fan of Moopz right now. Just so impressed.
And Moopz, leveling very well. Level 16 at the moment. And just doesn't give a crap about his ultimate. Who needs it? He's got everything else maxed. All the other skills maxed out. But he is going to get caught. Oh, no.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, that's what we were talking about, right?
Yeah.
He got a little overextended, and you can get caught out by that Karthus.
Well, Ignite.
Nice.
Still
okay.
works.
Yeah.
Sleper doing it out here with Genja over in front of the Baron Pit. Arrow going to keep him slow just for a little bit. Here comes Malunoo. Will the Karthus ult be enough? I'm not. Wow, that's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage coming in.
Consider me impressed with that. That was like probably the perfect amount of damage.
Alex, he's level 3 ults. That's
yeah, he's 16.
He's level 16. That is level 3. 750 damage so far on that ult. Sleper just didn't stand a chance.
Yeah, Karthus 16 compared to Sleper's 13. So, I mean, the level advantage is so significant at this point in the game that you're going to be doing considerably more damage than someone three levels lower than you. They're going to have considerably less life, so you're going to be able to just exploit that. And that was pretty good. I mean, I was hoping that he would live, but got taken out pretty quick. And Karthus ult, still such an impressive skill, and still does tons of damage, even post-nerf. The cooldowns didn't really affect it all that much.
And that's actually 2 champs here on M5 with the globals, because you do have Karthus and you have the Shen. So those are 2 ults that recently...
And Ezreal. You got some Ezreal ult in there.
You got some Ezreal action. Yeah, it's with if you're aiming correctly.
Yeah.
If you're aiming just right, you can go ahead.
Right.
Just right.
Yeah.
You can go ahead and get it. But Curse, though, they are fantastic. They're brilliant in grabbing objectives like that, like Dragon, very quick, very efficiently, because you do have plenty of damage and one nice little package if everyone is together. That's the key part. Everyone needs to be together in order for you to go ahead and grab those objectives real quick. So they are mobilizing once again around the Baron area. Gotta check to see if the blue is up. They could also camp out these bushes, force a fight from M5, and make them go for the Baron.
Yeah, I mean, the Baron fight, it's looking pretty good for Curse, because they can kind of set up base with Heimerdinger. They can almost prepare a trap for Moscow 5 that if they want to go and try to stop it, they're going to run into a bunch of turrets and a bunch of damage.
Malunoo out in front, looking to engage onto Alex Ich, but Shen with the ult just for a little bit extra protection. Diamondprox going to be the first one to go down. Sona ult coming on in. Everyone from Curse is a little bit split. Darien may not make it out alive, but Genja over the wall. The grenade going to keep him blinded. Going to be a little bit hurting there. Sleper with the volley, going to keep him slowed, but you also get the wall of pain. Going to keep Kale a little bit occupied. Genja trying to 1v1 to Sleper, but here comes Moopz over the wall. The Ignite will still finish the Ashe, and Gosu Pepper's in a little bit of trouble, but can you connect with the Karthus throwing down these Skittles all down your path? The stun not going to happen. Blind not really too important on the support, but Moopz, can you connect? Where's the missiles?
W.
Jam it. W.
Nice.
No, still not enough. One more. Still got to wait a second. This is the longest chase.
Oh my god! Nice. Okay.
I was trying to make that one still exciting, but and Timer's gonna chase. When's he gonna hit that W?
Even Moopz got bored in that fight.
I think he did. I think he did. He's just like, man.
That was pretty cool though. Moopz just flashed in and just did a bunch of damage. So very cool from him. And that's the grenade isn't so bad when you're at really close range. You can actually kind of hit those stuns and. Really good control of the bush right there, putting the Heimer turrets in the bush. Couldn't be targeted, but were doing a lot of damage.
Yep.
When they were close, and so really good. Heimer is definitely having a really strong impact in the game, and I'm really curious what his gold is compared to Karthus now at this point with those.
Wow.
There you go.
There you go. That's a nice little story.
So now he's
for
at 1,100, above, and he has the same amount of kills, but he's down 70 farms. So that's the effect those gold portends. But, however, Angush is getting caught out.
Angush getting caught out. That's a huge chunk off of the Kale. But Moopz here just in case. Xinec's now nearby as well. you got the whole crowd. Sleper on his own farming their top lane, so should probably get with the team as soon as that lane is pushed. You do now have Darien here with the rest of the team. Here's the thing, you now have the Shen ult down. And that was a big part of that last fight, was Darien starting off the fight with the shield with, I believe, putting it onto Alex.
Yeah, and I was... Oh, and Angush getting caught out here, and Udyr coming with the stun, but they're going to have to turn around. And there comes the Ash Arrow, and it hits Ezreal. That is pretty good. And Xin going in and going to get that pop-up on Ezreal. No, he's not. And the Sona ult's coming in, and Xin is trying to get out. He's just doing a lot of damage to him.
Darien is barely going to make that one alive, but Alex, he's out in front looking to suicide there. And I think with that ult, he's going to get at least a double here. Boom.
And they're going to have to turn around and get out of there because now they're at such low life because of how much damage Karthus was able to do. Oh, but meanwhile, Moopz can just kind of poke, getting slowed by Sona, but I think they're going to be okay. But I think they can push and probably take this turret if they're...
it's Heimer. He's got one turret that should be plenty.
Are they doing it?
I doubt.
Is this happening?
No.
Yeah,
no.
man.
Yes.
They're doing it.
Why?
because Udyr's so dang tanky and Shen just comes right in.
The Shen ult is
really smart.
That's
okay,
why.
so they're smarter than we are. That's awesome.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that kind of defines why the pros
my gosh.
taunt over the wall. Ace coming in for M5. Yeah. You know what? They're smarter than us.
Yeah, they're way smarter than we are.
That's why they're playing, and that's why we're talking to each other and,
poorly.
Very badly.
Yeah.
I mean, we're idiots.
Yeah, we're
sitting in here. We don't match up to skill like this.
No,
we
definitely
really
not. And their skill is ridiculous.
And Alex is back.
And he's back. And right as he gets the buff. So
right there.
Really good. And I mean the tankiness with Udyr with that turtle stance and then the Shen just presence everywhere.
Yeah, it's ugly.
So now Curse was looking good.
Curse
isn't looking too good.
Well, here's the thing. Curse still has a little bit of gold coming.
Nice.
Ash Arrow also coming down onto Darien. He may actually go down, even if he does taunt over the wall. Sleper's going to be there laying in wait. A little bit too far deep into enemy territory. Malunoo is looking to close in as well. Angush, can you get something? Can you get some damage? And I think he's just waiting for the taunt cooldown to come back up. But here comes Xinec waiting for him. There's a snowball. There's a slow. 1, 2, 3. Angush getting that kill. So Darien a little bit too far out. He stayed way too long.
He knew he was dead, so he's like, I'm going to try to get these golems. I'm going to try to take these real quick and see. And he got one of them, I think. Yeah, so that's good. Best use of good use of time there. But yeah, Moscow 5 looking a lot better now. If they can get some good initiations with Shen and with Udyr getting in the mix, and they can take out Heimer. I think Heimer is going to be kind of the difficult part for them to take out with the frost turrets and can just hang out in the back with those long range missiles. And he only has 2 gold per 10 items now, but he's got that hourglass, so he's going to be a little bit safer, and he's going to be able to just sit tight and just do what Heimer does, and that's
but look at Xinec though. The Blood Boil and the Zeke's Herald 2.0 attack speed for Sleper right now, so that's going to hurt quite a bit. And even though M5 did win that last fight, they did get that ace and they did get the Baron, there is still a gold lead for Curse. Granted, it's only 2K, it's not too much, and as the game actually carries on, these gold leads, being 1K or 2K in the lead, the meaningfulness of that does deteriorate over time. Not quite there yet, though, but it is still something significant to note. Diamondprox could disastrously be face-checking that bush. He will actually get out in time. Volley coming in. Everyone's a little bit slowed. There's 2 minutes left on that Baron buff, and M5, they want to push. They want to make something happen with it.
Yeah, they can push. They can poke pretty well with Ezreal and even with the Sona and the Karthus, they can poke and they can just sit on that regen, and they're gonna go and they're gonna try to force a fight here at Dragon because they're looking pretty strong, and that buff is gonna help them out a lot.
Alex out in front with the wall of pain. If Curse wants to get in, they have to go through that thing first, unless you're Kale and you actually walk around it. Angush trying to get some poke out in front, but Diamondprox actually gonna be going up north and going the long way around, and Curse really can't engage on this. It's how do you engage on a team with Baron?
You don't.
You don't.
You die.
Actually,
well,
no. You base race. You base race. Is this actually happening? Are we
I don't
this?
know. I think Shen's there. Yeah, they're going back right now. So
wow, nice.
They got caught a little bit out of position. Yeah, but they're all coming back, and
oh man,
it's a little bit
Moopzy there with all those turns. That is a lot of objective damage here.
Oh, I don't
here's the
know.
thing. Can Curse get away from this? They got 2 turns for credit. The arrow went over Diamondprox. How did that happen? Darien does not get anyone with the taunt. Udyr out in front. Shen wants to get something, but I can't believe Curse got out of that.
Was what happened with the arrow there?
Can
we look at that one more time?
We're gonna make sure that there's no fight coming up first. Then I want to go back because that was just weird.
Was that the glitch? I've heard that the arrow misses a lot actually right now.
I've heard of that myself, but I'm just glad they got out of there safe.
Yeah,
because that was a very ballsy move.
Yeah, they still have Baron buffs, so they can kind of just sit tight and poke down a little bit. And Curse is going to be really careful because they can get initiated on pretty hard with that wall from Karthus, and Shen can go in and just pick off some of their high damage dealers. But there's Heimer, man, with those missiles just coming in and poking them down. Can drop those turrets so they can't get in too close. Ooh, and Sleper getting, well, that was pretty good from Sleper. Doing some damage to get it out of there without getting chunked too hard. Oh, that goes Karthus. Lay waste, man. They just hit those single targets. They do a lot of damage. So I think they're just trying to wait for a moment to get a really strong initiation. And I think,
that's Karthus ult is a pretty good initiation, but Summoner Heal being blowed from Sleper just to survive that one. And Curse is way too low to engage this. Talk coming in, nice ult from Xin to keep everybody off of Moopzy. Here comes the Hourglass as well, but he will not be living long after that. Darien is going to be going down to follow, but right now things are actually looking okay for M5. They just need to try and force everyone back. Gosu Pepper is low, Diamondprox is low, and they should be able to take out that turret and back off. Wow.
And that was that good initiation that they were looking for. And really good Gosu Pepper is like, we just need to kill Heimer.
Yes.
And we'll have a much easier time. And he flashed in, he got that Sona ult.
Yep.
And he was able to take out the the big chunk of their damage. And from there they were just sitting under those turrets, man. They were just like hanging out. And because they're pretty tanky at this point, especially Udyr is pretty tanky with that Frozen Heart.
Yeah.
So got under, just ate those tower shots up and just did a bunch of damage. So they really handedly won that fight, and that's Moscow 5 for you. Their team fight potential is just ridiculous.
DFG being picked up by Heimer now.
I like it. I like it so much.
48% health if you get hit with that thing.
Yeah.
That is huge. And Baron has expired for M5. The Baron will respawn at 3617. So when that comes back up, it's going to be pretty soon. So, and Curse, we've seen how quickly they can take out towers. And with the Heimer, with Ashe, with the Nunu, they can take out that purple guy pretty effing fast.
Purple Worm.
Purple Worm.
Purple Worm, Baron. Yeah, so that's going to be scary. So, I mean, they're going to need to be really careful. They don't have it. Moscow 5 doesn't have it warded at all, but big miss on that arrow, so that's unfortunate.
Yeah. It's level 3, though, now, so it's not going to be too terrible of a cooldown.
Yeah.
So it should actually be up for the next fight. But you do also have Darien here, and that is always the worry with Shen, is that he can split push if that ult is up. So Curse.
Yeah, he does a pretty good job at that.
He does. He does a pretty good job of that. He's pretty annoying with that thing.
Yeah, he really is.
Yeah, but if he's on your team, that's fantastic.
Yeah,
it's great.
But I mean, Curse is in a good position to maybe go and try to steal this Baron. Again, Moscow 5 has no wards. I think they have a strong sense of GA. They have a strong sense of when it's going to come back up. So they're going to need to play a little careful. But again, like you said, Heimer, you can set up this trap where you want to force an engage, and there's just turrets all around you. Whether they're taking out Baron or they're doing damage to champions, they can be really scary. So they need to look out for that. But the GA on Ez, and this is what Moscow 5 does now. They get those GAs on their big damage dealers, and it makes it so if they do get caught out or there's a poor initiation, they're going to stand right back up and they're going to do even more damage to you. So I really like what they're doing with GA. It makes the late game drag on for a really long time, but I mean, it's still a really, really strong strategy right now.
So Baron has come back up. You see Diamondprox dancing out in front of the pit. There's a lot of wards here to actually clear. So Gosu Pepper's got his work cut out for him. But that could have been an initiation from Xin. That could have been a disaster. But here's the thing, too. With the vision on that ward, you saw Genja actually from the bush, from here, actually shooting at the turret. So it actually gave plenty of data for Curse. Like, wow, Genja's in that bush. So the ward, not even in the bush, actually finds someone out in the bush.
Yeah. And that whole thing was happening. Shen was off doing his own thing. He's like, I'm Shen.
Don't matter.
I don't matter. I'm off, farming, doing my thing.
Don't mind me.
Yeah. And Shen is looking super tanky right now.
Force of nature,
Ooh.
Sunfire Cape, Randuin's Omen. He's just going to be popping that thing as soon as he taunts in.
Yeah,
that is
and
a lot of
the
damage.
Ninja tap. I mean, like Ashe isn't going to do anything to either Udyr or Shen at this point. So they're real tanky, and it's going to allow Karthus to get in there and do some damage. Ezreal's poke down, and
those rockets from Heimer do 600 magic damage.
yeah,
That is ridiculous. That is
they're pretty good.
ridiculous.
They're pretty good. You can just poke really well, and with that DFG, he's just you get close to him, he's just going to burn you down so fast. He's going to stun you with that grenade.
The grenade does 675. Like, DFG, rockets, and grenade, he very well could just 100 to 0 somebody.
Yeah.
Just on that combo. It's like, that's better. Ari can't say that.
Nope.
Well, maybe close, but not quite there. Baron has been started from M5. It's halfway done already. Curse needs to hurry if they want to prevent this. And unfortunately, Sleper is nowhere nearby.
No.
Xinec out in front, getting chunked.
Oh.
Karthus ult coming on in. And that's going to be very hard for Curse to come and try and get back into it. Sleper was back at base buying a GA. And now it's immediately less useful.
That's really unfortunate.
That sucks.
That sucks. I really liking how Alex is using those Karthus ults like before the fight even starts. He's like, I want to start the fight with you at like 2/3 life.
And it's not too bad. It's not too bad of a strat too, because
No.
if you know the fight's gonna be going on for a while, you can use that time while you're dead to actually throw down some more layaways.
Yeah.
But now that the Baron is done, M5 they want their initiation. Darien actually getting that initiation quick on the Moopz. He is ulted by Kale, follows it up with the Hourglass, but just delaying the inevitable, unfortunately, and will fall down there.
Yeah, he went out in a blaze of glory though. He
did.
did a
He
bunch
did.
of damage. But yeah, that's really unfortunate. And there again, that's the mobility of Heimer. He can get caught out really easily. And there, there's so much good. There's so much CC at this point on Moscow 5 that if you get caught out, you're not going to go anywhere with that wall with the Udyr stun, and they're just going to be able to push this down. So
they may just push for game here, actually.
yeah, I mean they're forcing an initiation. Here comes Zinzao trying to do something, trying to fake it in. Oh, and he's going to dive in on Diamondprox. He's going to knock up Sona, but Karthus is doing tons of damage to Zinzao. He gets burned down pretty quick. Udyr's getting the kill on that, and they're just going to get this inhib, and
that's very well it. Alex, Diamondprox, and Genja can just push the rest of the way. Darien don't give a crap. He's just still down there.
He's just hanging out.
He's just hanging out.
He's like, when you need me, I will be there.
There we go. Now you need him.
Yeah.
Now he's here.
Yeah, exactly.
Putting the ult down to Diamondprox. Gonna get the quick taunt into Sleper. He has no GA. Well, he actually still has the GA, actually. He did actually decide to go back. But second Nexus turret is down. Here comes Moopz. He is back, but the taunt gonna grab him. Shirelia is being popped. All the extra damage. Sleper is still around. The only one up for Curse, and should actually, it's a non-issue.
Yeah.
GA comes in.
GA
You
fight.
can't leave.
Yeah.
Ace. M5 going to be taking game number 2 also.
GG.
GG coming on in. But you know what? I got to give credit to Moopz.
Yeah, dude, he played so well.
It takes guts to go ahead and pick someone like Heimer and actually do really damn well.
No, he did well.
He did
I really
really
like.
well.
I really like how he approaches that that matchup.
Yeah.
Or just maybe that's his style in general. Is he just really passive and sits back and farms?
Mm-hmm.
I think that has a lot of potential. What was his gold at the end of the game? 15.8k. Okay, I mean,
Yeah.
Alex each kind of ran away at the end there.
A
but
little bit.
And as Heimer, kind of phased out of the gold pretends as he was buying more items, his gold started to go. I mean, 429 farm for Alex Siege at the end of the game, and that's what he does. He farms.
He does. That's
remarkably well. And
I hear it's his thing.
it's his thing. And, it was kind of an inverse this match of the last one is Sleper and Xinec had actually a pretty strong early
did.
game and then kind of fell apart in the late game.
Yeah.
and-
And also, that last Baron fight, Sleper wasn't there.
Yeah,
he
that
was
was-
back at town, and he just could not be there to save his fuzzy buddy.
Yeah, Moscow 5 knows how to bait a Baron.
They do. They really do.
They do. You think you're going to go up and just poke, and then they all flash over the wall and
Yeah.
kill your whole team.
Nope.
So that's a good time.
It's a pretty good time.
Yeah.
And I think here's the thing, though. It's not over.
It's not over.
This is a best of 5, not a
Yeah.
best of 3.
The games go all night, baby. That's how we do.
Hey, we
All night.
all night long if we have to.
Yeah, but unfortunately, this is the last of me. So you get get RedBaron back, but it was fun hanging out with you guys. And if you guys want to listen to me talk and ramble on some more, you can follow me on Twitter at NickAllenIGN. I make fun of HatPerson a lot on there, so it's a pretty good time. So
It's a good
check
time.
that out.
It's an okay time. And I make fun of you mutually as well, so I'll be sure to
Sometimes, yeah.
sometimes
Your
not
jokes
as much.
are more disgusting than me, but
Don't put yourself down. All right, you don't have to sink yourself so low. All right,
sink so low.
you don't have to do that to yourself.
That's
all right?
okay. I feel pretty good about it.
I feel it's all right. It's
Feeling good.
been a pretty good day so far, and we still got a little bit more to go.
Yeah, guys.
So game number 3, grand finals for the IPL Elites on the EU side. CURSE.EU and M5 coming up in just a little bit. See you soon. Hey, Summoners, we are back. The IPL Elites continue. Grand Finals still underway. CURSE.EU and M5, and M5 is looking pretty dominant right now.
Yeah, but the story of last game is that Nick Allen is one handsome son of a gun.
Well, that's always been the case.
That's always the story.
That's
No,
always
it was
the case.
really cool. I was watching and I was so jealous because Curse's team, I really liked what they were trying to do with their comp. And M5, it's been a while since Alex. I've seen him play Karthus, but he did used to play Karthus a ton. But it has been a while. But it was a great pick. The Karthus pick against the Heimer, and the big thing is, I think Moopz had to change up his build as a result of it. Normally, you would start off with those missiles, and Heimer can, do very well against a number of lanes like Orianna or anything like that. But because it's Karthus can just sit back, passively farm. Then later in the game, the strength of Curse's comp is the fact that they have a kiting team. They have Ashe. They can kite very easily.
The missiles.
And, Heimerdinger is one of the best champions at taking objectives, stealing blue, or, taking all those dragons that they were able to do. But even if Curse could kite, like M5, they didn't have a good means of forcing a fight. So Curse could constantly kite them. They just had to sit back. Alex would just sit back. He'd throw off his ultimate. Now all of a sudden, Curse is at half life, and M5's like, okay, now we're going to take Baron. Are you going to fight us? No.
No.
You know, if you do, you're going to die. So it was cool.
And not everyone was really there either. That was a huge. That really kind of spelled doom for Curse, though, that last Baron fight. They just weren't all there. Xinec got caught, and it's just, disaster from there. But real quick, though, before we actually get in, why is it that we don't see Heimer as often as we do?
Well, I mean, he was nerfed a number of times, and he has a lot of strengths. One, his missile spam can be fantastic when you see kiting teams. The big issue is he's not a aggressive champion. He's not a generally forward champion. You need to run a kite team with him that is able to poke down turrets, and that's where Heimer shines. He also shines with objective teams. His turrets kind of provide... They used to call it the Heimerdinger Dance Club. That was when he had the 3 turrets, though. You'd have the little Heimerdinger Dance Club, you'd have the 3 turrets, and everyone would just sit behind the turrets and party while your team, the enemy team would die running into them. But that's still the case.
Yeah.
But you need a kiting team, and if the other team can force objectives against you or has a stronger late game team, then Heimerdinger's worthless in that situation. Like against a Karthus, it's very difficult for Heimerdinger to win that matchup because you can't run forward and nuke people. You can't play that aggressive kind of style, which is what people do a lot more often. Like with champions like Orianna, that's a forward champion. Morgana, you flash into them, you ult. Heimerdinger doesn't have that potential. So the big issue is he doesn't have a lot of just upfront burst. He has great poke and with his W and great pushing potential though. So it is a cool pick. We'll see what they end up going with this game. A lot of standard bans: Maokai, Alistar.
Same,
They're
pretty
both
much.
out of there.
This is the same bans that M5's done all series. Same bans from CURSE.EU that they had game number 1. They're just going to let the Nocturne fly, and M5 may very well actually take it up if Curse doesn't grab it here. And now just jamming on that random button, man. Curse is just trying to think of something that can actually force back this massive onslaught.
Yeah, and I would expect normally the Nunu pick here just because it is a really standard pick, but Curse hasn't really been having luck with their standard comps in the past, so they're fine with switching things up.
Yep.
We'll go with the Aurelia, and Angush in the top lane has been fantastic with the Aurelia, so we'll see how they can do. Unfortunately, Darien getting Shen once
Still
again.
open. Yeah.
And Darien is one of the strongest top laners in the game, and we saw game 1 how abusive he was against Angush in the top lane.
Shen has been secured for M5 this entire series. He's been the constant presence. That global's so good, and now Nunu going to be grabbed away from CURSE.EU here if M5 decides to take it.
Yeah, M5 is perfectly fine with that because both of them, they both like running the Nunu. But here's the issue. Aurelia, she needs to be able to dive into that backline, and Nunu can just split the front and backline very easily. He has great separation. So it's going to be difficult for Aurelia in fights. She could really struggle. And then, potentially they can continue to dominate the bottom lane. I get it, Curse. Domo-E, whoever you are, we've seen you 1,000 times. I get it. You exist. Are you like trying to be friends? You want to be friendly? You're like sad. You're sitting alone and you're want to be friends. Whatever. Regardless, some nice picks from M5. Ezreal and Blitzcrank for Curse. A very strong bottom lane as well.
We'll see if that Blitzcrank can actually grab something for them there. But Ezreal combos very well with it too. You get all the bursts you need. So you'll see if we can actually make any kills happen there. And the Shyvana being considered here for M5. And you know what? These are the originators of the Shyvana there in the jungle. So we'll see where that goes.
Yeah, and so unfortunately, Curse Domo-E doesn't want to be my friend. I hit accept and he declined. But Shyvana is a really strong pick, and they've run it a number of times. Lee Sin as well, definitely works. It is a common pick. And Misfortune, I actually love the Misfortune Nunu bottom lane. It's one of the strongest bottom lanes in the game. For those of you who have forgotten how strong Misfortune can be, her damage output is phenomenal, and having the Nunu as well. Corki's been working out for them, though, so, that's fine. I was excited about the Misfortune, but, break my heart again, Genja. Just go back to the Corki. He has been crushing with Corki.
Yep. Corki and the Lee Sin more than likely going to be going into the jungle there. But since most of their lanes have pretty much already been decided here, not going to see the Super Bros, Lee Sin and Jax here. M5, they still need to pick up their mid, and there's a whole myriad of champs available for them. They could go with the Karthus once again. Tarek being
Wow, so they're going Blitzcrank jungle. I'm actually
Oh.
really excited about this because I love Blitzcrank jungle. I played, I've played it a number. I've seen it some in competitive play, not a lot in competitive play. But Blitzcrank, he's very similar to Nautilus. He has the movement speed though, where you can get that fast initiation. So having the movement speed, that's a huge advantage over Nautilus because Nautilus is actually really slow. So that's really cool. The silence as well should be pretty interesting. His ganks are phenomenal, and he can snowball very quickly.
Still got to consider who's going to be going mid, though. And Orianna makes sense.
Yeah.
If you're going to have someone with so much move speed like Blitz getting into the middle of these fights, or someone like Aurelia blade surging in, you might as well have someone there to go ahead and connect with that huge ult. And now it's just a matter of who is going to go mid for M5. They've got a lot of options. Gragas works.
Gragas would be fantastic.
Zyra's still open.
Yeah, they could also go with a Kassadin, but Gragas definitely makes sense with their team. And here's the big thing. Karthus really wouldn't have worked with Curse's team. And, the issue with Karthus is if you can't force the enemy to fight you. Now, M5, they have a lot of frontline damage dealers, so that would be very nice, but they also had the Gragas pick, and Gragas does very well against Karthus. They had that open pick, at least. And if Karthus, despite how well Moopz might farm as Karthus, if they might not be able to force a fight on M5, and M5 could kite around them, or whatnot. So Orianna, definitely a nice pick. Works very well with Aurelia, as we've said in the past, is a very safe pick in that mid lane. And I don't know, we'll see how they can make this work, but I'm definitely excited for that Blitzcrank pick. His hooks are just absolutely phenomenal if you hit them.
So this is why I worry about Curse, is that they've realized game number one. Let's play something standard. Let's see if we can't make something happen. No, didn't quite work. And now, and you see this a lot from a lot of pro teams when they realize that their tried and true tactics don't quite work. Then you see them go a little blue, and you see them try way out strats to see if they can't find something that their opponent will be unprepared for. The Heimer worked for a little while, game number 2, and now we'll see if the Blitz in the jungle can't make something happen here. So let's talk a little bit more about Blitz in the jungle. So he's going to be going up against the Lee Sin. First off, let's talk about speed. How fast is he going to be?
He's actually kind of slow. That's one of the big issues with Blitzcrank. He can do decently. His early clear will be okay because of his knockup. His knockup's actually very strong, along with his W. Those two combined turn him into an 80 bruiser. I'm actually, you know what? Let me check his runes and masteries because I'm curious whether or not he'll go into a Wriggles. Because if you get a Wriggles on Blitzcrank, you can sustain and be an incredibly fast jungler. However, otherwise it could be kind of tough. He does have attack speed, so we'll see. He does have a couple of options there. That is possible. Running 0-21 and 9, so that would be very strong. Now, see, here's the thing. Blitzcrank early on, you're going to get very low in the jungle, and then as the game progresses, if you don't go with that Wriggles, it's going to be difficult to clear the jungle. Blitzcrank really struggles clearing a lot of the jungle minions, so he can fall behind in experience levels, compared with someone like Lee Sin, who's going to have that great jungling speed. However, if Malunoo can get off to a good start, if he can get any sort of early kills, like God forbid he gets the first blood, then he's just going to be able to snowball so quickly and be able to take control of this game.
Not to mention that once he hits 6, once Blitz hits 6,
Yeah.
that clear speed is going to just ramp up huge.
Yeah, and you also have to consider Blitzcrank. He's a very strong tower diver as well with his passive, that mana shield. If it pops, then no big deal. You're looking great, but he also has the silence. He has a number of CCs. You run in. Usually, you don't want to lead with the hook because it's pretty easy to dodge, and particularly with champions with high mobility. So M5, they have Darien in the top lane. He has high mobility. He's going to be able to dodge those hooks. Gragas, he has the body slam. He's going to be able to dodge that, and then bottom lane should be pretty safe as well. But what you want to do, you close as much distance as possible, try and get the knockup, and then after they flash or something like that, you hook them back. You have the silence as well with your ultimate. And with Aurelia, they have great follow-up with Aurelia. Aurelia can potentially get them kills in the top lane. So we'll see what they can do there. Bot lane as well with the Taric, they have some options there. So they have some aggressive lanes, but M5, if there's no jungle presence, if jungle presence isn't taken into account, their lanes are just phenomenal. And bot lane, Corki and Nunu should have an advantage over Ezreal and Taric. Top lane, Shen will have an advantage over Aurelia. Mid lane should mostly be a free farming. So a lot of it's going to come down to how much pressure the junglers can put on the game. And Diamondprox with Lee Sin, he will be faster than Blitzcrank, and he will try and counter out some of his aggression.
Now, we also saw there from the masteries that he is going 0-21-9. He's looking for that defense. He's looking for that utility. Are we going to see a similar build onto this Blitz as we would most other utility junglers?
That's very common on Blitz. You can start off and play him as a support jungler with Philosopher's Stone and Heart of Gold and stuff like that, and that's fine. That's a strong build on him. The concern is that he isn't the fastest jungler. So if you fall behind at all and you're going that build, you don't have a good means of catching yourself up, and that's the big issue with jungling him. So like if he falls a level or two behind, then that's going to grow into a 3-level disadvantage, a 4-level disadvantage really quickly. But yes, gold pretend builds are definitely strong on Blitzcrank.
We will see, man. This is the first time like I personally have been seeing this, so I'm crazy excited. And also, Heimerdinger last game, it was huge. I liked it. I enjoyed it. It's been I don't think we've actually seen Heimerdinger on our stream actually since like IPL 3. Even
it's. I know it was played some last year. I can't think of a single instance of Heimerdinger being played at all this year. I know that Dan Din played it some on Epic near the end of the year, even after Heimerdinger was nerfed. And the big thing is Heimerdinger is all about control. It's about controlling, the jungle, controlling the buffs, controlling Dragon and whatnot. And then, it's just difficult for the enemy team to force a fight into you because they have to run through your turrets, and you're just going to kite them, and they're going to take a lot of damage as they try and chase you down. But yeah, it has been quite some time.
So this is it. This is if M5 can actually win this game, they will win the series. They will win the best of 5. Winner of the series will get $2,000 American. Second place, it's still good. $700. It's not
and a
too
high
bad.
five from Nick Allen.
High fives all around everybody. From Nick and the rest of the team. With
Actually, if Nick's out there, I'm sure he's listening. You need to get in here and you need to be the audience.
No, you don't have to do that.
I want the cheering.
Someone
section.
needs to mod chat.
Well, all right.
Someone needs to mod chat. Someone needs to get some control there.
He can stand by here, and if M5 wins or if Curse wins, he needs to get the chants going.
Gosu Pepper out there looking to defend that blue, but Curse, they're looking for this really aggressive invade. But now with that peek out from Angush, M5 knows exactly where they are.
You don't need to see vision for the hook.
Yeah, you don't need to see all of them, but they're just looking to see if they can't bait something out. I'm pretty sure Gosu Pepper also saw Malunoo actually dipping on out of that bushes there. So we'll see where they go from here. But Curse, they are definitely setting up. That's one thing you can do with Blitz is that you can just go ahead, grab that blue right over the wall, take it pretty easy, and there's not a whole lot you can do about it other than have your entire team come around and try and stop it.
Yeah, and they have the ward here, so that was a nice job making sure that they can keep vision of M5, because M5 they're not really sure if they have vision right now, and they want to try and fight them as they're going. As they're going for that blue. So we'll see if they can force that. It is a 5v4 because Aurelia is leaving
in the mid lane and laughing her ass off.
Yeah.
So now Angush, he's just waiting. He's trying to see if something can't be baited out. You do have Diamondprox actually go down. Malunoo, will you go grab it? No, gets a small minion. You see Diamondprox intentionally taking the blue golem and pulling him out and have the smaller minions be there and play interference. So Malunoo, you got to make something happen here. Can you make something happen here? Gosu Pepper going to be returning to lane. Not gonna happen.
And now Malunoo is actually screwed right now as Jungle Blitzcrank because he started off with the hook. He isn't able to get some early levels. He needs to get a kill to catch back up. So he's just going to be constantly pressuring them. And if they get the stun from Tarek, if they get the pull as well, they might be able to pick it off. But with the Valkyrie on Corki, he doesn't have it yet. With the flash, it's going to be tough. Xinec actually using his flash to try and get in range. We'll get the stun on the Gosu Pepper. They're actually doing a lot of damage. Gosu Pepper with the flash, but the hook into Genja, and Gosu Pepper just barely living. Sleper almost going down. One more attack, and Genja picks up the first blood.
No, this is bad. This is really bad for Curse right now. This is equivalent of a jungle Amumu starting bandage toss.
He can't jungle without with his hook, and that's the big issue. It's a huge risk. So Lee Sin being able to control his own blue buff, Malunoo he can't jungle right now. He needs to sit in lane and steal the experience. As a result, Diamondprox comes right over here. He's like, "Oh, your bot lane still? I'll take your free blue then." That sounds perfectly fine to me. And there's the big issue of Jungle Blitzcrank. He's still only level 1. His smite is up though. That does allow him to kill the Wraith if he wants to hit level 2. It's going to be tough. I don't know if he can kill the Red. Yeah, so he's not going for the Red. He's going straight for the Wraith just because he needs some quick experience. And that's going to be tough. In the meantime, Alex Ich chasing down Moopz, almost picking up that kill there. We will have the hook from Malunoo. He's actually flashing in with the punch. Alex Ich will flash out. The hook, can he get it? The pull! Alex Ich, one more attack, will go down to Moopz.
Moopz with that auto attack from a distance. There you go. Malunoo still behind, though. Still needs to catch up, and your blue is gone. But it could be worse.
It could be worse, and that helps some. But you see, he has to kind of sit in lanes and get experience, and that's the struggle. If Blitzcrank gets off to a good start, you can jungle fine, and he can be a very fast clearer and be fantastic. But early on, he really struggles, particularly if he's set behind. And so we'll see what kind of pressure Diamondprox can put on him. Diamondprox has a 2-level advantage on him right now. Blitzcrank can't take red buff. Like, he's just not going to be able to do it right now. So we'll see what he ends up getting. He'll probably have to go back to base, buy a cloth armor just to sustain in the jungle, but it is going to be an uphill battle the entire time, which is going to shut down some of his ganks. And so a lot of times on Blitzcrank, you're still going to gank anyway. You need to get off that early pressure, but that means that every single gank that Blitzcrank pulls off, if you don't get a kill, you're falling further and further behind in the game.
Bot lane is still being pretty aggressive, and Angush trying to defend here against top lane, but now Diamondprox, after all of that time in the jungle, all that experience, is going to be a non-issue quick kill top lane. And now, that's the thing too, Lee very far ahead. Level 5 now, in comparison to Malunoo at 2. Level 2, 3 levels ahead, this jungler from M5, 5 minutes in. That is huge. This guy.
Yeah, no, it's really tough. The hook, not able to hit, and again, he just keeps on setting himself further and further behind because he needs these ganks. Being able to sit mid, will be nice. He needs to catch up on golden experience very quickly because of how far behind he is. But it's going to be a serious uphill battle. Despite only a 1k lead for M5 right now, Darien, he's now in control of top lane, and we saw in game number 1 how successful he was able to be in top lane against Aurelia. And then bot lane is also in M5's favor, and they're not going to have a jungler. So not having that jungle presence, whereas Lee Sin is just way ahead right now. Level 6 on Diamondprox versus Malunoo just hitting level 3 in the mid lane. That means that Lee Sin can be extremely aggressive and just constantly abuse Curse.
Lee Sin, who's a very aggressive jungler, a jungler who relies on kills and is getting those kills. Yep. And once he does hit 6. Did he not buy his Dragon's Rage? I don't think he did. No, he's passing on it for now. Wants to level up that shield and the wave separately. So yeah, he doesn't even really need it, I don't even think, at this point.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is that is actually a really interesting build on Lee Sin because he recognizes, all right, I want to continue to control the jungle against Blitzcrank. I want to be able to shut Blitzcrank down. How do I do that? Does Dragon Kick help me there? No, not really. Am I looking to get any kills on anyone that I can, that I'm going to need Dragon Kick? Like, if he goes top lane, Aurelia is going to die regardless of whether or not he has Dragon Kick. The Taric stun onto Gosu Pepper, though. The exhaust as well. Malunoo should be able to get this. The hook back. Gosu Pepper going to get knocked up as well. One more attack. They just can't finish it. There was he didn't have the mana.
Oh my god. Disastrous.
And so M5 turns it around, and they're just in a perfect position right now. Lee Sin, he's actually going, so this is why he didn't level the Dragon Kick, Dragon Rage. He's going for the fast Dragon without a Wriggles.
He does have the razors, though. He does have the razors that should be fine, and this is one of the best things you can do with Lee Sin, too, is you have a shield that is sufficient, you have your wave, which is plenty. Man, it's been a long time since I've just solo Dragon that early. Like, even before those like changes came in, where you had the attack speed slow and stuff. That's like the last time. The barrel whipping from Alex in on bot lane. Xinec not going to be blown back, but that's a good attempt. Good attempt at M5. They're in that kind of position where they can do that.
Yeah, a little bit of guesswork trying to figure out where Taric was. They had vision, but thought he might back up a sec. So, yeah, they won't be able to grab that. But with the Dragon, they have a 2k gold advantage right now. Malunoo, he will be able to take down this red, but he's going to get actually pretty low from it, and you're going to see that. And that's one of the issues with Blitzcrank early on. So you see he's just taking a lot of damage doing just the red buff. But with the red buff, Blitzcrank's ganks are phenomenal, and even at only level 4 after that red buff, he's going to be able to put a lot of pressure on lanes. If you get a knock-up on someone, you're going to be able to chase them down through the lane and probably get the kill.
Angush looking to defend against that push from Darien. Darien is also got his ult, so whenever he's needed in any lane, he will be there for that protection. Diamondprox still has great control, and also knowing that he stole the blue, he knows when the timer is. He may actually just duck on down and take it for himself. He already gave the friendly blue to Alex in the mid. You might as well take the other one, and you see he's going right in for it. He's making his way on over.
Yeah, and Blitzcrank is, getting kind of low right here. He won't be able to duel with Diamondprox.
Oh.
And if Diamondprox can kill it before he gets there, he should be able to take it. Orianna going for it. The slow from Gosu onto Sleper. He's going to be able to back off. But in the meantime, Diamondprox sitting up top, waiting for his opportunity.
Yeah, not opting for that blue. But actually, Orianna and Blitz aren't even going for the blue. They're going to help up top lane. But to realize that there's no danger there imminently, they should actually just fall back. They're not going for it. Why are they not taking the blue?
Well, we had seen that previously. They're going to take the blue now. In the meantime, Alex Itch coming behind. This time he does hit the ultimate. Sleper still is able to get out of there with the flash, but Xinec will go down. And so we had seen this in the previous games. And the big thing is, Curse expects a lot of times, Moscow 5, they come in for those really aggressive ganks from the tri-brush here. And so when Curse is expecting to go in for that blue, they're like, hey, we're up here anyway. Let's check out, make sure that Angush doesn't die while we're busy taking this blue. So just a really nice job there with that map presence. In the meantime, the body slam for Alex Itch. This barrel's going to do it. One more auto attack. Sleper can't get out of there.
Alex is getting pretty huge right now, but meanwhile, top lane, you do have Diamondprox with that shield action. Is level 7, did buy a point into Dragon's Rage, and boom, kick to the face. Chuck Norris style, taking out the Aurelia.
Yeah, and it's just really difficult for them right now, or for Curse right now. Malunoo, he is level 5 now. He is starting to catch up a little bit. He has that Philosopher's Stone. How much gold does he have? So a little bit off of getting that Heart of Gold as well. And so later on in the game, he's going to be okay. If they can hold off, Malunoo will be fine. He's going to be strong regardless of how many items he has, and that's the same for all support junglers. Regardless of how your items are building, you're going to be very strong later in the game. However, the early game, he's not getting quite the ganks that he would like to. Gosu walking right into him, so he's going to get some nice damage here. Orianna and Tarek might be able to close in on it, but they have to worry about Lee Sin and Gragas and how far off they are.
The hook will not be landing its mark. Gosu It is a flash used, though, so good on that for the very least. But this is the thing, though, is still a wide margin to come back from. But Gosu actually in pursuit. Xinec camping out the bush, getting the stun down. Pop-up coming in from Malunoo. There is the hook. There you go. That's a kill to the Blitzcrank credit. You got the Ezreal coming down in as well. And nice Sleper grabbing that kill onto Genja.
Yeah, really nice opportunities from Curse there, catching M5 out of position. And so M5, because of their huge lead right now, they just aren't really expecting Curse to go on the offensive. Gragas, in the meantime, trying to pick up the kill on Orianna, wasn't able to do it. We'll see how Angush can try and stabilize this lane, because with that magic resist and with the Heart of Gold, he should be okay. But he's dashing onto Darien. His dash is down now, and the Darien taunt followed by Diamondprox. The kick in, the slow. Angush, he doesn't have a lot of opportunities. The kick underneath the turret to make sure he can't get out of there. And it's going to be kind of a long chase, but he's going to be able to finish him off for the kill.
Diamondprox with the wave does manage to follow up. Doesn't even need to get that last hit in. The red buff will go ahead and take care of that. Easy peasy. Another kill for Diamondprox. Lee Sin 3-0-0 at this point. Most kills on the team. He's doing very well for himself. Alex is getting pretty farmed as well with that lucky pick and be helping out that income as well. But Moopz getting some free harass as Alex needs to stumble on back to tower.
Yeah, he's a little low, so he probably will just use his combo to clear the next minion wave and then try and get out of there. But the ultimate, Alex Itch actually almost going down, but knocking Moopz back underneath the tower, just barely getting out of there with the shield from Diamondprox. Beautiful play from M5.
That was very beautifully done. But Genja, meanwhile, bot lane, though, the shield from Shen will actually help him out big time, and Shen coming in with the taunt will get the kill down onto Xinec. Sleper and Malunoo, you're a little bit of trouble and not going to get everything they wanted. But here comes Lee Sin coming around from the back. Can he make something happen here? He makes his presence known. Going on shield to the ward, trying to get the kick, trying to get the Q, trying to get anything. Malunoo is forced to flash out of there. And Genja does try to Valkyrie on in, try and make something happen, but we'll take a turret shot. They will be fine in Gosu with the ult, just so that he makes some clearance.
Yeah, just wanting to farm a little bit. But right now, Curse, because of how far behind they are, they're trying to make plays happen. And they know that they need to, start being aggressive in this game and try and put M5 on their heels. And it's almost working out for them.
Almost.
Just barely not, because M5 is so well aware of the situation, and they have the global from Shen as that safety net just to always help them out. Like Gragas in the mid lane, he didn't have to use it. You can bet that Darien had his trigger finger on that ultimate. And so as a result, they're able to just continue pressuring them. Genja, even being very low, will be able to pressure Sleper a little bit. Though Sleper might be able to go for this. He throws off the slow, a Q. There's the dash. One more attack would be able to do it. it, can't quite get it off.
Wow.
His Ignite was not up. And again, Lee Sin soloing that dragon, but then coming on to Xinec, has the slow to chase him down.
There's the slow coming on, and stun in response, but there's a snowball coming from Gosu Pepper. Nice shield to the ward and a dragon kick backwards. Not going to be leaving today. You are out of here. And Diamondprox can just go ahead and continue what he started. Alex Itch going to be finding Malunoo in the bush, and here comes Barrels for all the damage necessary. Can he finish it off? But no! The ult from Alex will not be enough damage. Malunoo will actually get out to safety.
Yeah, beautiful save from Moopz there, but unfortunately they're not able to convert it into any sort of significant advantage. So yes, Moopz just did a fantastic job of saving Blitzcrank from the kill, but right now Alex is just too tanky. They can't take him down. He has that Negatron cloak. He's going to be building that into the Abyssal Scepter, and so Orianna by herself doesn't have enough damage. Because they can't convert on these kills where they keep on getting very close, they're just not catching up to M5 at all. So M5 can continue pressuring them around the map and being very aggressive.
Sleper using the ult just to make sure you can clear the wave and keep the pressure off of the tower. Make sure that Genja gets no free hits on it, and also killing time for Xinec to actually get back into the lane. Things going down over by Curse's blue, so once again going to be passed over to Moopz, but a lot of damage. Xinec just face checking, is right there in that bush. I am not leaving. I'm getting my ult down. We want a kill on Genja. Not going to happen. He will Valkyrie away. Sleper wants it. He's hungry for it. The Ignite was back up. One more auto attack. Yes, we'll actually get it. Gosu Pepper, now it's your turn to run away here, but Xinec will not be able to connect with the stun, and then Nunu will actually get back to tower safely. But here's Alex with the ult. It's back up again. That cooldown is really short. Getting the kill onto Terry. Gosu Pepper, will you go down here? No! Double kill for
Sleper
Alex.
almost turning it around, and the kills bottom were absolutely huge, but then Sleper was able to dodge out of the barrel from Gragas. Gragas actually jumping right into Moopz. The ult is down for him, so he's not going to take any turret shots, but once he gets that barrel combo up once again, he could go in for it. Malunoo coming in, though. The Shen ult as well to dash in with the body slam, as well as the taunt. He's going to take the tower for a second, and then should be okay.
And here's Lee Sin, too, just for a little bit of extra insurance. Alex wants all that damage down onto the Blitz, but here comes a shield from Lee Sin. There's a little bit extra damage, and the Dragon's Rage putting him backwards. Alex with the belly getting that one.
Yeah, and because M5 is ahead and has such a tanky team, they can make these really aggressive plays and just constantly tower dive Curse and, pull off all this fancy footwork just because of their lead. And so Curse trying to pull back, making some really nice plays themselves, but just can't quite pull it out. Tarek, in the meantime, will get the stun on Alex Itch. If Ezreal can follow it up, he has the ultimate. He is very low, so that Ezreal ultimate should be able to pick it up. But the quick dash, and now Alex Itch has used his flash, which opens up the ultimate, but he misses. And the Gragas barrel will split them off here. The Nunu ultimate as well. Sleper really in a dangerous situation as Diamondprox will chase him down for the kill.
The full proc from the Nunu ult, and Alex will actually out-damage the Tarek here underneath tower, and I think that's a little bit of an admission here from Curse. There's no reason a Tarek would go, a support would go and try and duel an AP underneath the tower. I think Curse is kind of realizing that things may be over.
Yeah, and they just want to pick up some kills if they can get those killing sprees from Gragas, but just don't quite have the opportunities to get it. Angush so far on the top lane has been very successful, even with the 0-3 disadvantage in farming. So clearly not successful at 0-3, but even with the fact that he was shut down so early, he's actually doing a nice job of laning against Darien this game, but they don't have a lot of opportunities. The kick onto Moopz, knocking him into the team, almost getting out of there. Actually, the Gragas barrel can't hit him. One last attack from Genja does take it, and Malunoo, even with that hook, he almost goes down. The flash over, Genja following it up for the double kill.
Very well done, and Valkyrie right over the wall, and that's how powerful M5 is right now. The fact that they can just tower dive without a care in the world. Alex coming down bot. Sleper's in a little bit of trouble, but the DFG 1-2-3 hit combo. That is 100-0 from Alex right now.
Yeah, just insane amounts of damage. And having a DFG and Abyssal Scepter at 18 minutes is just impossible to play against, basically. That's just so much burst damage. He's 8-1 right now. Just, fantastic play from M5 so far. And it was back to their early advantages that they were able to take over Curse. Then Curse trying to pull themselves back, weren't quite
quite able to do it. They had a really aggressive game plan. They wanted to try and snowball the game early with that Blitzcrank. Blitzcrank fell really far behind, and M5 was taking advantages as a result.
Darien dashing down onto Angush. Right here, top tower just taking it for the rest of the time, making clears for Gosu Pepper. Barrel from MetalX, not actually going to grab that one. So, you know what, give Gosu one. He needs one.
Yeah, almost grabbing that, but you know, we will see. In the meantime, Genja popping the bottom turret. Gragas walking right past Malunoo. They're actually going to catch him off here, so I don't know if they're going to have enough damage for it. The body slam followed by the hook.
Nice.
Get back here. The Shen ultimate, though, they will be able to turn it around, and you see them running in terror. Moopz goes down very quickly.
I think this is far from done, I believe. Just M5 has taken so much of an advantage in this game. They're doing Baron right now on the 20th minute because they have the power to do this. Gosu, how did he get in there? How did he get in there? I don't understand.
Yeah, just walking past, actually. Gets the flash out. They can't even take him down when he's in their own base. In the meantime, M5 grabbing the Baron. Will be able to push in.
Yeah.
And, you know, again, I really enjoyed what, you know, Curse was trying to do with this game, trying to come back. They recognized they needed to have an aggressive game plan to match up against M5 because M5 has just been phenomenal in the late game. You know, with their kiting strategies and with their tanky lineups, it's just almost impossible to play against. But M5, with the early advantages, pulled away very quickly. Genja turning around, but they should be able to pick him up. The flash out, and Malunoo is in pursuit. The Ezreal ultimate as well. They pick up the kill, so Moopz gets one to the name.
But here comes Alex. He's still in the jungle. You got the barrels still up. He's using it clearly, but you know what? That's it. It's 20 minutes now.
He needed the
There's a
CS
surrender.
stats.
He needed that CS, man. He needed for the credit. Curse will go ahead with the surrender, and that is it. A 3-0 victory for M5. And they will be winning the first IPL Elites on the EU, going home with $2,000 American. But you know, CURSE.EU, they had a fantastic showing for the rest of the brackets. You know, they managed to get this far, and that's it. Yeah, $700. They're doing pretty good for themselves.
And Alex Ich was embarrassed at the end by only having 164 CS. Doesn't quite live up to his normal 500 standards. But I'm just kidding, of course. But
yeah,
really impressive play once again from M5.
Yeah.
You know, just all around fantastic. And
yeah,
we'll see how they continue to do going forward.
Yeah, and that was that last game though. That was Curse going all in.
Yeah.
It was a very strange. You know, it's Blitzcrank jungle. It's not something you really ever see in competitive play. But if it worked, it would have been huge. It would have been amazing. And there are a lot of other similar all-in plays in LoL as well. Like sometimes the Shaco jungle can be considered an all-in, or even if you have like a roamer or something like that. But that's it, though. I think we're pretty much done here. Now, here's the thing, though. We also still have our NA side to go through and follow up with. So you do have we do have one more semifinal match to go in, and we still have the finals, which will actually be concluding next week because there are a few, you know, conflicts here and there. But we'll go ahead and get that settled, and we'll see who our NA champions for the Elites will be next week.
Yeah, so that's the end of our IPL Elite tournament for the EU scene. We will have the challengers, like we've been saying, and we'll be continuing this. It is like a you know, Pro League and then the way of getting up there. So all these teams, we will get to see them again. Really impressive play from M5. I would just like to bring handsome Nick Allen back on, just one last time for the sign-off.
What are you doing?
I said I'd bring him on. So thanks, guys.
Yep.
You know, it's been a nice day. We will have a rebroadcast up.
And remember, IGN.com/IPL. Go to the news section, scroll down. You guys, hey, $50 RP cards. Just hit a few buttons. You can go ahead. You can enter that contest. I'm sure you got our mods spamming the link in chat. Go enter that. It's $50. You just got to hit a few buttons. You can go ahead, enter that. And
I've entered 7 times already.
There you go.
I think you can only enter 4, though, but I'm not sure.
Well, you broke the system. We should probably get that fixed then. But, hey, we will see you guys next week. We will continue the Elites for the NA, start up on the Challengers, and face-off is next weekend. If you're in the Bay Area, buy your tickets. IGN.com/IPL, big red button. Buy them now. And, hey, we will see you then, guys.